Chapter 3627. Unknowingly, the Zhou clan's auction came to an end. Before the auction came to an end, many precious items were auctioned. Among them were floating image pearls that recorded the battle between divine kings and divine emperors, as well as some divine artifacts. These items caused many people to compete for them. However, Duan Lingtian was not interested in these items at all. Naturally, he would not waste his divine stones to bid for them. Although he might not be able to obtain them, he could still raise the price. However, if he was not careful, he would lose everything. Don't you have anything you want to bid for? Duan Lingtian glanced at Duan Xiaoyu beside him before glancing at Yu Qiushuan and asked curiously, "Brother." Before Yu Qiushuan could speak, Duan Xiaoyu spoke first. "This Zhou clan's auction is not interesting at all. There isn't anything good. However, that divine emperor-level cultivation method, do you want it? If you want it, little you can bid for it and give it to brother." As Duan Xiaoyu spoke, she frowned. Unfortunately, the family's cultivation method is not allowed to be passed to outsiders. Otherwise, I would have directly passed the family's cultivation method to brother. Cough cough. "Miss, the main event of the Zhou clan's auction is here." Almost at the instant Duan Xiaoyu finished speaking, Yu Qiushuan coughed a few times before intentionally changing the topic. Duan Lingtian glanced at Duan Xiaoyu beside him. Seeing how obedient and cute she was, he could not help but stretch out his hand and pat her head. Just as Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and felt that his action was a little rude, he discovered that not only was Duan Xiaoyu not unhappy, she even narrowed her eyes as if she was enjoying it. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian gave up on the idea of stopping and instead rubbed Duan Xiaoyu's head a few times. "Brother, you're messing up my hair again." Duan Xiaoyu blinked her large watery eyes as she spoke to Duan Lingtian angrily. Although her words were filled with complaint, her tone was filled with coquettishness. Duan Lingtian smiled and asked, "Your brother also likes to rub your head like this?" Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Duan Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. Then, her eyes flickered as she nodded, "Yes, brother often touches little Yu's head." Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. At the same time, the auction venue outside was dead silent. Everyone was staring at the storage ring in Elder Zhou Yun's hand on the auction stage. This storage ring had just been given to Zhou Yun. As soon as it landed in Zhou Yun's hands, it attracted a lot of attention because everyone knew that it was the last item of the Zhou clan's auction. It was a divine emperor-level cultivation method from a divine emperor-level faction in Tonglong province, the Six Gods Afterimages technique. Everyone, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhou Yun had already opened her mouth. "In my storage ring, there is the Six Gods Afterimages mantra, the divine emperor-level Ku family of Tonglong province. This Six Gods Afterimages mantra has a restriction placed by a divine emperor. Those who are not divine emperors can't break it. If they can't break it, they won't be able to see the contents of the Six Gods Afterimages mantra. Although our Zhou clan can't completely break the restriction on the Six Gods Afterimages mantra, we can be 100% sure that this is the complete version of the Six Gods Afterimages mantra." As Zhou Yun spoke, she dripped a drop of blood on the storage ring in her hand to establish ownership. Then, in front of everyone, she took out a dark green jade slip. There was a strange light around the jade slip. It turned green, red, and blue at times. The three strange lights intersected, giving people a mysterious feeling. In fact, if you force it, you can break the restriction on this jade slip, but if you do that, the jade slip will be destroyed, and the Six Gods Afterimages mantra will be lost forever. Now, everyone can use their divine consciousness to examine the jade slip in my hand to confirm the authenticity of the Six Gods Afterimages mantra. Upon hearing Zhou Yun's words, the eyes of the people in the auction hall lit up as they extended their divine consciousness to examine the jade slip. Duan Lingtian was no exception. When Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness came into contact with the three strange lights on the jade slip, he received a response from his divine consciousness. It explained the contents of the jade slip, the normal method to break the restriction on the jade slip, and the consequences of breaking the restriction by force. The jade slip indeed contained the Six Gods Afterimages mantra, a divine emperor-grade cultivation method. Moreover, the restriction on it was set up by the Ke clan, a divine emperor clan. Moreover, just as Zhou Yun had said, only a divine emperor or stronger would be able to break the restriction on the jade slip. If the restriction on the jade slip was forcefully broken, the 6 gods' afterimages mantra would be destroyed. Celestials from the Devata realms can't be compared to the realms of gods. If a divine emperor or ultimate god can set up such a profound formation, wouldn't it be even more powerful if he's a divine emperor or ultimate god? Although Duan Lingtian had met some of the natives of the realms of gods before he came to the realms of gods, Duan Lingtian had met some of the natives of the realms of gods. For example, Ker's third uncle, Xianxia, Yun Qingyan, the great young master of the Yun clan, and the Yun clan servants who were sent by Yun Qingyan to kill his master, Feng Qingyang. However, when Duan Lingtian met them, they were not as strong as they were in the realms of gods. This was because the natives of the realms of gods' cultivation bases would be suppressed once they left the realms of gods. Those with pure bloodlines could retain more of their cultivation bases. On the other hand, those with impure bloodlines could retain less of their cultivation bases. For example, Xia Jie and Yun Qingyan could be considered as natives of the realms of gods with pure bloodlines. For this reason, even after they left the realms of gods, they could still wield more than half of their original strength. On the other hand, the Yun clan servant whom Yun Qingyan sent to kill Feng Qingyang had his cultivation bases suppressed to the level of a lesser god. Moreover, his comprehension of the profundities of the law was not as good as Feng Qingyang's. Moreover, Feng Qingyang had mastered the sword Dao of the 4 Dao of heaven and earth. For this reason, he was unable to kill Feng Qingyang. He was only able to force Feng Qingyang into the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. This was the restriction that the supreme powerhouses imposed on the natives of the realms of gods. It was also a tacit agreement between the supreme powerhouses. If the natives of the realms of gods were not restricted, who knew when they would go on a rampage in the Devata realms? At that time, all the Devata realms would be plunged into an abyss of misery and suffering. In fact, it might even affect the mundane realms as well. Currently, most of the supreme powerhouses in the realms of gods were from the mundane realms or the Devata realms. Only a small number of them were from the realms of gods. For this reason, the supreme powerhouses from the mundane realms and Devata realms were deeply attached to the mundane realms and Devata realms. Therefore, they took the lead in negotiating with the other supreme powerhouses and came up with a rule that the natives of the realms of gods would have their strength greatly reduced once they left the realms of gods. Naturally, those who came to the realms of gods from the mundane realms and Devata realms would not be affected unless they were targeted by a supreme powerhouse. On the other hand, the natives of the realms of gods had inherited the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse. Therefore, if a supreme powerhouse wanted to restrict them, all they had to do was to use the bloodline connection between them and the natives. On the other hand, those who came to the realms of gods from the mundane realms and Devata realms had no bloodline connection with any supreme powerhouse. A godly emperor actually set a restriction that only godly emperors can undo normally. No wonder the Zhou clan didn't take it for themselves. So there was this restriction. After the group of people in the auction house retracted their divine sense and regained their senses, someone said so. I was thinking that even if the Zhou clan was worried about the news of the divine emperor-level technique being leaked, they would at most give it to a few people to cultivate. There was no need to put it up for auction. So it's because of the restriction on it. No one in the Zhou clan can remove this restriction. However, if they ask another divine emperor to remove it, there's a high chance the other party will take it for themselves. I wonder how high the price of a divine emperor-grade cultivation method will be. Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses when he heard the discussions in the auction hall. He looked at the auction in front of him with interest. This auction was going to be the most exciting part of the auction. Hurry up and announce the starting price. Someone had already begun to urge him. On the auction stage, Zhou Yun smiled when she saw the commotion caused by the divine emperor-grade cultivation method in her hand. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin the bidding for this divine emperor-grade cultivation method. The starting price for the divine emperor-grade cultivation method, the 6 god afterimages technique, is 100,000 divine stones. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhou Yun finally announced the starting price for the 6 God Afterimages technique. After Zhou Yun's voice fell, a few breaths passed, but no one made a bid. The people in the auction hall began to whisper to each other in confusion. What's going on? Why isn't anyone making a bid? 100,000 divine stones might be an astronomical number to us, but to a divine emperor-grade force, it's probably just a drop in the ocean. Let alone a divine emperor-grade force, even a high-level figure in a divine emperor-grade force would have several 100,000 divine stones on hand. But what's going on? Didn't they say that including the Hidden Fog sect, there were a total of 5 divine emperor-grade forces here? After Zhou Yun announced the starting price, the auction hall fell into a deathly silence. No one made a bid. This was awkward. No one made a bid for such a precious treasure? Including the Zhong family's 4th Master Xianxia in the 6th box, as well as some other divine king-grade forces in the other boxes, they all began to stir. Great leader, aren't you going to make a bid? Did we come here this time for the divine emperor-grade cultivation method, the 6 God Afterimages technique? In the 12th box, a robust old man asked a middle-aged man sitting next to him. The middle-aged man had a hideous scar on the left side of his face. As he sat there, his entire body involuntarily emitted a murderous aura. I would like to bid for it. However, reality prevents me from doing so. The middle-aged man with the scar sighed, and his face revealed waves of helplessness. Chapter 36-28. Big Leader, could it be that some God Emperor level force is threatening you? The old man's eyes narrowed when he heard the middle-aged man sigh. He said angrily, which divine emperor force is so overbearing? Aren't they afraid that we, the Bloodsaber Alliance, will play guerrilla warfare with them and attack their juniors? Don't tell me they're going to keep guarding in front of their juniors? Can their descendants not step out of their sects for the rest of their lives? The Bloodblade Alliance was a bandit force around Wind City. Moreover, it was a God King level bandit force. Even the God King level clans in Wind City kept a respectful distance from such a bandit force. They didn't dare to provoke them. Even some God Emperor level forces didn't want to offend such a bandit force. Bandits were the synonym for without a fixed residence. Normally, a monk could run away but the temple couldn't. However, bandits were different. They weren't afraid of offending you and they wouldn't mistreat themselves just because they weren't your match. If they weren't your match, they could attack your juniors. Moreover, they would kill them. Then, they would run far away so that you wouldn't be able to find them for revenge. Hearing the old man's words, the middle-aged man shook his head. It's not a God Emperor level force that is threatening me. It's all the God Emperor level forces that are threatening me. Otherwise, I, and even you, won't be able to leave Wind City. The middle-aged man's words caused the old man's expression to change. At the same time, he asked with fear, including Murong Suifeng? Murong Suifeng was the vice sect master of a God Emperor level sect, the Hidden Fog sect. He was also the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy. Without a doubt, he had the highest status and was also the strongest. The reason why the old man asked him was because he was afraid of him. The middle-aged man nodded. The Hidden Fog Academy and the Hidden Fog sect are also among them. Damn it. The old man's expression changed. These God Emperor level forces are too shameless. Now, he finally knew why the leader of the Bloodblade Alliance would give up on the God Emperor level cultivation method. It turned out that the God Emperor level forces had joined forces to target the Bloodblade Alliance. Furthermore, based on the current situation, it was clear that the other God King level bandits were being targeted as well. On the auction stage, Zhou Yun's face was pale. Could it be that the film was going to be passed off? One had to know that the reason the Zhou clan took out the deity Emperor level 6 gods Afterimages mantra was not only because they had no way to use it, but also because they wanted to get rid of this hot potato. However, if this cultivation method was not sold today, the world would know that the Zhou clan had this divine Emperor level cultivation method. To the Zhou family, this was not only a bad thing, but also a disaster. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yun secretly sent out a message. And this message was sent to the Divine King expert who guarded the Zhou clan's transaction hall. This Divine King expert was also one of the Zhou clan's ancestors who still remained in Wind City. He looked extremely old, as if he only had a few days left to live. When the old man received the message, he was fishing in front of a pond in the courtyard of the Zhou family's trading house. After receiving Zhou Yun's message, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly as a cold light flashed in them. It seems that those clans have already discussed this matter. Otherwise, even if the God Kings of Tianfeng City do not dare to participate in the auction, those bandits would not be afraid. Lower the starting price, 10,000 divine stones. The old man quickly replied to Zhou Yun. At the same time he replied, the fishing rod in the old man's hand snapped in half. Although he seemed to be calm, waves of cold air spread under his feet. In the blink of an eye, the water in the pond in front of him was completely frozen. This Divine King ancestor of the Zhou clan was clearly skilled in the laws of ice. At the Zhou clan's auction, Zhou Yun, who had received the message from his ancestor, quickly announced in a clear voice, in view of the fact that no one is participating in the auction of the Divine Emperor Level 6 Gods Afterimages mantra. I have just reported this matter to our ancestor, and he has asked me to lower the starting price. Now, the starting price of the 6 Gods Afterimages mantra is 10,000 divine stones. As soon as Zhou Yun finished speaking, the entire auction venue was thrown into an uproar as expected. Even the Zhou clan's ancestor was alarmed. One had to know that in the Zhou clan, the only people who could be called ancestor were those few divine kings. Moreover, there was something else that shocked them even more. After the 6 Gods Afterimages mantra's starting price of 10,000 divine stones, not only did the Zhou clan's auction not allow it to go unsold, but they even lowered the starting price of the Divine Emperor level mantra from 10,000 divine stones to 10,000 divine stones. Even those who were not in the private rooms would be able to afford the price of 10,000 divine stones. Many people were tempted to bid for it. However, when they heard the voice that rang in their ears, they immediately dismissed the idea. At the same time, they broke out in cold sweat. What happened today is very strange. A Divine Emperor level force actually doesn't want this mantra? Why do I feel like they've discussed this beforehand? If anyone wins this mantra, they might be killed immediately. The Zhou clan is willing to lower the starting price in order to sell this mantra. It's obvious that they know it's a hot potato. Of course, if the Zhou clan keeps this mantra, it won't take long before an expert comes knocking on their door to take it away. Even the Zhou clan was afraid of being dragged down by the Divine Emperor level mantra. After realizing this, no one in the auction house dared to bid for it anymore. They were afraid that they would lose their bid if they bid for it. In private room number 9, Duan Lingtian's gaze through the window became a little deep. Although he did not like the 6 Gods Afterimages mantra and was not interested in bidding for it, he knew that this mantra would definitely cause a commotion here. However, to the people present, what they cared more about was not this mantra but their own lives. What's the point of bidding for this mantra and then losing their lives? Therefore, only those Divine Emperor level forces and Divine King level bandits would dare to bid for this mantra. The Divine King level clans in Tianfeng City, including the Zhou clan and the Zhong clan, would definitely not dare to bid for this mantra. In order to sell this mantra, the Zhou clan had lowered the starting price of the mantra from 10,000 divine stones to 10,000 divine stones. Most of the people present could afford 10,000 divine stones. But now no one bid. He knew that behind this scene, the Divine Emperor level forces were definitely playing tricks. Perhaps they had reached some kind of tacit agreement and had already discussed it. And the truth was just as Duan Lingtian had guessed. The Hidden Fog sect, Thousand Demon sect, and the other Divine Emperor level forces present, under the lead of a Divine Emperor level force, had completed the distribution of the Divine Emperor level 6 Gods Afterimages mantra. They had joined forces to intimidate the Divine King level bandits. Then, they planned to obtain this mantra without spending 1 or 2 divine stones and then share it. Otherwise, if the 5 Divine Emperor level forces fought over it, they would definitely fight until their heads bled. Those who obtained it would have to spend a lot of divine stones, and those who did not, although they would save divine stones, they would also miss out on this divine emperor-level mantra. For better or for worse, this is a divine emperor-level mantra and no one wants it for 10,000 divine stones? At this time, Duan Xiaoyu, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, spoke with a hint of surprise in her voice. In the next moment, she laughed again. Since no one wants it, I'll just casually keep it. 10,000 divine stones for this mantra. It can be sold for at least a few 100,000 divine stones or even 1,000,000 divine stones. As soon as her voice fell, she opened her mouth to bid. 10,000 divine stones. Duan Xiaoyu's voice rang out in the silent auction hall. It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, causing a great sensation and causing the entire auction hall to be in an uproar. Someone has bid. It's the person in box number 9. Box number 9 hasn't bid since he won the first item, the Jia Yi Bing San Divine Pill. I didn't expect him to bid at this time. Heavens! To bid at this time, does he want to offend those divine emperor-level forces? The person who bid doesn't seem to be the person just now. Judging from the voice, it's obviously a little girl. While the crowd was in an uproar, Duan Lingtian glanced at Duan Xiaoyu who was next to him and then at Yu Qiushuan who was sitting not far away. He saw that she was calm and had no intention of stopping Duan Xiaoyu. For a moment he vaguely realized a problem. Whether it was Duan Xiaoyu or Yu Qiushuan, they did not seem to be afraid of those divine emperor-level forces. The guest in box number 9 has bid 10,000 divine stones. At this time, Zhou Yun, who was on the auction stage, finally heaved a sigh of relief when she heard someone bid. At the same time, she said excitedly, "If no one bids, I'll start the countdown." For Zhou Yun, her mission today was to sell this divine emperor-level mantra. It did not matter who would buy it. In fact, to the Zhou family, it didn't matter how much it cost to sell it. The most important thing was to sell it. If they did not sell it, it would be a disaster for the Zhou clan. 10,000 divine stones, going once. Zhou Yun's tone was urgent as though she was afraid the guest in box number 9 would regret his decision. At the same time, the crowd in the auction hall gradually regained their senses. Heavens! Someone actually bid? And it doesn't seem to be someone from a divine emperor-level force. It sounds like a little girl's voice. Could it be that the person in box number 9 brought a little girl here for fun? I don't think so. If it was just for fun, the person in box number 9 would have explained it. 10,000 divine stones going twice. When Zhou Yun bid again, everyone was curious about the identity of the person in box number 9. Who was it that dared to interfere at this time? Humph! In the private room where the people from the 10,000 Demons sect were, the second elder of the 10,000 Demons sect, Han Ligang, suddenly let out a cold harumph. Little girl, do you know what you're doing will bring disaster to yourself, your sect, and your family? Chapter 36-29. As soon as Han Ligang finished speaking, he began to bid. 20,000 divine stones. However, when he bid, there was a chill in his voice. He was clearly threatening Duan Xiaoyu in private room number 9. In private room number 9, Duan Xiaoyu faintly smiled when she heard Han Ligang's threat. This damned old man actually dares to threaten me. 100,000 divine stones. Duan Xiaoyu bid again, and this time, she bid 100,000 divine stones. This was also the starting price set by the Zhou family for the divine emperor-level cultivation method, the 6 god afterimage art. However, no one bid at that time. What do you say now? Han Ligang's expression changed when he saw that the other party had not only ignored his threat, but also offered a price of 100,000 godly stones. He contacted the other 4 godly emperor-level forces and said, "Just now, we agreed to not spend a single godly stone. The Zhou clan will give the godly emperor-level cultivation technique to any of us." But now, a little girl suddenly appeared and interfered in the auction of the divine emperor-level cultivation method, the 6 god afterimage art. Why don't we wait for her to get the cultivation method and then make a move on her and seize the 6 god afterimage art? After saying this, Han Ligang gave his suggestion. Do you think that she doesn't know that we are the ones behind the 6 god afterimage art when no one bid? Since she dares to bid, she must have her own confidence. The Hidden Fog sect's vice sect master, who was also the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy, Murong Suifeng, said. Then you mean, we should bid with her? As Han Ligong asked, he frowned. I think Dean Murong's words make sense. Since that little girl dares to bid, it means that she has her own confidence. Let's bid with her. Let's bid. At most, how much money we get in the end, the 5 of us will share it equally. As for the cultivation method, we will share it according to the previous agreement. The other 3 Divine Emperor level forces also expressed their opinions after Han Ligong. Their thoughts were no different from Han Ligong's. What if that little girl is just deliberately mystifying and doesn't have any background? Han Ligong asked. After this auction, we can test her. One person said. For a moment, Han Ligong no longer had any questions. He wanted to test the other party. If she really did have an extraordinary background, then this matter would be left unsettled. But if she was just deliberately mystifying things, then forget about him and the 10,000 Devil sect behind him. Even the other 4 Divine Emperor level forces would not let her go. Old Han, why don't you represent us and bid with her? No matter what, let's get the cultivation technique first, said a person from a Divine Emperor level force. The people from the other 2 Divine Emperor level influences also agreed. Although the Hidden Fog sect's Murong Suifeng didn't say anything, he didn't deny it either. It was clear that he tacitly agreed. All right, I'll play with this little girl. At the same time, a cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes as he made his bid. 110,000 divine stones. The originally noisy auction venue suddenly quieted down at this moment. Just a moment ago, someone from room 9 had bid 100,000 godly stones, and as expected, they were shocked. At the same time, they were a little puzzled. Since this person wanted 100,000 godly stones, why didn't he bid just now? Someone from box 9? In box 6, the Chong family's 4th master Chong Si frowned. Then who is the person in box 9? He actually dares to openly go against the Divine Emperor level forces? Is he not afraid of death? 4th master, we might have misjudged him. The old man behind Chong Si smiled bitterly. Let's wait and see. Maybe he's a prop that the Zhou family found. Chong Si said. The Zhou family is so bold? The old man was shocked. If he's really a prop, isn't the Zhou family afraid that the Divine Emperor level forces will blame them? Since he's a prop, then he must be prepared to die. Even if he dies, he won't betray the Zhou family. Chong Si shook his head. And the Zhou family will only believe people who are prepared to die. Of course, if this person dies, his family will definitely be taken care of by the Zhou family. Or, when he came, the Zhou family had already arranged his funeral. Of course, Chong Si knew that this was just his guess. As for whether this was the truth or not, he wasn't sure. 1 million divine stones. As the somewhat tender female voice rang out once again, the entire auction venue, which was originally filled with some noise, suddenly quietened down at this moment. It was as silent as death. Even Duan Lingtian, who was in room number 9, was shocked by Duan Xiaoyu's bid. 1 million divine stones? Even if he added all the divine stones in his possession together, he only had 180,000 taels of silver. It was not even 20% of 1 million divine stones. This little girl actually had so many divine stones? However, when he thought about it again, this little girl and the beautiful woman next to her should be at the Divine King stage or above. It was normal for them to have 1 million divine stones since their backgrounds were not ordinary. However, Duan Lingtian's relief did not mean the others were relieved. On the auction stage in the Zhou clan's auction square, Zhou Yun, the Zhou clan's elder who was in charge of hosting the auction, had a dumbfounded expression on her face. Earlier, when the guest in room number 9 bid 100,000 divine stones, she had thought the guest was someone the Zhou clan's auction house hired to raise the price. However, now that the other party had made another bid, she had completely dismissed that thought. Even a prop would not dare to bid such a price. This was close to the normal price of a Divine Emperor level cultivation method. It was impossible for it to be sold at such a price in Tianfeng City. Even though the Zhou clan could sell the skill outside, they would have to take a huge risk because there were many powerful forces out there. Not to mention the great supreme god forces, Even the godly emperor forces were stronger than the godly emperor forces around Tianfeng City. The few divine emperor forces around Tianfeng City were just ordinary divine emperor forces. They were not as powerful as the top divine emperor forces. 1 million divine stones? Only the sound of people inhaling cold air could be heard in the auction venue. In room number 6, the fourth master of the Zhong clan, Xianxia, suddenly stood up from his seat. His expression was solemn and his eyes were filled with fear. When the other party had bid 1 million divine stones, he had realized that it could not be the Zhou clan's prop. It seems like I won't have the chance to seek revenge on that boy. Thinking of the young man who had stolen the Jia Yi Bing San divine pill from him, Xianxia sighed. If the people around him were not mistaken, the girl who had just bid was also leaning against the young man. The two of them looked like siblings. Xianxia could not afford to offend such a person. The other God King level forces' private rooms were also deathly silent at this moment. When they came back to their senses, they were naturally shocked. At the same time, they were curious about the identity of the person in room number 9. Was that person also from a God King level force? Great. In the room where the God King level Blood Blade Union's members were, the leader of the Blood Blade Union, a middle-aged man with a scar on his face, could not help but laugh. Do those God King level forces really think that they can control the situation? Karma comes quickly. The person who will punish them is coming. Now, not only the members of the Blood Blade Union were relieved, but the rest of the God King level forces were relieved too. Because they had been threatened like the members of the Blood Blade Union, they had not bid in the previous auction. Who on earth is the person in room 9? At the beginning, the first auction item was bid by the person in room number 9. At that time, we were still wondering if he was not worried about the revenge of the fourth master of the Zhong family. I think we have underestimated him. He has the guts to take out 1 million divine stones and openly challenge the God King level forces around Tianfeng City. There is no way he is afraid of the fourth master of the Zhong family. Now, the fourth master of the Zhong family is probably terrified. Next, it will be the battle between the guest in room number 9 and the God King level forces. In the auction house, those who thought that the Zhou clan's auction would end with the divine emperor level cultivation method, 6 god residual shadows formula, or with the starting price of 10,000 immortal stones felt their hearts lift again. Someone was stirring up trouble. There was a show to watch. At the same time, rooms 1 to 5 quieted down. After a long while, the second elder of the Thousand Demon sect, Han Ligong, asked the leaders of the other 4 God King level forces, "What do we do now? Give up or continue?" Continue. Before the people from the other 3 divine emperor level influences could speak, the hidden fog sect's Blue Sea Windborn was the first to speak. Let's obtain the cultivation method first. After today's auction is over, I want to see just what sort of person this person is. As soon as Bihai Windborn spoke, the other 3 echoed, "When the time comes, let's go and see." At this moment, the tone of these people was dignified. 1 million divine stones. Han Ligong originally wanted to bid 1 million divine stones, but before he could open his mouth, Bihai Windborn's sound transmission sounded in his ears. "You are now representing several great forces. You can't be too stingy." So, he changed his bid at the last moment. 1 million. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the auction house boiled over. Some people were so excited that their faces flushed red. To be able to see a treasure of this price with my own eyes, it can be said that my life has not been in vain. Just as most of the people were looking at box number 9, thinking that the person in box number 9 would continue to raise the price. In the end, a voice sounded out once more. A peal of laughter rang out. "Old man, wouldn't it have been better if you had bid honestly from the start? You could have saved at least 1 million divine stones." "That's right. I forgot to tell you, the reason I bid with you is because I think it's fun. I don't care about a God King level cultivation method." Chapter 3630. Her bell-like laughter reverberated throughout the Zhou family's auction venue. In this quiet environment, she seemed especially playful and flamboyant. On the phone, did she think it was fun? Which family is she from? Many people in the auction hall looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. It should be noted that the other party was the second elder of the Million Demon sect, a high-level divine king. If the hidden Mist Academy didn't intervene, he alone was enough to wipe out all the families and sects in Tianfeng City. But now, she was being played like a monkey. The whole place was silent. Even Zhou Yun, the elder of the Zhou family, who was standing on the auction stage, changed her expression slightly. When she looked at box number 9 again, her eyes were filled with shock and doubt. Now, she didn't feel happy at all because her Zhou clan's godly emperor-level technique, the 6 God Aftermages technique, was sold for a sky-high price of 1,100,000 godly stones. This was because she knew that her Zhou clan wouldn't be able to get it, nor would they dare to. From the beginning to the end, only the Million Demon sect had been bidding. Obviously, they had reached a consensus with the other 4 godly emperor forces. Perhaps they had already discussed and agreed to share the godly emperor cultivation method. Under such circumstances, how could the Zhou family dare to take the divine stones from them? Little girl, you're courting death. In the box where the people from the Thousand Devils sect were, the second elder of the Thousand Devils sect, Han Ligong, had a series of changes in his expression after hearing Duan Xiaoyu's words. In the end, he could no longer hold himself back. His entire body shook as he broke through the window with a bang. The broken window flew out and was about to hit the heads of a group of people in the auction hall. Zhou Yun, who was standing on the auction stage, moved in time and shattered the broken window, turning it into a cloud of dust and dissipating into the air. Under everyone's gaze, Han Ligong, who had been blinded by anger, flew out of the window and came to the window of box number 9. Through the window, he stared at Duan Xiaoyu, who was sitting with Duan Lingtian. His intuition told him that it was this girl who had spoken. Second elder. At that moment, the expressions of the other people from the 10,000 demon sect fell, and they hurriedly left the room, wanting to stop Han Ligong. As for the other 4 people from the divine emperor-level influences, besides the hidden fog sects Murong Suifeng frowning and not saying anything, the other 3 people from the divine emperor-level influences all hurriedly tried to dissuade Han Ligong with sound transmissions. Elder Han, don't be impulsive. Elder Han, before we figure out the other party's identity, don't be rash. She said she doesn't care about divine emperor-level cultivation techniques. Maybe she has a shocking background. The persuasion of the 3 entered Han Ligong's ears. Only then did Han Ligong gradually calm down. Han Li coldly glanced at Duan Xiaoyu and snorted, preparing to leave. However, just as Han Ligong turned around, an indifferent female voice sounded from room 9. Han Ligong, is it? Your recklessness has already frightened my young miss. Now, kneel down and kowtow to my young miss and apologize. This was the first time anyone had heard this voice. Previously, they had heard 2 voices coming from the 9th private room, but neither of them belonged to this person. When they heard the woman's words, they couldn't help but inwardly gasp. What kind of person was this great aunt? She actually wanted Han Ligong to kneel down and apologize in front of everyone? Han Ligong was the second elder of the divine emperor-level sect, the Myriad Demon sect. He was also a high-level divine king. In their Tianfeng city, he was an existence that could do whatever he wanted. But now, this woman wanted him to kneel down and apologize to her young Mississippi. Han Ligong's body froze. After a moment, he came back to his senses. His gaze fell on the beautiful woman that he had ignored just now. His face was full of astonishment. You want me to kneel down and apologize to this little girl? As Han Ligong spoke, he pointed at Duan Xiaoyu. Just as Duan Xiaoyu saw Han Ligong pointing at her and frowning slightly, Puchi. A soft sound rang out almost at the same time as Han Ligong's voice sounded. In the next moment, everyone saw that the hand that Han Ligong had raised was cut off from the shoulder, disappearing into the void inch by inch, leaving no trace behind. Divine Emperor Expert. In box number 4, there was a timely exclamation of shock. As for the hidden fog sect's vice sect master Murong Suifeng, his pupils shrank and he revealed a look of dread. At the same time, there was a lingering fear in his heart. This person, is at least a middle divine sovereign. He might even be stronger. Mid-level divine emperor. Looking at their hidden fog sect, they only had 2 mid-level divine emperors. As for existences above mid-level divine emperors, their hidden fog sect didn't have any. Divine Emperor Expert? In box number 9, Duan Lingtian looked at Yu Qiuxuan with surprise. Although he had guessed that whether it was Yu Qiuxuan or Duan Xiaoyu, they were both existences above the Divine King realm, he never imagined that Yu Qiuxuan was actually a Divine Emperor Expert. Moreover, when Yu Qiuxuan attacked, the feeling she gave him was even more terrifying than the mid-level Divine Emperor of the Heavenly Illumination sect, Yi Beiyuan. This Yu Qiuxuan is likely no weaker than that Yi Beiyuan. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I don't want to repeat what I just said, either kneel or die. When Yu Qiuxuan spoke again, her tone was somewhat impatient. Second Elder. When the other people of the 10,000 Demon sect saw Yu Qiuxuan's methods and realized that she was a Divine Emperor Expert, their expressions changed. At this time, they hurriedly reminded the 10,000 Demon sect's second elder, Han Ligong, to prevent him from being killed. Han Ligong was greatly frightened and was in a daze. When he heard the reminder of the 10,000 Demon sect's people, he came back to his senses. After learning of Yu Qiuxuan's threat, his expression changed and his gaze changed. Finally, he clenched his teeth and knelt down in front of Duan Xiaoyu. He lowered his voice and said, "Young miss, I offended you just now. I hope you can forgive me." "You're not convinced?" Duan Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes and smiled. "I'm convinced," Han Ligong said with a trembling voice. She might not be his match, but she had a Divine Emperor Expert by her side. Moreover, this Divine Emperor Expert was more terrifying than the 10,000 Demon sect's old ancestor. He knew that even the 10,000 Demon sect would not dare to provoke the woman who attacked him, let alone him. "It's good that you're convinced. Let's hear you bark a few times." Duan Xiaoyu said to Han Ligong with a smile. "Bark like a dog?" Han Ligong's face twitched. At this moment, he could feel the burning gazes of the people in the Zhou clan's auction hall on him. Obviously, they were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. However, what could he do now? Did he have any other choice? Woof! In front of a group of people, Han Ligong, the second elder of the 10,000 Demon sect, really started to bark like a dog. Moreover, without Duan Xiaoyu's permission, he did not dare to stop. At this moment, Han Ligong's heart was filled with regret. Why did he rush out for no reason? Was he looking for a beating? Of course, he also knew that it was because he did not know how terrifying the person beside the young lady was. If he knew that the young lady had a Divine Emperor Expert who was even more terrifying than the old ancestor of the 10,000 Demon sect, he would not have dared to rush out even if he was given 1,000 guts. "All right, I forgive you," Duan Xiaoyu said with a smile and satisfaction. Only then did Han Li heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, he stopped barking like a dog and without waiting for a response, he left the Zhou family auction house with his tail between his legs. It seemed that he didn't even plan on taking the 6-god shadow afterimage technique that he had won. Now, Han Ligong wished he could kill everyone in the Zhou clan's auction hall. This was because he knew that after today, he would become the laughingstock of Tianfeng City and the surrounding area. "Young lady, it's time for us to leave." At this moment, Yu Qiuxuan also moved to Duan Xiaoyu's side. Before Duan Xiaoyu could react, she directly grabbed her hand and forcibly pulled her out of the window, appearing in front of everyone. When Duan Xiaoyu hurriedly wanted to see Duan Lingtian and greet Duan Lingtian, Yu Qiuxuan had already taken her out of the Zhou clan's auction hall in a flash, disappearing before everyone's eyes. They appeared quickly and left quickly. "Young Master Duan, we will meet again in the future." Everything that had happened before his eyes left Duan Lingtian somewhat dumbfounded. When Duan Xiaoyu was taken away by Yu Qiuxuan, he heard Yu Qiuxuan's voice transmission in a timely manner. "Something urgent came up, so I can only ask the young lady to leave without saying goodbye." "Something urgent?" Duan Lingtian did not believe Yu Qiuxuan's words. Even if something urgent came up, Duan Xiaoyu would definitely have had time to explain it to him through voice transmission. Judging from the situation just now, It was obvious that Yu Qiushuan had taken Duan Xiaoyu away on a whim. Even Duan Xiaoyu did not know what was going on, so she did not have time to say goodbye to him. It was as if Yu Qiushuan did not want him to continue interacting with Duan Xiaoyu. What a strange woman. Duan Lingtian shook his head and also left. However, he did not leave through the window. Instead, he opened the door of the private room and left the way he came. When he left, he did not meet anyone. It was obvious that the others were still shocked by what had just happened. They did not have time to react. The auction had already ended and it was time to disperse. I originally wanted to pay a visit to that Divine Emperor powerhouse and the young lady she spoke of. I didn't expect them to leave directly. The leaders of the 4 Divine Emperor forces, including the Hidden Fog Sect's Vice Sect Master Murong Suifeng, had just stood up when they sat back down. They all sighed. Those 2 women obviously had extraordinary origins. If they could befriend them, it would only be beneficial for them. Unfortunately, they did not give them the chance. Private room number 6. Zhong family's 4th Master Zhong Xi's face was as pale as paper. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as if he did not know how to stop. Divine Emperor powerhouse? That beautiful woman is actually a Divine Emperor powerhouse? Behind Zhong Xi, the old man who had gone to private room number 9 to spy on them was also pale with fright. His body was also trembling. Ling Tian, War Reverend. Chapter 36-31. As Zhong Xi thought of how he had thought of taking revenge on the people in box number 9, he broke out in a cold sweat and didn't stop for a long time. 4th Master, we should be glad that we haven't done anything to them yet, otherwise, not just us, but our entire Zhong family would have been dragged into this mess. The old man standing behind Zhong Xi was also a member of the Zhong family. I didn't think they would be so terrifying. Zhong Xi wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. Because of fear, his voice was trembling. But, 4th Master, only 2 of them left. There was a young man who didn't leave? That young man was very intimate with the young miss that the beautiful woman spoke of. That young miss was even holding the young man's hand. The old man was puzzled. Let's go. Let's go pay a visit to that young master. Hearing the old man's words, Zhong Xi's eyes brightened. He wanted to go to box number 9 and pay a visit to the young man who had bid on the first item of today's auction. However, before he did, the people from the other 4 Divine Emperor forces also reacted one step ahead of him and went to the 9th box. This was because after the 2 women left and sat down, they remembered that there wasn't just the 2 women in box number 9. There was also a young man with a young voice. But when they reacted and went to box number 9, they found that there was no one inside. Could it be that the young man's voice was also faked by one of the 2 women? Although some people guessed this, most people didn't think it was possible. Because the 2 women didn't need to kneel down to be recognized by their voices. In particular, they soon found out from the Zhou clan's people in charge of this auction that there was indeed a young guest in box number 9. But that young guest had left first. If we had reacted faster, we might have been able to see that young master. The Hidden Fog Sect's Vice Sect Master, who was also the Dean of Hidden Fog Academy, Murong Suifeng, let out a long sigh. The leaders of the other 3 God Emperor level forces also had looks of regret. Although they didn't know the specific identity of that young man, they heard from the people of the Zhou family auction that the young miss of the God Emperor level powerhouse was very intimate with the young man and even called him Big Brother. It was clear that the young man's identity was also extraordinary. He might even have a higher status in the God Emperor level force. Duan Lingtian did not know that after he left the Zhou family auction house, many people went to box 9 to look for him. After he left the Zhou clan's auction, he returned to the inn directly. This was because the inn he had chosen was an inconspicuous one in Win City. The organization it belonged to was only a small clan that was attached to a God King clan. As a result, no one discovered him. After the Zhou family's auction ended, the Zhou family and Zhong family went to their subordinate inns and the other God King level clans' subordinate inns to inquire about Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian did not have many God King level subordinates staying in the inn. Therefore, even though they wanted to find Duan Lingtian, they could not find him. In the end, they could only give up. It was impossible for them to imagine that the young man they were looking for was only staying in a small inn in Tianfeng City. Naturally, the reason Duan Lingtian chose this inn was that he felt the environment was not bad. Moreover, it was located in a secluded area that was suitable for him to cultivate. He was unaware that the Zhou family and Zhong family were looking for him. After returning to the inn, Duan Lingtian consumed the 3 divine pill and prepared to break through to the intermediate deity stage. There was still half a month before the Hidden Fog Academy's recruitment. Half a month was enough for him to make a breakthrough. An intermediate deity who's not even 2,700 years old. Even if I ignore my comprehension of profundities, my cultivation base alone is enough to set me apart in the Hidden Fog Academy, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the realms of gods, those who were not even 3,000 years old were considered very young. In those God-Emperor level forces, there might even be higher deities or God Kings, let alone middle deities who were younger than 3,000 years old. However, in Tianfeng City and the small places around it, it was extremely rare to find a middle deity who was younger than 3,000 years old. It was enough to cause a certain amount of commotion. The reason why it was called a stir rather than a huge one was because intermediate deities under 3,000 years old had appeared in the areas around Tianfeng City before. It was just that they were relatively rare. For example, in the current generation of the Hidden Fog Academy, there was a 10-star student who was less than 3,000 years old who had yet to graduate. That student was accepted as a personal disciple by one of the higher-ups of the Hidden Fog sect before he even graduated. In the future, when he entered the Hidden Fog sect, he would be directly accepted as a disciple of that higher-up. Of course, Duan Lingtian did not know this. This was because even in Tianfeng City, no one knew that the Hidden Fog Academy had produced such a genius student. That genius student had only recently broken through to the intermediate deity stage. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating in seclusion, Tianfeng City was also very lively. The focus of everyone's discussion was the Zhou clan's auction 2 days ago. Have you heard? A God Emperor expert actually appeared in the Zhou clan's auction 2 days ago. I heard. It said that the God Emperor expert is a beautiful woman. Beside her is a young lady whom she calls Mississippi. Her status is obviously higher than her. To have a God Emperor expert as a follower, even the daughter of the sect master of the Hidden Fog sect, the strongest God Emperor level faction near Tianfeng City, doesn't receive such treatment, right? It's not hard to guess. That young lady is at least from a peak God Emperor level faction. She might even be from a God Emperor level faction. I heard that the young lady has an elder brother who didn't leave with her at that time. Who knows, he might still be in Tianfeng City. Is that true? If I meet the young lady's elder brother and befriend him, won't I be able to reach the sky in a single bound? Most of the topics revolved around Duan Xiaoyu and Yu Qiushuan. Duan Lingtian was also frequently mentioned. Even in the inn where Duan Lingtian was staying, there were many people discussing this topic. Of course, Duan Lingtian, who was in seclusion, was completely unaware of this. Apart from this topic, there were more topics that revolved around the 10,000 demon sects' second elder, Han Ligang. I heard that the 10,000 demon sects' second elder, Han Ligang, knelt down and kowtowed at the Zhou clan's auction. The second elder of a God Emperor level sect, a higher god, is actually so cowardly. What a joke. You're just saying, if you were him, would you go against that God Emperor expert? Do you think that dignity is more important than your life? I think that the 10,000 demon sects' second elder, Han Ligang, is a smart person. He knows when to yield and when to stand tall. It's not worth it for a higher god king to lose his life over such a small matter. I think so too. Although the 10,000 demon sects' second elder, Han Ligang's performance at the Zhou clan's auction was disgraceful, most people in Skywind City could understand him. As the days passed, the topics related to the Zhou clan's auction gradually decreased. At this time, as the day of the Hidden Mist Academy's recruitment approached, more people began to talk about the Hidden Mist Academy. I heard that many of the God King level family's disciples are participating in the Hidden Mist Academy's recruitment this year. When have the disciples of the God King level families not participated in the recruitment? It's just that very few of them were accepted. This year, that kid from my family is also preparing to participate in the Hidden Mist Academy's recruitment test. I don't expect him to be accepted, I just hope that he won't embarrass himself too much. The Hidden Mist Academy's recruitment last year seemed to have over 1,000 people participating, but in the end, only 7 people were accepted. I'm afraid it will be the same this year. The Hidden Mist Academy was the most transcendent existence in Skywind City. This was because it was an academy established by a God Emperor level force, the Hidden Mist sect. Those who performed well in the academy could even use it as a springboard to enter the Hidden Mist sect. Many of the God King level families in Skywind City had entered the Hidden Mist Academy and even joined the Hidden Mist sect. A small number of them even had a certain status in the Hidden Mist sect. The God King level families in Skywind City didn't dare to neglect the Hidden Mist Academy's recruitment test. This was because once their family members fell into a disadvantage in the Hidden Mist sect, it would be a great blow to their family. For example, if a disciple of the Zhou clan became an elder with a prominent status in the Hidden Mist sect. As for the Zhong clan disciple, even if he did the best in the Hidden Mist sect, he wouldn't be able to become an elder. In this case, the Zhou clan could completely suppress the Zhong clan. Over time, it wouldn't be difficult for the Zhou clan to destroy the Zhong clan. The Hidden Mist sect wasn't the strongest God Emperor level force around Skywind City because there were many God Emperor level forces that weren't weaker than them. However, they were the closest God Emperor level force to Skywind City. Because of this, Skywind City was basically under their control. This could be seen from the existence of the Hidden Mist Academy. Half a month's time passed very quickly. The tightly closed gates of the Hidden Mist Academy were officially opened in the early morning of this day. Anyone with a bone age of less than 2,800 years could enter the recruitment area of the Hidden Mist Academy after passing the bone age test. Others weren't allowed to follow them in. Daughter, do your best. Strive for a good ranking. Even if you can't do it this year, you still have next year. As long as your ranking keeps rising, you will have hope of entering the Hidden Mist Academy. In front of the gates of the Hidden Mist Academy, an old father was standing in front of his daughter, patiently guiding her. Son, if you can smoothly enter the Hidden Mist Academy, I can die in peace. Longer, do your best. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the gates of the Hidden Mist Academy, all he saw was the scene of seniors sending their juniors over. He couldn't help but recall the scene when he participated in the college entrance exam on Earth in his previous life. He was an orphan. When he participated in the college entrance exam, he went alone. At the school gates, he saw a group of students of the same age being sent over by their parents. Other than envy, there was only envy. Chapter 36-32. When Duan Lingtian had taken the college entrance exam on Earth in his past life, he had been envious of such a scene. However, now he was filled with emotions. In this life, he had a father, a mother, and a son. His family was perfect, and he had no regrets. The only regret he had was that his wife, Kerr, was not by his side. He had risked his life to travel from the 9 Serenities battlefield in the Devata realm to the realm battlefield and the Mystic Handle land in the Land of Gods so he could reunite with his family. As long as he could bring his wife, Kerr, back to the Land of Gods, his family would be reunited. After shaking his head, Duan Lingtian went to the place where they tested their bone age at the entrance of the Hidden Fog Academy. There were already some people waiting there. They were all wearing silver-white uniforms with a badge on their chests that read Hidden Fog. Around the word Hidden Fog, there was a star mark. There were more than 20 people in a row of tables and chairs. There were 5 spots where 5 people could test their bone age at the same time. Duan Lingtian glanced at the people. Among the 20 people, the ones with the most star marks on their chests had 7, and the ones with the least star marks had 4. It was not difficult to guess that they were all students of the Hidden Fog Academy. From 4-star to 7-star students, there were all kinds of students. Do you see that? Those are the students of the Hidden Fog Academy. If you can wear that uniform one day, your name will go down in history. As Duan Lingtian walked to the entrance, he could hear the seniors talking to the juniors behind him. At the same time, there were 5 long lines at the entrance. Duan Lingtian was at the back of one of the lines. He moved forward as the number of people in front of him decreased. During this process, the people in front of him had also entered the Hidden Fog Academy after their bone age had been tested. The bone age test was not complicated. The Hidden Fog Academy had a special device. All one had to do was place one's hand on a formation plate, and the Hidden Fog Academy students would activate the formation plate to test one's bone age. Next. Finally, it was Duan Lingtian's turn. "Put your hands on me." He didn't even ask for Duan Lingtian's name. He just asked Duan Lingtian to put his hand on the disc array. The student in charge of Duan Lingtian's test stared at the disc array. When he saw that Duan Lingtian was nearly 2,700 years old, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Sir, you are nearly 2,700 years old. According to the rules of the Hidden Fog Academy, you can only participate in the 10-star assessment." "I know." Duan Lingtian nodded calmly. This was something he already knew. In the Hidden Mist Academy, once a student reached the age of 3,000, they would either graduate or leave the academy. Many of them were expelled from the Hidden Fog Academy because they didn't manage to advance to a higher level. In the Hidden Mist Academy, once a 9-star student reached the age of 2,800, the academy would force them to take the 10-star student exam. If they passed, they would be promoted. If they failed, they would be expelled from the academy. The students of the Hidden Fog Academy were divided into 10 stars. From 1 star to 10 star, the requirements for 1-star students were the lowest, and 10-star students were the highest. The minimum requirement for a 1-star student was to be over 1,000 years old, be a 6-combination celestial emperor, and have comprehended 2 types of profundities to a particular law. If one had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, one would only need to comprehend 1 type of profundity. 2-star students couldn't be older than 1,200 years old, and the requirements were raised accordingly. 3-star students couldn't be older than 1,400 years old, and so on and so forth. 9-star students couldn't be older than 2,600 years old. 10-star students couldn't be older than 2,800 years old. Duan Lingtian's bone age was close to 2,700 years old under the effect of the bone-hiding pill. Therefore, he could only participate in the 10-star assessment. The 10-star assessment was the most difficult among the Hidden Fog Academy's recruitment process. At the very least, they had to become gods. Then, they had to comprehend all the profound meanings they were good at and fuse at least 2 types of profound meanings. If they wanted to comprehend the 4 supreme laws, they had to comprehend the fusion of 2 types of profound meanings. This level of assessment was not only for outsiders to participate in the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star assessment, but it was also for the Hidden Fog Academy's 9-star students. If they couldn't reach this level, they wouldn't be able to become a 10-star student. There weren't many 10-star students in the Hidden Fog Academy. In the past 10 years, no outsiders had participated in the 10-star assessment. Due to this reason, the Hidden Fog Academy student who was in charge of testing Duan Lingtian was shocked when he found out Duan Lingtian's bone age was close to 2,700 years old. He's going to participate in the 10-star assessment? Duan Lingtian's actions weren't that big, but it had attracted the attention of a few people around him. As word of mouth spread, even more people were surprised. He's almost 2,700 years old. At this age, he can only participate in the 10-star assessment. Otherwise, he won't be able to enter the Hidden Fog Academy. It's been more than 10 years since someone this old participated in the Hidden Fog Academy's recruitment, right? Do you think he's confident? Under the doubtful gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian walked through the gate of the Hidden Fog Academy and slowly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. After walking through the gate of the Hidden Fog Academy, Duan Lingtian saw a Hidden Fog Academy student standing at the end of the road, holding a huge signboard and guiding people to the place where the Hidden Fog Academy's recruitment test was held. The Hidden Fog Academy's assessment wasn't so inflexible that it couldn't be changed. Although the Hidden Fog Academy had strict requirements for every star, it could only be said that as long as one met the requirements and no accidents happened, they would be able to pass the corresponding assessment with a 100% success rate. Some people with other abilities, even if they were close to the requirements but didn't meet them, would still be able to smoothly pass the assessment. Otherwise, they would only need to show their cultivation and comprehension of the law. There was no need for any assessment at all. Under the guidance of the signboard, Duan Lingtian soon arrived at the place where the Hidden Fog Academy's recruitment test was held. It was a vast open space, and there were already many people standing there. In front of everyone were 10 roads leading in different directions, and there was a signboard at the intersection of each road. 1-star assessment area. 2-star assessment area. 3-star assessment area. Obviously, different roads led to different star levels of the assessment. I can choose at will? Does this mean that I can participate in the assessment of other star level students? I'm not sure if I can pass the 7-star assessment, but I'm sure I can pass the 6-star assessment. I just don't know if there's a need to test my bone age again. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the open space, he heard a voice. It was a young man talking. You're thinking too much. There's still a need to test your bone age. Your age isn't right, so it's impossible for you to participate in that level of assessment. That's right. There are many people who want to enter the Hidden Fog Academy. You think you're the only smart one? It's better for you to obediently participate in the assessment of your level. It said that in the past, there were people who did what you said, but without exception, they were all blacklisted by the Hidden Fog Academy. They can't participate in the assessment for the rest of their lives. Many people thought that they were lucky, but as soon as they thought about it, they were mercilessly suppressed by other people who knew about it. Duan Lingtian did not stay there for long. He walked to the road leading to the 10-star assessment area. There were more or less people entering the other roads. However, Duan Lingtian was the only one entering the road leading to the 10-star assessment area. This made him the focus of everyone's attention. Someone is participating in the 10-star assessment this year. It's been more than 10 years since an outsider participated in the 10-star assessment, right? I didn't expect such a fierce person to come this year. I don't know if he's fierce or not, but his courage is good. The 10-star assessment. It said that people might die. Duan Lingtian naturally heard the discussions behind him, but he didn't care. Not to mention the current him, even half a month ago before he obtained the 3 divine pill, he could easily participate in the 10-star assessment of the Hidden Fog Academy without any suspense. As for now, he didn't take it seriously. For him, this was just a formality. Although the Hidden Fog Academy can provide me with good resources, it's definitely not as good as the Hidden Fog sect. After entering the Hidden Fog Academy, the next step is to enter the Hidden Fog sect. Walking on the road, Duan Lingtian had a rough outline of the path he wanted to take next. To him, everything he wanted to do was to allow himself to grow quickly. Of course, on the road to growth, he wanted to be as stable as possible. He was very clear about the principle of, the bird that sticks out gets shot first. If possible, it was better to grow in a low-key manner. After all, in the mystic handle land of the Plains of Gods, he was alone and had no one to rely on. Although he had met a young girl with an extraordinary background half a month ago, and she had even called him brother intimately, he knew that it was only because he looked like her brother. In the future, he might not have anything to do with her. Even if she had a divine emperor powerhouse by her side, even if she was a divine king or above, it had nothing to do with him. He could only rely on himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's thoughts were in a mess, and he didn't notice that there were 2 figures standing in the sky above him. Miss, we should go. If Duan Lingtian saw them, he would recognize them at a glance. They were the girl he met half a month ago, Duan Xiaoyu, and the beautiful woman beside her, Yu Qiuxuan. At this moment, Yu Qiuxuan was urging Duan Xiaoyu to leave. Aunt Xian, are we really not doing anything? Duan Xiaoyu looked at the purple figure below, a strange light flashing in her eyes. Chapter 36-33. Duan Lingtian knew nothing about what was happening above his head. Or rather, he didn't notice their existence at all. The difference in strength was too great. However, as he continued to walk forward, Duan Lingtian saw a quiet courtyard. The courtyard was filled with flowers and trees, and it was refreshing and pleasant. At this moment, there was a green-clad old man standing in the open space in the courtyard. He stood there with his hands behind his back and his eyes closed as he rested his mind. Although the old man was old, he didn't lose his scholarly temperament. Just by standing there, he gave off an unfathomable feeling as if he was a peerless scholar. When Duan Lingtian arrived outside the courtyard, the old man opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, his sharp gaze seemed to cross the barrier of space and fell directly on Duan Lingtian. It made Duan Lingtian feel like he had nowhere to hide. It was as if someone had seen through all of his secrets and desires. Of course, this was just an illusion. His secrets, and even god emperors and ultimate gods would not be able to see through his internal microcosm after he closed it off. Not to mention godly kings and godly emperors, even godly emperors and ultimate gods would not be able to see through the microcosm. Senior, I'm here to participate in the 10-star assessment. Duan Lingtian stood outside the courtyard and looked at the old man from afar as he spoke in a clear voice. He didn't know why, but whether it was the old man in front of him or the courtyard he was in, they gave him a fleeting feeling. It was as if everything was just a fleeting firework that could appear and disappear at any time. It's been more than 10 years since an outsider participated in the 10-star assessment. The old man's deep gaze met Duan Lingtian's as if he could see through Duan Lingtian's heart. Little guy, I wish you good luck. Almost as soon as the old man finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve and a small 3-story pagoda flew towards Duan Lingtian. It grew bigger in the blink of an eye and enveloped Duan Lingtian. It looked as if it was suppressing Duan Lingtian. In fact, when the old man threw the pagoda over, Duan Lingtian guessed that the 10-star assessment of the Hidden Fog Academy would be held in this pagoda. It was impossible for the old man to attack him. First of all, he had no enmity with the old man. Moreover, this was the place where the Hidden Fog Academy recruited 10-star students. As the host of the assessment, it was impossible for the old man to attack him personally. It turned out that it was just as Duan Lingtian thought. When the exquisite pagoda flew over and began to expand, the old man's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. This is the 3-story tower of trials that the Hidden Mist Academy has prepared for 10-star students. As long as you pass the trial, you'll become a 10-star student of the Hidden Mist Academy. The Hidden Mist Academy had different tests for students of different star ranks. For 10-star students, the Hidden Fog Academy even prepared the Divine Weapon Tower of Trials. This Divine Artifact Tower of Trial was created by a Divine Artifact Master of the Hidden Fog sect, which was located behind the Hidden Fog Academy. A Divine Artifact Master was actually a weapon refiner, but because they could refine divine artifacts, they were not only called weapon refiners, but also Divine Artifact Masters. This was the same as a Divine Pill Master. A Divine Pill Master was an alchemist who could refine divine pills. In the realms of gods, there were some alchemists who couldn't refine divine pills. These alchemists were not qualified to be called Divine Pill Masters. In the Tower of Trials, if you're not careful, you'll be in danger of dying. If you can't hold on, just shout for help and I'll get you out. Remember to shout in time. If you're too late, I might not be able to save you. The old man continued, later, the Tower of Trials will extend a suction force and envelop you. Don't resist and let it suck you in. Once you're in, the trial will begin. Almost as soon as the old man finished speaking, Duan Lingtian felt a powerful suction force coming from the Tower of Trials. Of course, although the suction force was strong, Duan Lingtian could still resist it. But after listening to the old man's words, he did not resist. He allowed the suction force to suck him into the Tower of Trials. After the Tower of Trials sucked Duan Lingtian in, it floated at a low altitude. After Duan Lingtian entered the Tower of Trials, the originally dim doors and windows of the Tower of Trials changed a little. To be more precise, there were some changes on the first floor. I wonder if this little fellow will be able to clear half of the second floor's hurdles. The old man glanced at the Tower of Trials and then closed his eyes. Of the 3 floors of the Tower of Trials, One only needed to pass 2 floors to reach the 3rd floor and light up the candles on the 3rd floor to pass the 10-star test and become a 10-star student of the Hidden Fog Academy. Now, after Duan Lingtian entered the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials, the 1st floor lit up with a faint light. That was the sign that someone had entered the 1st floor of the Tower of Trials. As Duan Lingtian passed through the tests on the 1st floor of the Tower of Trials, the candles grew brighter and brighter. When it reached a certain level, it meant that he had passed all the tests on the 1st floor of the Tower of Trials and could proceed to the 2nd floor. That senior didn't tell me how to pass the 10-star test? Pass all 3 floors of the Tower of Trials? After Duan Lingtian was sent into the Tower of Trials, he appeared in a vast environment. It was a completely different world. The surroundings were shrouded in a dense fog. As the fog around him fluctuated, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the fluctuations of the array's power. Then, one figure after another appeared in the array and charged at him. It was a group of array spirits with the strength of a lesser god. There are 10 of them. In the blink of an eye, 10 human-shaped phantoms surrounded Duan Lingtian. The number of array spirits was fully revealed. Buzz. One of the array spirits took the lead and attacked first. A flaming blade flashed, and at the same time he displayed various profundities of the law of fire one by one. During this process, it was not difficult to see that he had mastered all the profundities of the law of fire to greater mastery. After the first array spirit made his move, the other 9 also made their moves. Although the laws they comprehended were different, they all had one thing in common, and that was that they all comprehended all the profundities of a certain law to greater mastery. However, none of the array spirits had comprehended the fusion profundities. It's normal that the first hurdle on the first level of the trial tower is simple. Although Duan Lingtian felt that the hurdle in front of him was meaningless, he also knew that it was not up to him to decide whether it was meaningful or not. No matter how meaningless it would consume a certain amount of divine power for an ordinary person. Destroy them. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the 10 formation spirits that were charging at him from all directions. He casually lifted his hand and slapped out. Instantly, the raging space energy seemed to have formed a small space storm in the blink of an eye. It swept through the air and destroyed the 10 formation spirits along with their attacks. To Duan Lingtian, passing the first hurdle on the first level of the trial tower was a piece of cake. Then, in just a few breaths' time, the second hurdle appeared. It was still the same spot, and there were still array spirits. However, this time, the array spirits were not in human form. Instead, they were array spirits in the form of various beasts. They were more powerful than the previous array spirits, and there were more of them. However, to Duan Lingtian, it was no different from the first hurdle. Outside the trial tower, the old man was originally resting with his eyes closed, but in the end he could not help but open his eyes and look at the trial tower in front of him. In the blink of an eye, he found that the candlelight on the first level of the trial tower was flashing at an extremely exaggerated speed. Every time it flashed, the pearl light would become brighter. At first, he was not surprised that the candlelight would become brighter after a few breaths' time. However, after a few times, the speed of the candlelight becoming brighter was still as fast as before. This made him a little surprised. It seems that after more than 10 years, the first outsider to participate in our Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star assessment is quite capable. With the strength he has shown so far, it should not be difficult for him to pass half of the second level. A rare look of anticipation appeared on the old man's face. Although more than 10 years was not a long time. However, for him, who was mainly in charge of the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star assessment, it was rare for an outsider to participate in the assessment for more than 10 years. I don't know if he can continue to insta-kill the last few array spirits on the first level. If he can insta-kill all of them, then he will have a chance to pass the second level and enter the third level. The anticipation in the old man's eyes grew even stronger. Every year, during the Hidden Fog Academy's recruitment assessment, he would wait here for someone to participate in the 10-star assessment. However, after waiting for more than 10 years, no one came, so he could not help but feel bored. Now, someone finally came, and his performance so far was outstanding. Naturally, he could not help but pay attention. After a few breaths' time, the light on the first level of the trial tower flashed again, and the old man's eyes also lit up. Not bad. After a few more breaths' time, the light increased again, and the old man could not help but smile and nod. When the same light appeared again, the old man's eyes flashed again. When it appeared again, the old man's face finally showed surprise. The last hurdle. Finally, they reached the last checkpoint of the Tower of Trials. The old man's expression turned slightly serious. If possible, he naturally hoped that the young man who entered the Tower of Trials could continue to insta-kill the last checkpoint of the first floor of the Tower of Trials. Once he could do that, he would have a great chance of passing the second level of the Trial Tower and entering the third level. He would then pass the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star assessment and officially become a 10-star student of the Hidden Fog Academy. I hope this kid can do it. Even in the Hidden Fog Academy, there hasn't been a new 10-star student in the academy for 30 years. At this moment, the old man was also looking forward to it. Chapter 36-34. In the Hidden Fog Academy, there weren't many 10-star students. Now, there were only 30 or so people. After all, the 10-star students of the Hidden Fog Academy had to graduate from the Hidden Fog Academy and go to the Hidden Fog sect when they were 3,000 years old. Of course, when a 10-star student graduated and entered the Hidden Fog sect, they would directly become an inner sect disciple. They didn't need to work hard like ordinary outer sect disciples. Only after passing the inner sect disciple exam could they enter the inner sect and become an inner sect disciple. In the past 30 years, the Hidden Fog Academy hadn't produced a 10-star student. In these 30 years, many outsiders participated in the Hidden Fog Academy's recruitment and the 10-star exam, but they all failed. Some of the 9-star students were forced to participate in the 10-star exam when they reached the age limit, but they also failed. The 9-star students who failed could choose to enter the Hidden Fog sect as an outer sect disciple. They could also choose to leave the Hidden Fog Academy and have nothing to do with the Hidden Fog sect. In fact, in the Hidden Fog Academy, only 10-star students could come into contact with the core things of the Hidden Fog Academy. For example, God King level cultivation methods. For example, some things that could help one comprehend the profound mysteries of the laws. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what the old man outside was thinking. He was currently walking up the stairs to the second floor of the Tower of Trials. This staircase didn't exist before. To be more precise, it didn't exist before Duan Lingtian's eyes. It only appeared after Duan Lingtian passed the 10 checkpoints of the first floor of the Tower of Trials. All the checkpoints on the first floor of the Tower of Trials are nothing to anyone who meets the requirement to become a 10-star student of the Hidden Mist Academy. I'm afraid anyone who meets the requirement to become a 10-star student of the Hidden Mist Academy can destroy all the array spirits on the first floor with one move. With a thought, Duan Lingtian reached the end of the stairs. When he took a step forward, the scene in front of him changed again. This time, after the scene changed, he didn't appear in the same place as before. Instead, he appeared in an abyss. The abyss was surrounded by darkness and he couldn't even see his own fingers. When he saw this, Duan Lingtian did not panic. Divine power rose from his body and flashed, illuminating the dark area around him. However, what he was using now was not the law of fire after all. Moreover, he did not plan on using too much of his divine power, so he could only illuminate an area that was neither too big nor too small, and this area was also an area that he could control. He wasn't worried about a sneak attack. Now that the second level of the Tower of Trials had appeared in this place, he guessed that the array spirits of the second level had launched a sneak attack on him. Initially, under such circumstances, as long as he used the Tao of control of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, he could easily deal with any sneak attack. However, when he thought about how the situation in the Tower of Trials might be spied on, he dismissed the idea. The tallest tree in the forest is the first to be destroyed by the wind. He did not intend to reveal his mastery of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth in this profound Handle land so early. At the very least, he didn't plan on exposing himself to the students of the Hidden Fog sect or even the Hidden Fog sect. Bush, 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 bush. Along with waves of light sounds of wind blowing out, Duan Ling Tian was able to hear the sounds of figures flashing from all directions. Just as he'd thought, the second level of the Pagoda of Trials was precisely the sneak attack of the formation spirit. Soon, the array spirits appeared. More than a dozen human-shaped shadows attacked Duan Ling Tian from all directions at the same time through various tricky angles. Their strength is not stronger than the array spirits of the first level's last level. Before Duan Ling Tian thought about it, the divine power that rose around him was imbued with the fused profundity of the law of space. Then, with a sweep, he killed all of the array spirits. The entire process was neat and tidy, without the slightest bit of hesitation. After that, Duan Ling Tian continued to pass through the levels. When he reached the 6th level, Duan Ling Tian realized that the array spirits had become stronger. Although they were still lower-rank gods, they had mastered the fused profundity. Even if it was only the fusion of two profundities of a certain law, it was still incomparable to the array spirits from before. The two were not at the same level at all. It's time to keep a low profile. Although Duan Ling Tian could still kill the 3 array spirits in front of him with his current strength, Duan Ling Tian did not do so. It took him more than a dozen breaths of time to destroy the 3 array spirits. A dozen breaths of time. It should be considered long, right? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. In fact, Duan Ling Tian had deliberately held back in the previous levels, so some of the levels took him nearly 10 breaths of time. At the same time, outside the Tower of Trials, the 6th level of the 2nd level, he only took 15 breaths of time to pass? The old man, who had been pleasantly surprised when he saw Duan Ling Tian's previous performance and thought that Duan Ling Tian would pass the assessment smoothly and become a 10-star student of the Hidden Mist Academy, was dumbfounded when he saw Duan Ling Tian pass the 6th level of the 2nd level in just a dozen breaths of time. It must be known that the 6th level of the 2nd level could be said to be a watershed. In the history of the Hidden Mist Academy, there were many people who took less than 10 breaths of time to pass the 5th level of the 2nd level. However, among these people, the most outstanding one took more than 50 breaths of time to pass the 6th level of the 2nd level. But now, the young man in the Tower of Trials only took 15 breaths of time. Was this a joke? Could it be? There's a problem with the Tower of Trials? With that thought in mind, the old man sent his divine sense into the Tower of Trials to check the array. However, after a few breaths of time, he still couldn't find anything wrong with the array. Everything he checked told him that there was something wrong with the array. The Tower of Trials was normal. When the old man came back to his senses and looked at the 2nd level of the Tower of Trials, he found that the candlelight above was much brighter than before. This means that he passed the 3rd level of the 2nd level? The old man was dumbfounded. Didn't that mean that little guy inside the Tower of Trials had passed 2 more levels in the time it took him to check the Tower of Trials? Until now, it has been at most 50 breaths of time, right? The old man's heart trembled. He was completely frightened. However, as time passed, the old man found that what shocked him even more was what happened next. Although the little guy who was participating in the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star exam would slow down a little after each level, he still took less than 50 breaths of time to pass the 10th level of the 2nd level, which was also the last level. With his strength, I'm afraid that he can pass the first 5 levels of the 3rd level? The old man thought to himself. While the old man was still in shock, Duan Ling Tian had already reached the 3rd level of the Tower of Trials and started to pass the levels. The 3rd level of the 3rd level. The 1st level already made Duan Ling Tian feel a little pressure. Of course, it was only a little pressure. This level, even those who meet the Hidden Mist Academy's requirement of becoming a 10-star student would not be able to pass it easily. It seems that the Hidden Mist Academy only needs to come to the 3rd level of the Tower of Trials to recruit 10-star students. Facing the 1st level of the 3rd level of the Tower of Trials, Duan Ling Tian repeatedly teleported to avoid the array genie's attacks. He was not in a hurry to make a move, so he wasted a lot of time. Outside the Tower of Trials, the old man was stunned. It has been almost 15 minutes. Could it be that the little guy knows that the 10-star student exam is over here, so he did not continue? In his opinion, with the strength that the little guy had shown when he passed the second level of the Tower of Trials, it would not be difficult for him to pass the first 5 levels of the third level. Moreover, if he was trying to pass the levels, he should have passed the first level of the third level by now. Just as the old man frowned, he saw the candlelight on the third level of the Tower of Trials light up a little. This meant that the first level of the third level of the Tower of Trials had been passed. It seems that he doesn't know. Seeing that the first level of the Tower of Trials had been passed, the old man smiled. His eyes flashed with curiosity. This little guy. Will he challenge the 6th level of the third level? I'm really curious, what kind of expression will he have at that time? In the history of the Hidden Mist Academy, no one had ever passed the 6th test of the third floor. In fact, in the history of the Hidden Fog sect, not a single disciple under 3,000 years of age had passed. That checkpoint was also known as the checkpoint of death by the Hidden Fog Academy and even the Hidden Fog sect. While the old man was still lost in his thoughts, Duan Lingtian had already begun the second challenge of the third floor. To him, this trial was still as easy as blowing off dust. However, he still held back and deliberately delayed for some time. Time passed. Duan Lingtian spent. Well, after delaying for some time, he successfully passed the 5th level of the Tower of Trials. Then, after seeing the 6th level of the Tower of Trials, he knew that he couldn't continue. If he continued, the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy, Murong Suifeng, would come to see him personally. Even if the sect master of the Hidden Fog sect knew about him, he wouldn't be able to sit still. The 6th level of the Tower of Trials was not something a 10-star student of the Hidden Fog Academy could pass. In fact, Duan Lingtian was sure that he could pass. In the history of the Hidden Fog Academy, no 10-star student had ever passed this level. This was because when he faced the 6th level of the third floor of the Tower of Trials, without using the 4 daos of heaven and earth or the 7 orifices exquisite sword, he would need to use all his strength to pass the 6th level of the Tower of Trials. Compared to the 5th level of the third floor of the Tower of Trials, the difficulty was on a completely different level. For the 5th level of the Tower of Trials, even if Duan Lingtian used an ordinary divine weapon, without using the 4 daos of heaven and earth or the 7 orifices exquisite sword, he could easily pass the 5th level of the Tower of Trials in a few breaths of time. However, the 6th level would be very difficult. Help! Duan Lingtian pretended to be struggling to resist the attacks of the 6th level of the Tower of Trials as he shouted. Although he felt awkward, there was nothing he could do. In this situation, it seemed like he could only shout like this to make the old man outside think that he couldn't win and ask for help. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt very helpless. He just wanted to keep a low profile. Why was it so difficult? Chapter 36-35. Outside the Tower of Trials, the old man smiled when he heard the call for help. He wasn't surprised. If the old man hadn't asked for help, he would have been surprised. After all, even the most outstanding superior god of the Hidden Fog sect would find it difficult to pass the 6th test on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials, let alone a lesser god or intermediate god. And this was under the condition that they used a divine artifact. As the old man raised his hand, a beam of light shot out from his hand. It was a bead wrapped in dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, it landed on the top of the Tower of Trials. After the bead was placed on top of the Tower of Trials, it fit perfectly. In the next moment, the light above the Tower of Trials dispersed. Ripples spread out from the bead at the top of the Tower of Trials. They rotated downwards and enveloped the entire Tower of Trials. At the same time, the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials shone brightly. Then, as a beam of light shot out from the Tower of Trials, a figure appeared at the right time. It was Duan Lingtian, who had been sent into the Tower of Trials. Congratulations! As soon as Duan Lingtian came out, the old man looked at him and congratulated him with a smile. You have passed our Hidden Fog Academy's recruitment test for 10-star students. From today onwards, you are a 10-star student of our Hidden Fog Academy. I am a teacher of the Hidden Fog Academy. My name is Yun Hui. Now, when the old man faced Duan Lingtian, he was no longer as indifferent and cold as before. Instead, he was much more enthusiastic. What's your name? Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian felt the change in the old man's attitude, he didn't think much of it. Even if it was snobbish, he felt it was normal. In this world where the strong were respected, before you had enough strength, you could only be bullied. Good name. The old man smiled and asked, "Where are you from?" In response to the old man's question, Duan Lingtian made up a random place. Even if the old man tried to find him, he might not be able to find him. Moreover, when the Hidden Fog Academy recruited new students, they didn't look into the background of the students as long as they had enough talent, perception, and memory. Generally, those who displayed talent and perception were those who had great achievements at a young age. For example, a 10-star student of the Hidden Mist Academy could be considered a rare genius in 100 years in the God King level families of Tianfeng City. Among the 30 10-star students of the Hidden Mist Academy, the Zhou family, one of the God King level families of Tianfeng City, only had 2 10-star students, while the Zhong family only had 2 10-star students. Some Godly King level family clans only had 1 Godly King. A 10-star student of the Hidden Mist Academy could be considered a top genius in Skywind City. It represented the pinnacle of talent and comprehension. Of course, this was only in Wind City. In the Hidden Fog sect, which was located behind the Hidden Fog Academy, there were even more talented disciples. Moreover, they weren't any less talented than the 10-star disciples of the Hidden Fog Academy. As for the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star students, although there weren't as many as the hairs on an ox in the Hidden Fog sect, there were still hundreds and thousands of them. Moreover, they were all around the same age as the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star students. These people were all inner sect disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. Now, the teacher of Wuxia Academy, Yun Hui, who was in charge of the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star student recruitment, was so enthusiastic towards Duan Lingtian. It wasn't because Duan Lingtian had passed the 10-star student recruitment exam. If Duan Lingtian had barely passed the 10-star student recruitment exam, he wouldn't have been so indifferent. Not to mention, he was so enthusiastic now. The reason he was so enthusiastic was because Duan Lingtian's performance in the Tower of Trials had stunned him. It could even be said that it had scared him. Because he was certain, among the 30 10-star students of the Hidden Fog Academy, there was absolutely no one who could do what Duan Lingtian had done. Duan Lingtian's speed on the second floor of the Tower of Trials had even broken the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star student recruitment record. It was a brand new record, of course. This was something Duan Lingtian didn't know. As for the third floor of the Tower of Trials, although Duan Lingtian's speed had slowed down, it was still ridiculously fast. Only the first floor was slower, so it should have taken a lot of time. The second floor of the Tower of Trials took less than 200 breaths. Yun Hui thought to himself, as for the specifics, the dean will have to see it personally to know. After chatting with Duan Lingtian for a while, Yun Hui got to the point. You have successfully passed the 10-star student recruitment exam of our Hidden Fog Academy. Now, you can directly become a 10-star student of the Hidden Fog Academy. I still have to wait here for the outsiders who might come to participate in the 10-star student recruitment exam. You can follow the teacher who will come later and go through the admission procedures. The teacher I called is my junior brother. I have already talked to him. He will help you through the entire process. You just need to follow him. Yun Hui said with a smile on his face. A genius like the person in front of him would definitely graduate from the Hidden Fog Academy in the future. Even if he entered the Hidden Fog Academy, he would definitely be valued. If he performed well in the future, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become one of the higher-ups of the Hidden Fog sect. He might even have a chance to become a divine emperor. Forming a good relationship with him now would only bring him benefits and no harm. Thank you, senior. Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked him. Even if he knew that Yun Hui had some ulterior motive for taking care of him, Duan Lingtian didn't think much of it. He even thought that this was human nature. As long as one wasn't stupid, they would do this. Of course, only he knew that Yun Hui's understanding of him was still too limited. His goal wasn't to make a name for himself in the Hidden Fog sect. His goal was to use the Hidden Fog sect as a springboard to go to the Plane of Gods, the Mystic Handle Land. Whether it was the Hidden Fog Academy or the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Lingtian was destined to be a passing traveler. You will be a student of the Hidden Fog Academy in the future, and I will be a teacher of the Hidden Fog Academy. You can call me Teacher Yun Hui. There is no need to call me Senior. Yun Hui smiled. His tone was very polite. Senior brother. After a dozen breaths of time, a loud voice came from the distance. The person didn't arrive, but the voice arrived first. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian saw a swift figure appear in front of him. It was a middle-aged man with a medium build. He wore a long blue robe. His face was like jade, his eyebrows were sharp, and his eyes were sharp. However, when his gaze fell on Duan Lingtian, it softened. You are Duan Lingtian, right? I am Tong Guiyue, Yun Hui's junior brother. The middle-aged man introduced himself first. I am also a teacher of the Hidden Fog Academy. However, senior brother is a teacher of 10-star students, and I am only a teacher of 9-star students. In the Hidden Fog Academy, each level of student had a different teacher. The higher the level of the student, the higher the cultivation of their teacher, and the stronger the teacher was. For example, Yun Hui was one of the strongest teachers in the Hidden Fog Academy. His strength was second only to the Dean of the Hidden Fog Academy. In the Hidden Fog Academy, there was only the Dean, and there was no Vice Dean. If there was a Vice Dean in name only, Yun Hui and the other strongest teachers in the Hidden Fog Academy were qualified to be the Vice Dean. At the same time, Yun Hui and the other strongest teachers in the Hidden Fog Academy were also inner sect elders in the Hidden Fog sect. Of course, the weaker inner sect elders didn't have a strong presence in the Hidden Fog sect. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been assigned to the Hidden Fog Academy. Teacher Tong Guiyue. Duan Lingtian greeted Tong Guiyue with a smile. Since the other party was so enthusiastic, he naturally couldn't ignore him. Not to mention that he was weaker than Tong Guiyue now. Even if he was stronger, he couldn't ignore Tong Guiyue's enthusiasm. He couldn't treat him coldly because he wasn't the kind of person who would bully the weak. He always followed the principle of, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. Senior brother, I'll bring Duan Lingtian over. Tong Guiyue greeted Yun Hui. Yun Hui smiled and said, this time, Duan Lingtian's appearance is destined to give the stagnant 10-star students a pleasant surprise. Perhaps, the stagnant water will soon become a living water. The Hidden Fog Academy hadn't had a 10-star student in the past 30 years. The 10-star students of the Hidden Fog Academy were all familiar with each other, except for those who were removed from the list due to age. They had already decided on who was stronger and who was weaker. Usually, they would just stay among the students and cultivate. There were very few disputes. It was very, very long before a 10-star student challenged another 10-star student. Yun Hui was one of the teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star students. Usually, when he went out for the exam, he could see the 10-star students get angry. When they were in the Hidden Fog Academy, they were all like docile kittens and rarely caused trouble. This made the atmosphere among the 10-star students seem lifeless. Now, Duan Lingtian's appearance was destined to give the 10-star students a pleasant surprise. He had already foreseen this. It seems that senior brother has a lot of confidence in Duan Lingtian. Tong Guiyue smiled. Then, Tong Guiyue looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I'll take you to go through the formalities and then take you to the 10-star students' dormitory. Before taking Duan Lingtian away, Tong Guiyue also got a certificate from Yun Hui, the teacher who had taken the exam for Duan Lingtian. It proved that Duan Lingtian had passed the exam. Of course, this was only for the sake of the school's registration. Apart from that, the real thing that confirmed Duan Lingtian's passing was the Tower of Trials. The Tower of Trials was in the hands of the Hidden Fog Academy's dean. The dean could see Duan Lingtian's performance in the Tower of Trials through the floating image pearl and finally confirmed that Duan Lingtian had passed the exam. Of course, the Hidden Fog Academy's dean only personally checked the 10-star students' exam. He never asked about the other students' exams. This was because, to a certain extent, 10-star students were considered inner sect disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. The exam was the most important and they couldn't be careless. Chapter 36-36. Under Tong Guyue's lead, Duan Lingtian followed him into the sky and flew towards the depths of the Hidden Fog Academy. Usually, students are not allowed to fly in the Hidden Fog Academy. Unless there is a teacher leading the way, they will be punished. Tong Guyue said to Duan Lingtian in the sky. Then he smiled and said, "Of course, if you are a student who just entered the Hidden Fog Academy, you have an exemption. Now, even without my guidance, the Academy will at most give you a warning and won't really punish you." Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, Tong Guyue deliberately took Duan Lingtian around the Hidden Fog Academy. During this process, Duan Lingtian first saw a group of people who came to the Hidden Fog Academy to participate in the exam today. These people were distributed among the various star students. Among them, the number of people who participated in the 9-star exam was the least. There were only a few people, less than 10. Then, the number of people who participated in the 8-star exam increased. There were even more people who participated in the 7-star exam. Of course, the most people who participated in the 1-star exam were those who were under 1,000 years old. If Duan Lingtian didn't take the bone concealment pill to hide his bone age, he would be there to participate in the exam. After all, he was less than 700 years old. Of course, as long as he had the strength, he could participate in the higher star exam even though he was less than 1,000 years old. He could even participate in the 10-star exam. However, it would definitely cause a sensation. Just like his performance in the 10-star exam today. If he was still under 700 years old, not only would it shock the Hidden Fog Academy, Wind City, and even the Hidden Fog sect. If the news were to spread, even those Emperor God level forces would be alarmed. After all, there was almost no one who had such strength under 1,000 years old, even in the God Emperor level forces. Only those God Venerable level forces could produce such an existence. And even in the God Venerable level forces, such an existence was considered a heavenly pride that was heavily nurtured. They were the pillars of the God Venerable level forces in the future. That is the dormitory of the 1-star students. That is the dormitory of the 2-star students. Under Tong Guyue's guidance, Duan Lingtian was able to see the dormitories of the 1-star and 9-star students. Although they were not in the same place, they were all very close together. With Tong Guyue's explanation, Duan Lingtian learned about the surrounding buildings. "I'll take you to register first, then I'll take you to the 10-star student dormitory. The 10-star student dormitory has the best cultivation environment in the entire Hidden Mist Academy. It also has a place to help you comprehend laws of nature, but that place is competitive. The stronger the 10-star student, the longer they can stay there. I'll tell you the basics first. I'll tell you the details when I bring you over after you've registered." Under Tong Guyue's guidance, Duan Lingtian quickly completed the 10-star student registration process. At the same time, he received the 10-star student uniform. The badge on his chest was surrounded by 10 stars, which was the symbol of a 10-star student. The 10-star student dormitory is adjacent to the teacher's and the dean's residence. The place where we live is the core of the spirit gathering array. The spirit chi of heaven and earth there is even richer, so the 10-star students can enjoy everything we enjoy. In addition, the 10-star students can receive a lot of divine stones from the Academy every once in a while. Also, the Academy will issue some missions for the 10-star students. If they complete the missions, they can receive more divine stones. The Academy will regularly conduct assessments for the 10-star students. Every time, the Academy will give out rewards. There are many divine pills, divine fruits, and divine weapons that are useful to gods. On the way to the 10-star student dormitory, Tong Guyue told Duan Lingtian a lot about the 10-star students. "We're here." Under Tong Guyue's guidance, Duan Lingtian soon arrived in the air above a patch of fog. He controlled his altitude slightly and could see the courtyards surrounding the central area. The closer they were to the central area, the larger the courtyards were. The closest to the central area were 5 spacious courtyards. There were 10 courtyards on the periphery, 20 courtyards on the periphery, and 40 courtyards on the periphery. The central area shrouded in fog is where the teachers and the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy cultivate. The 75 courtyards on the periphery are the 10-star students' dormitories. As you can see, the closer you are to the central area, the larger the courtyards are. This is only on the surface. In fact, the closer you are to the central area, the denser the spirit chi of heaven and earth you can absorb for cultivation. Right now, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that you're sensing here is already considered to be very concentrated. However, it's only at the level of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that the 40 10-star students in the outermost perimeter of the Master Teacher Academy's dormitory would absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The 10-star students' dormitories are divided into 4 grades: high grade, middle grade, low grade, and low grade. The 10-star students who live in the dormitories of each grade receive different amounts of spirit stones from the academy every once in a while. This is also a competitive atmosphere created by the academy. Speaking of this, Tonggua seemed to have thought of something and sighed. However, since a long time ago, the good dormitories have been occupied by students with backgrounds. Even if they are weaker, they can still occupy a good dormitory. As for the other students, even if they are stronger than them, because they don't want to offend them, they are willing to live in a worse dormitory. Of course, there is no lack of people with strong temperaments. They will compete for the best dormitories. However, there are many of these people in the beginning, but as time goes on, there are fewer and fewer of them. This is because when these people enter the Hidden Fog sect in the future, they will be targeted by the elders of the Hidden Fog sect of the students they offended. This sort of targeting, they won't be punished by the sect if they use force. Towards the end, Tonggua's tone was filled with helplessness. 20 years ago, the dean publicly announced that any student who enters the Hidden Fog sect and encounters unfair treatment can look for him. However, those students have long been enslaved. In addition, there are no new 10-star students, so the environment of the 10-star dormitories is still like a pool of stagnant water. After hearing Tonggua's words, Duan Lingtian also understood the meaning behind Yun Hui's words. He obviously felt that he could be the one to break the silence of the 10-star dormitories. There are a total of 5 high-grade dormitories, 10 middle-grade dormitories, and 20 low-grade dormitories. These dormitories are all occupied. Our Hidden Fog Academy has 37 10-star students, and only 2 of them live in the low-grade dormitories. You are a new student, so according to the rules, you can only live in the low-grade dormitories. However, you can apply to challenge the people in the low-grade dormitories. As long as you put up a challenge card and there is someone in the dormitory, the other party must accept the challenge within a month. Otherwise, their right to live in the low-grade dormitory will be forcefully revoked and they will be banished to the low-grade dormitory. Tonggua continued, if you want to challenge the higher-grade dormitories, you will have to go through the levels. For example, you are currently living in the low-grade dormitory, so you are not qualified to challenge the 10-star students in the high-grade dormitories. You can only challenge the low-grade dormitories and then the middle-grade dormitories before you can challenge the high-grade dormitories. After listening to Tonggua's explanation, Duan Lingtian roughly understood the rules of the 10-star dormitories. Before coming to the realm of gods, he had encountered some forces with similar rules, so it was not difficult for him to understand Tonggua's words. Where can I get a challenge card? Duan Lingtian asked Tonggua. Do you see that building? Under Tonggua's guidance, Duan Lingtian saw a building outside the dormitory. The building was not big, but it was not small either. That's the place that provides all kinds of services to the 10-star students, Tonggua said. Whether it's to challenge the higher-grade dormitories or to collect divine stones and other rewards, you can only collect them from there. You just need to bring your identity token with you. Tonggua walked Duan Lingtian all the way to the low-grade dormitories before bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian. Before leaving, Tonggua said with a smile, Duan Lingnan, I hope you'll be able to live in a high-grade dormitory soon. To a certain extent, these words were meant to encourage Duan Lingtian, and he also hoped that Duan Lingtian wouldn't shrink back just because of the powerful background behind some of the 10-star students. The dean has always been a man of his word. His words are definitely not as simple as they seem. Although Tong Yue had repeatedly confirmed the credibility of the Hidden Fog Academy's dean, Duan Lingtian also knew that it was only convenient for him to act when the students who were being oppressed had evidence. Otherwise, even if he was the Hidden Fog sect's vice sect master, it would be difficult for him to casually target an inner sect disciple or even an elder without evidence. It was also because of this that the 10-star students ignored the promise he made 20 years ago. Of course, half of them were willing because they were used to being oppressed. Duan Lingtian arrived in front of one of the low-grade dormitories. He raised his hand and swept the courtyard door open. Dust flew everywhere. It was clear that no one usually cleaned this place. However, as his hands moved, his divine power turned into wind and swept the entire courtyard. Even the rooms inside were cleaned up, making the entire dormitory look brand new. It was as if there was not a speck of dust. Are you a new student who just entered the academy today? Duan Lingtian had just stepped into the courtyard when a surprised voice came from outside. Then, a figure appeared at the entrance. Looking at the person's clothes, it was obvious that he was also a 10-star student. Chapter 36-37. Yes. The 10-star student who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was a young man. He had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. His eyes shone brightly, but there was a hint of timidity on his face. He gave off an honest vibe. You're amazing. The person sighed. It has been almost 30 years since a new 10-star student appeared in our Hidden Fog Academy. Come in and talk. Duan Lingtian invited the person. My name is Duan Lingtian. What's your name? Even though Tong Yue had introduced quite a few things to him on the way here, those were all superficial things. There were many things that he wanted to understand in detail, but he couldn't keep wasting Tong Yue's time. Thus, he had already decided that he would find a way to ask the other 10-star students after moving in. Now that a 10-star student had come to his door, he naturally welcomed him with open arms. My name is Lu Jin. The newcomer gave a simple and honest smile and walked into the courtyard at the same time. In the next 2 hours, Duan Lingtian learned a lot of things he wanted to know from Lu Jin. Lu Jin even introduced him to some of the stronger 10-star students and those who stayed in the elite dormitory and intermediate dormitory. There were 5 people living in the upper-grade dormitories. 4 of them were from God King level clans in Tianfeng City, and one of them was the young sect master of a God King level sect that dominated a small city near Tianfeng City. They were not as strong as the others, but they weren't the strongest. In the middle-grade dormitories, there were many people who were stronger than them. However, these people didn't have any background, so they didn't dare to offend them. In the lower-grade dormitories, there were some people who were as strong as the upper-grade dormitories. However, they didn't have any background, so they didn't dare to compete. If they dared to compete, many of the people living in the middle-grade dormitories could move into the upper-grade dormitories. Some people in the lower-grade dormitories could move into the middle-grade dormitories. Which grade dormitory do you live in? Duan Lingtian asked Lu Jin. In the face of Duan Lingtian's question, the latter could not help but smile awkwardly. Just like you, I'm staying in a low-class dormitory. It's not because I'm afraid of the people in the low-class dormitory. Many of them have backgrounds that are even worse than mine. I'm staying in a low-grade dormitory because I'm relatively weak. I am the last person before you to become a 10-star student. I'm a little over 2,800 years old this year, and I used to be a 9-star student. Lu Jin said. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at him. Nice to meet you. Thank you for introducing so much to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian stood up and looked outside. Are you going out? Lu Jin was stunned. Put up the challenge sign. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Lu Jin was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. You plan to challenge the 10-star students in the low-rank dormitory now? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Are you going to stay here and wait for me to come back, or take me there? Although I know where to get the challenge sign, I don't know the process. If you're free, can you take me through the process? I'm free. I'll take you there. Lu Jin stood up as well. With a simple and honest smile, he led the way. 10 Stars Hall. The building that served the 10-star students was called the 10 Stars Hall. Several teachers from the Hidden Fog Academy were on duty inside. Under Lu Jin's lead, Duan Lingtian walked to the counter in the corner of the 10 Stars Hall. There was a middle-aged man sitting behind the counter, resting with his eyes closed. Duan Lingtian, if you want to challenge the 10-star students in the low-class dormitory, you can challenge the people I told you about on the way here. They are the weakest among the 10-star students in the low-class dormitory. If you challenge them, you have a higher chance of winning. Lu Jin said to Duan Lingtian with a serious face. However, Duan Lingtian only smiled when he heard Lu Jin's words. He did not give a clear answer. Lu Jin, on the other hand, thought Duan Lingtian understood, so he did not repeat himself. Teacher Chu. Lu Jin led Duan Lingtian to the counter and greeted the middle-aged man behind the counter with a smile. The middle-aged man opened his eyes and looked at Lu Jin with a smile. Lu Jin? What's wrong? Are you tired of staying in the low-class dormitory and want to challenge the low-class dormitory? Are you confident? Obviously, the middle-aged man knew Lu Jin, and from his tone, he seemed to be very familiar with Lu Jin. In fact, there were only so many 10-star students in the Hidden Fog Academy. The teachers on duty in the 10 Stars Hall all knew the 10-star students of the Hidden Fog Academy. Because some of the 10-star students had good tempers, they were very familiar with the teachers in the 10 Stars Hall. For example, Lu Jin was very familiar with the teacher in front of him. Teacher Chu, you misunderstand. Lu Jin shook his head. I came this time to bring Duan Lingtian. I believe you must have received the message and know that we have another 10-star student, right? As the teachers on duty in the 10 Stars Hall, they would receive the message when the 10-star students went through the admission procedures. Therefore, when the teacher heard Lu Jin's words, he looked at Duan Lingtian and was not too surprised. You are the 10-star student who passed the 10-star exam today, Duan Lingtian? Teacher Chu. Duan Lingtian nodded at the teacher surnamed Chu. Amazing. The teacher nodded at Duan Lingtian and smiled. Speaking of which, our Hidden Fog Academy has not had a new 10-star student for a long time. Your appearance has injected new blood into the 10-star student group. My name is Chu Fengyang, and I am the teacher on duty in the 10 Stars Hall. After Chu Fengyang finished speaking, he smiled and asked, which 10-star student do you want to challenge in the low-grade dormitory? According to the rules of the Hidden Fog Academy, when you receive the challenge token, you must choose a target. This is also convenient for the 10 Stars Hall to record. After Chu Fengyang finished asking, he explained. Anyone is fine. Duan Lingtian smiled. Teacher Chu, can you help me choose a target? At this time, Lu Jin, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, frowned slightly. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, didn't I tell you the names of the weaker 10-star students in the low-grade dormitory? You can challenge any one of them. Now, if you ask Teacher Chu to help you choose, he will either think that you are arrogant or that you look down on those 10-star students in the low-grade dormitory. Almost as soon as Lu Jin transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian, the smile on Chu Fengyang's face instantly froze. At the same time, he looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, do you really want me to help you choose? Let me remind you first. If you want me to help you choose, I will only choose one of the strongest people in the low-grade dormitory. Have you thought about it? Chu Fengyang's mouth curved into a mocking smile. He looked as if he was waiting for Duan Lingtian to change his mind. Teacher Chu, Lu Jin looked at Chu Fengyang with a bitter smile. When he was about to say something, Duan Lingtian interrupted him. He said to Chu Fengyang, Teacher Chu, then you can arrange for me the strongest 10-star student in the low-grade dormitory to be my opponent. From beginning to end, Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change. When Chu Fengyang saw Duan Lingtian's calmness, his expression turned serious. Are you serious? Does Teacher Chu think I'm joking with you? Duan Lingtian shook his head and asked. But Chu Fengyang agreed. Since you want to do this, then I will arrange a strong opponent for you. Let's choose Ding Yan. Chu Fengyang said. Now, he could see that Duan Lingtian didn't seem to care about the 10-star students in the low-grade dormitory. Because of this, he couldn't help but send a message to Yun Hui, who was in charge of the 10-star assessment. Yun Hui was his martial uncle in the Hidden Fog sect. He asked Yun Hui if Duan Lingtian had the strength to defeat the strongest people in the low-grade dormitory, and Yun Hui's answer was that as long as Duan Lingtian wanted to, not to mention a low-grade dormitory, he even had the ability to live in a high-grade dormitory. At that moment, he knew that Duan Lingtian was really confident. Hearing Chu Fengyang's words, Duan Lingtian didn't think much of it. This was because the 10-star students in the low-grade dormitory were just a springboard for him. His goal was to defeat the 10-star students in the high-grade dormitory and take the high-grade dormitory by force. Lu Jin, who was beside Duan Lingtian, couldn't help but exclaim, Ding Yan. Lu Jin, don't make a fuss. Chu Fengyang looked at Lu Jin and said bluntly, to Duan Lingtian, Ding Yan is no different from the weakest 10-star students in the low-grade dormitory. Duan Lingtian's strength is beyond your imagination. Lu Jin was stunned. You'll find out soon enough. Chu Fengyang continued, if possible, you'd better build a good relationship with Duan Lingtian. This is only beneficial for you. Teacher Chu, is Duan Lingtian very strong? Lu Jin asked curiously. It wasn't difficult for him to guess that Chu Fengyang must have heard something. Otherwise, his attitude wouldn't have changed so much. Whether he's strong or not, you'll know when you see his battle with Ding Yan. Perhaps, the battle with Ding Yan will only allow him to show the tip of the iceberg. Chu Fengyang said. Ding Yan's strength could only be ranked in the middle among the 10-star students. According to his martial uncle Yun Hui, he was obviously hinting that Duan Lingtian had the ability to defeat any 10-star student in the Hidden Fog Academy. Although he was shocked and even found it hard to believe, he was inclined to believe his martial uncle's words. This was because he knew that his martial uncle was not a person who would boast. Duan Lingtian. When Chu Fengyang looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He knew that Duan Lingtian's appearance was no different from the arrival of a wolf to the 10-star students. Chapter 36-38. Today was the day of the Hidden Fog Academy's recruitment. Some 10-star students didn't know about it, while some 10-star students did. However, not many people cared because no one thought that a new 10-star student would join this year. After all, there hadn't been a new 10-star student in the past 30 years. Besides, the 10-star students who could join the Hidden Fog Academy today could be said to be outsiders. In terms of outsiders, not counting the 9-star students who passed the exam to become 10-star students, it had been 100 years since an outsider passed the exam and became a 10-star student. In another 50 years, I will graduate and enter the Hidden Fog sect to become an inner sect disciple. In the 10-star student dormitory group, 2 people were sitting at a table in a low-grade dormitory. They were drinking tea and chatting. You will be free soon. I still have to wait another 100 years. The other person sighed. The rules set by the academy are too rigid. If you want to graduate early and become an inner sect disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, you have to break the record set by a 10-star student in the past. It is said that this rule was set by the Hidden Fog sect to let the 10-star students cultivate. After all, if you go to the Hidden Fog sect, the competition will be even greater. That place isn't like the normal students. The oldest student there is no older than 3,000 years old. That place is filled with geniuses who are thousands of years old. Even if you have the same talent and perception, they are twice or thrice older than you. What do you have to compete with them? That being said, but as the saying goes, only with competitiveness comes motivation. Although there is competition among us 10-star students, it is more of a competition based on status and background. As the 2 of them chatted, they subconsciously glanced toward the depths of the 10-star student dormitory with a hint of enmity in their eyes. The 10-star dormitory was the best of the 5 high-grade dormitories. Only one of them was able to get in by relying on strength. The other 4 were able to get in by relying on their status and background. Regardless of their status and background, with their strength, they would at most be able to stay in a medium-grade dormitory. But just as the 2 were drinking cup after cup of tea gloomily, a light sound suddenly came from the entrance of another low-grade dormitory. In this quiet environment, it was particularly harsh. While both of them were still in a daze, a voice resonated from outside. Ding Yan, our Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star student, Duan Ling Tian, has passed the assessment today. He's here to challenge you. You know the rules, so there's no need to explain them. Don't waste too much time, lest you lose without a fight. After the voice was heard, the 2 exchanged glances. This is the voice of 10 Stars Hall's teacher Chu Fengyang? I think so. The next moment, the 2 of them stood up tacitly and walked out of the courtyard. At a glance, they saw 3 figures standing in front of the low-rank dormitory. They recognized 2 of them. Teacher Chu Fengyang, who was in the 10 Stars Hall, and Lu Jin, who was at the bottom of the 10 Stars Hall, were present. Other than the 2 of them, there was another figure standing proudly at the side. This was a young man in purple clothes. He had a handsome appearance, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and an extraordinary temperament. With just a glance, it made them feel ashamed of their inferiority. He is the new 10-star student that was recruited today? Didn't teacher Chu Fengyang already say that? Moreover, he even put up the challenge card. In our Hidden Fog Academy, it has been hundreds of years since an outsider became a 10-star student, right? The 2 of them were shocked. At the same time, they silently remembered the name of this young man in purple clothes. He was Duan Ling Tian. A new student? Not long after Chu Fengyang finished speaking, a creaking sound came from the courtyard. Then, a red figure walked out of the room and arrived in front of the courtyard in the blink of an eye. As soon as he approached, the courtyard door automatically opened to both sides. Of course, the courtyard door wouldn't open by itself. He used his own strength and aura to open the courtyard door. After walking out of the courtyard door, he took down the challenge card hanging on the door. Duan Ling Tian? At the same time, he looked at the purple figure standing at the side. Teacher Chu, is he Duan Ling Tian? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was also sizing up the person who came out of the courtyard. He knew that this was Ding Yan, the person that Chu Fengyang chose for him to challenge. Ding Yan was nearly 2 meters tall. He wore a red robe and had a resolute face. A pair of tiger-like eyebrows gave off a majestic aura. He stood there like an iron tower, and his body seemed to be constantly emitting a fiery aura. Ding Yan was an expert in the law of fire. On the way here, Lu Jin had told Duan Ling Tian about this through voice transmission. That's right. Chu Fengyang replied. At the same time, he said straightforwardly, Ding Yan, you know the rules, so I won't say much. Since you're here, let's set a time. No need. Ding Yan shook his head. Since you're here, Teacher Chu, you don't have to make a trip in the future. Let's do it now. It's good that I haven't had a chance to relax in a long time. Ding Yan looked deeply at Duan Ling Tian as he spoke. However, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. New student, you're quite strong to be able to pass the 10-star assessment. However, you've just entered and you're already thinking of seizing my low-grade dorm room. I can only say that you've picked the wrong person. Today, let me, your senior brother, teach you how to behave properly. Young man, don't dream of reaching the heavens in a single step. Ding Yan's tone was lecturing. Of course, if you need time to prepare, I can give you. Just as Ding Yan was about to speak again, Duan Ling Tian finally spoke. However, his tone was extremely calm. It was as though he was not affected by Ding Yan's mockery at all. There's no need. If you think you can do it now, then let's do it now. Since Teacher Chu is here, he can help me write a new challenge plaque and hang it in the high-grade dorm room. The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, apart from Chu Fengyang who had a wry smile on his face, Lu Jin who was standing next to him looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. Ding Yan, on the other hand, was stunned for a moment before he could not help but laugh. Boy, Do you mean you can defeat me? Teacher Chu, do I need to go to a specific location to challenge him? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Chu Fengyang. He no longer paid attention to Ding Yen. Chu Fengyang nodded. You need to go to the challenge platform behind the 10 Stars Hall. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he glanced at Ding Yen and said indifferently, if you're unwilling to admit defeat, then bring me to the challenge platform now. Ding Yan's eyes gleamed coldly. Since you want to embarrass yourself, I'll fulfill your wish. After he finished speaking, he led the way in front. Duan Lingtian followed closely behind him. As for Chu Fengyang and Lu Jin, they followed suit. From the beginning until the end, many people from the low-grade dorm nearby had come out to watch. In the beginning, they did not know what was going on. However, they finally realized what was going on in the end. Ding Yen is being challenged? The new student who challenged him is called Duan Lingtian? Is he a 10-star student who passed the recruitment test today? He just came in and he wants to stay in the low-grade dorm room? Even if he wants to stay in the low-grade dorm room, there's no need for him to challenge Ding Yen, right? Ding Yen is one of the strongest 10-star students in our lower-tier dormitory. There are only a few others who are on par with him. However, at most, they'll be on par with him. That's right. Ding Yen specializes in the law of fire. In terms of combat strength, even those who are on par with him are slightly inferior to him to a certain extent. I still don't understand. Why would that new student choose Ding Yen as his opponent? A group of Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star students walked out of the low-grade dorm. They were all curious, but in the end, they still followed to watch the fun. It had been a long time since any of the 10-star students took the initiative to challenge another person. Even if there were occasional challenges, it was just a small matter. Moreover, they all had a certain understanding of each other's strength. As for today's two protagonists, although they knew one of them, the other person was completely unfamiliar to them. The other person was a 10-star student who had just entered today's recruitment test. Let's go. Let's watch the fun. I have to send a voice transmission to Wang Dong and ask him to join in the fun. At first, only the 10-star students followed Duan Lingtian and Ding Yen to watch the fun. However, gradually, more and more 10-star students walked out of the low-grade dorm room. There were even some who walked out of the middle-grade dorm room. After coming out, they all walked in the same direction. 10 Stars Hall. To be precise, it was the challenge stage behind the 10 Stars Hall. The existence of the 10 Stars Palace was to serve the 10-star students. Other than the 10 Stars Palace being able to handle the various procedures of the 10-star students, there were also many challenge platforms set up behind the 10 Stars Palace for the 10-star students to challenge each other. Today's challenge stage was originally empty. However, as time passed, more and more people came. Of course, the people who came were mainly here to watch the fun. Under everyone's gaze, Duan Lingtian stood in the air above the challenge stage, facing Ding Yen. He's Duan Lingtian? The new student who just arrived today? I didn't expect that after 100 years, our Hidden Fog Academy would recruit another 10-star student. Being able to pass the 10-star assessment means that his strength is not bad. He's not inferior to the weaker ones among us. He just entered and he already challenged Ding Yen, one of the strongest 10-star students in the low-grade dorm room. He's really a newborn calf that isn't afraid of a tiger. I heard that he challenged Ding Yen because teacher Chu Fengyang suggested it. More and more people came. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 people had gathered. That was half of the 10-star students. Clearly, it was human nature to watch the fun. Whether it was humans or gods, it was the same. Chapter 36-39. There were more than a dozen 10-star students around the stage. Even Chu Fengyang, a teacher from the Hidden Fog Academy, was there. In fact, at that very moment, all of the teachers in the 10 Stars Hall that had nothing to do had also arrived beside Chu Fengyang. Together with Chu Fengyang, they began to observe the two figures standing in confrontation in the distant sky. Teacher Chu Fengyang, who do you think will win today? A middle-aged man in a brown robe stood beside Chu Fengyang. He narrowed his eyes and asked Chu Fengyang with a smile. He was also one of the teachers from the Hidden Fog Academy and was on duty at the 10 Stars Hall today. Teacher Yuan, you're quite familiar with Ding Yan. Do you think he'll win this battle? Chu Fengyang asked with a smile. 10-star students would more or less interact with some teachers. Some of the teachers would take care of the outstanding 10-star students. Of course, there were also 10-star students who weren't that outstanding who were familiar with the teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy. Lu Jin was one of the latter. Teacher Chu Fengyang, don't you think Ding Yan will win? When Teacher Yuan heard Chu Fengyang's words, he looked deeply at Chu Fengyang. Teacher Chu, do you know something? As far as I know, Teacher Yun Hui, who's in charge of the academy's recruitment, is your martial uncle, right? As he spoke, the teacher surnamed Yuan's gaze became even more profound. Teacher Yuan, aren't you overthinking things? Chu Fengyang shook his head with a smile. He obviously didn't intend to tell the truth. I'm not saying I don't think Ding Yan will win. I just think that since Duan Lingtian dares to challenge Ding Yan, he must be confident. Otherwise, why would he choose to challenge Ding Yan, who is one of the strongest in the low-rank dormitory, when there are so many other 10-star students in the low-rank dormitory? Teacher Chu, you're right. At this time, the other teachers from the Hidden Fog Academy nodded in agreement. Teacher Yuan snorted. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. This new student probably doesn't know anything about the 10-star students in the low-grade dormitory. That's why he dares to challenge Ding Yan. You should know that some of the 10-star students in the low-grade dormitory can't even last 10 moves against Ding Yan. Even if a 10-star student lives in a dormitory of the same level, their strength might not be close. Teacher Yuan's words clearly showed that he was not optimistic about Duan Lingtian. Teacher Yuan's words make sense. An elderly-looking teacher nodded. However, we'll just have to wait and see. After all, the two of them are about to fight. Teacher Chu, let them do it. Another teacher said to Chu Fengyang. Due to the fact that Chu Fengyang was the witness to the battle, the start of the battle was also announced by Chu Fengyang. At this very moment, Ding Yan, who was facing off against Duan Lingtian, was also waiting for Chu Fengyang to open his mouth. In fact, he had become somewhat impatient from waiting. As for Duan Lingtian, he did not know about this rule. However, since Ding Yan did not make a move, he naturally would not make a move either. After all, with his current strength, challenging Ding Yan was already an unfair victory. If he were to make the first move and gain the upper hand by making the first move, it would truly be somewhat shameless. Let's begin. Finally, Chu Fengyang opened his mouth. The moment Chu Fengyang opened his mouth, a cold light flashed in Ding Yan's eyes. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "Brat, I'd like to see where you get the confidence to defeat me and even challenge a 10-star student in a middle-grade dormitory." As soon as he finished speaking, the tall Ding Yan's scarlet robe fluttered in the absence of wind. As waves of flames swept out from his body, Ding Yan's entire body was bathed in the glow of the flames. He was like a fire phoenix that had undergone nirvana. At the same time, waves of hot aura swept out in all directions, causing the onlookers to feel the heat wave that pounced on their faces. At the same time, the fusion of the 6 laws of fire appeared in a timely manner. The standard for becoming a 10-star student in the Hidden Fog Academy was to become a god, comprehend all the laws of a certain law to the realm of greater mastery, and master the fusion of 2 laws of that law. However, the strength Ding Yan displayed now was even stronger. After mastering the fusion of 3 laws of fire, even among the 10-star students in the Hidden Fog Academy, in terms of strength, he could be ranked in the middle. He could suppress more than half of the 10-star students. The fusion of 3 laws of fire. Ding Yan's strength is indeed terrifying. As expected of one of the strongest few in the low-class dormitory. It's said that Ding Yan's strength isn't just in fire elemental laws of nature. The bloodline power within him is the Berserk bloodline, which can allow a lesser deity to soar to the level of an intermediate deity within a short period of time. There are many people in the realm of gods who possess bloodline power. However, there aren't many in the vicinity of Tianfeng City. Normally, only those powerful clans and sects would have the existence of bloodline power. I've never heard of Ding Yan having a powerful background. The power of the bloodline comes from the strongest. Ding Yan has the power of the bloodline, but he doesn't necessarily have a powerful background. Some people with thin bloodlines of the strongest are lucky enough to awaken the power of the bloodline. Many of the surrounding 10-star students had already begun to discuss Ding Yan's strength, and even more had mentioned the power of Ding Yan's bloodline. Bloodline power? Duan Lingtian was no stranger to bloodline power. In the past, when he was still in the Devata realms, he knew Ling Jueyun from the Ling clan in the Divine Offering Land. He had seen Ling Jueyun with bloodline power before. The natives of the realms of gods, as long as their ancestors were not from the Devata realms, would have the bloodline of a supreme expert. It was just a matter of how much of it there was. If one's bloodline was thin, it would be difficult to awaken the bloodline power. However, if one's bloodline was thick, one would be able to awaken the bloodline power. There were all kinds of bloodline powers. Some native clans in the realms of gods had the same bloodline power, but some native clans in the realms of gods had different bloodlines. Naturally, there were more of the former. For example, Ling Jueyun had mastered the bloodline power. According to him, all the direct descendants of the Ling clan had mastered the bloodline power. Berserk bloodline? Interesting. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding 10-star students, Duan Lingtian's calm gaze flickered for a moment. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Ding Yan stared at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that was like a bolt of lightning, and he sneered. I'll give you the time of 3 breaths to prepare. I'll make my move after 3 breaths, lest others say that I, Ding Yan, have an unfair advantage. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian shook his head. You can make your move now. I'll ask Teacher Chu to hang my challenge token in the medium-grade dormitory after I'm done with you. How arrogant! Ding Yan was not the only one who thought Duan Lingtian was arrogant. Other than Chu Fengyang and Lu Jin, everyone else also thought Duan Lingtian was arrogant. Teacher Chu, this Duan Lingtian you think highly of is really arrogant. I hope he has the ability. Otherwise, it won't end well. Even if he doesn't lose anything, he'll become the laughingstock of the Hidden Fog Academy. Teacher Yuan, who had a good relationship with Ding Yan, said to Chu Fengyang mockingly. If things get to that point, he'll have to take responsibility for his actions. Chu Fengyang shrugged. The more arrogant and calm Duan Lingtian was, the more he felt that his martial uncle was telling the truth. This Duan Lingtian was indeed not ordinary. Ding Yan is going to make his move. This new student has successfully angered Ding Yan. Under the exclamations of many surrounding 10-star students, Ding Yan finally made his move. His body swayed and it was as though the god of fire had descended. The flames on his body soared and covered the sky. It was as though the entire world had turned into a sea of flames in an instant. Ding Yan did not waste any more words. He decided to use his tyrannical strength to defeat this new student in front of him and make him lose all face. At the same time, facing the menacing Ding Yan, Duan Lingtian only raised his eyelids lazily. He then raised his hand, and a majestic divine power rose. An aura more profound than Ding Yan's divine power spread out. Intermediate deity. This Duan Lingen is actually an intermediate deity. As Duan Lingtian's divine power bloomed, everyone present was shocked. They did not expect that Duan Lingtian was actually an intermediate deity. As it was rude to use one's divine consciousness to spy on others, even Chu Fengyang did not use his divine consciousness to check Duan Lingtian's cultivation level. Now that he saw Duan Lingtian displaying the strength of an intermediate deity, he was equally shocked. This new student is actually an intermediate deity? An intermediate deity who's not even 2,800 years old? His talent is truly monstrous. No wonder he dares to challenge Ding Yan. So he's an intermediate deity. While the 10-star students were shocked, Ding Yan was also shocked. However, at the same time, he activated his bloodline power at once. As soon as the Berserk bloodline was activated, his divine power also boiled and rose by a level. Boom! Rumble! As Ding Yan activated his bloodline energy to go berserk, he, a lesser-ranked deity, turned into an intermediate-ranked deity in just a blink of an eye. He charged toward Duan Ling Tian with a terrifying flame energy. Ding Yan is not planning to give Duan Ling Tian a chance to dodge. He's planning to defeat Duan Ling Tian in his berserk state. The sudden turn of events also allowed many people to see through Ding Yan's intentions. Duan Ling Tian was an intermediate deity. If Ding Yan did not use his berserk bloodline power, he might not necessarily be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian even if his comprehension of laws of nature was stronger than Duan Ling Tian's. After all, the difference in cultivation level was obvious. However, he was not giving Duan Ling Tian a chance to dodge now. It was obvious that he wanted to defeat Duan Ling Tian in one go with his berserk state. Chapter 3640. The spectating 10-star students and several teachers couldn't help but narrow their eyes at the scene before them. Duan Ling Tian is probably going to lose. Ding Yan made the first move to gain the upper hand. Now that he's activated the power of his berserk bloodline, his cultivation has stepped into the realm of intermediate deity in a short period of time. His current cultivation is comparable to Duan Ling Tian's. Coupled with the strength of the laws he comprehended, it won't be difficult for him to defeat Duan Ling Tian. Based on the current situation, unless Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of laws is stronger than Ding Yan's, he's bound to lose. I think so too. How old is Duan Ling Tian? It's already amazing that his cultivation has reached its current realm. Moreover, it's obvious that he spent a lot of time on his cultivation. Under such circumstances, it'll be harder for him to catch up to Ding Yan in terms of comprehension of laws. That's right. Unless he's a rare genius disciple from the Hidden Fog sect behind our academy, or an outstanding disciple from a God Emperor or God Venerable level force, it's impossible for him to defeat the berserk Ding Yan at such a young age with a cultivation of intermediate deity. Now, most people weren't optimistic about Duan Ling Tian's chances. Even Lu Jin, who had been informed by Chu Fengyang, couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat when he saw the scene before him. Only Chu Fengyang had a calm expression on his face. The reason he was so calm was because he believed in his martial uncle Yun Hui. Berserk bloodline? Now, Duan Ling Tian was facing Ding Yan, who had gone berserk and whose flames had surged even further. His expression remained calm, but there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. When Ding Yan arrived in front of them, everyone thought that he had been scared silly. His figure swayed and actually turned into an afterimage. Ding Yan's attack missed. It's the profundity of teleportation. The profundity of teleportation from the law of airborne. Duan Ling Tian specializes in the law of space. Under everyone's gaze, Duan Ling Tian teleported and appeared at a higher place, looking down at Ding Yan from afar. I'm afraid Ding Yan is going to lose. An intermediate deity who has comprehended the spatial law's great mastery teleportation profound meaning. Apart from those who are proficient in wind elemental laws of nature who have comprehended a specific fusion of two profound meanings, those who are proficient in other laws of nature will never be able to catch up to the former unless they have comprehended a fusion of three profound meanings. Ding Yan has lost. The situation in front of them had taken a turn for the better, and it made the spectators realize that they had overlooked a problem. If Duan Ling Tian was proficient in the laws of space, then he would have been able to dodge Ding Yan's attacks and engage in a tug-of-war with Ding Yan, exhausting Ding Yan's berserk bloodline power. After all, Ding Yan's berserk bloodline power couldn't be maintained for long. The berserk bloodline power could only be maintained for 15 minutes. Furthermore, there would be a certain burden on the human body afterwards, resulting in some side effects. Boom! After Ding Yan's attack missed its target, the flames on his body surged even more. Subsequently, he transformed into a fireball and charged toward Duan Ling Tian again with a whoosh sound. Whoosh. Duan Ling Tian teleported again and dodged Ding Yan's attack with ease. After a few rounds, Ding Yan bellowed in exasperation, "Duan Lingyan, is dodging all you can do? Coward! Coward!" Ding Yan was exasperated. If this continued, 15 minutes would pass very quickly. By then, his berserk bloodline power would fade away, and he would revert to his original form. By then, disregarding the burden on him from the side effects, it would be difficult for him to defeat his opponent even without the side effects. After all, there was a difference of 1 cultivation level between the two of them. Now, Ding Yan was even feeling a little regretful. If he had known that this fellow was an intermediate deity who was proficient in the laws of space, he would never have engaged in this battle with him. To him, giving up his dormitory was nothing. With his strength, he could easily challenge another 10-star student who was staying in a low-grade dormitory and snatch his dormitory. All he had to do was change his place to cultivate. The cultivation environment was no different. Duan Lingtian frowned. Then, a sarcastic smile appeared at the corners of his lips. Ding Yan, do you think I'm deliberately stalling for time? Aren't you? Ding Yan sneered. Of course not. Duan Lingtian said calmly, I'm just curious about your bloodline power and want to take a good look at it. Since you're in a hurry to lose, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. The divine power all over his body changed and integrated with the restless space element. Then he raised his hand casually, and a space storm brewed. The 4 types of dual profundities of the laws of space merged perfectly like 4 dark thunderclouds converging. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian flipped his palm over and struck. Bang! There was a loud bang as though it was earth-shattering. The violent thunderbolt power hit the void at the moment Duan Lingtian flipped his palm over. Then, it sputtered and condensed into 6 thunder walls, made entirely of thunderbolts that closed in on Ding Yan from all directions. Bush, 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 bush. The 4 electric walls led the way, blocking Ding Yan, who had just reacted, from all directions. Then, one of the thunder walls blocked Ding Yan's path. Then, another thunder wall fell from the sky and covered Ding Yan's path. The 6 thunder walls arrived first, forming a square-shaped cage that trapped Ding Yan within. It was only at this moment that the crowd came to their senses one after another when they heard the loud rumbles coming from the lightning cage. Amazing! Chu Fenyang's eyes lit up. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so decisive in his attack, trapping Ding Yan in the shackles of thunderbolts. The hidden Fog Academy teachers next to him were all dumbfounded. As for the teacher surnamed Yuan, who had a good relationship with Ding Yan, he could not hide the shock on his face. How is this possible? He's a young man less than 2,800 years old. Not only is he an intermediate god, but he has also comprehended the fusion of 4 types of dual profundities of the laws of space. It should be noted that even Ding Yan had only comprehended the fusion of 3 types of dual profundities of the laws of fire. Moreover, the laws of space was one of the 4 supreme laws. Comprehending the fusion of 3 types of dual profundities was only harder than comprehending the fusion of 4 types of dual profundities of the laws of fire. The most important thing was that, not only was Duan Lingtian less than 2,800 years old, but he was also an intermediate god. Since when did such a monstrous existence appear in Skywind City? At this moment, apart from shock, there was only shock in the heart of the teacher surnamed Yuan. At the same time, the surrounding 10-star students also came to their senses, their faces full of shock. Heavens! Am I seeing things? This new student of ours has comprehended the fusion of 4 types of dual profundities of the laws of space? The requirement for the student recruitment is for a 10-star student to be under 2,800 years old. In other words, he's younger than 2,800 years old, which means that he's younger than most of us here. Most of the 10-star students of the Hidden Fog Academy were over 2,800 years old. Only a few were under 2,800 years old. In the Hidden Fog Academy, a 9-star student would only be forced to participate in the 10-star assessment when they were 2,800 years old. If they couldn't pass, they would either have to leave the Hidden Fog Academy or go to the Hidden Fog sect to become an outer disciple. I thought he would lose to Ding Yan. Now that I think about it, I really underestimated him. I really didn't expect such a heaven-defying character to appear after such a long time without a new 10-star student. Could this be the so-called accumulation is the key to success? Such a character, even if he went to any God-Emperor level faction, they would be very happy to accept him and even focus on nurturing him. As the 10-star students looked at the purple figure standing in the distance, Lu Jin, who was the first to meet Duan Lingtian, was dumbfounded. He never expected Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. Teacher Chu Fengyang didn't lie to him. Let's end this. Under everyone's gaze, Duan Lingtian raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Have mercy! Seeing this, Chu Fengyang's expression changed. The expressions of the other teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy also changed. Even the teacher surnamed Yuan, who had a good relationship with Ding Yan, was too late to stop him. Boom! Rumble! He accompanied by waves of thunderous booms, the 6 lightning bolts that imprisoned Ding Yan exploded simultaneously. A frightening lightning storm swept out like a dazzling firework. It was a gorgeous sight to behold. A scream followed. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. However, hearing this scream, Chu Fengyang and the other teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that Duan Lingtian didn't kill him. Under the gazes of the crowd, the power of lightning receded. After that, a wretched figure appeared before their eyes. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched when they saw Ding Yan's current state. At that moment, Ding Yan's clothes were in tatters. Not a single piece of them could be found intact. His long hair had also been burned away. He had become bald. His exposed skin was also riddled with holes. However, the wounds were not deep. The flames on Ding Yan's body rose again, blocking everyone's view. In the blink of an eye, the flames extinguished. Ding Yan had changed into a scarlet robe, and the wounds on his body had formed faint scars. However, his long, valiant hair didn't grow back. Ding Yan looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you're an intermediate god? Why didn't you tell me earlier that you've comprehended the fusion of 4 types of the law of space? If you had told me earlier, I would have given you my lousy dormitory. Do you really have to do this? When Ding Yan spoke again, he sounded like an aggrieved little wife. This scene caused everyone to be dumbstruck. It was easy to imagine what kind of scene it would be if a tall and handsome young man acted like a little girl. Chapter 3641. Although Ding Yan was extremely arrogant earlier, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, he was just a little hot-tempered. Therefore, he had stopped in time just now. Not only did he not kill Ding Yan, but he also did not even seriously injure Ding Yan. In the face of Ding Yan's girlish questioning, even though Duan Lingtian was as calm as still water, he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Was this big guy a man or a woman? If he was a woman, would any man fancy him with such a boorish appearance? Teacher Chu. While everyone was still in shock, Duan Lingtian's gaze had already landed on Chu Fengyang. Now, I'm considered a 10-star student in the low-grade dormitory, right? Chu Fengyang nodded. You defeated Ding Yan. From now on, you're a 10-star student in low-grade dormitory number 2. There were a total of 20 low-grade dormitories. Although the cultivation environment was the same for all of them, they were still numbered from number 1 to number 20 in order to distinguish them. Teacher Chu, help me choose another 10-star student in the middle-grade dormitory as my next challenge target. I want to stay in that high-grade dormitory as soon as possible. Yes, I don't need him to be very weak. I just need him to be able to fight me as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian spoke again, directly saying that he wanted to challenge a 10-star student in the middle-grade dormitory. Even though Duan Lingtian had already displayed shocking strength earlier, many people still thought that he was being arrogant now. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, it was certain that he would be able to stay in the middle-grade dormitory. However, based on the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed so far, he would only be ranked in the middle-upper range in the middle-grade dormitory. This was because there were people in the middle-grade dormitory who were not only intermediate gods who had mastered the fusion of 4 types of profound meanings but also had special bloodlines. Moreover, there was more than one person. Of course, those 3 people were all close to 3,000 years old and about to graduate. Moreover, they did not comprehend any of the 4 supreme laws of nature. In terms of talent and comprehension, they were not as good as Duan Lingtian. SAP? As Duan Lingtian's voice fell, not only Chu Fengyang and the other teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy, but also most of the 10-star students present, all looked at the two people who were also spectating. One of them was a middle-aged man in a blue robe, and the other was a young man in a gray-white robe. They are we 10-star students from the middle-ranked dormitory? Seeing that everyone was looking at the two of them, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw them. Duan Lingtian. One of them was the first to speak. I actually really want to spar with you, but I'm currently in the midst of a breakthrough, so I have to rush back to cultivate. If you want to challenge me, that's fine, but you'll have to wait until I come out of seclusion and the deadline for the challenge. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left in a hurry. When the other person saw this, he said, Duan Lingnan, I'm the same. Although I want to fight with you, I don't have the strength to. If you want to challenge me, I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a while. After he finished speaking, he also quickly left. The two 10-star students who lived in the middle-ranked dormitory ran away faster than rabbits. Seeing this scene, the other 10-star students couldn't help but sneer. What two cowards! They know that they are no match for Duan Lingtian, and seeing that Duan Lingtian is anxious to challenge the 10-star students in the middle-ranked dormitory, they actually came up with this idea to avoid the battle. Actually, it's normal. Although they are stronger than Ding Yan, they are not much stronger. As existences at the bottom of the 10-star students in the medium-grade dormitory, they know their limits and know that they aren't a match for Duan Lingtian. But I really didn't expect that our Hidden Fog Academy would have such a monster like Duan Lingtian this time. I don't know if Duan Lingtian has the bloodline power. If he does, he might be able to defeat any of the 10-star students in the middle-ranked dormitory. If he doesn't, with the strength he has shown so far, he is still no match for those three. Those three have the strength to occupy the high-ranked dormitory. But because of the deterrence of the other three, they didn't challenge those three who live in the high-ranked dormitory. The scene in front of them made Chu Fengyang and the other teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy speechless. Duan Lingtian. Chu Fengyang looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a wry smile, If you challenge the other students in the middle-ranked dormitory, I'm afraid you will have to delay and avoid the battle. If you want to be quick, I'm afraid you have no choice but to challenge the strongest three. I'm fine with it. Duan Lingtian nodded. I just sent a message to Hongjun. At this time, the teacher named Yuan who was not far from Chu Fengyang looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Hongjun is also a 10-star student in the middle-ranked dormitory. If you challenge him, he is willing to accept your challenge and can come over now. What do you think? Chu Fengyang nodded as well. Duan Lingtian, Hongjun is one of the three strongest students in the middle-ranked dormitory. Since teacher Yuan Lei has contacted him for you, you can challenge him if you want to be quick. Then I'll have to trouble you, teacher Yuan. Duan Lingtian looked at Yuan Lei and smiled faintly. Yuan Lei could not help but frown when he saw this. Why did it seem like he was helping Duan Lingtian? After all, he had contacted Hongjun out of selfishness. Just now, when Duan Lingtian fought with Ding Yan, he thought highly of Ding Yan, who had a good relationship with him. However, the final result was like a ruthless slap to his face. Although no one made fun of him after that, he still felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Because of this, when he heard that Duan Lingtian could challenge any of the 10-star students in the middle-ranked dormitory as long as they could fight quickly, he immediately contacted Hongjun. He had a good relationship with Hongjun. Moreover, Hongjun's strength could be ranked in the top 5 among all the 10-star students in the Hidden Fog Academy. With his strength, he could fight his way into the high-ranked dormitory. However, because the three people who occupied the high-ranked dormitory had extraordinary backgrounds, Hongjun did not dare to provoke them easily. Even Yuan Lei himself was not willing to provoke the three of them. Although the three of them were nothing, the families behind them had people who held high positions in the Hidden Fog sect. Although they were not particularly high positions, they were still higher than him. As the saying went, a person with a higher position can crush a person to death. He absolutely could not offend the people behind the three of them for Hongjun. He'll be here soon. After receiving Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Yuan Lei immediately contacted Hong Jun and greeted Duan Ling Tian. After this matter was confirmed, it naturally caused quite a commotion at the scene. Hong Jun. Lu Jin's expression turned solemn. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. Senior brother Duan, senior brother Hong Jun is one of the 5 strongest people in the Hidden Fog Academy. He specializes in the law of water and has comprehended the fusion of 4 profundities from the law of water. His comprehension of the law is not below yours. Now, Lu Jin had changed the way he addressed Duan Ling Tian. After all, in the realm of gods where the strong were respected, the one who reached the top was first. In addition, he also has the Shocking Waves bloodline. The power of his bloodline can perfectly integrate with the law of water. It is said that with the power of his bloodline and the law of water he comprehended, the power he can display is comparable to the fusion of 3 profundities from the law of water. Lu Jin's tone became more and more solemn as he spoke. Comparable to the fusion of 3 profundities from the law of water? Hearing Lu Jin's words, Duan Ling Tian felt more confident. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Lu Jin. Thank you for the reminder. However, there's no need for you to worry. When Lu Jin saw how calm Duan Ling Tian was even after listening to his voice transmission, an inexplicable thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that senior brother Duan concealed his strength when he attacked earlier? Could it be that he also possesses the power of his bloodline? When Lu Jin thought of this, his heart skipped a beat. He could not help but feel excited. Senior brother Duan. After Lu Jin sent the voice transmission, another voice transmission entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. It was similar to Lu Jin's warning. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by Lu Jin's voice transmission. However, this person surprised him. After all, Duan Ling Tian had just defeated Hong Jun in front of so many people. How could he warn them about Hong Jun's strength through voice transmission? Duan Ling Tian's gaze softened when he looked at Ding Yan again. Swoosh, swoosh. The calm air was broken by the sound of waves crashing against each other. Then, a ball of clear water appeared in the air and gradually turned into a human figure. Finally, a figure appeared. It was a young man dressed in a long blue robe. He had a handsome face, sword-like eyebrows, and an indifferent gaze. He stood there with his hands behind his back. He was like a lone pine tree that stood proudly outside of the world. Almost at the instant he appeared, the gazes of the surrounding 10-star students immediately became fiery. There were even a few 10-star students who had an extremely idolizing expression on their faces. They were extremely similar to the die-hard fans of Duan Ling Tian on Earth in his past life. You're here? Yuan Lei stepped forward and asked with a smile as he looked at Hong Jun. Yes, I'm here. Hong Jun nodded at Yuan Lei. His tone was indifferent and seemed a little rude. However, Yuan Lei did not take it to heart. This was because he knew Hong Jun well. He knew Hong Jun was such a person. In fact, the reason he was familiar with Hong Jun was because he was friends with the elders in Hong Jun's family. Otherwise, with Hong Jun's personality, it was impossible for him to have any interaction with Hong Jun. He's the genius student that I told you about earlier. He's not even 2,800 years old. He just became a student today and has comprehended the fusion of 4 dual ultimacies from the law of space. He defeated Ding Yan in one blow. At the same time, Yuan Lei looked at Duan Ling Tian and introduced him to Hong Jun at the right time. Hong Jun nodded at Chu Fengyang and the other teachers before his gaze fell on Duan Lincoln. Chapter 3642. Hong Jun was recognized as one of the 5 strongest people in the Hidden Fog Academy. He was born in a small family attached to the Zhong family, a god-king-ranked family in Skywind City. Because of this, even though he was strong, he did not dare to fall out with the direct descendants of the god-king-ranked family in Skywind City. He did not care if he was alone, but he did not want to be a burden to his family. After all, a large part of the reason why he was where he was today was because of his family's unstinting support. Moreover, he was the second young master of the Hong family, the second son of the current patriarch of the Hong family. The current patriarch of the Hong family was his father. and the next head of the Hong family would be his elder brother from the same father and mother. Under such circumstances, he would naturally put his family first. It was impossible for him to let his family fall into an irrecoverable state because of his own emotions. Hong Jun was talented, but he had not matured yet. He was far from being able to shake the God-King ranked families in Skywind City. It was precisely because of this that even though he had the strength to live in a 10-star student's high-grade dormitory, he did not compete with the 3 direct descendants of Heavenly Wind City's Divine King clans. As for the other 2 people, even though he was not afraid of their status and background, he was still unable to defeat them. Therefore, he could only live in the mid-grade dormitory of the 10-star students. Regardless of background, Hong Jun could live in the mid-grade dormitory of the 10-star students. It was impossible for him not to feel aggrieved and sullen. Because of this, Hong Jun, who had always been taciturn, did not refuse any challenge from the students of the Hidden Fog Academy. His strength was now recognized by everyone in the Hidden Fog Academy. He could be ranked in the top 5 among all the students of the Hidden Fog Academy. Today, he was comprehending the law of water when he suddenly received a message from Yuan Lei. He became interested in the new student in front of him. Less than 2,800 years old. He comprehended the fusion of 4 profound meanings of the law of space. He defeated Ding Yan in one move. Due to Ding Yan's close relationship with Yuan Lei, Hong Jun and Ding Yan were acquainted with one another. He knew that Ding Yan's strength was at the top among the 10-star students in the low-rank dormitory. If he were to improve further, he would definitely be able to occupy a spot in the middle-rank dormitory. I don't like to waste time when fighting. Go all out. Hong Jun looked at Duan Lingtian calmly. His tone was also very calm, without any joy or sorrow. At this time, Yuan Lei, who was standing next to Chu Fengyang, also retreated to Chu Fengyang's side. Teacher Chu Fengyang, do you think Duan Lingtian will win this battle? Although he was asking with a smile, anyone with a discerning eye could see the playfulness in Yuan Lei's eyes. What? Does Teacher Yuan want to bet with me? Chu Fengyang glanced at Yuan Lei and asked with a smile. However, after hearing Chu Fengyang's words, Yuan Lei's pupils suddenly shrank. Teacher Chu Fengyang, you mean, you dare to bet with me that this Duan Lingtian will win? I'm just afraid that Teacher Yuan wouldn't dare. Chu Fengyang smiled lightly. The smile on Chu Fengyang's face was unfathomable in Yuan Lei's eyes. Yuan Lei didn't dare to answer. No matter what, Yuan Lei was a teacher of the Hidden Fog Academy and an elder of the Hidden Fog sect. He wasn't a reckless young man. After calming down and thinking about it, he thought of something important. That was, the person in charge of the Hidden Fog Academy's recruitment examination in recent years was Chu Fengyang's martial uncle, Yun Hui. It seems that Elder Yun Hui told you about this Duan Lingtian's strength in advance. Yuan Lei looked deeply at Chu Fengyang. From his words, he seemed to have seen through the source of Chu Fengyang's confidence. Teacher Yuan is very smart. Chu Fengyang smiled. Although he had guessed it, after hearing Chu Fengyang's confirmation, Yuan Lei's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. When he looked at the purple figure in the field again, his gaze changed. This Duan Lingtian, can he really defeat Hong Jun? In the Hidden Mist Academy, even the other 4 who were ranked with Hong Jun as the top 5 couldn't defeat Hong Jun without the help of a divine artifact. At most, they could fight to a draw with Hong Jun. If this new student could defeat Hong Jun fair and square, then he would become the number 1 10-star student of the Hidden Fog Academy. Or rather, he would become the number 1 student of the Hidden Fog Academy. After all, among the students of the Hidden Fog Academy, the 10-star students were the strongest. If he could be ranked first among the 10-star students, then he would naturally be ranked first among all the students. Full strength? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Hong Jun and smiled faintly. Go ahead. I also want to see your full strength. Hong Jun wasn't a person who would waste time. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he made his move. As you wish. As his voice faded, dark blue water energy swept out from around Hong Jun's body, causing his entire body to be enveloped by a water tornado. At the same time, dark blue rays of light appeared on his face and eyes in a timely manner. At this moment, It was as if he had turned into a water god. Vivrise. Wave come. As the waterspout grew bigger and bigger, it completely enveloped Hongjun. Within the waterspout, a deeper blue power suddenly appeared and merged with the waterspout. As Hongjun's indifferent voice sounded, the waterspout's aura underwent a tremendous change. It's the shocking wave bloodline power. Many of the 10-star students couldn't help but exclaim. Now, many 10-star students came to watch the show. They had just heard that Hongjun was here. They wanted to see Hongjun fight. When Hongjun asked Duan Lingtian to go all out, they were not surprised. Hongjun was famous for being straightforward in the Hidden Fog Academy. Before a fight, he would remind his opponent to go all out because he would go all out. Once, one of the top 5 students in the Hidden Fog Academy was almost defeated by Hongjun because he didn't go all out. Fortunately, he went all out in time and barely managed to turn the situation around and fight Hongjun to a draw. Senior brother Hongjun is still the same. He used the fusion of 4 profound meanings of the law of water and the shocking wave bloodline power. When senior brother Hongjun goes all out, his strength is almost on par with an intermediate god who has comprehended the fusion of 3 profound meanings of the law of water. If Duan Lingtian uses the strength he showed just now, I'm afraid he will lose. Today, even if Duan Lingtian can only fight to a draw with senior brother Hongjun, it will be enough to shock the entire academy. Hongjun's preparation made the eyes of the 10-star students light up. Even the teachers present couldn't take their eyes off the scene in front of them. No matter who it was, they liked to watch this kind of duel directly. Under everyone's watchful eyes, while Hongjun was accumulating his strength, waves of divine power rose from Duan Lingtian's body and merged with the space element. It turned into space energy and wrapped around his body, causing the surrounding space to sway. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's figure began to waver in the eyes of the crowd. Rip, rip, rip. A crisp ripping sound rang out. 9 space cracks appeared above Duan Lingtian's head. Then, 9-dimensional slashes appeared and hovered above Duan Lingtian's head, pointing at Hongjun from afar. A great battle was about to break out. Everyone in the crowd held their breaths at this moment. As long as you can block one of my attacks, you win this battle. I will find someone else to take his middle-grade dormitory. Just when the atmosphere was a little tense and the smell of gunpowder was spreading, Duan Lingtian spoke. His tone was still calm, but it revealed his indomitable confidence. When Duan Lingtian's words reached the ears of the crowd, they were immediately shocked. If there was anyone who was relatively calm, it would be Chu Fengyang. However, deep in his eyes, there was still a hint of shock. Although his martial uncle Yunhui had told him that Duan Lingtian's strength was enough to defeat all the 10-star students of the Hidden Fog Academy, he never thought that Duan Lingtian could defeat Hongjun with one attack. It should be known that Hongjun, to a certain extent, represented the strongest combat strength of the Hidden Fog Academy students. Arrogant. Before the crowd had time to recover from the shock, Hongjun had already shouted in a low voice. This usually taciturn genius of the Hidden Fog Academy was obviously completely enraged by Duan Lingtian at this moment. Boom! Rumble! Almost as soon as Hongjun's voice fell, he also made his move. Wherever his body moved, a vast and unparalleled waterspout swept out. Wherever the waterspout passed, the void shook. The remaining power of the waterspout shocked some of the 10-star students and made them subconsciously take a few steps back. On the other hand, Hongjun did his best to attack. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was still standing in place with a calm expression. When Hongjun's attack was halfway through, Duan Lingtian waved his hand casually. As soon as Duan Lingtian waved his hand, the space energy around him surged out like a storm. Even the 9 cross-dimensional profundities that were hovering above his head had merged with the spatial storm that surged out of his body. Almost at the moment when the dimensional entered the spatial storm, bursts of ear-piercing buzzing sounds that seemed to be able to destroy the world rang out. Some of the 10-star students with weaker cultivation bases had their eardrums pierced, and blood flowed out. Of course, this was because they were unprepared and did not protect their fragile eardrums in advance. Moreover, their reaction speed was slow. Those with stronger cultivation bases quickly recovered and protected their eardrums. This, Yuan Lei, who was standing next to Chu Fengyang, was dumbfounded. How is this possible? The other teachers were so frightened that their pupils constricted, and their faces were filled with horror. At this moment, even Chu Fengyang could barely maintain his calm expression, but the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch slightly. His pupils constricted subconsciously as he muttered to himself, "Martial uncle didn't tell me that he can do this with just the power of the law." Chapter 3643. Buzz, 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 buzz. Behind the hidden Fog Academy's 10 Stars Hall, in a large area, there was only the sound of thousands of sabers ringing. It was deafening. The spectating 10-star students, including Lu Jin and Ding Yen, were all dumbfounded. Duan Lingtian waved his hand, and his storm-like spatial energy swept out. Along the way, he fused another profound, the law of space's dimensional/profound. Before Duan Lingtian fused the cross-dimensional/profundity, he had only fused 2 of his profundities. But now, the dimensional/profound had fused perfectly with one of the 2 profound fused profound. In an instant, it erupted with an even more terrifying power. It wasn't as simple as adding 2 profound fused profound. In fact, it even doubled the original power. As a result, the strength of Duan Lingtian's attacks had increased by more than 1-fold. What did this mean? Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's attack collided with Hong Jun's attack was easily crushed. In the blink of an eye, Hong Jun's attack was reduced by half. When Hong Jun came back to his senses and hurriedly took out his divine weapon, he barely managed to resist Duan Lingtian's attack. Even so, it was only on par with Duan Lingtian's attack. "I've lost." The current Hong Jun's robes were still bright and clean, but his hair, which was originally tied up, had broken the hairband and was flying wildly. A sparkling and translucent longsword had appeared in his hand at some unknown time. The longsword was dark blue in color and was well proportioned. It was surrounded by flowing light, and one could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. This was Hong Jun's divine weapon. Although Hong Jun barely managed to resist Duan Lingtian's attack with the divine weapon's power, there was no joy on his face. Instead, there was only a solemn expression. His eyes that were looking at Duan Lingtian were filled with unconcealable astonishment. This student who had just entered the academy actually had such strength. If he hadn't used a divine artifact, he wouldn't have been able to block the other party's attack at all. And the other party, from start to finish, had not used the power of a divine artifact. What does this mean? This meant that the other party was far stronger than him. At this moment, not only was Hong Jun shocked by the strength displayed by Duan Lingtian, but even the spectating 10-star students and the teachers were also shocked, to the extent that they fell into a short period of deathly silence. After a long while, they came back to their senses one after another, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Heavens! I'm not dreaming, am I? This new student, Duan Lingtian, actually comprehended the fusion of 3 profundities of the laws of space? I didn't expect that our hidden mist academy would have another genius who comprehended 3 profundities of a law after thousands of years. No, Duan Lingtian is even more outstanding than that person from 4,000 years ago. That person only comprehended the laws of fire. However, the law Duan Lingtian has comprehended is one of the 4 supreme laws that's widely acknowledged to be the most difficult to comprehend, the law of space. In today's battle, Duan Lingtian has broken the record of having 5 10-star students as the strongest in our hidden mist academy. The 5 of us, including Hong Jun, are destined to become his stepping stones. Where did this monster come from? Such a monster, even if he went directly to the hidden mist academy, he would still be able to become an inner sect disciple. Why did he come to our hidden mist academy? Exclamations sounded from all around. At the same time, many people couldn't figure out why Duan Lingtian, with such talent and comprehension, would come to the hidden mist academy. What they didn't know was that the reason why Duan Lingtian didn't go directly to the Hidden Mist Academy was because of the concern of, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. He chose the Hidden Mist Academy as a springboard to enter the Hidden Mist sect. Although the process was a bit complicated, it was definitely better than that. Duan Lingtian was very clear in his heart that he had no foundation in the plane of gods, the mystic handle land. He could only rely on himself. No matter what he did, he couldn't blindly pursue speed. Stability was the way to go. Teacher Yuan, if you had made a bet with me just now, I would have made a fortune. Although everything that happened in front of him was out of his expectations, Chu Fengyang quickly recovered. He looked at Yuan Lei with a smile and mocked him. After all, Chu Fengyang was already mentally prepared. The shock he felt now was far less than Yuan Lei and the other Hidden Mist Academy teachers present. When Yuan Lei heard this, he finally recovered. He glared at Chu Fengyang and said, Teacher Chu Fengyang, who in the academy doesn't know what kind of person you are? You are a person who won't act until you see the rabbit. No matter who you bet with, you have never lost. Do you think I, Yuan Lei, will fall for your tricks? Although Yuan Lei was complaining about Chu Fengyang, he couldn't help but look at the purple figure in the distance from time to time. This new student named Duan Lingtian really gave him a big surprise. He never thought that this new student was not only talented, but also had such deep attainments in the law of space. This kind of strength was definitely the best in the entire Hidden Mist Academy. Teacher Chu. Under the complicated gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian remained calm. After Hong Jun admitted defeat, he looked at Chu Fengyang and said, Now, I should be able to challenge the 10-star students in the high-grade dormitory, right? Chu Fengyang nodded with a smile. There are a total of 5 people in the high-grade dormitory. 2 of them are not weaker than Hong Jun. As for the other 3, although Chu Fengyang didn't finish his words, many of the surrounding 10-star students had already come up with the best answer after a round of discussion. Someone from the Chong family of Tianfeng City? Hearing the discussion of the 10-star students, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. He immediately thought of the Chong family's 4th master Chong Si at the Zhou family's auction half a month ago. His tone was unfriendly and he was always against him. It was as if he would take revenge at any time. Teacher Chu. Duan Lingtian looked at Chu Fengyang and said bluntly, I challenged the 10-star student in the high-grade dormitory, Chong Keqi. Chong Keqi was a 10-star student of the Hidden Mist Academy who occupied one of the high-grade dormitories. He was also the only son of the Chong family's 2nd master. He was a direct descendant of the Chong family and the current patriarch of the Chong family. He was Chu Fengyang's uncle and loved him very much. In addition, the head of the Chong family had no children, so he completely regarded the son of his 2nd brother, who was the first among his brothers to have a son, as his own son. Many people in the Chong family and even in Tianfeng City felt that Chong Keqi was the most important person in the Chong family. If there were no accidents, Chong Keqi would definitely be the next patriarch of the Chong family. Because of this, Chong Keqi had an extraordinary background. In Tianfeng City, few people of the same generation dared to provoke him. In the Hidden Mist Academy, with his strength, he definitely couldn't occupy a 10-star high-grade dormitory. But because of his extraordinary background, no one dared to say anything when he occupied one of the high-grade dormitories. No one dared to challenge him or provoke him. Of course, it didn't mean that no one in the Hidden Mist Academy dared to provoke him. There were still 2 or 3 people who dared to provoke him, but they each occupied a high-grade dormitory. Naturally, there was no need to compete with Chong Keqi. Chong Keqi! Duan Lingtian wants to challenge Chong Keqi. When they heard Duan Lingtian's name, Chu Fengyang didn't respond. The surrounding 10-star students were all shocked. They never thought that Duan Lingtian would challenge the crown prince of the Chong family, Chong Keqi. In Tianfeng City, Chong Keqi was recognized as the crown prince of the Chong family. At this moment, even Hong Jun's gaze towards Duan Lingtian had changed. Duan Lingtian. At this time, Ding Yan's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears again. His tone was full of solemnity. Chong Keqi is the pride of the Chong family. Perhaps his talent and comprehension are not the highest among his peers, but his status is definitely the highest among his peers. If you snatch his high-grade dormitory, I'm afraid the Chong family will not be happy. After all, he is the representative of the Chong family. Ding Yan reminded. After Ding Yan, Lu Jin also reminded Chu Feng. Duan Lingtian, are you sure you want to challenge Chong Kuchi? Chu Fengyang looked at Duan Lingtian with shining eyes and asked to confirm. Although he had a good impression of Duan Lingtian, he didn't persuade Duan Lingtian like Ding Yan and Lu Jin because he didn't like the atmosphere between the 10-star students. Like most of the teachers in the Hidden Mist Academy, he hoped that the 10-star students would quarrel with each other. Previously, his martial uncle Yunhui told him that Duan Lingtian's appearance would break the stagnation of the 10-star students. Now, Duan Lingtian's challenge to Chong Kuchi was undoubtedly a declaration of this point. I'm sure. Duan Lingtian nodded again and then said, but Teacher Chu, I heard that Chong Kuchi's strength is not even as good as Hong Jun's. Even if I challenge him, he won't dare to accept. Could it be that? I have to wait for the challenge card to be hung up and wait for the time to come before I can live in his dormitory? After saying this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown slightly. Obviously, he didn't want to wait. According to the rules, you can only wait. Chu Fengyang smiled bitterly. This was the rule of the Hidden Mist Academy's 10-star dormitory challenge. It wasn't up to him to decide. From the beginning to the end, he was supportive of Duan Lingtian's challenge to Chong Kuchi. He believed that the dean of the Hidden Mist Academy would protect Duan Lingtian to the best of his ability. After all, the dean had said that the dean always appreciated geniuses. With Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension, he would definitely be valued by the dean. A cold snort sounded from the distance without any warning. Then, a luxurious figure wearing embroidered clothes flew over from the distance. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above the challenge stage behind the 10 Stars Hall. It's Chong Kuchi. Looks like someone sent him a message to tell him about this. Chapter 3644. Everyone was surprised by Chong Kuchi's appearance. At the same time, everyone instinctively turned to look at Duan Lingtian. You're Duan Lingtian, right? Chong Kuchi looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly as soon as he appeared. Which clan or sect are you from? How dare you challenge me, Chong Kuchi? Do you think the Zhong clan is made of paper? Boy, do you know what a God King clan means? The sneer on Chong Kuchi's face grew wider and wider. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Chong Kuchi. Instead, he looked at Chu Fengyang and asked, Teacher Chu, since you're here, I should be able to issue a challenge, right? Chu Fengyang nodded with a smile. Earlier, when Chong Kuchi appeared and threatened Duan Lingtian, he was worried Duan Lingtian would be affected. However, now that he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was relieved. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, don't worry. Even if you offend Chong Kuchi, Lord Dean will protect you. The Zhong clan wouldn't dare to cross the line. Moreover, with your innate talent and comprehension, I'm sure Lord Dean would be more than happy to accept you as his disciple. Once you become his disciple, no one in the Zhong clan would dare to touch you. While speaking, Chu Fengyang mentioned the dean of the Hidden Mist Academy. The Hidden Fog Academy's dean? Upon hearing Chu Fengyang's words, Duan Lingtian recalled the voice of the Hidden Fog Academy's dean, Murong Suifeng, half a month ago at the Zhou clan's auction house. His tone was confident and domineering. It was clear he was a strong-willed person. Moreover, he was suspected to be a divine emperor. It was clear he was the most powerful person in Heavenly Wind City. Duan Lingtian did not reply to Chu Fengyang. After all, it was impossible for him to acknowledge the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy as his master. His only master was Feng Qingyang, who was still in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. I wonder, how is master now? Duan Lingtian could not help but feel guilty when he thought about Feng Qingyang. After all, he was the main reason his master was forced to such a state. If it were not for him, his master would still be in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven as the heavenly emperor of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Once the passageways between the realms of gods and the Devata realms were opened, he would be able to enter the realms of gods and rise to power. His master, Feng Qingyang, had comprehended one of the four Tao of heaven and earth, the Tao of weapons. On top of that, he had obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert. He was destined to rise to prominence in the realms of gods. Currently, he could only hide in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Since that's the case, I'll challenge him to resurge Qi, Duan Lingtian said. In the next moment, his gaze landed on Chong Keki like a bolt of lightning, and a wisp of ridicule appeared at the corners of his mouth. The crown prince of the Tong clan? I, Duan Lingtian, challenge you. Are you going to accept my challenge, or are you going to run away like a coward? Chong Keki's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would dare to be so domineering even after he mentioned the Zhong clan. Did Duan Lingtian not know how powerful the Zhong clan was? Did Duan Lingtian really think the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy would be able to protect him? Duan Lingtian. Chong Keki sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. His voice was laced with a hint of threat. I know what you're thinking. You must think the dean will be able to protect you. However, I have to remind you that although the dean is the vice sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect, he usually manages the academy in Wind City. Even if we can't do anything to you in Wind City, once you're in the Hidden Fog sect, the elders of the Zhong clan will be able to toy with you as they wish. Moreover, even if you're in Wind City, the dean won't be able to protect you all the time. Chong Keki bluntly threatened. However, facing Chong Keki's threat, Duan Lingtian always had a faint smile on his face. At the same time, he bluntly said, "You don't have to threaten me with a voice transmission. Today, you only have 2 choices, fight with me or run away like a coward. Of course, you also have another choice, and that is to admit defeat. I think, in the current situation, admitting defeat is your best choice. What do you think?" After saying this, Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Chong Keki. Chong Keki did not expect that Duan Lingtian would disregard his face and bluntly say the words he used to threaten him. His anger suddenly skyrocketed. You will regret it. You will regret it. At the same time, he looked at Chu Fengyang. His eyes flashed. Teacher Chu, I admit defeat in this battle. As his voice fell, he flicked his sleeves and left. Fight with Duan Lingtian? Naturally, he was not that stupid. He was not even a match for Hong Jun. Even Hong Jun was defeated by Duan Lingtian. He was destined to be tortured if he fought with Duan Lingtian. If that was the case, he might as well just admit defeat. He also thought of ignoring Duan Lingtian's challenge and returning to the dormitory. When the time came, he would give up the dormitory. Or, during that time, he had already sent a message to the Chong family. The Chong family had pressured Duan Lingtian so that Duan Lingtian would withdraw the challenge card. However, when Duan Lingtian said that he should run away like a coward, he knew that he could not choose this path. Once he made the choice, even if nobody dared to say anything about it in public, he would definitely be called a coward behind his back. That would accompany him for the rest of his life and become a stain in his life. That was something he did not want to see. Duan Lingtian, enjoy the rest of your days. You don't have long to live. When Chong Keqi turned to leave, Chong Keqi's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears again. It seemed that he would not rest until Duan Lingtian was dead. Duan Lingtian naturally ignored this. In this way, Duan Lingtian took Chong Keqi's dormitory and turned to leave in front of everyone's eyes. It was not until Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared that everyone came back to their senses one after another. From now on, one of the high-grade dormitories of our Hidden Mist Academy has a new owner. Out of the 5 high-grade dormitories, only 2 of them are high-grade dormitories with 10-star students who don't live up to their names. Where did this Duan Lingtian come from? He's too strong, too terrifying. Yeah, with his strength, he can easily defeat any of the 10-star students. From now on, as long as he stays in the Hidden Mist Academy, he will be considered the #1 student of the Hidden Mist Academy. He's not even 2,800 years old yet. If such a person grows up in the future, he will definitely be a high-level figure in the Hidden Mist sect. He might even be able to compete for the position of sect master. After Duan Ling Tian left, the crowd of 10-star students discussed animatedly, and the eyes of the teachers present flickered with a bright light. Even Yuan Lei didn't become angry from the humiliation of losing to Duan Ling Tian. Instead, he had a smile on his face. As a teacher of the Hidden Mist Academy's 10-star hall, he naturally hoped that this group of 10-star students would become active. They were like a pool of stagnant water. Any teacher would feel uncomfortable seeing them. As the saying goes, only with competitiveness can there be progress. A group of 10-star students who did not have competition and stayed in the Hidden Mist Academy to cultivate peacefully were destined to not make much progress. And without a good foundation in the Hidden Mist Academy, entering the Hidden Mist sect was destined to be mediocre. Too powerful. Lu Jin sighed with a complicated expression. He originally thought that Duan Ling Tian was a new student who could only live in a low-grade dormitory like him. He did not expect that on the first day, Duan Ling Tian had already taken a low-grade dormitory, a mid-grade dormitory, and a high-grade dormitory. In the end, Duan Ling Tian even moved into the high-grade dormitory that originally belonged to the Zhong family's crown prince, Zhong Keki. Although only the 10-star students and teachers of the 10-star hall were present to watch the process of Duan Ling Tian taking the high-grade dormitory, as the crowd dispersed, the news quickly spread throughout the Hidden Mist Academy. For a time, all the students, including those who had just entered the Hidden Mist Academy, were shocked. We are all new students. But the difference between us and that Duan Ling Tian is too big. That Duan Ling Tian, on the first day, defeated Hong Jun, one of the 5 strongest students of the Hidden Mist Academy, and became the publicly recognized #1 student of the Hidden Mist Academy. Senior brother Duan seems to be the first person to participate in the Hidden Mist Academy's recruitment test in the past 10 years. The Hidden Mist Academy has not had a new 10-star student in the past 30 years. I never thought that his appearance would be so shocking. On this day, the entire Hidden Mist Academy was in an uproar because of the name Duan Ling Tian. In the evening, the red sunset enveloped the entire world. As the night gradually fell over the Hidden Mist Academy, 2 figures floated away and disappeared without a trace. They were a young girl and a beautiful woman. If Duan Ling Tian saw them, he would definitely recognize them at a glance. They were Duan Xiaoyu and Yu Qiushuan, whom he had met in the Zhou family's trading house half a month ago. That night, the Zhong family, a God-King level family in Wind City, was not calm. Did you hear? The eldest young master was challenged and chased out of the Hidden Mist Academy's 10-star dormitory. Although Chong Keqi himself could only send a message to the people closest to him, and the people closest to him wouldn't spread the news, this news was like a fire that couldn't be wrapped in paper, and it completely spread in the Chong family. Some people in the Zhong family were in contact with the students and teachers of the Hidden Mist Academy. Through their messages, it was not difficult to find out what had happened in the Hidden Mist Academy today. In fact, it was not just the Zhong family who knew. At this very moment, even the other God King level clans in Tianfeng City had received the news. Of course. In contrast to the Zhong family's silence, the other God Monarch level family clans were rejoicing in their misfortune. Some of the God Monarch level family clans were even openly mocking the Zhong family's disciples. That night, many bloody incidents broke out between the disciples of the God King level families. To be more precise, it was a bloody incident between the Zhong family's disciples and the other God King level family's disciples. Chapter 3645. Zhong Family Mansion. Although night had fallen, the Zhong family's meeting hall was still brightly lit. The high-level members of the Zhong family, led by the Zhong family's 3rd Master Zhong San and 4th Master Zhong Si, had gathered together. The names of the Zhong family's head and brothers had always been the focus of discussion in Skywind City. The Chong family's patriarch was also the eldest brother of the Chong family's direct descendants. His name was Chong Chong. As for his second brother, he was Chong Chong Chi's father. His name was Chong Er. Below him were Chong San and Chong Si. There was also a fifth sister named Chong Wu. However, she had changed her name when she grew older and was now married to an inner sect elder of the Hidden Fog sect. The inner sect elder of the Hidden Fog sect didn't have a high status in the Hidden Fog sect, but he had a good father. He was the Grand Elder of the Hidden Fog sect, a God Emperor level powerhouse. Because of this, the Zhong family's fifth master, Zhong Wu, was the Zhong family's biggest trump card. Although the Zhong family had many people with high status in the Hidden Fog sect, their status was far inferior to Zhong Wu's husband, let alone the Grand Elder of the Hidden Fog sect, a God Emperor level powerhouse. You should have heard the news, right? Zhong San and Zhong Si sat on either side of the main seat. Zhong San looked gloomily at the high-level members of the Zhong family and asked in a deep voice. Everyone nodded. Big brother and second brother aren't around because they're out. However, they've already received the news. Their intention is to try our best to rope in that young man called Duan Ling Tian. If we can't use him, we'll destroy him. Zhong San said. Hearing Zhong San's words, everyone was a little surprised. They thought they would directly target that new student named Duan Ling Tian, but they didn't expect the Zhong family's head and second master to give him a chance. I'm afraid it's not possible for him to be used by us. Zhong Si shook his head and said, that child Chi Chi sent me a message and described that Duan Ling Tian, coupled with the news from the Hidden Fog Academy, that Duan Ling Tian is obviously a very arrogant person. Coupled with the other God King level families, they definitely won't miss the chance to win him over. Also, that child Chi Chi threatened him. Combining all these factors, it will be harder than ascending to the heavens for our Zhong family to win him over. Chong Si voiced his guess. Chong Si was Chong Si of the Chong clan. Half a month ago, he and Duan Ling Tian competed for the Jia, Yi and Bing San Divine Pellet at the Zhou clan's auction. In the end, Duan Ling Tian won the San Divine Pellet, so he hated Duan Ling Tian. However, when he saw the strength of Yu Qiushuan, who was by Duan Ling Tian's side, and the identity of Duan Xiaoyu, Chong Si didn't dare to have any thoughts of revenge. Of course, Chong Si didn't know that the person who had competed with him for the Jia, Yi and Bing San Divine Pills at the Zhou family's auction half a month ago was the new student of the Hidden Fog Academy, Duan Ling Tian. No matter what, we have to try. If he doesn't know what's good for him, we can only think of a way to destroy him. Chong San said in a deep voice. According to the rumors, Duan Ling Tian's talent and comprehension are good. It's almost certain that he will be favored by the Hidden Fog Academy's dean, Murong Suifeng. Now, we can only hope that Murong Suifeng has no intention of accepting him as a disciple. If he does, we can't touch him anymore. Murong Suifeng is a madman who is famous for being protective of his disciples. Back then, one of his disciples was killed by a divine king from a divine king-level bandit force. He spent 100 years hunting down the remnants of that divine king-level bandit force and exterminating all of them, cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. It's best not to provoke such a person if possible. Chong San's words caused the expressions of the Chong clan's upper echelons to become serious. This shouldn't be the case. Chong Si shook his head and said, according to what I know, Dean Murong once said that he wouldn't accept any more disciples after his disciple died. This matter came from the Hidden Fog sect, so it shouldn't be fake. I've also heard of this matter. A Chong clan elder nodded. It said that because of this matter, he took the initiative to come to Tianfeng City and assume the position of Dean of the Hidden Fog Academy. He left the Hidden Fog sect because he wanted a change of environment. There were too many memories of him and his only disciple in the Hidden Fog sect, so he didn't want to be sad. Normally speaking, with that Headmaster Murong's character of keeping his word, he shouldn't have betrayed the promise he made back then. That promise could be considered a promise to his only disciple who died. As Chong Si and this Chong clan elder spoke one after another, the others nodded. I hope it's true. In Tianfeng City, even in the Hidden Fog Academy, there weren't many people who could make their Chong clan afraid. Dean Murong Suifeng was one of them. However, as long as he didn't accept Duan Ling Tian as a disciple, even if they killed Duan Ling Tian, Murong Suifeng wouldn't be able to do anything without evidence. Even if there was evidence, they could just push a scapegoat out. At the same time, several other God-King level families in Tianfeng City, including the Zhou clan, were also holding a meeting. The content of the meeting also revolved around the new student of the Hidden Fog Academy, Duan Lingtian. Strive to win over that Duan Lingtian and have him work for our family. Such a genius, even if he enters the Hidden Fog sect in the future, he will surely have great achievements. As long as he is willing to join our family, he can set any conditions he wants. It was obvious that the few godly king clans were determined to obtain Duan Lingtian. And the reason their reactions were so great was because of the talent and perception Duan Lingtian had displayed so far. He wasn't even 2,800 years old and he had already comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, the fusion of 3 profound meanings of the space law. In addition, he had a middle god realm cultivation. Even if placed in the Hidden Fog sect, he would be a top genius. The most outstanding existence of the Hidden Fog sect's younger generation would have the same achievements as him at his age. And that person had already been designated as the successor of the Hidden Fog sect's sect master, the next sect master. While Tianfeng City was in an uproar because of Duan Lingtian, the Hidden Fog Academy had calmed down after the commotion. However, in the depths of the Hidden Fog Academy, there was a figure leaning against the roof of the building. He held a wine jar in his hand and poured wine into his mouth, one mouthful after another, as if he didn't know when to stop. This was a middle-aged man wearing an elegant white robe. He had a handsome appearance, but because his long hair was broken, he looked a little sloppy. He was the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy, Murong Suifeng. Quan, a very outstanding genius, entered the academy today. On the first day he entered the academy, he was recognized by the entire academy as the #1 student. He is really outstanding, even more outstanding than you. If you were still here, Master would have accepted him as a disciple and made him your junior apprentice brother. Since you are no longer here, Master made a promise to you that he wouldn't accept another disciple, so even if Elder Yun Hui persuaded me, I didn't plan on accepting him as a disciple. This kind of genius, let's wait for him to go to the sect and let those old fellows fight for him. Maybe, we don't need to wait for him to go to the sect. It won't be long before those old fellows receive the news and send people to rope him in. They want to accept him as a disciple in advance. Behind the Hidden Fog Academy was the Hidden Fog sect. Murong Suifeng was in charge of everything in the Hidden Fog Academy. There were also rules in the Hidden Fog Academy. Every student, no matter how outstanding they were, had to be at least 3,000 years old before they could enter the Hidden Fog sect and become a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. During this process, even if someone in the Hidden Fog sect wanted to take a student as a disciple, they couldn't personally come over to avoid affecting the student's cultivation. However, although there were rules, some people still found a way to take advantage of this loophole. For example, they sent people to persuade them. In the history of the Hidden Fog Academy, there were many examples like this. Dong Dong, ever since he obtained the high-grade dormitory in the 10-star student dormitory, Duan Lingtian had immersed himself in his room to cultivate. His ears didn't pay attention to what was happening outside, and no one disturbed him as well. After an unknown amount of time had passed, a wave of loud and clear knocking on the door sounded from outside, like the beating of a drum. Only then did he wake up. However, when he woke up, he couldn't help but frown. At the same time, his complexion didn't look too good. After all, no matter who it was, they wouldn't be happy to be disturbed like this. Now, it's not time for the academy to hold a trial for the 10-star students, right? The Hidden Fog Academy had a trial for the students of each star rank. It would be held once in a while to allow the students of the Hidden Fog Academy to improve their combat ability. The trial was usually held in the wild mountains outside Tianfeng City, where monster beasts were everywhere. According to what Duan Lingtian knew, the last trial for the 10-star students of the Hidden Fog Academy had just ended not long ago. It wouldn't be so soon for the next one. Creak. When Duan Lingtian opened the door to his room, he saw 2 figures standing in the sky outside the courtyard door and looking down at him. The person in the lead was dressed in a long greenish-brown robe. He had a tall figure, a handsome face, and sword-like eyebrows that reached his temples. He looked to be around 30 years old. At this moment, his gaze was like lightning as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was walking out of the room slowly. "You're Duan Ling Tian?" The blue-robed youth spoke, his tone indifferent and condescending. "What's the matter?" Duan Ling Tian glanced at the blue-robed youth and asked. The blue-robed youth glanced at Duan Ling Tian. His tone was still indifferent. "I am an inner sect disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, Tu Feng. My master, the second elder of the Hidden Fog sect, wishes to accept you as a disciple. When you reach the age and enter the sect, use this soul bead to contact me. I will take you to see my master." As soon as Tu Feng's voice fell, he casually threw a soul bead towards Duan Ling Tian. However, just as the soul bead arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian, it was pushed back by Duan Ling Tian. "No need, even if I enter the Hidden Fog sect, I, Duan Ling Tian, don't plan on taking anyone as my master. However, I still have to thank the second elder for his kindness." Chapter 3646. Seeing Duan Ling Tian push back the soul bead, Tu Feng's face darkened. His eyes flashed with a cold light. "Duan Ling Tian, are you not giving me Tu Feng face? Are you not giving my honorable master face? If you think so, I can't do anything about it." Duan Ling Tian shrugged. He calmly looked at Tu Feng and said, "I, Duan Ling Tian, can decide my own life. I don't need anyone else to interfere." "Do you really think I don't dare to do anything to you?" Tu Feng asked coldly as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, a destructive aura swept out from his body. It was clear that Tu Feng comprehended the laws of destruction. Moreover, looking at the strength of the divine power rising from Tu Feng's body, it was clear that he wasn't just a divine spirit. He was a god king. Tu Feng was the chief disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. He was a lower god king who wasn't even 10,000 years old. Although he wasn't at the top of the Hidden Fog sect's younger generation, he was still an outstanding figure. "What? You dare to make a move in the Hidden Fog Academy?" Seeing Tu Feng's strength rise, Duan Ling Tian's lips curved into a mocking smile. There was no fear in his eyes. He was well aware of the Hidden Fog Academy's rules. If an outsider dared to trespass into the academy, it was a capital offense, let alone attacking a student. The Hidden Fog sect's disciples might have the right to enter the academy, but if they dared to attack a student on campus, it would be difficult for them to escape death. Elder's senior apprentice brother. Just as Tu Feng was about to lose his mind, another gray-robed youth behind him spoke up to stop him. At the same time, the youth reminded him with a sound transmission, "The Hidden Fog Academy has rules. Even if it is our Hidden Fog sect's disciples, if they dare to attack a student, they will be killed without mercy." In the past, many Hidden Fog sect disciples were executed because of this. One of them was even the Great Elder's disciple. At that time, when the Vice Sect Master killed the Great Elder's disciple, not only did the Great Elder not dare to be angry, he even apologized to the Vice Sect Master. The Vice Sect Master this youth spoke of was the Hidden Fog sect's Vice Sect Master, Murong Suifeng. He was also the Dean of Hidden Fog Academy. Hearing this reminder, Tu Feng restrained the strength that rose from his body. But his eyes were still cold as they fell on Duan Ling. "Duan Ling, there will come a day when you enter the Hidden Fog sect. At that time, I will settle the old debts of today with you. Of course, the prerequisite is that you live until the day you enter the Hidden Fog sect." As he spoke, the corners of Tu Feng's mouth curled into a mocking smile. When Duan Ling Tian had offended the Heavenly Wind City's God King level Zhong family, Tu Feng had also heard about it. With his understanding of the Zhong family, there was no way they would let this Duan Ling Tian go so easily. Perhaps this Duan Ling Tian would die before he could enter the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Ling Tian calmly watched Tu Feng leave. His face was expressionless from beginning to end. It was clear he wasn't affected at all. And in the following period of time, people from the Hidden Fog sect came to Hidden Fog Academy one after another to look for Duan Ling Tian. But Duan Ling Tian was too lazy to bother with them. He closed his door and didn't come out. It wasn't until the day of the 10-star student's smelting trial was about to arrive that Duan Lingtian once again walked out of his room and out of the academy gates. After coming out, he headed in the direction of 10 Stars Hall. When the 10-star students went out for smelting trial, 10 Stars Hall would give them some divine pills to restore their spiritual strength and heal their injuries. Of course, not every 10-star student received the same amount of divine pills. The 10-star students were also divided into 4 levels according to their dormitory. The higher the level, the more divine pills they could receive. For instance, Duan Lingtian could now receive the highest grade of divine pills. Of course, this was only because there were more divine pills. It didn't mean he had better divine pills. Duan Lingnan is here. After several months, Duan Lingtian has finally appeared again. Before Duan Lingtian entered 10 Stars Hall, things were fine. Although he encountered some 10-star students along the way, no one paid attention to him, so no one recognized him. However, when they entered the 10 Stars Palace, they caused quite a commotion. "You're here?" Lu Jin stepped forward, a forced smile on his face as he asked Duan Lingtian. At the same time, there was a bit of nervousness in his eyes. Facing the restrained Lu Jin, Duan Lingtian faintly smiled and nodded. "You're also here to receive the divine pills?" "Yes." Seeing Duan Lingtian's attitude towards him was the same as before, Lu Jin secretly relaxed. The smile on his face also became much brighter. "Duan Lingtian." Another figure walked towards Duan Lingtian. It was another Duan Lingtian's acquaintance, Ding Yen. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded at Ding Yen. Back then, Ding Yen had kindly reminded him of some things. Therefore, even though he and Ding Yen were quite hostile at the beginning, it didn't affect the harmony between him and Ding Yen. However, when Ding Yen approached Duan Lingtian, his expression suddenly became serious. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Duan Lingen. "Duan Lingen, I suggest you don't go out for the trial this time. If you don't go, no one will say anything about you. No one in the academy dares to question your strength now." Ding Yen transmitted his voice to advise Duan Lingtian. According to the rules of the Hidden Fog Academy, all students were required to participate in the trial. If they didn't participate, they would be expelled from the academy. However, Ding Yen felt that with Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension, the Hidden Fog Academy wouldn't be willing to expel Duan Lingtian. But Duan Lingtian looked at Ding Yen meaningfully and asked, "Don't play dumb in front of me." Ding Yen rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. "The fact that you offended the Zhong family is no secret in Tianfeng City. The Zhong family will definitely make a move on you during the trial this time. Even if the Zhong family doesn't make a move on you, the other God King level families will. Of course, they won't make a move on you because they have a grudge against you. They want to frame the Zhong family so that the dean will be angry and punish the Zhong family." As Ding Yan's voice reached the end, his tone became extremely solemn. "Are they that bold? How dare they make a move on me when I'm out on a trial?" Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Although he had guessed it before, he was still shocked when he heard that the Zhong family dared to make a move on him when a 10-star student was out on a trial. Of course they wouldn't at first. Ding Yen shook his head and said, "However, the 10-star students will be separated from the teachers who are leading them during the trial. The people from the Zhong clan and the other God King clans can hide in the place where we are conducting the trial and wait for an opportunity to make a move on you. When the time comes, as long as they do it cleanly, there won't be any evidence." Ding Yan's repeated attempts to dissuade Duan Lingtian had affected Duan Lingtian to a certain extent. Duan Lingtian began to reconsider. After a while, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something. He asked Ding Yen, "As far as I know, God Kings and above aren't allowed to enter the trial grounds where the 10-star students are going, right?" Ding Yen nodded. "There's a formation set up around that place. If a God King or above appears inside, it'll sound the alarm. However, while God Kings and above aren't allowed to enter, higher deities are allowed to enter. The Zhong family and the other God King level families don't lack higher deities. I know you're strong, and you don't think much of ordinary higher deities. However, what about a group of higher deities? A group of higher deities might even form a formation to attack you. Even if you're strong, you won't be able to withstand them. Ding Yan reminded him again. In other words, it's impossible for a god king to make a move on me? Duan Lingtian asked again. Of course. Ding Yan nodded. The teachers leading the team will escort us all the way to the trial grounds. As long as you don't leave the trial grounds, no god king will be able to appear in front of you without alerting you. Those teachers aren't to be trifled with. Upon hearing Ding Yan's words, Duan Lingtian felt much more assured. At the same time, he decided to participate in the 10-star trial. If he didn't participate, he would have to seek permission from the Hidden Fog Academy's president. Moreover, if he participated in the trial and ranked at the top, he would be able to obtain some precious items. Of course, the precious items mentioned here were only precious to deities. They might not be of much use to god kings and above. This time's trial, what are the rewards? Duan Lingtian asked Ding Yan. A moment later, he learned from Ding Yan about the rewards for the 10-star trial. The best reward was a dragon-marked divine grass that could help deities improve their cultivation. Of course, the effects were not as good as the Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills combined. However, the difference was not too great. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had already consumed the Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills before. It would not have any effect on him if he consumed the dragon-marked divine grass that he had never consumed before. Even if the dragon-marked divine grass can't help me break through to the higher deity stage, it should be able to bring me closer to the higher deity stage. I must obtain it. The dragon-marked divine grass made Duan Lingtian even more determined to participate in the 10-star trial. As for the threat from the Zhong family and the other god king clans, Duan Lingtian knew that he should be able to deal with a group of higher deities even if they formed a formation. At the critical moment, even if he used all his methods, it would be useless. At most, he would take the risk and use the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Now that he was an intermediate deity, he could unleash the true power of the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Moreover, the sword soul of the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, Huangde, would definitely be stronger. Duan Lingtian, although the dragon-marked divine grass is rare, with your talent and comprehension, you can just ask the president for one. There's no need to take the risk for it. Ding Yan could not help but advise Duan Lingtian again when he heard that he still intended to participate in the trial and was tempted by the dragon-marked divine grass. Chapter 3647. Ask the Dean for help? Upon hearing Ding Yan's words, although Duan Lingtian felt that this was feasible, he did not intend to do so. Once he did so, it would mean that he would owe Ding Yan a huge favor. Most importantly, he felt that there was no need to do so. I still want to see a 10-star student's trial. Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile. Ding Yan originally wanted to persuade him again, but when he met Duan Lingtian's determined gaze, he shut his mouth and did not continue. It was not difficult for him to see that Duan Lingtian had made up his mind. Then when the time comes, you and I will leave together. When those fellows see me, I think they will hesitate to attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases, Ding Yan said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Of course, don't misunderstand, I have no intention of competing with you for points. In the trial, the points belong to whoever kills the demon beast. The reason he said this was undoubtedly because he was worried that Duan Lingtian would misunderstand his original intention. Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Ding Yan. When those people from the God King level clans see you, they will hesitate to attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases? If I'm not mistaken, you're a defeated opponent of mine. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Of course, I'm not saying that my strength is enough to make them hesitate to attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases. It's my identity. Ding Yan's eyes flashed, and he hesitated for a moment before he spoke. Your identity? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and looked at Ding Yan with interest. What identity? In his opinion, If Ding Yan really had an identity that could make the God King level clans of Tianfeng City hesitate to attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases, then he would not be living in a 10-star student's low-class dormitory now. He would have lived in a high-class dormitory long ago, or at least a middle-class dormitory. When the time comes, you will naturally know. Ding Yan obviously did not want to talk about this topic. Duan Lingtian also did not delve into it because he did not need anyone to follow him and protect him. As long as there were no God Kings from the God King level clans in Tianfeng City, no matter how many higher deities tried to intercept him, even if he was no match for them, he was confident that he would be able to escape with his life. Furthermore, when the time came, he might not even need to flee. Perhaps, at that time, it would be hard to say who would be the one to kill who. No matter what, thank you for your kindness. Duan Lingtian nodded at Ding Yan and went to collect the divine pill. He then prepared to leave the 10 Stars Hall and wait for the 10-star student's trial to arrive. Duan Lingtian. A voice sounded from behind. It was getting closer and closer. When Duan Lingtian turned around, an ordinary-looking young man with a medium build wearing a long green robe had already appeared before his eyes. Is something the matter? Those who could appear here were, naturally, 10-star students. However, Duan Lingtian did not know who this person was. When Duan Lingtian was asking about the person, Ding Yan's voice rang in his ears. Duan Lingtian, this person is also from the Zhong clan. His name is Chong Huyang. Naturally, he's only a branch disciple of the Zhong clan. His position in the Zhong clan is not something Zhong Keki can compare to. As soon as Ding Yan finished speaking, Chong Huyang looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, Duan Lingyan, I was sent by our Zhong clan to express our stance. As long as you're willing to join our Zhong clan and become a branch disciple of our Zhong clan and swear a heart demon blood oath to be loyal to the Zhong clan for life, our Zhong clan will no longer make things difficult for you because of the conflict between you and young Master Zhong Keki. Otherwise, although Chong Huyang had intentionally interrupted Duan Lingtian, the threat in his tone was obvious. Duan Lingtian could guess what he was going to say. Otherwise what? Duan Lingtian glanced at Chong Huyang indifferently as a faint smile appeared on his face. Don't tell me your Chong clan plans to annihilate me? Just because I snatched Zhong Keki's high-grade dorm room? Moreover, it's within the rules of the Hidden Fog Academy. Duan Lingtian, I know you're strong and talented. However, I advise you to submit to the circumstances. A wise man submits to circumstances. Chong Huyang shook his head. This is my personal advice to you. I hope you can give me an answer before the 10-star trial begins. Otherwise, the Zhong clan won't let you go. This is my soul orb. Chong Huyang turned around and handed his soul orb to Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian rejected his soul orb. There's no need for that. All right. Chong Huyang did not waste any time. He put away the soul orb and left. However, when he turned around, a cold smile appeared on his face. He did not dare to go too far in front of Duan Lingtian. After all, his strength was far inferior to Duan Lingtian's. If he was beaten up by Duan Lingtian, the gains would not make up for the losses. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave the 10 Stars Hall, several more people came forward. These people were from the other God King level clans in Wind City. Among them was the Zhou clan. Their goal was the same as Chong Huyang's. They wanted to recruit Duan Lingtian for their clans. Of course, they did not make any excessive demands. For example, they made a heart demon blood oath. After all, their clans did not have any conflicts with Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian only agreed on the surface, joining their clans would only bring benefits to their clans. However, Duan Lingtian rejected them one by one. He had his own path to walk. Right now, he was already in the Hidden Fog Academy under the God Emperor level Hidden Fog sect. If he were to join a God King level clan, it would be a waste of effort. The trial for the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star students was held once a year. Every year, the Hidden Fog Academy would take out something as a reward for the 10-star students. This year, the Hidden Fog Academy took out many tempting rewards as usual. Among them, the Dragon Mark Divine Grass was the best reward. This year, the academy is a bit stingy. Last year, they took out Jia Yibing 3 divine pills as a reward for the first place. But this year, they only gave out Dragon Mark Divine Grass. Yes. Although Dragon Mark Divine Grass is the same type of divine pill as Jia Yibing 3 divine pills, its efficacy is much worse. Aren't you thinking too much? In any case, it's impossible for you to get first place in this trial. I think the second and third place rewards are better than last year's. It should be balanced out. In front of the 10 Stars Hall, a group of 10-star students were discussing. Today was also the day that the 10-star students would participate in the trial. The trial would start today and last for 3 months. In these 3 months, all 10-star students would enter the trial grounds that the Hidden Fog Academy had already chosen. The trial grounds were a monster beast mountain range. No matter how many monster beasts died, they would still come back in groups the next year. And this was the work of the Hidden Fog Academy. To be more precise, it was the work of the Hidden Fog sect. When the monster beasts in the Monster Beast Mountain range died, the Hidden Fog sect would capture monster beasts from other places and bring them here. With the cultivation of the Hidden Fog sect's powerhouses, they could imprison a large number of monster beasts in their small worlds and release them into the Monster Beast Forest. For example, before the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star students began, the Hidden Fog sect's powerhouses had already released a large number of monster beasts into the Monster Beast Forest. The rules of the trial for the 10-star students are like this. Duan Lingtian was also in the crowd. Many people around him often looked at him as if he was some rare animal. And at this moment, Ding Yan, who was standing beside him, finished speaking in a timely manner. Just a moment ago, Duan Lingtian completely understood the specific rules of the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star student trial through Ding Yan's mouth. The Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star student trial would be held in a fixed monster beast forest. After killing a monster beast, as long as the student touched the blood of the monster beast with their point token, the token would record their points. Different monster beasts with different cultivation levels would have different points. The point token would only be issued before the trial began. This was to prevent people from cheating. All of the monster beasts in the Monster Beast Forest had array formations placed on their bodies by the Hidden Fog sect's powerhouses. All of them had died under the hands of the same person. Only a quarter of an hour after their death and the blood that hadn't entered the storage ring would be recorded as points. This also prevented the possibility of students with a certain background from cheating. After all, the Monster Beast Forest couldn't be completely restricted. It could only prevent existences above the Divine King level from entering. Moreover, before the trial began, the Hidden Fog Academy's teachers would wander around the Monster Beast Forest to confirm that there were no other people hunting monster beasts. Only then would the Hidden Fog Academy's students be allowed to enter the Monster Beast Forest and begin the trial. The point token has to recognize an owner. The point token will also recognize the laws that the owner is proficient in. Only by using that law to kill monster beasts can one accumulate points. This further prevents the possibility of cheating. Previously, when he heard Ding Yan say these and even more restrictions, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. The Hidden Fog Academy's students really went to great lengths to prevent the 10-star students from cheating in the trial. With so many restrictions, it would be better to directly prohibit outsiders from entering that place. Only the Hidden Fog Academy's students could enter that place. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had asked Ding Yan about it. However, Ding Yan's answer was, the Hidden Fog Academy felt that this was more secure. This was because as long as the array formation didn't restrict people above the Divine King level, many Divine King level existences who were proficient in array formations could easily break it. It was meaningless to set it up. Even if the array formation restricted Divine King level existences, it was only a warning. It couldn't kill a Divine King. The Hidden Fog sect behind the Hidden Fog Academy didn't have any experts who were truly proficient in array formations. Therefore, the Hidden Fog Academy set up so many restrictions to limit the possibility of cheating. Hong Jun, you were defeated by him? Is he really that strong? In the corner of the group of 10-star students, A young man wearing a gray robe walked to Hong Jun's side. He looked at the purple figure in the distance with his back to him and asked Hong Jun with a flicker in his eyes. Chapter 3648. There's a floating image pearl in the 10 Stars Hall that recorded my battle with Ling Tian. Didn't you borrow it to take a look? In response to the gray-robed young man's question, Hong Jun glanced at him indifferently and replied with a question. I came out of closed-door cultivation 2 days ago. When I went to the 10 Stars Hall to collect the divine pills, I wanted to borrow a floating image pearl. However, the floating image pearls in the 10 Stars Hall that recorded your battle with Ling Tian were stolen. I can only wait for them to return it. The gray-clad young man shook his head and smiled wryly. There were many floating image pearls in the 10 Stars Hall, and 10-star students could borrow them by spending their credits. Every student in the Hidden Fog Academy had credits. Credits were usually obtained in the trials. Naturally, the credits here were not the same as the points in the trials. Points were points and credits were credits. Points were used to rank the students in the trials. After the ranking, the points would be converted into credits. Academic credits were equivalent to a special currency in the Hidden Mist Academy. In the Hidden Mist Academy, other than the use of Godstones for private transactions, students couldn't use Godstones for transactions between the academy and the academy. In the Hidden Fog Academy, credits could be used to exchange for anything. They could be used to borrow cultivation methods and floating image pearls. They could also be used to purchase divine pills, divine fruits, divine herbs, and divine weapons. Credits could not be given out privately in the Hidden Fog Academy. They could only be used for consumption. This was to prevent students with strong backgrounds from threatening other students to transfer their credits to them. I heard that when you fought with him, he did not use a divine weapon. You had to use a divine weapon to fight him to a draw? The gray-clad young man asked again. Since you already know, why ask? Hong Jun glanced at the gray-clad young man indifferently and said, He Yipping, if you really want to know his strength, you can challenge him. He's staying in a high-grade dormitory. You can go to the 10 Stars Hall and apply for a challenge auction to his dormitory. The gray-clad young man was called He Yipping. He was as famous as Hong Jun in the Hidden Fog Academy, and his strength was on par with Hong Jun. However, due to his ordinary background, he could not stay in a high-grade dormitory. It was also because of this that he and Hong Jun appreciated each other and had a good relationship. Do you really want me to make a fool of myself? He Yipping glared at Hong Jun and said, I was just asking casually because I found it hard to believe. If he has truly mastered the fusion of 3 profundities from the law of space, let alone you and me, even if we join forces, we won't be able to defeat him. Hong Jun snorted coldly and ignored He Yipping. However, when his gaze landed on Duan Lingtian, it became extremely solemn. He would never forget the last battle. That was also the first time in his life that he had lost to someone younger than him. Are you Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian had just stopped talking to Ding Yen when a voice came from afar and soon arrived in front of him. The person who came was a young man dressed in fine clothes. His face was firm, his eyes were bright, and his curly hair was draped behind his back. There was a gentle aura between his brows, giving people a distinct feeling. It was easy to remember this kind of person with just a glance. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw this person. This was one of the few people he had seen in his life who had a distinctive appearance. Hello, I'm Ho Qingning. The young man came in front of Duan Lingtian and introduced himself with a smile before Duan Lingtian could speak. Ho Qingning. Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar with this name. On his first day at the Hidden Fog Academy, he had heard Lu Jin mention Ho Qingning. He knew that Ho Qingning was one of the people who lived in the 5 high-grade dormitories among the 10-star students. He was also one of the people who lived in the high-grade dormitory with his own strength. At the same time, he had an extraordinary identity. He was the young sect master of a God King-level sect. Duan Lingtian. Seeing the other party's kind face, Duan Lingtian returned the greeting and nodded at him. Duan Lingtian, I heard about you when I came out of seclusion some time ago. I wanted to exchange pointers with you, but I didn't expect you to come out of seclusion only today. In front of Duan Lingtian, Ho Qingning didn't seem to be afraid of strangers at all. Although I know I'm definitely not your opponent, as someone who also comprehended the law of space, I still want to exchange pointers with you and see what I'm lacking in. After all, this is the first time I, Ho Qingning, have met someone younger than me who has also comprehended the law of space and is stronger than me. Ho Qingning couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. You won't refuse to exchange pointers with me just because I'm not as strong as you, right? Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Ho Qingning asked again. Let's wait until the trial ends. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and said, if you want to exchange pointers, I'll exchange pointers with you when the time comes. Although Duan Lingtian had just met Ho Qingning, he had a good impression of Ho Qingning from their interactions today and Lu Jin's introduction in the past. Therefore, he did not reject Ho Qingning's request. That's settled then. Ho Qingning's eyes lit up when he heard this. I'll look for you when the trial ends. As soon as Ho Qingning finished speaking, he turned around and left. Duan Lingtian could sense a cold gaze staring at him from the direction Ho Qingning left. He didn't have to look to know who it was. It was none other than Chong Keki, the direct descendant of the Chong clan who had lost to him without even fighting. He was the crown prince of the Chong clan. Currently, Chong Keki was standing there with Chong Huliang, the direct descendant of the Chong clan whom Duan Lingtian had met before. Chong Huliang had once represented the Chong clan in the 10 Stars Temple to recruit him. He had even threatened Duan Lingtian on behalf of the Chong clan. Duan Lingtian would either join the Chong clan and swear a heart demon blood oath to be loyal to the Chong clan or die. Very good. Everyone is here. At the same time, a loud voice resonated in the air. Accompanying the voice was a figure that was as sturdy as a tower. It was a young man with a dignified appearance and a cold expression. He was more than 2 meters tall, and he seemed to have appeared out of thin air in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian, today should be your first time meeting teacher Yu Qianshan, right? Ding Yan, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, asked when the newcomer appeared. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had seen many teachers since he entered the Hidden Fog Academy, but he had never seen this burly young man in front of him. However, this burly young man gave him a dangerous feeling. He felt more dangerous than any teacher he had seen since he came to the 10-star dormitory. He even gave him an unfathomable feeling. Teacher Yu Qianshan is one of the more powerful teachers in our Hidden Fog Academy. His strength is second only to the Dean. It is said that he is on par with Teacher Yun Hui and Teacher Tang Hao. Ding Yan continued, and in our Hidden Fog Academy, they are recognized as the 3 strongest teachers under the Dean. They are all High God Kings. Usually, you can't see him. He only appears when the 10-star students are in the trial and takes us to the trial grounds. He personally leads the team to ensure the safety of the 10-star students. After all, the 10-star students of the Hidden Fog Academy are equivalent to the inner sect disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. For the Hidden Fog Academy and the Hidden Fog sect, they cannot afford to lose you. I wish those God King clans would send their God King experts to kill you. At that time, they would be killed by Teacher Yu Qianshan before they could even find you. The corners of Ding Yan's mouth curled into a mocking smile when he reached the end of his sentence. He was mocking the God Kings of the God King clans. Yu Qianshan. When Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on Yu Qianshan also happened to be looking at him. Yu Qianshan smiled and nodded at him. Obviously, Yu Qianshan already knew of his existence. Then, Yu Qianshan said in a clear voice, I heard that there is an amazing new student among the 10-star students. His strength is recognized as the strongest in the Hidden Fog Academy. When Yu Qianshan said this, almost all the 10-star students' gazes fell on Duan Lingtian. However, don't be discouraged. Yu Qianshan continued, although the new student is strong, he is still a new student. He has never participated in the 10-star trial. In this regard, his experience is not as good as yours. So, it is not impossible for you to defeat him in this trial. After all, the trial rankings are based on trial points, not strength. As soon as Yu Qianshan said this, many people's eyes lit up. Especially Hong Jun, Ho Qingning, He Yiping and the others. At this time, their eyes shone brightly. They were looking forward to surpassing Duan Lingtian in the 10-star trial. When the other 3 teachers arrive, we will set off. Yu Qianshan said again, now, let's wait for a while. Although Yu Qianshan asked Duan Lingtian and the others to wait, they did not have to wait for long. In less than 10 breaths of time, the other 3 teachers arrived. These 3 teachers were also unfamiliar faces to Duan Lingtian. Let's go! Following Yu Qianshan's order, the group of a few dozen people stepped into the air and left the Hidden Fog Academy. They left Tianfeng City. Yu Qianshan took the lead and opened up a path in front. Meanwhile, the other 3 Hidden Mist Academy teachers stood guard in 3 other directions, one on the left, one on the right, and one on the back. They protected Duan Lingtian and the rest of the 10-star students. He's Duan Lingtian? After leaving Skywind City, the 3 Hidden Fog Academy's teachers learned about Duan Lingtian, who had recently become famous in the Hidden Fog Academy. Their gazes landed on Duan Lingtian from time to time. Their gazes were different from one another. One of the gazes gave Duan Lingtian an uncomfortable feeling. Although there was no obvious hostility, it was completely different from the other 2 teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy. It was cold and indifferent. Is that teacher related to the Zhong family? Duan Lingtian asked Ding Yan. At the same time, he pointed in one direction. Chapter 3649. At Duan Lingtian's subtle gesture, Ding Yan casually glanced in that direction and asked, how do you know? I feel like he looks at me differently from the other 2 teachers. Duan Lingtian revealed his discovery. That's teacher Zhu Chun. His wife and the 3rd master of the Chong family's wife are sisters. Because of this, he's very close to the Chong family. It can even be said that he's half a member of the Chong family. Ding Yan said. When Duan Lingtian heard this, realization dawned on him. If that was the case, then everything would make sense. However, don't worry. Although he has a good relationship with the Zhong clan, he won't dare to mess around under Master Yu Qianshan's nose unless he has a death wish. At most, he'll send a message to the Zhong clan. Even without him, Zhong Keqi and Zhong Heliang can do that. Ding Yan continued to say. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was from Ho Qingning, who was also staying in the 10-star high-grade dormitory and had an extraordinary background. The Zhong clan will definitely do something to you in the 10-star trial this time. Before I came, I've already informed the elders in my sect to bring people to the vicinity of the trial site. They can go in and protect you at any time. Do you need my help? After all, I don't want anything to happen to you, Duan Lingtian. If that's the case, I'll have one less opponent to spar with. Duan Lingtian did not expect Ho Qingning to send him a voice transmission. After all, he had only met Duan Lingtian once. He had only agreed to spar with Duan Lingtian after the trial. How could Duan Lingtian make such an arrangement based on this? Thank you. Although he was surprised, Duan Lingtian still rejected Ho Qingning's good intentions. However, I think I can solve this matter myself. If he asked Ho Qingning for help, he could further conceal himself and keep a low profile. However, if he did that, he would definitely owe Ho Qingning a favor, and even the sect behind Ho Qingning would owe him a favor. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to do this. Moreover, even if he revealed his strength this time, he would be careful and not expose his trump card. Even if he did this, he would be valued by the Hidden Fog Academy and the Hidden Fog sect. Although he wanted to keep a low profile and not attract too much attention, which would cause him to fall into the situation of, the tallest tree in the forest will be the first to be destroyed by the wind, he also knew that the benefits of keeping a high profile outweighed the disadvantages. As long as the balance between the two was properly grasped, it would be enough. All right. Ho Qingning nodded. Then I'll have them go back. He didn't say anything else. Whatever Duan Lingtian said, he was decisive and straightforward. This also made Duan Lingtian have a better impression of him. After all, they were strangers. Even if Duan Lingtian didn't fear the Zhong family, it was still very rare for him to do this. Duan Lingnan, we're about to reach the trial grounds, remember what I said and follow me. After following Duan Lingtian for a while, the surrounding scenery changed several times. Ding Yan's sound transmission also reached Duan Lingtian's ears. No need. Duan Lingtian rejected Ding Yan's good intentions again. At the same time, he felt a little helpless. If only Ding Yan was as straightforward as Ho Qingning. He had rejected him many times, but Ding Yan was like a dog's skin plaster, sticking to him. Of course, he couldn't turn hostile. After all, Ding Yan was doing this for his own good. However, there were some things he couldn't explain. He couldn't possibly tell Ding Yan that even the higher deities sent by the Chong family would most likely die in his hands if they fought against him, right? What qualifications did he have to say that? Even the most outstanding middle deities of the Hidden Fog sect wouldn't be able to accomplish this. This was a little too high profile. We've arrived. When Duan Lingtian and the others arrived in the air above a forest and mountain range, Yu Qianshan brought Duan Lingtian and the others to a stop. At the same time, he turned and looked at Duan Lingtian and the others. Now, I will give you the point tokens. As usual, make the point token recognize you as its master. As for the point token, once it recognizes you as its master, it cannot be removed. If you die, the point token will disappear. Normally speaking, the trial of a 10-star student shouldn't be a threat to your life. What is being tested is the speed at which you hunt monster beasts. If you encounter powerful monster beasts, even if you can't defeat them, you can still escape unscathed. Of course, if you are really unlucky and encounter a large number of monster beasts, you can choose to crush your point tokens. At that time, I will rush over and save you. After listening to Yu Qianshan's words, Duan Lingtian looked at Ding Yan who was standing next to him and asked through voice transmission, since crushing the accumulative point token can get teacher Yu Qianshan to kill me, why would the Zhong clan send someone to kill me? Aren't they afraid I'll crush my point token? Ding Yan shook his head in response to Duan Lingtian's question. He replied with a voice transmission, "You're overthinking it. If the Zhong clan intended to kill you in there, they would have brought along a formation plate and activated a formation to block the connection between Yu Qianshan and the accumulative points medallion. Even if they didn't use the formation plate to block the connection between Yu Qianshan and the accumulative points medallion, they could have asked the students related to the Zhong clan to crush the accumulative points medallion and lure Yu Qianshan over. And they will make a move on you at that time." Ding Yan said, "A God King clan like the Zhong family will definitely leave a way out for themselves. To them, all they have to do is to kill you. They don't care about the lives of the higher gods sent by the Zhong family. In fact, those higher gods might even be sacrificial warriors that they have reared. They might have sworn a heart demon blood oath to be loyal to the Zhong family. In the realms of gods, the heart demon blood oath could make anyone pale. If one swore a heart demon blood oath in other realms, as long as one was not in the realms of gods, nothing would happen to them. However, if one swore a heart demon blood oath in the realms of gods, one would be directly linked to a supreme expert. If one were to violate the oath, one would be hunted down by the supreme expert's subordinates. Even a god would not be able to escape death. For some powerful ultimate gods, the ultimate god's subordinates might not have the ability to kill them. However, under such circumstances, the matter would not end just because of the ultimate god's strength. The ultimate gods would personally make a move and kill the ultimate gods. Violating a heart demon blood oath was equivalent to blasphemy against the supreme expert. It was something the supreme expert would not tolerate. In the realms of gods, the supreme expert was like a law. As long as one did not violate the law, everything would be fine. However, if one did, one would be punished by the supreme expert. As Yu Qianshan raised his hand, token after token flew out and hovered in front of the 10-star students, including Duan Lingtian, waiting for them to collect it. Duan Lingtian took the token and dripped his blood on it to claim ownership. "Go!" Yu Qianshan's voice fell. Then, a 10-star student stepped out from the crowd. His figure flashed, and disappeared into the forest and the mountain range below. The mountain range was full of twists and turns, and the forest stretched as far as the eye could see. The Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star students' trial covered a large area in front of them. Duanling, I'll go first. After Ho Qingning bade farewell to Duanling Tian, he followed Duanling Tian and entered the mountain range below. Soon after, his figure disappeared into the mountain range. Let's go as well. Ding Yan called out to Duanling Tian before the two of them flew into the forest below. However, as soon as they entered the forest, Ding Yan noticed that Duanling Tian had disappeared into thin air. This is bad. At this moment, Ding Yan finally regained his senses. Duanling Tian had no intention of leaving with him at all. That guy. Is he really not afraid of death? Ding Yan was flustered and exasperated. He did not have many friends in the Hidden Fog Academy. However, Duanling Tian had shown mercy when they fought. He did not injure or even kill him. Ding Yan was very grateful to him and treated Duanling Tian as his friend. This was also the reason why he became close to Duanling Tian. One could imagine what it would be like for a person who didn't have many friends before to suddenly have a friend that he recognized. Sometimes, Duanling Tian could not handle Ding Yan's enthusiasm. Just like this time, Ding Yan insisted on staying by Duanling Tian's side. Duanling Tian had tried to reject him a few times but to no avail. In the end, he could not be bothered to reject Ding Yan. It was not that he did not believe Ding Yan's words. Ding Yan had said many times that as long as he followed him, he would not be in danger. He also thought that Ding Yan might really have an extraordinary identity. However, he did not want to owe Ding Yan a favor. Just like how he did not want to owe Ho Qingning and the God King level sect behind him. This was because he felt that he could solve this matter by himself. The 10-star trial is to hunt demonic beasts in the trial ground. After killing the demonic beast, immediately let the token touch the fresh blood of the demonic beast to gain points. If you think some parts of the demonic beast's body are valuable, you can take them. The 10-star trial is to test your speed in hunting demonic beasts and how to deal with all kinds of demonic beast attacks. Some demonic beasts like to attack humans in groups. Although these demonic beasts are not necessarily a threat to our lives, not many people are willing to encounter them. Once you encounter them, it is equivalent to wasting a lot of time on them, whether it is to kill them or to escape from under their noses. Before entering the 10-star trial ground, Duanling Tian learned the specific rules and procedures of the trial from Ding Yan. He knew what to do and what to avoid after entering the trial ground. I just received a message from young Master Qi. Duanling Tian has entered. In the depths of a mountain forest, ghostly figures that seemed to be hidden in the shadows appeared under the lead of a skinny figure. Chapter 3650. The skinny figure in the lead was an old man with an aged face. His eyes gleamed with the light of a wolf, as if he was about to devour someone. Among the dozen or so people following behind him, there were young men and middle-aged men. Each and every one of them exuded a cold and bloodthirsty aura. When they gathered together, they did not seem like a group of humans but more like a pack of wolves. The skinny old man was the king of this pack of wolves. Search for the target immediately. At the same time, don't alert the others. Once you find the target, inform the others immediately. When almost everyone has arrived, attack at my command and try to kill him in one blow. That Duanling Tian may only be an intermediate deity, but none of you are a match for him in a one-on-one fight. The skinny old man said indifferently, now, spread out and search for the target. The dozen or so people responded in unison. It was as if they had discussed this beforehand. None of them spoke too soon or too late. As soon as they finished speaking, they split up and flew off in different directions. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the depths of the forest and mountain range like fish returning to the sea. If anyone were here, they would definitely be very surprised. This was because these people were like natural-born hunters. They wandered in the forest and mountain range. No matter what it was, they could cleverly use it as a cover. Even if one was very close to them, It would not be easy to discover them without using divine consciousness. These people were the men of sacrifice raised by the Zhong clan, a God-King-level clan in Tianfeng City. They were specially trained to solve some of the clandestine matters of the Zhong clan. At the same time, in a few other places, there were also several groups of people spreading out in all directions. There were only 5 or 6 people in each of these groups. They were not as many as the Zhong clan, but all of them exuded a bloodthirsty and cold aura. These people were from the other clans in Tianfeng City. Even the Zhou clan had sent men of sacrifice. They had also sent men of sacrifice to kill Duan Lingtian. However, their reason for killing Duan Lingtian was completely different from the Zhong families. The Zhong family wanted to kill the Duan Lingtian because of the enmity between the Duan Lingtian and the Zhong family. If they didn't kill the Duan Lingtian would become a hidden danger to the Zhong family in the future. As for the other God-King level clans that wanted to kill Duan Lingtian wanted to shift the blame onto the Zhong clan. At the same time, killing a young genius who was about to rise but was unwilling to be used by them was a good thing for them, not a bad thing. They were happy to see this happen. Looks like the Zhong clan isn't the only one who sent people here. Yu Qianshan, who was hovering in the air above the vast forest, withdrew his soul consciousness that had covered a large area of the forest below and shook his head slightly. The trial grounds for the 10-star students were huge. Even though he was a high god king and his soul consciousness could cover a large area, he could only cover a corner of the 10-star students' trial grounds. He couldn't cover the entire trial grounds. Not long after Duan Lingtian entered the forest, he discovered that Duan Lingtian had disappeared from the range of his soul consciousness. He was no longer able to lock onto Duan Lingtian's whereabouts. However, he could still sense the changes in the forest. But now that he had withdrawn his soul consciousness, he didn't seem to have any plans for the next step. Elder Qianshan, a teacher standing not far from Yu Qianshan, heard his words. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he was interrupted by Yu Qianshan frowning. How many times have I told you? Right now, you and I are no longer in the Hidden Fog sect. We are in the Hidden Fog Academy, so you don't need to call me Elder something. Within the academy, there is a name for you. As he spoke, Yu Qianshan's tone became somewhat impatient. Yes, teacher. The teacher bitterly smiled. Then he straightened his face and said, that Duan Lingtian participating in this trial is quite dangerous. Are we really going to stand guard here and do nothing? Who said we're not going to do anything? Yu Qianshan lightly said, we're going to stand guard here. If a god king trespasses into the trial grounds, we'll be the first to discover it. At that time, we'll take action and kill that reckless god king. After saying this, Yu Qianshan looked at another teacher not far away. Teacher Zhu Chun, don't you agree? Ah. Zhu Chun was clearly thinking about something. When he heard Yu Qianshan call him, he hurriedly came back to his senses. He looked at Yu Qianshan with awe and nervousness. Yes, Teacher Yu is right. Although he didn't hear what Yu Qianshan said, did he want to hear it? He didn't need to. Although they were both teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy, he still knew the difference in status between him and Teacher Yu Qianshan. Yu Qianshan wasn't just a subordinate of the dean. Even in the Hidden Fog sect, he also had a high position. The reason he came to the Hidden Fog Academy as a teacher was partly because he was bored and wanted to come out and relax. Unlike him, he came to the Hidden Fog Academy as a teacher so that when he returned to the sect in the future, he could have a good resume and be promoted. Teacher Zhu Chun. There was another teacher who had been silent all this time. Now, he looked at Zhu Chun deeply and said, this time, the Zhong family should have sent many people to the trial grounds to kill Duan Lingtian, right? Zhu Chun's expression changed when he heard this. However, he immediately calmed down and shook his head. Oh no. But normally speaking, the Zhong family shouldn't be so bold. Shouldn't be. This teacher obviously didn't intend to let Zhu Chun go so easily. But just now, Teacher Yu Qianshan clearly found many non-10-star students wandering around the trial ground. Aren't those people from the Zhong family? I don't know about this either. Zhu Chun shook his head. At the same time, he looked at Yu Qianshan and said, Teacher Yu, if you think those people's identities are suspicious, I can personally capture them and bring them to you so that you can interrogate them personally. Of course, Zhu Chun was just saying it casually, because he knew that Yu Qianshan wouldn't let him do that. Even if other teachers were to go, they wouldn't let him go. After all, he had a close relationship with the Zhong family. They would definitely be worried that he would personally make a move on Duan Lingtian. No need. Sure enough, Zhu Chun guessed right. Yu Qianshan shook his head and said, "You, just wait here with us. Later, if someone crushes their token, you will come with me." Yu Qianshan's words obviously meant that he wanted to tie Zhu Chun to his side. Zhu Chun wasn't surprised by this and repeatedly said, "Yes." Teacher Yu. The teacher who spoke first looked at Yu Qianshan and frowned slightly. "What do you and the dean think? Not to mention the academy, even if placed in our sect, Duan Lingtian would still be considered an extremely outstanding genius. Don't you think it's too dangerous for him to participate in the 10-star trial? Don't tell me you and the dean want to see such a genius fall just like that?" As soon as the teacher finished speaking, the other teacher and Zhu Chun turned to look at Yu Qianshan. Facing the gazes of the three people, Yu Qianshan said indifferently, "He's not a 3-year-old child. He has his own thoughts. Since he chose to participate in the trial instead of complaining to the dean, it means that he has his own thoughts. He wants to participate in the 10-star trial this time. Under such circumstances, do you want me and the dean to beg him not to participate in the 10-star trial? Moreover, the dean and I are curious. Where does his confidence come from? If he falls just like that, he'll become a drop in the ocean in the academy's long history. However, if he survives, it means he's not a simple person. The dean told me, if he survives and doesn't rely on any external forces, he'll consider letting him enter the sect in advance. He'll also recommend him to become a core disciple of the sect and enjoy the best treatment." As soon as Yu Qianshan said this, the three suddenly understood. As it turned out, the matter this time was a test the dean gave Duan Lingtian. Core disciple. The three of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. If Duan Lingtian really became a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, then in terms of status within the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Lingtian wouldn't be inferior to them. A core disciple was an existence that was on equal footing with inner sect elders like them. Moreover, in the Hidden Fog sect, there weren't many core disciples. There were never more than 100 of them. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was moving like a ghost in the forest and mountain range, was completely unaware that he had unknowingly moved around the forest and mountain range. He was in a predicament. Moreover, this predicament was one that the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy had tacitly agreed to. At the same time, the Hidden Fog Academy didn't intend to help him. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't want to help. At the very least, the Hidden Fog Academy wouldn't let the God King powerhouses attack him. As for the God Spirit Realm existences, the Hidden Fog Academy didn't care. No matter how many of them there were, how strong they were, how they attacked Duan Lingtian, the Hidden Fog Academy didn't intend to interfere. Although Duan Lingtian was a genius and no one in the Hidden Fog Academy could surpass him, in the Hidden Fog sect, there were many people who could compete with him or even surpass him. Because of this, the Hidden Fog Academy could afford to lose such a genius and the Hidden Fog sect couldn't afford to lose him. Duan Lingtian's figure swept through the forest in the mountain range like a gust of wind. All the demon beasts he encountered, no matter how big or small they were, all of them quickly fell to the ground. None of the demon beasts could survive for more than a breath in front of him. Now, Duan Lingtian not only used the fusion of the 3 profundities of the law of space, but he also took out a divine tool. Of course, it was just an ordinary low-grade divine tool without a soul. It was a sword. The sword flew out like a dragon. Every time it flew out, it would take the life of a monster. In this way, after wandering for many days, Duan Lingtian couldn't remember how many monster beasts he had killed. He even felt a little numb to it. On this day, Duan Lingtian seemed to have sensed something. His eyes flashed as he came to a halt. The corners of his mouth curled up. "You finally found me." Chapter 3651. Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to change his location when he noticed the figures spying on him in the dark. Instead, he wandered around the area. After confirming that the other party had locked onto him and was tailing him, he gradually confirmed the other party's identity. They should be the men of sacrifice sent by the Zhong clan and the other God King level clans in Tianfeng City. Although the other party was a higher deity and had hidden himself well, Duan Lingtian had a wealth of anti-tracking experience from his past life. His life as a weapons specialist had given him a unique understanding of anti-tracking. This was something that could not be given to him in this life. He discovered the other party not because the other party's aura was exposed, but because the other party's movements left behind some fine traces, so fine that ordinary people would not be able to detect them. There are two of them, there are three of them. When Duan Lingtian noticed that there were already 3 people gathered around him, he knew that the first person was contacting the others. Still not planning to make a move? However, even if there were 3 of them, they still did not plan to make a move. Now, the others should be on their way here. At this moment, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess this. Since that's the case, there's no need to keep them alive. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed again. With a teleportation, he disappeared from where he was. Just as the 3 people hiding behind a large tree were stunned and began to look around for Duan Lingtian's whereabouts, a voice came from above them. Are you looking for me? At this moment, a purple figure stood above the 3 people with his hands behind his back. He looked at them mockingly, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly in a faint smile. Do it. The moment they noticed Duan Lingtian, the 3 people looked at each other. Then, in the next instant, divine power erupted from their bodies. They merged 3 different laws of nature and soared into the sky, directly attacking Duan Lingtian. 2 young men and 1 middle-aged man had bloodthirsty eyes. Each of them had a low-grade divine artifact in their hands. Some were sabers, some were swords. Now they attacked together, attacking Duan Lingtian. Moreover, they used killing moves right from the start. Obviously, he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with a single blow, leaving no room for negotiation. Too weak. The moment the 3 attacked, Duan Lingtian discovered that although they were all higher deities, they had only comprehended the mysteries of certain laws of nature to the phenomenal realm and had yet to come into contact with the fused mysteries. Even though they had the advantage of divine energy, it was not enough to make up for their advantage in the laws of nature in front of his son. For this reason, as soon as Duan Lingtian thrust his sword out, a terrifying spatial storm swept out and fell from the sky. In just a blink of an eye, the spatial storm had engulfed the 3 of them as well. In the next instant, the 3 people's attacks were completely annihilated by the spatial storm that Duan Lingtian's sword had created. Then, the 3 people's figures were shredded into a bloody mist by the spatial storm that had depleted part of its energy. Even the spatial rings in their hands were completely destroyed in the process. Only their divine artifacts remained intact. To think that they self-destructed their spatial rings. What a pity. After killing the 3 people, Duan Lingtian calmly put away the 3 low-grade divine artifacts. He felt it was a pity that the 3 spatial rings had been destroyed. However, he knew that the 3 spatial rings were special. They would self-destruct when their owners died. Such spatial rings could only be found in the realms of gods. In other words, only divine weaponsmiths in the realms of gods could refine such self-destructing spatial rings. Once the storage ring was destroyed, the items inside would be swept into the spatial turbulence. They might be scattered and lost in some corner of the world, or they might remain in the spatial turbulence forever, drifting about in there. The appearance of this kind of storage ring was also to prevent the enemy from obtaining everything inside the storage ring. In the realms of gods, those who were qualified would use such spatial rings. There should be more people on their way here. Instead of waiting for them here, it's better for me to search for them and take them out one by one. That way, I won't have to face them head-on and I won't have to reveal my trump card. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian made his move again. Before Duan Ling Tian came to the trial land, he had already planned to fight a group of people by himself and reveal some of his trump cards to fight the Zhong family members who wanted to kill him. However, he discovered the reality was different from what he had imagined. He did not travel with anyone. It would be difficult for the Zhong clan members to find him in this vast and boundless trial ground. Under normal circumstances, they would have to spread out and search for him. The 3 people who had met up with him earlier told him this. You want to kill me, but you're still so careless? Why are you sending me out one by one? Duan Ling Tian had a cold smile on his face as his figure flashed out. Fortunately, Duan Ling Tian's words were not heard by the people from the God King clans in Wind City who wanted to kill him in the trial ground. Otherwise, they would have vomited blood. Do you think we want to kill you? If this place is not so big, do you think we'd spread out to look for you? Who knew your anti-tracking ability is so strong? Even a higher deity with a cultivation base 1 level higher than yours would be discovered by you. Just like that, Duan Ling Tian began his performance. He did not go far. Instead, he searched the area in a circular formation. It did not take long before he spotted 2 people. Before the 2 people could meet up, he had already killed them. He killed one person with a swing of his sword without leaving a trace. Just like that, after approximately 15 minutes, 13 people had already died in Duan Ling Tian's hands. When another person approached, Duan Ling Tian sensed that the other party was not simple. The aura this person gave off was different from the others who had died in his hands. This old fellow seems to be stronger. It was a skinny old man. He also gave off a bloodthirsty aura, and his eyes were extremely cold. Who is it? Duan Ling Tian had just teleported nearby when he heard the old man's shout. At the same time, the old man made a move at lightning speed. A golden saber ray swept toward him and directly cut the gigantic tree that was hiding his figure. When the huge tree fell, Duan Ling Tian no longer hid himself and showed himself openly. The moment Duan Lingan appeared, the old man stared at Duan Lingnan and asked suspiciously, You are Duan Ling Tian? So many of you came to look for me. Don't tell me none of you know what I look like? Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. Hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the old man's expression changed greatly. At the same time, he subconsciously sent out messages one after another. However, he found that out of the 16 messages, only 3 replied. The other 13 did not reply. The messages he sent to them were like stones sinking into the sea. My 13 subordinates were killed by you. The old man looked at Duan Ling Tian with a solemn expression and asked in a deep voice. Since Duan Ling Tian had appeared here, coupled with the fact that there was no news of 13 of his 16 subordinates, he could faintly guess that they had all been killed. Moreover, it was this person who had killed them. It seems that more than a dozen people died by my hands. They were not students of our hidden fog academy. Were they your people? Duan Ling Tian asked with a faint smile. It seems that I underestimated you. The old man looked deeply at Duan Lington. How did they die by your hands? In the old man's opinion, this was a crucial question. If all 13 of his subordinates attacked together and were killed by Duan Ling Tian, he might have to think of a way to retreat. After all, even he did not dare to say that he could escape unscathed under the joint attack of his 13 subordinates. If Duan Ling Tian had that kind of strength, he would not be able to contend with him. Although he was a man of sacrifice, he still had his own thoughts. Even if he could not betray the Zhong family because of the heart demon blood oath, he could still return to the Zhong family after escaping and informing them. Moreover, once it was confirmed that Duan Ling Tian was stronger than him, he would not be sent to deal with Duan Ling Tian. Even if he was sent, he would definitely find a helper for him. They were too scattered, so I killed them one by one. Duan Ling Tian did not think too much about it and told the old man the truth. Then he narrowed his eyes and stared at the old man in front of him. You're the next one. The old man sighed in relief when Duan Ling Tian said that he had killed all 13 of his subordinates one by one. However, when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he could not help but laugh. Duan Ling Tian, I admit that you're quite strong. However, do you think you can kill me with your strength? I'm not like those useless people. As soon as the old man finished speaking, divine energy surged from his body. Then, a dazzling golden light shone as the profundities from the law of metal appeared. Most importantly, the two profundities of the law of metal had fused together perfectly during this process. Moreover, the profundities from the law of metal merged with two other profundities from the law of metal. It was obvious that the old man had mastered the fusion of three profundities from the law of metal. Coupled with his cultivation base as a higher deity, it was no wonder that he was not afraid of Duanlingen. Duanlingen, if you were a higher deity, I would have no choice but to turn tail and flee today. It's just a shame that you're just an intermediate deity. Even if you've comprehended one of the four supreme laws of nature and fused three types of profound meaning in spatial laws of nature, you'll still be hard-pressed to escape death today. The moment his words left his mouth, the old man made his move without any warning. Streaks of dazzling golden light shot out like lightsabers in all directions as they charged toward Duanling Tian. As for himself, he also set off. A long saber appeared in the old man's hand. It was a divine weapon. The long saber was straight and golden light flashed. It tore through the air as if it could destroy everything. You dare to attack me with just this little bit of strength? Duanling Tian stood where he was without moving until the old man's attack and the old man's saber were right in front of him. Only then did he speak unhurriedly with a hint of disdain at the corners of his mouth. The next moment, control. With just a thought, Duanling Tian took control of the space around him. This was also the first time Duanling Tian had used the Tao of Control, one of the four Taos of heaven and earth, in a fight since he came to the mystic ganglands in the Plains of Gods. Chapter 3652. Duanling Tian's attack was so sudden that the old man did not have time to react. He thought that he could gain the initiative by striking first and kill Duanling Tian as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. However, he did not expect that the moment he approached Duanling Tian, a terrifying spatial storm suddenly appeared in the entire area, making the entire area seem like a personal space that Duanling Tian completely dominated. As for his attack, it was instantly annihilated in that space. Then, before he could react and stop, he had already entered this space. The next moment he found that his body was no longer under his control. Then he released his divine sense and watched his body shatter into pieces. Then, when he reached his soul, his divine sense was gradually annihilated as well. Until the moment before his death, he did not know what had happened. You're pretty strong, but it's a pity that you met me. After killing the old man, Duanling Tian put away his divine weapon and shook his head. If it were any of the other 10-star students of the Hidden Fog Academy, even the strongest 5, Hongjun, and the others, they would have died without a doubt. The old man's strength was completely incomparable to the people he had killed before. In fact, even if he wanted to kill the old man without using any of the four Taos of heaven and earth, it would be difficult for him to use only the triple-fused profundity from the law of space. Unless he used 2 or more triple-fused profundities or fused all 4 profundities. However, these were his trump cards. In addition, if he attacked like that, it would give his opponent a chance to send out a message and expose his strength. Now that he had used the Tao of Control of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth, even if someone was watching in the dark, it would be difficult for them to guess that he had used the Tao of Control. They would think that he had some special means. In addition, the sudden appearance of the Tao of Control gave his opponent no chance to send out a message. After all, his opponent would have died if he had approached. It's a pity that he also used a self-destructing spatial ring. Otherwise, with his strength, there would be a lot of good things in his spatial ring. Duanling Tian sighed and continued to patrol the surroundings. In the next 2 days, he found 3 more people sneaking around. Their auras were no different from the 14 people he had killed before, including the old man he had killed 2 days ago. They should be together. If I'm not mistaken, they must be from the Chong family. Only the Chong family would be able to send so many men to kill him. Even if the other God King level family clans in Skywind City sent people to deal with him, it was impossible for them to send such a large force. The Chong family should have sent these 17 people. After wandering around for another 2 days, Duan Lingtian confirmed that no one else would come. He left the area and continued his journey of killing demonic beasts. Even if he didn't use his full strength, killing the demonic beasts in this training ground was still as easy as chopping vegetables. Up until now, no demonic beast had been able to force him to use a second sword strike. The points in his points token were also increasing at an exaggerated rate. The difference in strength is too great. Even if it's Hong Jun, if I want to kill him, I only need to use the strength I showed him before. Coupled with the divine weapon, I only need to use 1 or 2 sword strikes. In the training ground, the demonic beasts Duan Lingtian could kill with a single sword strike weren't weak. Among them, there were some demonic beasts that even Hong Jun and the other 4 Duan Lingtian, who were recognized as the strongest in the Hidden Fog Academy before entering, would find it difficult to deal with. But in front of Duan Lingtian, they weren't even worth mentioning. These demonic beasts were arranged by the Hidden Fog sect in advance. At that time, Duan Lingtian hadn't entered the Hidden Fog Academy yet. The demonic beasts arranged by the Hidden Fog sect were arranged according to the strength of the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star students. Because of this, they only arranged demonic beasts that could threaten Hong Jun and the other 4. They didn't arrange any demonic beasts that could threaten Duan Lingtian. In this case, Duan Lingtian was like a fish in water. Skywind City. Zhong family's mansion. Although it was broad daylight, the Zhong family's meeting hall was still full of people. Third brother, why did you call us here in such a hurry? Did something happen? Zhong Si had just returned from the restaurant he was in charge of. He looked at Zhong San, who was sitting on the other side of the main seat, and asked with a dignified expression, "Today is the day of the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star students' trial. Could it be that something happened to those men of sacrifice?" The Zhong family's upper echelons also looked at Zhong San at this time. Their eyes were filled with surprise and uncertainty. They were all wiped out. Finally, Zhong San spoke. As soon as he spoke, it was like an earth-shattering earthquake. Everyone, including Zhong Si, was shocked into silence. Their faces were dull and they couldn't recover for a long time. They were all wiped out? Their Zhong family had sent out 17 men of sacrifice this time. One of the men of sacrifice was one of the 3 leaders of the men of sacrifice trained by their Zhong family. His strength was even close to that of Zhong Si, the 4th master of the Zhong family. Did the Hidden Fog Academy make a move? Zhong Si was the first to recover and asked with a dignified expression. No. Zhong San shook his head. When the others looked over again, Zhong San shook his head and said, "Elder Zhu Chun sent a message saying that the Dean of the Hidden Fog Academy has taken this 10-star student trial as a test for Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian can pass without relying on external forces, he will make an exception and recommend Duan Lingtian to enter the Hidden Fog sect ahead of time and become a core disciple." Core disciple? As soon as Zhong San said this, the entire audience went into an uproar. Core disciple? That Duan Lingtian, how could he have such potential? How could he? Ever since the Hidden Fog sect was established, there had never been more than 100 core disciples. The core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect were all under 10,000 years old. Once they were over 10,000 years old, they would be removed from the list of core disciples. As long as these people stayed in the Hidden Fog sect, they could directly become a core elder of the Hidden Fog sect. They could also choose to join the God Emperor level influence that the Hidden Fog sect was attached to. However, their status in that God Emperor level influence was definitely inferior to the Hidden Fog sect. Even so, they could obtain better cultivation resources and environments. After all, there was a great disparity between a God Emperor level influence and a God Emperor level influence. Because of this, it could be seen just how high the status of a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect was. Once one became a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, that was the same as obtaining a pass to enter a God Emperor level influence. Even if one didn't have a high status after entering a God-Emperor level influence, it was still a God-Emperor level influence. For someone from a God-Emperor level influence, even if they were an ordinary elder with a low status, a God-Emperor level influence still wouldn't dare to move against them, much less a God-King level family like their Zhong family. He must have borrowed some external strength. With just his own strength, he wants to exterminate the 17 death warriors of our Zhong family led by Blood 2? That's impossible. Zhong San said with absolute certainty, his tone resolute and decisive. I hope so. Zhong San nodded. Although his complexion eased, it was still dignified. But even if he didn't do it himself, that means someone is helping him. It looks like wanting to kill this Duan Lingtian won't be easy. Helping him? Who's helping him? Zhong Si frowned. Zhong San's gaze deepened as he heard this, and he said in a deep voice, I heard from Zhu Chun that Ho Qingning seems to have the intention of befriending him. Today, before the start of the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star trial, the 10,000 Leaves sect's 5th elder, Chen Feng, who is stationed in Tianfeng City all year round, left Tianfeng City with some people. The direction they went is the direction of the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star trial. The 10,000 Leaves sect was a God-King level sect. It was stronger than the Zhong family. And Ho Qingning was the 10,000 Leaves sect's young sect master. For the sake of Ho Qingning, the 10,000 Leaves sect's young sect master, the 10,000 Leaves sect had even sent the low-level God-King 5th elder to guard Tianfeng City all year round to protect Ho Qingning, the young sect master. 10,000 Leaves sect? Zhong Si frowned. Then, his face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. What's wrong with that Ho Qingning? He knows that Duan Lingtian doesn't get along with our Zhong family, yet he still wants to befriend him. Is he trying to make things difficult for our Zhong family? That, I don't know. Zhong San shook his head. If it was the 10,000 Leaves sect that did it, could it be? Are we just going to let it go like this? Zhong Si asked in a deep voice. Of course not. Zhong San's eyes gleamed coldly. Although the 10,000 Leaves sect is stronger than our Zhong family, as the saying goes, even a powerful dragon cannot suppress a snake in its own territory. Since they dared to make a move against our Zhong family is not to be trifled with. If they really push our Zhong family too far, our Zhong family will do something that will make them regret it greatly. Towards the end, Zhong San's tone also revealed a burst of ruthlessness. However, the moment Zhong San finished speaking, he couldn't help but frown, as if he had suddenly realized something. What's wrong, third brother? Zhong Si, who had been staring at Zhong San, couldn't help but ask. When Zhong San heard this, he said with an odd expression, I just received a message. The 10,000 Leaves sect, led by 5th elder Chen Feng, returned to Tianfeng City on the same day that the leader of our Zhong family's loyalists, Blood 2's soul pearl shattered. Among those from the 10,000 Leaves sect, only Chen Feng had the ability to kill Blood 2. The moment Zhong San said this, the Zhong family's discussion hall went into an uproar. Does this mean that the deaths of Blood 2 and the rest of the loyalists have nothing to do with the 10,000 Leaves sect? If that's the case, the 10,000 Leaves sect can be eliminated as a suspect. If it's not the 10,000 Leaves sect, who could it be? Could it be that the loyalists of the other God King families in Tianfeng City joined hands and killed Blood 2 and the rest? Impossible. If it was them, Blood 2 and the others wouldn't have been unable to send back a message in time. It is clear that their deaths were completely sudden, to the extent that they didn't have time to send a message. The person who killed them most likely did it by surprise. Just as the upper echelons of the Zhong family were wondering who had killed the Zhong family's men of sacrifice, the other God Monarch grade families in Tianfeng City also discovered that some of the men of sacrifice they had sent out had started to die. Chapter 3653. It's not just a group of people? It seems like the rest are kamikaze warriors from other God King clans in Tianfeng City. After killing all of the Zhong clan's death warriors, Duan Lingtian continued to hunt for demon beasts. At this time, he discovered someone spying on him. That person also contacted someone to come over. In the end, all of them died in his hands. However, after killing a few people, he discovered that no one else came. It's most likely that they only have so few people. Or perhaps, someone discovered that their soul pearls had shattered and warned them. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Later on, Duan Lingtian encountered another wave of kamikaze warriors. They came one after another as well. He deliberately captured one of them and asked about his identity. However, that person ignored him and chose to commit suicide. He was very unyielding. Moreover, after that person, no other kamikaze warriors came. After that, he encountered 2 more groups of kamikaze warriors. The same thing happened. These kamikaze warriors probably didn't just swear a heart demon blood oath to be loyal to their clans. They must have relatives in their clans. If they betray their clans, their relatives won't have a good ending. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the kamikaze warriors from the God King clans. However, he did not show any mercy during this process. The purpose of these kamikaze warriors was to kill him. If he did not have the strength, he would be the one to die. Therefore, he never thought of showing mercy. However, after the old man from the Zhong clan, who was suspected to be the leader of the kamikaze warriors, he did not encounter any more kamikaze warriors from the other God King clans in Tianfeng City. Other than a few people whom he deliberately showed mercy, the others were all killed by him with a single strike. After the kamikaze warriors from the God King clans died one after another at Duan Lingtian's hands, Duan Lingtian did not encounter any new faces along the way. Occasionally, he would encounter a 10-star student from the Hidden Fog Academy. Senior Brother Duan. Senior Brother Duan. The 10-star students who saw Duan Lingtian were all respectful to Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian could only be considered as a new student in the Hidden Fog Academy compared to them, his strength far surpassed all the students in the academy. In this world where the strong were revered, the strong were the most important. Duan Lingtian's strength had earned their respect. Duan Lingtian smiled at these 10-star students who he did not know but were very enthusiastic. At the same time, he thought, I don't know if I will encounter Zhong family's Zhong Kuchi. If I do, I can kill him. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. His face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. In the past, when he robbed Zhong Kuchi's high-grade dormitory, he followed the rules of the Hidden Fog Academy. But now, the Zhong family sent a kamikaze warrior to kill him. It could be said that this completely enraged him. If those kamikaze warriors had not appeared, he would not have thought of killing Zhong Kuchi. But now, if Zhong Kuchi appeared in front of him, he would not show mercy. The trial of a 10-star student. It seems that there is no rule that says that I cannot attack other 10-star students. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a sneer. In fact, the reason why the Hidden Fog Academy did not set the rule that students were not allowed to kill each other during the trial was that it was difficult for any student to have the motive and reason to kill another student during the trial. This was because killing others would not give you any points. Instead, you would become enemies with the forces behind you. The gains did not make up for the losses. If there was a life and death conflict, it could be resolved in the Hidden Fog Academy or other places. There was no need to do it here. Zhong Kuchi did not know that he was being targeted by Duan Lingtian. However, he still received a message from the Zhong family. Zhong Kuchi, immediately take Zhong Kuliang and leave the trial of the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star students. Do not stay there. Go back to Elder Zhu Chun. The message came from the Zhong family's third master, Zhong San. Third uncle? After receiving the message, Zhong Kuchi was naturally at a loss. He had no idea what was going on. Why was he asked to leave the trial with Zhong Kuliang? Now, Zhong Kuliang was with Zhong Kuchi. After listening to Zhong Kuchi's message, he was also at a loss. Young Master Zhong Kuchi, did something happen? Could it be that Duan Lingtian is not dead? Thinking of this, Zhong Kuliang's face changed. Zhong Kuchi's face also changed completely in the next instant. He looked at Zhong Kuliang with a gloomy expression. You guessed right. Duan Lingtian is not dead. Not only is he not dead, but the 17 higher deity deathsworn that the Chong clan had sent over have all been wiped out. Among them is Grandpa Shui Heir. Chong Kuchi said through gritted teeth. A hint of viciousness could be seen in his eyes. If I find out who's helping Duan Lingtian, I won't let them go. Could it be the 10,000 Leaves sect? I think Ho Qingning is trying to get closer to Duan Lingtian. Zhong Kuliang guessed. At first, third uncle thought so too. However, when Grandpa Shui Heir died, the fifth elder of the 10,000 Leaves sect, Chen Feng, was in Tianfeng City and could not be in two places at the same time. Also, no one else in the 10,000 Leaves sect is capable of killing Grandpa Shui Heir. Therefore, it should have nothing to do with Ho Qingning. Alright, let's leave this trial ground first. Let's call it a day and consider this as giving up. Although Chong Keki's tone was filled with unwillingness, he still obediently stepped into the air with Chong Helyang. They left the trial ground and returned to the teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy. Teacher Yu, we are injured, so we came out early. Now, Zhong Kuchi and Zhong Kuliang looked very miserable. Blood was flowing out of the corners of their mouths. This was caused by them deliberately injuring themselves. After all, a 10-star student's trial could not be stopped at will. There had to be a reason. Yu Qianshan nodded. Obviously, he did not want to bicker with them. Give me your points tokens. Yes. After handing over their points tokens, they went to Zhu Chun's side, as if they could only feel safe by Zhu Chun's side. Uncle Zhu Chun. Zhong Kuchi respectfully greeted Zhu Chun. Zhu Chun was his third uncle's brother-in-law, and according to seniority, he had to call him uncle. You all know, right? I wanted to inform you myself, but third brother said he would. Zhu Chun said with a sound transmission. I know. I just don't know who is helping him. Zhong Kuchi said. Zhu Chun smiled bitterly when he heard that. I'm afraid that he killed those men of sacrifice with his own strength. One of those men of sacrifice dies every once in a while. It's obvious that he killed them one by one. Impossible. Zhong Kuchi said decisively. Even if he can kill the other death warriors one by one with his strength, you also know Grandpa Blood 2's strength. It is impossible for him to kill Grandpa Blood 2. I know this. But this is also the most important thing to consider. If he really killed Blood 2, it means his strength is much greater than what he showed before. Zhu Chun said with a heavy tone. If this is the case, this time, he wants to enter the Hidden Fog sect ahead of time and become a core disciple. Hidden Fog sect? Core disciple? What's going on? Zhong Kuchi's pupils shrank and his complexion changed. When he heard Zhu Chun's words, he couldn't help but comfort himself. He must have had someone help him. It is impossible for him to kill Grandpa Blood 2 by himself. If even the dean can't find out who helped him, then the dean's recommendation to become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect is a foregone conclusion. Of course, a recommendation is just a recommendation. The Hidden Fog sect has a set of tests for core disciples. If he can't pass, he can't become a core disciple. Zhu Chun said. It is impossible for him to have talent and perception. Although he said this, Zhong Kuchi's heart sank. At the same time, he sent a message to his third uncle, Zhong San. Third uncle, that Duan Lingtian must die. Whether or not he can become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog Academy, his existence is a great threat to our Zhong family. The response he received was Zhong San's approval. Hearing this, Zhong Kuchi felt relieved. After all, the hatred and conflict between Duan Lingtian and the Zhong family could be said to be caused by him. If Duan Lingtian really grew up in the future and wanted to deal with the Zhong family, the first person he would deal with would definitely be him. That was not something he wanted to see. In the following days of the 10-star student trial, Duan Lingtian hunted demon beasts as he wondered if he would be able to encounter a heavy carving rare. But in the end he was disappointed. He encountered many 10-star students, but he didn't encounter Zhong Kuchi. That Zhong Kuchi should have received a message and left. Speaking of which, the reason why so many of the Zhong family's death warriors were wiped out this time was most likely because the Zhong family didn't notice their soul beads shattering in time. Just as Duan Lingtian guessed, the reason why the Zhong family's death warriors were wiped out this time was because the Zhong family didn't notice their soul beads shattering. This was because their soul beads were usually stored in the second team of the Zhong family's death warriors. The Zhong family's death warriors were divided into several teams, and each team was led by a leader. The leader of the death warriors was Blood Tu, who died at the hands of Duan Lingtian. This time, the second team of the Zhong family's death warriors came out in full force to help Duan Lingtian. No one had been keeping an eye on their soul beads. Later on, when the Zhong family saw that they hadn't sent back any news, they ran to the second team of death warriors to check their soul beads. In the end, they found that their soul beads were all shattered. The second team of death warriors was completely wiped out. It's time. As time passed, the last day of the 10-star students' trial finally came. Duan Lingtian searched for a long time and finally found a monster beast to kill. Then, he stepped into the air and prepared to leave the trial ground. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer monster beasts in the trial ground. Obviously, most of them were killed by the 10-star students of the Hidden Fog Academy. Chapter 3654. Duan Lingtian did not meet Chong Keki, Ding Yen, Ho Qingning, Lu Jin, and the others. However, he did meet more than a dozen other 10-star students. That was half of the 10-star students in the Hidden Fog Academy. Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian came out, he walked towards the dozen scattered figures in the distance. He heard someone calling his name from afar. It was none other than Ding Yen. Ding Yen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Duan Lingtian had returned safely. Duan Lingtian saw the relieved smile on Ding Yan's face. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's heart throbbed a little. He couldn't help but feel moved. After all, even if he and Ding Yen were friends, they didn't have a deep relationship. For Ding Yen to be able to do this for him, it was already very rare for him. "You're out so soon?" Duan Lingtian smiled at Ding Yen as he approached. Then he noticed the 4 teachers from the Hidden Fog Academy, including Yu Qianshan, were also looking at him along with the other students. Yu Qianshan's eyes lit up, and the other 2 teachers were also surprised. Only Zhu Chun looked calm. But in fact, his heart was in turmoil. They just came out not long ago, less than an hour ago. Ding Yen shook his head and said, "Some people are said to have come out a long time ago, or rather, they came out a long time ago." At the same time, Ding Yan's eyes fell on Chong Keki and Chong Huyang. It is said that they are injured, but they don't look like they were injured. Duan Lingtian also glanced at Chong Keki and Chong Huyang. He was not surprised that they came out early. As long as the Chong family knew that 17 of their men of sacrifice had died, including the leader of the men of sacrifice, they would definitely inform Chong Keki and Chong Huyang to leave the training ground. They would not be killed by him or the people around him. Although a group of men of sacrifice from the Chong family had been killed by him, he was still able to kill them. However, because those men of sacrifice were killed before they could send a message, the Chong family did not know whether it was Duan Lingtian who killed their men of sacrifice, or whether it was one of his helpers. However, whether it was him alone or the people around him, the Zhong clan would not dare to let Chong Qi continue to stay in the trial ground. This was because the Zhong clan was afraid that he would take revenge on Chong Qi. "Not bad, you actually came out early." At the same time, Duan Lingtian sent him a secret sound transmission. "What your Chong clan gave me, I will give it back to your Chong clan one day. I hope you can be as lucky as this time." After that, Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Chong Keki. Chong Keki felt a chill in his heart. He even had the thought that he shouldn't be an enemy of this person in front of him. However, as soon as he had the thought, he suppressed it. He ignored Duan Lingtian and sent a message to his third uncle, Chong San, and his father, Chong Er. He told them about how Duan Lingtian had threatened him through a secret sound transmission. "Third uncle, he must die. Otherwise, I and the Chong family will become his targets for revenge in the future. Father, if he doesn't die, it doesn't matter if something happens to me in the future. I'm just worried that I'll drag the Chong family down with me." His voice transmission attracted the attention of Zhong Er and Zhong San. When they received the message, killing intent flashed in their eyes. The two of them were both god kings. As soon as killing intent appeared in their eyes, even the people around them would be able to sense it clearly. Second brother, what's wrong? Chong heir, the patriarch of the Chong family, could not help but ask when he sensed the killing intent from Chong heir. Big brother, as Chong heir explained the matter, Chong heir's face also revealed a cold killing intent. After I return, I will mobilize all the forces I can mobilize to eliminate that Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, my Chong family will face a great disaster. If it was true, Chong heir would not have taken Duan Ling Tian seriously at first. Now that he learned that Duan Ling Tian would be recommended to become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog Academy and Hidden Fog Sect's vice sect master Murong Suifeng, he felt a great sense of crisis. If a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect grew up, it would be easy to destroy the Chong family. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian did not know about the Chong family patriarch's reaction. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. From the moment the Chong family sent their men of sacrifice to kill him, he and the Chong family had become enemies. They would not rest until one of them was dead. This was also the first time he had the impulse to destroy a family after coming to the mystic astral land of the Plains of Gods. One must know that even when the Duan clan's southern manor in the Endless Mountains was annihilated by a young master of a clan in Mountainside City, he had only gone to annihilate that young master and did not vent his anger on the clan behind that young master. But this time was different. Not only did the other party want to kill him, but they also used the power of their family. Duan Ling Tian. In next to no time, Ho Qingning came out as well, and a smile appeared on his face when he saw Duan Ling Tian was safe and sound. I'm relieved to see you're fine. I was really worried that you would stay inside. How is it? Did the Chong family make a move on you? The moment Ho Qingning opened his mouth, he asked openly without the slightest hesitation. Although the Chong family was a God King level family, he also had a God King level sect behind him. Even if the Chong family was the local tyrant of Skywind City, he was not afraid of them. This was because he knew it was impossible for the Chong family to make a move on him. Just as you said, some men of sacrifice came, but they're all dead. However, all of them are dead, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. All of them are dead? Ho Qingning was shocked when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. You killed all of them by yourself? With Duan Ling Tian's strength, he was not surprised that he could kill one or two greater deity kamikaze warriors from the Chong family. However, this time, it was impossible for the Chong family to only send one or two greater deity kamikaze warriors to kill Duan Ling Tian. Even so, Duan Ling Tian still managed to kill all of them? Initially, one or two of them hid near me. When I discovered them, I killed them. Then, the kamikaze warriors from the Chong family appeared near me one by one, and I killed them one by one. Based on Duan Ling Tian's words, it was as if he was talking about a trivial matter. You discovered them when they were hiding? Ho Qingning was shocked. In fact, he had already guessed that the kamikaze warriors from the Chong family would have to split up if they wanted to find Duan Ling Tian in the trial ground. If they searched together, not only would it be difficult for them to hide, but they would also alert the enemy. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian to discover the Chong family's kamikaze warriors who were hiding. One must know that the Chong family's kamikaze warriors were all greater deities. They didn't hide well enough. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. You're really lucky. Ho Qingning sighed. Now, he only thought that Duan Ling Tian had discovered the Chong family's kamikaze warriors by luck, which led to the death of the Chong family's kamikaze warriors. If a group of kamikaze warriors fought against Duan Ling Tian, they might have a chance to kill Duan Ling Tian. However, if they were discovered by Duan Ling Tian, they would be defeated one by one. With Duan Ling Tian's strength, he could easily kill them all. The Chong family probably didn't send any leaders of their kamikaze warriors this time. Otherwise, you wouldn't be a match for them even if you fought one-on-one. Ho Qingning said again. Leaders of the kamikaze warriors? Duan Ling Tian only smiled faintly when he heard Ho Qingning's words. If he remembered correctly, he had indeed killed a leader of the Chong family's kamikaze warriors. However, he did not point it out. After all, he had displayed greater strength in killing the leader of the kamikaze warriors than when he fought with Hong Jun at the Hidden Fog Academy. Soon, all the 10-star students who participated in this trial came out one by one. Only a few of them were injured, but all of them came out alive. Give me your points tokens. Yu Qianshan ordered Duan Lingtian and the others to hand over their points tokens. When he received the points tokens from the others, he was fine. However, when he received Duan Lingtian's token and saw the points he had accumulated, he couldn't help but be dazed for a moment. At the same time, he couldn't help but look at Duan Lingtian again. This scene clearly fell into everyone's ears. What's going on? Teacher Yu Qianshan seems very surprised. Heavens! How many points did Duan Lingtian accumulate to make Teacher Yu Qianshan so surprised? The group of 10-star students was curious. At this time, not only the 10-star students, but also Zhu Chun and the other two teachers from the Hidden Fog Academy were looking at Yu Qianshan with curiosity. One of them couldn't help but ask Yu Qianshan, "Teacher Yu, did Duan Lingtian have a lot of points?" "You will know when we go back and sort out the list." Yu Qianshan smiled faintly and kept them guessing. Just like that, Yu Qianshan led a group of people back to the Hidden Fog Academy. Everyone was curious about Yu Qianshan. On the way, Ho Qingning couldn't help but run to Duan Lingtian's side and ask Duan Lingtian, "Duan Lingtian, how many points did you accumulate? Why does Teacher Yu look so surprised? Didn't Teacher Yu say that you will know when we go back and sort out the list?" Duan Lingtian smiled and kept them guessing. Before he came out, he already knew that the points he accumulated would definitely be far ahead of the others. After all, the speed at which he hunted demon beasts was simply not something the others could compare to. Even Ho Qingning, Hong Jun, and the others couldn't compare to him. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ho Qingning couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You're still keeping us guessing like Teacher Yu." Ding Yan. Ho Qingning, who was being ignored by Duan Lingtian, looked at Ding Yan next to Duan Lingtian and asked, "How many points did you get this time?" "More than 8,000. Ding Yan said. Ho Qingning nodded. "Not bad, almost 10,000. "What about you?" Ding Yan asked curiously. Ho Qingning smiled proudly. "Much better than last time. This time, I broke through the 20,000 mark." 20,000? Ding Yan was surprised. In the last trial, the highest score didn't exceed 20,000, right? Chapter 3655. 20,000 points. In the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star trial, this score was a hurdle. In the past, the 5 strongest 10-star students had all crossed this hurdle. To cross this hurdle, one needed to rely not only on strength but also on luck. If one was lucky and encountered a lot of monsters frequently, they would be able to cross this hurdle. In the last 10-star trial, no one had crossed this hurdle. The highest score was more than 19,000 points, and he was ranked first in the 10-star trial. Breaking through 20,000 points? If this was in the past, you would definitely be first place. Ding Yan sighed after learning about his score from Ho Qingning. "You said it was in the past." Ho Qingning could not help but smile bitterly. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a complicated look in his eyes, "To be able to make Mr. Yu Qianshan show such an expression after seeing his token, it means that his points have reached a level that surprised Mr. Yu Qianshan. And to be able to surprise Mr. Yu Qianshan, it means that his points are not as simple as 20,000 points. I'm really curious. How many points did this guy get?" Ho Qingning stared at Duan Lingtian and raised his voice as he spoke, as if he was hinting at something to Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to hear him. Seeing this, Ho Qingning completely gave up. When Ding Yan heard Ho Qingning's words, he could not help but look at Duan Lingtian with curiosity and anticipation in his eyes. And now, they were not the only ones who were curious. Even the other people present, including Zhu Chun and the other 2 teachers, were curious. The group of students could not help but use their imaginations and speculate. How many points do you think Duan Lingtian got to make Mr. Yu Qianshan lose his composure? I remember that 10 years ago, when Hong Jun got more than 24,000 points, Mr. Yu Qianshan did not lose his composure like this, right? Do you think? Duan Lingtian has 30,000 points? There should be. After all, Duan Lingtian's strength is publicly acknowledged. Even Hong Jun was only able to fight him to a draw when he didn't use his divine artifact. Under the guesses of the 10-star students, Yu Qianshan led everyone back to Tianfeng City and the Hidden Fog Academy. Tomorrow morning, the 10-star ranking list will be revealed. At that time, we will know how many points Duan Lingtian has obtained. Let's wait for tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. Why don't someone ask Duan Lingtian? It's hopeless. Don't you see that even Ho Qingning and Ding Yan don't know about it? It's obvious that Duan Lingtian is the same as teacher Yu Qianshan, deliberately keeping us in suspense. Let's wait. When the group of 10-star students dispersed in front of the 10 Stars Hall, Duan Lingtian was also preparing to return to his own dormitory. Duan Lingtian. However, just as Duan Lingtian, Ho Qingning, and Ding Yan were about to return to their dormitory, Yu Qianshan called out to them. Come with me. The dean wants to see you. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard this. Then he followed Yu Qianshan. As for Ho Qingning and Ding Yan, they could only return by themselves. I was thinking of asking Duan Lingtian on the way back to see how many points he obtained. I didn't expect the dean to call him over. Ho Qingning could not help but smile bitterly when he saw Duan Lingtian leaving with Yu Qianshan. Ding Yan was silent. Duan Lingtian followed behind Yu Qianshan and walked toward the area surrounded by the 10-star students. They passed through a layer of fog and entered a paradise that was filled with birds and flowers. Although this place did not look big from the outside, it was a completely different world once they entered. It was as though there was an independent dimension that was surrounded by the 10-star students' dormitory. This way. Under Yu Qianshan's lead, Duan Lingtian arrived at a pavilion in the center of this paradise. This pavilion was located in a spacious mansion. To be more precise, it was in the backyard of this spacious mansion. There were a few lush trees in the surroundings that seemed to be able to support the heaven and earth. Duan Lingtian glanced at them and did not recognize what kind of trees they were. The pavilion was taller than the trees. It was surrounded by fog, making it seem like a pavilion in the air. It gave off the feeling of flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water. Dean, I've brought him here. Yu Qianshan led Duan Lingtian to the top floor of the pavilion and said respectfully. Duan Lingtian glanced inside and found that there was no one in the pavilion. Just as this thought flashed across his mind, there was a wave of ripples in the void within the pavilion. Then, a figure appeared in front of him at the right time. It was an elegant middle-aged man. He was wearing a snow-white robe and had a handsome face. His long hair was tied behind his back and he stood with his hands behind his back. He looked like a proud scholar. You can leave first. The elegant middle-aged man was the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy, Murong Suifeng. Yu Qianshan respectfully left after hearing his words. For a moment, Duan Lingtian and Murong Suifeng were left alone in the pavilion. Come in and have a seat. Murong Suifeng looked at Duan Lingtian from afar and smiled at Duan Lingtian. He waved his hand and a wine bottle and 2 empty cups appeared on the wooden table in the pavilion. Murong Suifeng's figure flashed and he sat down at the table. After greeting Murong Suifeng, Duan Lingtian didn't stand on ceremony and directly sat down at the table. When Murong Suifeng saw how casual Duan Lingtian was, the smile on his face grew even wider. Duan Lingtian, I like you very much. Let alone the students of the Hidden Fog Academy, even ordinary teachers would hesitate for a long time if I asked them to sit down. I like how straightforward you are. You don't drag things out. Murong Suifeng's words were sincere. There was no hint of sarcasm in them. It's tiring to be so courteous. Why don't we save the effort and time? Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Duan Lingtian was only a student in the Hidden Fog Academy. It was impossible for him to be on the same level as the dean. However, Murong Suifeng was the one who asked him to sit. He did not think Murong Suifeng was superior to him just because he was the dean. Duan Lingtian's goal was to go to the realm of gods and rescue his wife, Ke. Even if Wuyin Suifeng, the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy, was a divine emperor, Duan Lingtian was certain he would surpass him in the future. Duan Lingtian did not want to offend Murong Suifeng, so he would not sit down without Murong Suifeng's permission. After all, his strength was still very weak. It would be unwise to anger Murong Suifeng, who was suspected to be a divine emperor. How refreshing! The smile on Murong Suifeng's face became even more brilliant. At the same time, he stretched out his hand to pick up the wine jug on the table and poured a cup of wine for Duan Lingtian before pouring a cup for himself. Come, taste the authoritative wine that I brewed myself. Authoritative wine was the name Murong Suifeng gave to the wine he brewed in memory of his disciple who died at such a young age. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Authoritative wine? Although he found the name strange, the aroma of the wine on the table had already whetted his appetite. At the same time, when he smelled the aroma of the wine, he could feel the divine power in his body trembling unconsciously. Although the magnitude of the tremor was very small, he could still clearly feel it. This wine is not ordinary. This was the thought that rose in his subconscious mind. Try it. Murong Suifeng smiled and said, Divine Spirit, this is your first time drinking the authoritative wine that I brewed. It will be very beneficial to your cultivation. Perhaps, after drinking the authoritative wine today and receiving the dragon mark divine grass tomorrow, you will be able to break through and become a higher divine spirit in no time. Duan Lingtian could no longer hold back after hearing Murong Suifeng's words. He picked up the cup and swallowed the wine in one gulp. He did not even have the time to savor it before he swallowed it. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian felt a burning sensation in his throat. Then, it was the inside of his body. His entire body began to heat up due to an unknown force. It was only when he subconsciously activated the modified Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique to cultivate that the force was driven by him and merged with the divine energy in his body. This caused his divine energy to become much stronger in the blink of an eye. This change made his eyes brighten. Then, he regained his senses and stared at the jug of wine on the table. Meanwhile, Murong Suifeng picked up his cup of wine and took a sip before putting it down. After that, he picked up the wine jug and poured another cup of wine for Duan Lingtian under Duan Lingtian's burning gaze. You don't drink the way you did earlier. You have to slowly savor it before you'll be able to feel its flavor. After 3 cups, the authoritative wine's effect on your cultivation base will be negligible. So, there's no need to rush. Take your time to savor it. Murong Suifeng felt Duan Lingtian's drinking method was a waste of God's gift. If it was an ordinary 10-star student, he would not have given him a second cup. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly and began to savor the second cup slowly. His eyes lit up immediately. Good wine. Although Duan Lingtian was not a person who was greedy for wine, regardless of whether it was in the mundane realm or the Devata realm, he had a certain understanding of wine and had drunk many good wines. The authoritative wine was not inferior to the few wines that he had drunk in the past. Most importantly, the authoritative wine had a unique flavor that was not present in the wines that he had drunk in the past. In fact, those wines did not even have a similar flavor. It was precisely because of this that the authoritative wine had amazed him. Dean, this is the best wine I've ever drunk. You said you brewed it yourself? Duan Lingtian looked at Murong Suifeng with shining eyes. A hint of longing could be seen in the depths of his eyes. As though he could see the longing and anticipation in Duan Lingtian's eyes, Murong Suifeng shook his head. Although the brewing of the authoritative wine is not complicated, some of the ingredients are very rare. In the past 100 years, I've only brewed 3 bottles. I drank 1 bottle myself and gave the sect leader another bottle. This is the only bottle left. Chapter 3656. Murong Suifeng's words completely extinguished Duan Lingtian's thoughts of asking Murong Suifeng for a few bottles of exclusive wine. On the phone, Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Murong Suifeng's expression turned serious, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with a deep gaze. During the 10-star student trials this time, within the trial grounds, you ought to have encountered an attack, right? Duan Lingtian and Murong Suifeng looked at each other and nodded. The people from the 10,000 Leaves sect went near the trial grounds but left soon after. According to them, it was Ho Qingning who asked them to go over. His original intention was for them to protect you, but you refused? Murong Suifeng asked again. Duan Lingtian nodded again. Why did you refuse? Murong Suifeng continued to ask, if they were to protect you, even if the leader of the divine kings couldn't enter, with other divine spirits protecting you, you would be safer in the trial grounds. Why did you refuse? Are you confident in yourself, or do you have other helpers? Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Murong Suifeng asked another question. I don't want to owe anyone a favor. Duan Lingtian said. You don't want to owe anyone a favor? Murong Suifeng looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. This isn't a very good reason. Or rather, based on this reason, you have confidence in your own strength, right? Since Dean already knows, why ask? Duan Lingtian smiled and said, as long as the people from the Divine King clan in Tianfeng City aren't personally sent by a Divine King, I believe I still have some ability to protect myself. Only protect yourself? Murong Suifeng looked mockingly at Duan Lingtian. According to what I know, the Zhong clan specially nurtured a few teams of superior god death warriors, and one of them was completely annihilated this time. Even the leader of that team of death warriors, one of the strongest people under the Divine King realm in the Zhong clan, died. On the other hand, the leader of the Zhong family's loyalists is a higher deity who has comprehended the law of space and fused multiple profundities. Even with the strength you displayed in front of Hongjun that day, it's impossible for you to defeat him. Murong Suifeng paused for a moment as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a deep gaze. You were concealing your strength back then. Duan Lingtian was only slightly surprised that Murong Suifeng knew so much. But then he remembered that Murong Suifeng wasn't just the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy, he was also the vice-sect master of the Divine Emperor-level sect. With Murong Suifeng's status, it wasn't difficult for him to know about these things. Am I right? Murong Suifeng asked. Duan Lingtian faintly smiled. Dean's information network is indeed shocking. The death warriors I killed in the trial grounds weren't just the Zhong clan's death warriors. I also killed other death warriors. I wanted to ask some things from some of them, but they chose to die rather than submit. I had no way of knowing where they came from. But you, Dean, know so much. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. It looks like you admit it. Murong Suifeng also smiled. This time, I asked you to come here not only to confirm this matter with you, but also to let you enter the Hidden Fog sect ahead of time and recommend you to become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Are you interested? Murong Suifeng asked. Enter the Hidden Fog sect in advance? Become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect? Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened at Murong Suifeng's words. At the same time, he repeatedly expressed his thanks. Thank you, Din. Before entering the Hidden Fog Academy, he had already heard what being a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect meant. Once one became a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, their status in the Hidden Fog sect would be no less than that of an inner sect elder. After they were 10,000 years old, if they still stayed in the Hidden Fog sect, they could even become a core elder, a lofty status. If they didn't want to stay in the Hidden Fog sect, they could enter the Emperor God level influence behind the Hidden Fog sect through the recommendation of the Hidden Fog sect. At that time, their status in the Emperor God level influence might not be high, but their status would be much more valuable. In the outside world, an ordinary elder of a Emperor God level influence would have a status that far surpassed that of a core elder of a Emperor God level influence. Of course, if one wanted to become an elder of an Emperor God level influence, even if they were an ordinary elder, they still had to pass some tests. Only by passing these tests could they enter an Emperor God level influence and become an elder. If they couldn't pass, they could only continue to stay in the Hidden Fog sect. However, even with my recommendation, you cannot directly become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. The Hidden Fog sect has a series of tests for core disciples. Only by passing these tests can you become a core disciple. Murong Suifeng continued to say, if you can't pass, you can still enter the Hidden Fog sect ahead of time. But you can only become an inner sect disciple in the future. If you want to become a core disciple, you can apply to participate in the tests again. Understood. Duan Ling Tian naturally knew what Murong Suifeng was talking about. This was the same logic as those core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect who wanted to join the Divine Emperor level force behind the Hidden Fog sect under the recommendation of the Hidden Fog sect. The Hidden Fog sect's recommendation could only be considered a stepping stone. If one wanted to enter an Emperor God level influence and become an elder, they needed to have sufficient ability. During this time, you should prepare. A month from now, I will have the sect arrange for someone to come pick you up. Murong Suifeng said to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he continued to pour wine for Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Dean. Duan Lingtian thanked Murong Suifeng once again. After that, Murong Suifeng chatted with Duan Lingtian while drinking wine with Duan Lingtian. As they spoke, they also speculated about Duan Lingtian's origins. In front of Murong Suifeng, Duan Lingtian didn't say what he had said in the past. This was because someone at Murong Suifeng's level could already come into contact with an Emperor God level influence like the Heavenly Illumination sect. Moreover, he was about to enter the Hidden Fog sect, so it wasn't convenient for him to say that he was a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination sect. Sect Master, I have been in the Mystic Handle Land for some time, but I have never told anyone my true origins. Duan Lingan sighed and said, Dean, you have taken care of me so much, so I naturally can't lie. Actually, I am not from the Mystic Handle Land. Not from the Mystic Handle Land? Murong Suifeng was stunned. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then where are you from? Murong Suifeng asked again. I am from the Devata realm. Duan Lingtian said. Devata realm? Murong Suifeng smiled when he heard that. However, to have such achievements at your age, I think you are not an ordinary person in the Devata realm. In Murong Suifeng's eyes, Duan Lingtian was more than 2,000 years old after all. Naturally, he thought Duan Lingtian came from the Devata realm before the Mystic Handle Land collided with another realm of gods to form the realm battlefield. Have you been in the Mystic Handle Land for 1,000 years? Murong Suifeng asked again. 1,000 years? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Don't tell me you came to the Mystic Handle Land not long before the Mystic Handle Land collided with another realm of gods? You have been here for less than 700 years? Murong Suifeng asked again. Not really. Duan Lingtian shook his head again. I have only been in the Mystic Handle Land for a few years. Only a few years? This time, Murong Suifeng was stunned. After a long while, he subconsciously muttered, the realm battlefield has opened, and the spatial passageways between the realms of gods and the Devata realms have closed. Under such circumstances, how did you come to the Mystic Handle Land? Actually, I don't know if I was lucky or not. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. I was originally cultivating in the Netherworld, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realm. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared beside me, and a suction force sucked me in. When I regained my senses, I found myself in an unfamiliar place. Later, I found out that I was in the realm battlefield formed by the intersection of 2 realms of gods. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Murong Suifeng finally regained his senses. So you were swept into the realm battlefield from the Devata realm by the spatial turbulence. I've heard of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realm, but I've never been there. I didn't expect the space there to be so unstable. Murong Suifeng did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. However, with your strength, you're considered lucky to be able to leave the realm battlefield alive and come to the Mystic Handle Land. Murong Suifeng added. Actually, it's not really luck. I just met a senior and told him what happened to me. Then, he kindly sent me to the military camp in the realm battlefield, and I came to the Mystic Handle land through the transportation formation. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Isn't that also luck? Murong Suifeng said with a smile. Not everyone is so kind in the realm battlefield. I think so too. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. Therefore, I'll definitely find an opportunity in the future to return this favor to that senior. Murong Suifeng had a look of admiration in his eyes. He could see that Duan Lingtian was speaking from the bottom of his heart, and he was not pretending in front of him. It was precisely because of this that his impression of Duan Lingtian became even better. If it wasn't for the promise he made all those years ago to not take any more disciples, he felt that he would be unable to restrain himself from wanting to take this person before him as his disciple. He came to the Mystic Handle land by accident from a Devata realm, had a clean background, and possessed outstanding innate talent and comprehension ability. As long as he was given the opportunity, he would definitely be able to rise up and even soar into the sky. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also noticed that after drinking the third cup of authority wine, the fourth cup did not bring any changes to his divine energy. Obviously, it was just as Murong Suifeng had said. Only the first 3 cups of authority wine were helpful to the improvement of one's cultivation base. After chatting for a while, Duan Lingtian bid farewell to Murong Suifeng and prepared to leave. On the other hand, Murong Suifeng called Yu Qianshan, who had not gone far away, to send Duan Lingtian back to the 10-star student dormitory. Before returning to his dormitory, all Duan Lingtian could hear were voices that were filled with anticipation for his ranking on the trial rankings tomorrow. I'm really curious. How many points did senior brother Duan Lingtian obtain in this trial? I really hope tomorrow comes early. Lingtian war revered. Chapter 3657. Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head when he heard the curious and expectant voices. His points? Perhaps the entire Hidden Fog Academy would be in an uproar because of the points he obtained in the 10-star trial tomorrow. In the past, the highest points a 10-star student could obtain in a trial was only 20,000 points. If I had known earlier, I would have asked Ding Yan and Ho Qingning about this before the trial. That way, I wouldn't have been so high-profile. Duan Lingtian shook his head and returned to his dorm under the watchful eyes of many people. He returned to his room in the dormitory and sat on the bed. The first thing he did was to take out a stalk of grass that was glowing with a green light. The grass was in an irregular shape and did not show any signs of decay. It was full of vitality and seemed to be able to live well independently of the soil. This was the reward for ranking first in the 10-star trial, the Dragon Mark Divine Grass. Before Yu Qianshan returned to the Hidden Fog Academy, Yu Qianshan, under the instruction of the Dean, Murong Suifeng, Yu Qianshan had given him the reward for ranking first in the 10-star trial. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew the reason the Dean was so kind to him was because the Dean approved of him as a person. This time, in front of Murong Suifeng, he spoke of his true origins. However, he didn't reveal how he had entered the dimensional battlefield. That was because he couldn't reveal the truth. After all, it was related to the existence of the 5 divine elements. The 5 divine elements were not only precious in the Devata realms, but they were also precious in the realms of gods. This was especially true for the high-level 5 divine elements. They were extremely tempting. Even god emperors and ultimate gods would scramble for the high-level 5 divine elements. After all, it was the most direct way for them to take the final step and become a supreme expert. For this reason, Duan Lingtian could not reveal the 5 divine elements in front of Murong Suifeng, and the things he had fabricated were all reasonable and well-founded. Even if one day Murong Suifeng went to the undead world, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, and discovered that the space there was extremely unstable, he would not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. He would only think that the space in the undead world was unstable due to the collision between the realms of gods. Moreover, even if Murong Suifeng wanted to go to the netherworld, he would have to wait for 300 years. 300 years later, even if Murong Suifeng found out that he had lied today, it wouldn't affect him at all. As for revealing his background to Murong Suifeng now, that was only to give himself a true identity. Only like this would the Hidden Fog sect not have any scruples towards him. A person with an unclear background was someone no influence could cultivate too much. In a month's time, I'll be able to take the next step. A godly emperor force will be my first stage in the realms of gods. Duan Lingtian's eyes were burning with passion as he looked at the dragon mark divine grass. When he tried to infuse his divine energy into the dragon mark divine grass, lines that resembled dragon scales appeared on the surface of the dragon mark divine grass. No wonder teacher Yu Qianshan reminded me to nourish it with my divine energy before I consume it. Only then can I activate all of its medicinal efficacy. So that's how the dragon mark divine grass got its name. Previously, Duan Lingtian was still puzzled as to why this stalk of grass was called the dragon mark divine grass when he could not see any traces of the dragon mark divine grass. Now that he had infused his divine energy into it, he finally understood. After the dragon mark appeared, Duan Lingtian stuffed the grass into his mouth and swallowed it. Then, as the medicinal efficacy of the dragon mark divine grass entered his body, Duan Lingtian began to close his eyes. He paid no attention to the outside world as he immersed himself in his cultivation. For the time being, he was afraid of the outside world. It was a peaceful night for Duan Lingtian. However, it was not a peaceful night for the other 10-star students and even the students of the Hidden Mist Academy. At this moment, even the other students had learned from some of the 10-star students that Duan Lingtian had accumulated so many points during the trial that even Yu Qianshan's expression changed. Who was Yu Qianshan? He was one of the few teachers in the Hidden Mist Academy who was second only to the dean. Therefore, even those who were not 10-star students were looking forward to the release of the results the next day. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Mist Academy's teacher dormitory, Chu Fengyang, who was on duty at the 10-star hall, went to the cultivation place of another teacher, Yun Hui. It was considered a teacher's dormitory in the Hidden Mist Academy. Martial Uncle. Yun Hui was the teacher who arranged for Duan Lingtian to enter the Hidden Mist Academy. He was also Chu Fengyang's martial uncle. Chu Fengyang had learned from Yun Hui that Duan Lingtian was extraordinary. That was why he was so confident in Duan Lingtian when Duan Lingtian fought with Ding Yan and Hong Jun. Kid, why are you here all of a sudden? Yun Hui smiled kindly when he saw Chu Fengyang. Without waiting for Chu Fengyang to speak, he asked, "Is it because of that kid Duan Lingtian? It seems that martial uncle already knows about him." Chu Fengyang smiled embarrassedly before he went straight to the point. "Junior uncle, I came to look for you because I want to ask you, how many points did Duan Lingtian obtain in the trial this time? Right now, everyone in the academy is curious." "What? Do you think I should know?" Yun Hui asked in a bad mood. "Martial uncle, if you ask teacher Yu Qianshan, do you think he won't tell you? In terms of seniority, he has to address you as senior brother. Moreover, you saved his life when he was young, so he is very respectful to you." Chu Fengyang said, "If you ask him, he won't hide it." "Maybe." "Martial uncle, you already asked?" Chu Fengyang looked at Yun Hui expectantly. "I would like to ask, but the dean has already said that Qianshan can't reveal Duan Lingtian's results in advance. Now, even I have to wait until tomorrow to know." Yun Hui sighed. This time, Duan Lingtian must have gotten an amazing result. Chu Fengyang was shocked when he heard this. Even the dean has said that? Isn't this too much? The dean had said that Duan Lingtian's trial results couldn't be revealed in advance? Since when did the dean care about this? In the history of the Hidden Fog Academy, their dean had never done such a thing. But this time, why was it so different? "I also think it's too much." Yun Hui nodded. "I even suspect Duan Lingtian might have gotten more than 50,000 points." 50,000? This is too much, isn't it? Chu Fengyang clicked his tongue. "As for the exact number, we'll know tomorrow," Yun Hui said. Chu Fengyang nodded. At the same time, he seemed to think of something and asked, Martial Uncle, I heard that the Dean intends to let Duan Lingtian enter our Hidden Mist sect in advance and recommend him to become a core disciple? Yes. Yun Hui nodded. He was quite clear about this matter. The Dean has already informed the sect. 1 month later, the sect will send someone to pick up Duan Lingtian. 1 month later? So soon? Chu Fengyang was surprised. As far as I know, the next core disciple assessment is still half a year away, right? Yun Hui nodded. The reason the Dean did this is probably because he wants Duan Lingtian to enter the sect earlier and enjoy the treatment of an inner sect disciple. The treatment of an inner sect disciple is much better than the treatment of a 10-star student. That's true. Chu Fengyang nodded. At the same time, he couldn't help but look expectant. Maybe Duan Lingtian can really pass the core disciple assessment and become a core disciple. Maybe. Yun Hui nodded. Martial Uncle, even you don't have much confidence in him? Chu Fengyang was startled. It's not that I don't have confidence. It's just that the core disciple assessment set up for Divine Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples is much more difficult than the core disciple assessment for Divine King Realm Inner Sect disciples and above. Of course, the difficulty here is for the inner sect disciples who participate in the assessment. Yun Hui shook his head as he said, After all, the Divine Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples participate in the assessment for Divine Spirit Realm core disciples, and the Divine King Realm Inner Sect disciples participate in the assessment for Divine King Realm core disciples. Moreover, it's not like you don't know, in our Hidden Fog sect's nearly 10,000 years of history, there hasn't been a single Divine Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciple who has passed the core disciple assessment. Yun Hui's words caused Chu Fengyang to fall silent. If it weren't for his martial uncle reminding him, he would have forgotten about this matter. In the Hidden Fog sect's nearly 10,000 years of history, although there had been many Divine Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples who participated in the core disciple assessment, there hadn't been a single Divine Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciple who had successfully passed the core disciple assessment. It was also because of this that although the Hidden Fog sect had several dozen core disciples, the weakest of them were lower god kings. I also hope that Duan Lingtian can pass the core disciple assessment. If he can break the 10,000-year curse, he might become the next Xue Haichuan. Unknowingly, Yun Hui's eyes flashed with anticipation. Xue Haichuan. As for Chu Fengyang, when he heard Yun Hui mention this name, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Xue Haichuan was similar in age to him and his seniority in the Hidden Fog sect was similar to his. When Xue Haichuan was still in the Hidden Fog sect, whenever he saw Xue Haichuan, he would call him Senior Apprentice Brother. Xue Haichuan was also the most recent person in the Hidden Fog sect to become a core disciple with a Divine Spirit Realm cultivation. Of course, that was 10,000 years ago. Now, Xue Haichuan was an elder of the God Emperor level influence behind the Hidden Fog sect. Moreover, his status was lofty and even the current sect master of the Hidden Fog sect had to be respectful to him. Chapter 3658. The next day, when the sun had just risen, one by one, figures rushed out of the 10 Stars dormitory and entered the 10 Stars palace. The results will be released in another 2 hours. Let's go and wait. I'm really curious. How many points did Senior Duan Lingtian get? Even teacher Yu Qianshan's expression changed. We'll know the answer in 2 hours. There was only one teacher on duty in the 10 Stars Palace. It was none other than Yuan Lei, who was on good terms with Ding Yan and Hong Jun previously. When Duan Lingtian fought with Ding Yan and Hong Jun, he did not think highly of Duan Lingtian at all. However, when Duan Lingtian fought with Hong Jun, Chu Fengyang, the Hidden Fog Academy's teacher, wanted to bet with Yuan Lei, but he was rejected. After Duan Lingtian defeated Hong Jun, even Yuan Lei was shocked. He no longer dared to underestimate Duan Lingtian. Teacher Yuan Lei, the results will be released in 2 hours. Do you know how many points Duan Lingtian got in this trial? Ding Yan walked up to Yuan Lei and looked at him with a deep gaze. It was as though he was trying to figure out something from Yuan Lei's expression. Go away. Yuan Lei glared at Ding Yan. You brat, you have such a good relationship with Duan Ling Tian, and you don't even know? Why are you asking me? Let me tell you, up until now, apart from Duan Ling Tian himself, teacher Yu Qianshan, and the dean, I'm afraid there's no fourth person who knows about Duan Ling Tian's results in the trial. Even for me, I can only wait with you. Ding Yan was naturally disappointed when he heard Yuan Lei's words. Within the 10 Stars Palace Hall, a group of people surrounded a corner of the 10 Stars Palace Hall. In front of them was a formation, and there was a light screen erected within it. Currently, the light screen was completely blank and there was nothing on it. This was also the light screen that displayed the results of the 10 Stars trials. Although there were still 2 hours before the results were released, most of the 10-star students were already waiting for the results to be announced. Clearly, they were very curious about the results of the 10-star trial. Half an hour later, even Hong Jun, Ho Qingning, and the others, who were the strongest 10-star students before Duan Ling Tian entered the Hidden Mist Academy, appeared one by one, attracting the attention of the other 10-star students. Then, many teachers of the Hidden Mist Academy also showed up. How lively! It seems that everyone wants to see Duan Lingtian's results with their own eyes. A quarter of an hour before the results were announced, almost all of the 10-star students were present, except for 2 people. One was Duan Lingtun, and the other was Chong Keqi, who was recognized as the crown prince of the Chong family. Duan Lingtian didn't come. That Chong Keqi didn't come either. In fact, there weren't many 10-star students. With just a glance, one could tell who had come and who hadn't. Teacher Chu Fengyang is here. As another figure flashed in from outside, many of the 10-star students' eyes fell on the figure. It was none other than Chu Fengyang. Chu Fengyang was often on duty in the 10 Stars Hall, so he was no stranger to the 10-star students. Only a quarter of an hour left. Now, not only the 10-star students present, but even the teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy were looking at the light screen in the corner of the 10 Stars Hall, waiting for the results of the 10-star students' trial to appear. Time passed quietly. A quarter of an hour passed in the blink of an eye for everyone present. But now they felt like a year had passed. Or it should be said that each breath felt like a year. There are only a few breaths left. When the time was almost up, a dignified voice sounded. The originally chaotic breathing in the 10 Stars Hall completely stopped at this moment. Like torches, everyone's eyes fell on the light screen that had begun to change. The first thing that appeared on the light screen was the names at the bottom. The results of the 10-star students were displayed from bottom to top. The results of the people at the bottom were not attractive. Everyone's eyes followed the names. 6th place, Hong Jun, 17,821 points. Hong Jun was the 6th place in the 10-star students' trial. It seems like senior brother Hong Jun's score is the lowest among the 5. Now, only the other 4 senior brothers and senior brother Duan Lingtian's scores haven't appeared. The person in 5th place in front of Hong Jun was one of the 5 strongest students before the 10-star students. He was as famous as Hong Jun and Ho Qingning. He had obtained 18,030 points, which was less than 200 points more than Hong Jun. The person in 4th place had less than 100 points more than the person in 5th place. The person in 3rd place had more than 300 points more than the person in 4th place. It seems like senior brother Ho Qingning's score is the highest among them. It's a pity that senior brother Duan is here. If senior brother Duan wasn't here, he would definitely be in 1st place. Under the gazes of the crowd, the name in 2nd place finally appeared. It was none other than Ho Qingning. He actually obtained more than 20,000 points. When Ho Qingning's score appeared along with his name, the people in the 10 Stars Hall were in an uproar. One had to know that in the previous 10-star trial, the number 1 student had only managed to get a score of 20,000 points. That was just a hair's breadth away. However, this time, Ho Qingning's score had exceeded 20,000 points. He obtained more than 20,000 points, but he didn't get 1st place. Senior brother Ho Qingning must be feeling very indignant, right? Many of the 10-star students looked in Ho Qingning's direction with curiosity. However, to their disappointment, after Ho Qingning saw that he was in second place, his face did not reveal any disappointment or unwillingness. He looked at the line above his name with a serious expression, the part that had not yet appeared. Senior brother Duan Lingtian's score is going to be revealed soon. Under the gazes of everyone who held their breaths, Duan Lingtian's name finally appeared. Subsequently, the gazes of the group of people descended onto the back of Duan Lingtian's name in unison, and they saw the standard points appear behind it. When Duan Lingtian's score appeared before everyone's eyes, the entire place fell into a dead silence again. The entire 10 Stars Hall was so silent that one could hear the sound of a needle hitting the ground. How is this possible? Some of the 10-star students looked at each other in dismay after they came back to their senses. Their faces were full of disbelief, and their eyes were full of unparalleled horror. Are these points real or fake? Isn't this too heaven-defying? All of the 10-star students were in an uproar. Even Hong Jun, Ho Qingning, and the others were stunned. That fellow. While Ho Qingning was dumbfounded, the corners of his mouth also curled up into a bitter smile. Ding Yan was also dumbstruck, appearing to be in a daze. Even the group of hidden Fog Academy teachers who were standing on the side were speechless when they regained their senses. The corner of Chu Fengyang's mouth could not help but twitch when he saw Duan Lingtian's achievement in the 10 Stars trial. I thought Junior Uncle's estimate of 50,000 points was already overestimating him. Now it seems like I've underestimated him. This Duan Lingtian, he's a monster. Yuan Lei swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with a trembling voice. The other hidden Fog Academy teachers around him also nodded, expressing their deep agreement with his words. At this moment, after Duan Lingtian's name, there was a neatly marked number, 125,613 points. Over 100,000 points. Even if it was just a fraction of 100,000 points, it was still more than the second place, Ho Qingning. I'm afraid this is the most abnormal score in the history of our Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star trial, right? A 10-star student said. In the history of our Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star trial, the highest score was only close to 30,000 points. Senior brother Duan Lingtian's score this time not only broke the original record, it's even 4 times the original record. 5 times. Senior brother Duan Lingtian can no longer be described as a monster. He's a freak. I didn't expect to witness such a scene in the Hidden Fog Academy before I graduate. This scene is enough for me to brag about for the rest of my life. As the 10-star students came back to their senses, the atmosphere in the 10 Stars Hall became extremely angry. Among the 10-star students, there was one who didn't look too good. He was a branch disciple of the Chong family, Chong Heyang. Chong Keqi didn't come, but Chong Heyang did. When he saw the number of points Duan Lingtian had obtained in the 10-star trial, he immediately sent a message to Chong Keqi, who didn't come, to inform him of the matter. What? 120,000 points? Chong Keqi, who was in a middle-grade dormitory, received Chong Heyang's message. He was originally sitting on the bed with his eyes closed, but he jumped up as if his butt was on fire. His face was full of horror. After the shock, his face became very ugly. He didn't go to the 10 Stars Hall today because he was worried that Duan Lingtian would do something to him. Let alone the 10 Stars Hall, he didn't think Duan Lingtian would dare to touch him anywhere in the Hidden Fog Academy. The reason he didn't go was because he didn't want to see Duan Lingtian in the limelight. After all, teacher Yu Qianshan's performance had already told them that Duan Lingtian was the winner of the 10-star trial. He regarded Duan Lingtian as his and the Chong family's enemy. Naturally, he didn't want to see him in the limelight. However, although he didn't go personally, he sent a message to Chong Heyang and asked him to send the news to him as soon as possible. But now, the news came. He, however, was frightened. Chapter 3659. He got more than 120,000 points in the 10-star trial. When this news spread throughout the Hidden Fog Academy, the entire academy was in an uproar. Oh my God! What kind of monster is that senior brother Duan? In the history of our academy, the best result of a 10-star student was only about 30,000 points. But he actually obtained more than 120,000 points. Yeah, that's crazy. He's not human. It wasn't just the 10-star students who were shocked by Duan Lingtian's results. Even the other students of the Hidden Fog Academy were shocked by Duan Lingtian's results. Of course, there were some people who were calmer. Most of them were teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy. Duan Lingtian's results have something to do with the monsters arranged by the sect. The strongest monster they arranged was only slightly weaker than Hong Jun's group of 5. It wasn't easy for Hong Jun's group of 5 to deal with, but it was nothing for Duan Lingtian. Indeed, previously, during the battle between Duan Lingtian and Hong Jun had to use a Devata artifact to barely fight him to a draw. If Duan Lingtian used his Devata artifact, even the strongest demon beast in the trial grounds would not be able to withstand a few attacks from him. If he makes a surprise move, even the strongest demonic beast in the trial ground may be killed by him in an instant. When Duan Lingtian participated in the 10-star student trials this time and slaughtered those demon beasts, he would definitely slaughter them in a crushing manner. Under such circumstances, his points would naturally explode. Even so, more than 120,000 points is still very shocking. After figuring out the reason, many teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy felt relieved. A few students gradually calmed down after listening to the teacher's analysis. They were no longer as crazy as before. Even so, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian was still a lofty existence that they could only look up to. The gap between them was just too big. He was not even 2,800 years old, but he already possessed such strength. In the history of the Hidden Fog Academy, no one was as outstanding as him. In fact, no one was even comparable to him. Senior brother Duan has created a milestone in the history of the Hidden Fog Academy. I wonder how long it will take for someone to break this milestone. Maybe no one will ever be able to break it. No matter how much the Hidden Fog Academy talked about him, Duan Lingtian didn't know about it. He was now immersed in cultivation. He could feel that the divine power in his body was transforming rapidly. He was getting closer and closer to the upper god realm. A breakthrough was just around the corner. On this day, Duan Lingtian, who was still wholeheartedly cultivating, was awakened by someone. The person who woke him was none other than Chu Fengyang. Teacher Chu. Duan Lingtian had a very good impression of Chu Fengyang, this teacher that he came in contact with more often. When he saw Chu Fengyang come looking for him, Duan Lingtian asked with a curious expression, "It has already been a month since the last trial?" "Exactly 1 month." Chu Fengyang nodded with a smile. "You didn't forget what the dean said to you a month ago, right? The people from the sect arrived yesterday. But my martial uncle took him to drink all night, so he didn't disturb you yesterday." As Chu Fengyang spoke to hear, there was a trace of helplessness in his voice. The elder who came is an inner sect elder. In terms of seniority, I should call him senior apprentice uncle. He and my senior apprentice uncle were childhood friends, and the two of them had a very good relationship since they were young. Later, they entered Hidden Fog Academy together and both entered the Hidden Fog sect, becoming inner sect elders of the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Lingtian knew that the martial uncle Chu Fengyang mentioned was the teacher who was in charge of his 10-star entrance exam, Yun Hui. It was just that Duan Lingtian didn't expect that solemn-looking old man to have such a side to him. Yesterday, when we were drinking, I also accompanied them. My martial uncle said to that martial uncle that he thinks highly of you. Once you enter the sect, that martial uncle will take care of you. If you have any problems, you can look for him. Chu Fengyang said to Duan Lingtian as he led Duan Lingtian away. Before I take you to that martial uncle, you should go greet the dean first. After leaving the 10-star student dormitory and passing through the illusionary white fog formed by the array formation, Chu Fengyang led Duan Lingtian directly to the residence of the Hidden Fog Academy's dean, Murong Suifeng. "Dean." Murong Suifeng looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. "Duan Lingtian, after you arrive at the sect, you still have to wait for some time before the core disciple exam begins. Before that, you should try to break through to the upper god realm as soon as possible. That way, you will have a higher chance of passing the core disciple exam. The Hidden Fog Sect's core disciple exam for intermediate gods was easier than the core disciple exam for upper gods. However, it wasn't much easier. Higher deities had an advantage over the rest. If you can pass the core disciple exam and become a core disciple, at that time, I will give you a gift. Murong Suifeng said. As soon as Murong Suifeng finished speaking, before Duan Lingtian could even speak, Chu Feng Yang's eyes had already lit up. At the same time, he subconsciously looked at Duan Lingtian with an envious expression. Duan Lingtian, you have to work hard? Not a single thing that the dean personally gives out isn't precious. Duan Lingtian looked at Murong Suifeng. His eyes flashed and he asked with a smile, Dean, if the gift is a recipe for the power brew, I will be very interested. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, there weren't many things that Murong Suifeng could take out that would interest him. Unless it was a divine pill, divine fruit, or divine herb that could help his cultivation. Apart from that, he wasn't interested in divine weapons or cultivation methods at all. This was because even the best divine weapon Murong Suifeng could take out couldn't compare to his high-grade divine weapon, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. As for cultivation methods, the cultivation method he cultivated was an ultimate god-level cultivation method that originated from a supreme expert. As long as his talent could keep up, given enough time, he would definitely become an ultimate god. The recipe for the power brew? Murong Suifeng was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't help but shake his head. You are too useless. If you are interested in the recipe for the power brew, I can give it to you now. As soon as he finished speaking, Murong Suifeng took out a jade slip and secretly infused his divine power into it. Then, he withdrew his divine power and handed the jade slip to Duan Lingtian. The recipe for the power brew is inside. As for my promise to you, it doesn't include the recipe. As long as you become a core disciple, I will give you another gift. Thank you, Din. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he received the recipe for the power brew. However, after hearing Murong Suifeng's words, he still expressed his gratitude. He couldn't tell Murong Suifeng that he wasn't interested in divine weapons or cultivation techniques other than those that could help improve his cultivation. If that happened, even if he didn't say that he had better divine weapons and cultivation techniques, some of his secrets would still be exposed. Once you enter the sect, I can't provide you with too much help. You will have to rely on yourself for everything. In the Hidden Fog Academy, I can cover the sky with one hand, but in the sect, I am only a vice sect master. Not to mention the other vice sect masters, even the protectors have the same status as me. Many of the protectors are also deans of Hidden Fog Academies in other cities like Tianfeng City. Before Duan Lingtian left, Murong Suifeng told him a few more things. In the sect, it's not just the inner sect disciples. The inner sect elders are also the core disciples. There's also a clear division between the core elders. Since you've left my Tianfeng City's Hidden Fog Academy and entered the sect, it's equivalent to being branded with the Tianfeng City's legacy. Unless you become a disciple of another faction's elder, protector, or vice sect master, you won't be able to wash away the Tianfeng City's legacy. Murong Suifeng reminded him, within the sect, if you only have a conflict with people from the Wind City faction, I can help to mediate. However, if you have a conflict with people from other factions, I can't help even if I want to. Murong Suifeng's words also reminded Duan Lingtian. Understood. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although he didn't expect the Hidden Fog Sect's waters to be so deep, he didn't take it to heart. As far as he was concerned, all he had to do was play his part. He wouldn't take the initiative to cause trouble. However, if trouble came to him, he wouldn't be afraid. Go, don't let Elder Tang Chun wait too long. After telling Duan Lingtian what he wanted to say, Murong Suifeng asked Duan Lingtian to find a Hidden Fog Sect elder named Tang Chun. It wasn't hard for Duan Lingtian to guess that this should be the Hidden Fog Sect's inner sect elder that came to pick him up. After saying goodbye to Murong Suifeng, Duan Lingtian went to find Tang Chun under Chu Fengyang's lead. Tang Chun was still at Yun Hui's residence. Teacher Yun. When Duan Lingtian saw Yun Hui again, he quickly bowed to him. Then he looked at Tang Chun and bowed to him. Junior Duan Lingtian greets Elder Tang Chun. Tang Chun was a tall and sturdy old man. His white hair was draped over his back, looking a little messy. Together with his body, he gave off a wild and unrestrained feeling. Now, he was looking at Duan Lingtian. His eyes shone with a sharp light as he sized up Duan Lingan. What a handsome little fellow. Duan Lingtian, right? Yun Hui already told me to take good care of you. Once you follow me to the sect, if you have any problems, you can look for me. If I can't solve it, I'll do my best to help you. If I can't solve it, then you can only rely on yourself. When Tang Chun spoke, his voice was very rough and bold. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but have a good impression of him. He could tell that this was a straightforward person. This kind of person was generally worth befriending. They did things openly and wouldn't act one way and act another. Thank you, Elder Tang. Duan Lingtian smiled and thanked him. Tang Chun looked at Yun Hui and scolded him with a smile. I'll beat you up next time. Today, I'll bring Duan Lingtian back to the sect first. If you have nothing to do, come back to the sect more often to drink with me. You big ape, come to Tianfeng City to find me anytime. Yun Hui didn't want to be left behind and scolded him with a smile. Duan Lingtian stood at the side and looked at the two old men who had such a good relationship that it made others envious. His thoughts couldn't help but wander. He thought of many old friends in the past, many of whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Some of them were even no longer in this world. Chapter 3660. Tang Chun was frank and outspoken, but he wasn't a person who only showed one thing on the surface. Even after leaving the Hidden Fog Academy and not being in front of Yun Hui, he was still very warm towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, in the history of Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, this is the first time a genius like you has appeared. It seems that this time, our Wind City bloodline will be in the limelight in the sect. After leaving the Hidden Fog Academy, Tang Chun wasn't in a hurry to bring Duan Lingtian out of Wind City. Instead, he brought Duan Lingtian to a restaurant and walked in. Elder Tang Chun is overpraising me. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. If you can maintain this momentum, even if you can't become a core disciple in the Divine Spirit realm, when you step into the Divine King realm, you will definitely become a core disciple. Tang Chun said with a smile, once you become a core disciple, you will receive the sect's unstinting cultivation. At the same time, you will enjoy the same treatment as us inner sect elders. As Tang Chun spoke, a trace of envy flashed in his eyes. In the Hidden Fog sect, that fellow Yun Hui and I can only be considered mediocre. We have worked hard for many years and worked tirelessly to reach where we are today. Once you become a core disciple, you will be able to surpass all of our hard work over the years. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Chun let out a sigh of relief. He glanced at the crowded restaurant and said, the signature dishes of this restaurant are pretty good. In the past, every time I came to Wind City, I would come here for a meal without exception. Let's eat here and then leave. Hearing Tang Chun say this, Duan Lingtian naturally didn't have any objections. There are no private rooms? When he walked into the restaurant, Tang Chun asked the staff if there were any private rooms, but the reply he received was that there were none. Sir, I'm really sorry. It's lunchtime now, so all the private rooms are occupied. Even in the main hall, there are only a few empty tables, and they've just been vacated. Would you like to condescend to sit in the main hall? Facing the restaurant waiter's apology, Tang Chun's slightly furrowed brows relaxed. Sure, you can arrange it for us, the two of us. Guest, please follow me. When the waiter heard this, he quickly and enthusiastically led Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian to a table that had just been cleaned up and sat down. After leaving the menu, he went to pour tea for the two of them. The signature dishes here are pretty good. You can try them too. Tang Chun said to Duan Lingtian with a smile. Duan Lingtian nodded immediately. Since Elder Tang Chun is praising the signature dish here, I'm sure it's not bad. I'll satisfy my cravings. After Duan Lingtian and Tang Chun ordered, they waited for a while before the dishes were served. A group of people walked out of a private room in the same restaurant. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely recognize a familiar face. It was none other than the young master of the Zhong family, Chong Keki, who was also a 10-star student of the Hidden Mist Academy. He was widely recognized as the crown prince of the Zhong family. Young Master Keki, it's rare for you to ask for leave. Why don't you stay with us for a few more days? There's no need to rush back. Chong Kechi walked in the front. Behind him, there were 5 other people. They looked like they were about the same age as him. One of them was talking to him. There's no other way. Chong Keki shook his head and said, I only asked for 2 days leave. Today is the last day, so I have to go back. When I come out next time, I'll treat everyone to a good meal and have fun. Those who were with Chong Keki were not all from the Zhong family. They were all children of the Zhong family's subordinate families. They usually liked to follow behind Chong Keki, as if Chong Keki was their leader. Chong Keki also liked the feeling of being followed one after another. Young Master Keki. At this time, another person asked in a deep voice, You and the Zhong family hate that Duan Lingkyun. Should we find a way to get rid of him? Otherwise, when he goes to the Hidden Mist sect, it will be a big disaster for you and the Zhong family. You think we don't want to get rid of him? Chong Keki turned around and glared at the person who spoke. If he doesn't leave the Hidden Mist Academy, how can we get a chance? During the last 10-star student exam, he did leave the Hidden Mist Academy. But with teacher Yu Qianshan there, even our Zhong family's divine king won't be able to do anything. The reason Chong Keki asked for leave was because he felt that the Hidden Mist Academy was too depressing. Although no one was openly or secretly making fun of him for having his dorm seized by Duan Lingtian, the situation of him being Duan Lingtian's enemy still made him feel like there was a thorn in his back, so he took 2 days off to relax. At the same time, he wanted to personally ask the seniors in his family if they had any plans to take revenge on Duan Lingtian. Today, after coming out of the family, he learned that the family was waiting for the Duan Lingtian to go to the Hidden Mist sect before dealing with the Duan Lingtian. He was in a bad mood. Then, he found a few people behind him and went to the family's restaurant to eat and drink. Now, they were about to leave. Chong Keki took the lead and led the few people through the long private room passage to the hall outside. In the Zhong family's restaurant, if you want to leave the private room, you have to go through the hall. Young Master. Young Master. Wherever Chong Keki went, the restaurant's waiters respectfully saluted him. Obviously, they all knew Chong Keki and his identity. Chong Keki ignored these waiters and walked into the hall and out the door. Young Master Chi, your Zhong family's restaurant is really good. Even the hall is full. A young man behind him glanced at the hall and sighed. When Chong Keki heard this, he also subconsciously glanced at the hall. It was this glance that made him unable to move his eyes away. Because he saw a familiar figure, a figure that he often saw in his nightmares recently. Recently, he often dreamed that he was killed by the person in front of him. Duan Lingtian? Why did he come out? Did he also ask for leave? This was Chong Keki's first thought. At the same time, he began to look at the figure across the table from Duan Lingtian. After a few more glances, he concluded that the person was not a teacher of the Hidden Fog Academy. It seems that this person might be his elder. His elder came to Tianfeng City, so he asked for leave to meet with him? And he just happened to come to our Zhong family's restaurant. Chong Keki took a deep breath and began to walk back to the private room passage. This action not only confused the waiters on both sides of the passage, but also the people behind him. Young Master Chi, what's wrong with you? Shut up. Chong Keki directly shouted at the waiters. His tone was very serious, so the waiters did not dare to speak again. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of the waiters, Chong Keki began to send a message to several soul beads in his storage ring. The people he sent the message to were his father, Chong Er, the second master of the Chong family, his uncle, Chong Er, and his 2 uncles, Chong Er and Chong Er. Now, Chong Air and Chong Air had returned from outside and were in the Chong family's mansion. When the four of them learned from Chong Keki that Duan Lingtian was suspected to be with his family in their restaurant, even if they were in different places, a murderous intent flashed in their eyes. Chong Air, the patriarch of the Chong family, directly sent a message to Chong Air, "Air, are you in your restaurant?" "Big brother, I'm here." Chong Air responded immediately, "I'm with Chong Keki now." "Now, send your people to get the disc array. We have to seal the space around the restaurant and not let any messages out. Then we have to trap Duan Lingtian and kill him. Duan Lingnan is in the hall, right? See if you can find a way to arrange for them to enter the private room. Then, set up a formation outside the private room to further cut off the connection between him and the people outside." As the patriarch of the Chong family, Chong Air's idea was very clear. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian in the restaurant. "Yes, big brother." Chong Air responded respectfully. "Chong Keki, are you sure the person with Duan Lingtian is not a teacher of the Hidden Fog Academy?" Chong Air asked Chong Keki. Chong Keki responded decisively, "Uncle, I've been in the Hidden Fog Academy for nearly 2,000 years. I know all the teachers in the Hidden Fog Academy, but I don't know that person. That person is definitely not a teacher of the Hidden Fog Academy." "I understand." Chong Air responded and then said, "I'll let your father go over personally. Tell your fourth uncle to wait for your father to arrive before we act. Also, before the formation is set up, don't expose yourself. Don't let Duan Lingtian feel any danger. After killing that Duan Lingtian, you must destroy his body and remove all traces. This way, even if someone recognizes him and sees him enter the restaurant, as long as there is no evidence left, even the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy can't directly deal with our Chong family. This is a good opportunity. Maybe today, our Chong family can completely eliminate this hidden danger." Chong Air's words were very cautious. At the same time, from his tone, it was obvious that he regarded Duan Lingtian as a great enemy of the Chong family. After listening to Chong Air's message, Chong Keki's eyes completely lit up. At the same time, he repeatedly passed on Chong Air's message to Chong Si. At the same time, Chong Si answered and asked his subordinates. When he found out that the sturdy old man next to Duan Lingtian wanted a private room, he immediately called the manservant who served Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian to the front. "Go and look for the old man and the young man you served earlier. Tell them there's a private room and they can move in. Tell them you're the one who fought for the room for them as an apology for not arranging a private room for them." In fact, this excuse was very far-fetched. However, Chong Si felt that as long as Duan Lingtian didn't know that this restaurant belonged to the Chong family, he wouldn't be suspicious. And it turned out that Chong Si's guess was right. Duan Lingtian indeed didn't suspect anything. Even Tang Chun, who was next to Duan Lingtian, didn't suspect anything. Ling Tian wore Reverend Peeling Tian wore Reverend 24520 Dextelt. Chapter 3661. Duan Lingtian and Tang Chun sat in the private room. Seeing that the waiter had helped them get a private room, Tang Chun did not ask the waiter to bring in the remaining half of the food and wine outside. Instead, he ordered another table of food and wine. "Thank you, sir." Seeing that Tang Chun was so generous, the waiter bowed and thanked him. Then, he turned around and prepared to leave. "Sir, please wait a moment. I will go to the kitchen and ask them to serve you another table of food and wine." After the waiter left, Tang Chun continued to chat with Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, do you have a partner? I have a little niece who is pretty and beautiful. If you're interested." Before Tang Chun could finish, Duan Lingtian had already interrupted him. "Elder Tang Chun, I already have a wife and children." At this moment, Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. He did not expect that Tang Chun, who had been talking with him about other things a moment ago, would suddenly change the topic to this point and start to play matchmaker. Actually, it is normal for a capable man to have several wives and concubines. Tang Chun obviously did not intend to let Duan Lingtian go so easily. "Elder Tang Chun, you really don't need to." In the end, Duan Lingtian insisted that Tang Chun give up on introducing a partner to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the person that fourth elder Zhong sent to the Chong family also got the array disc and rushed back to the restaurant immediately. At the same time, the second master of the Chong family, Chong Heir, was also on his way to the restaurant. Let's set up the array first. The person that fourth elder Zhong sent to the Chong family to get the array disc was an old man who was also a capable subordinate of fourth elder Zhong. If Duan Lingtian saw him, he would definitely find him familiar. This was because when Duan Lingtian, Duan Xiaoyu, and Yu Qiuxuan were in the private room at the Zhou family's auction, this old man had entered the private room with the people of the Zhou family's auction. The array disc that fourth elder Zhong sent back to the Chong family to get was one of the Chong family's heirlooms. It could be used to set up an extremely ingenious divine array, and the function of this divine array was to block communication. Within the divine array, no messages could be sent out. Duan Lingen, you will die today. When Chong Si took the disc array to arrange the array formation, Chong Keqi's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian would definitely die under the Chong family's arrangement today. A month ago, when he learned that Duan Lingtian had obtained more than 120,000 points in the 10-star student trial, despair had even risen in his heart. He felt that his life was destined to be dark if he had to face such an enemy. Unless he could make the other party die prematurely and be unable to grow. It was also at that time that the Chong family behind him became determined to kill Duan Lingtian. However, although the Chong family wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, they also knew that as long as Duan Lingtian didn't leave the Hidden Fog Academy, and when he left the Hidden Fog Academy, the Chong family would never succeed. But this time, Duan Lingtian suddenly left the Hidden Fog Academy and appeared in the Chong family's restaurant without the Hidden Fog Academy's teachers. This was undoubtedly an opportunity for the Chong family. A chance to kill Duan Lingtian. With the talent and strength that Duan Lingtian had shown, once he grew up in the future, he would definitely be a big threat to the Chong family. The Chong family wanted to kill him even in their dreams. Now that the opportunity had come, the Chong family naturally wouldn't miss it. Fourth uncle, is everything ready? Chong Keqi's eyes suddenly brightened when he saw Chong Si return with his people. Yes. Chong Si nodded with a smile and then asked, why aren't those little guys with you? They haven't left yet, right? Chong Keqi shook his head. I arranged for them to stay in the private room where we ate today, and I didn't tell them what I was going to do. I just said that I had something to do and told them to wait for me in the private room. Well done. Chong Si nodded with appreciation. Now, we just need to wait for your father to come with another array disc and set up the array to seal Duan Lingtian's private room. Once the second array is set up, it will be even safer. At that time, we'll be able to make our move and kill Duan Lingtian. We'll be able to solve this problem for our Zhong clan. As Chong Si finished speaking, his eyes were filled with kindness. Chong Keqi's face was slightly flushed with excitement, but then he smiled brightly. They say that dreams are the opposite of reality, and now it seems that it is true. In the past few days, he had many similar dreams. In the dream, Duan Lingtian destroyed the Chong family and killed him with his own hands. Every time he would wake up in fright. In the past few days, he didn't dare to sleep and had been cultivating more seriously than usual. The second master of the Chong family, Chong Heir, as Chong Keqi's biological father, looked somewhat similar to Chong Keqi, but his temperament was completely different. Chong Keqi was more like a child. Chong Heir, on the other hand, exuded a mature and wise aura. At a glance, one could tell that his identity was not ordinary. Father! Seeing the arrival of Chong Heir, Chong Keqi's eyes lit up, and at the same time he greeted him with a smile. You're here. Chong Heir nodded to Chong Keqi, and a rare smile appeared on his originally calm and indifferent face. Keqi, this time, thanks to your timely discovery. Otherwise, our Chong family would have lost an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian. Now, which private room is Duan Lingtian and the people around him in? After learning from Chong Keqi and Chong Si that Duan Lingtian was in the private room, Chong Heir's eyes flashed with killing intent. Did you check the cultivation of the old man beside him? Xianxia shook his head. Second brother, we don't have a god king among us, so we don't dare to rashly use our divine consciousness to check the people around Duan Lingtian. It's not a good thing to act rashly and alert the enemy and scare them away. And you've done well. Xianxia nodded approvingly. Then he raised his hand, and a formation plate flew out. In an instant, a formation extended and enveloped the private room, causing the entire room to tremble. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian and Tang Chun in the private room sensed the abnormality in the private room. Just as Tang Chun frowned and did not have time to scan the room with his divine consciousness, the door of the private room was slammed open by a huge force with a bang. Following that, 4 figures walked in from outside, 2 in front and 2 behind. Their speed was not fast and their movements were nothing special, but at this moment, they were eye-catching. To be more precise, they attracted the attention of Duan Lingtian and Tang Chun. Chong Kuchi. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized Chong Kuchi, who was also a 10-star student from the Hidden Fog Academy. Then he noticed the old man standing next to Chong Kuchi, who was standing behind the 2 middle-aged men, looked familiar. It was as though he had seen him before, but he could not recall where he had seen him. However, just because Duan Lingtian could not remember, it did not mean that the old man could not remember. The moment the old man behind Xianxia saw Duan Lingtian's face, his pupils shrank sharply, and then his expression changed dramatically. Wasn't this purple-clad young man the same young man he saw in the 9th private room of the Zhou family's auction when the Divine Emperor-grade cultivation method was auctioned off? At that time, he went to that private room mainly to investigate the other party's background. That was because the other party had forcibly won the Jia, Yi and Bing San divine pellet that the 4th master of the Chong family wanted. Because of that, the 4th master of the Chong family felt that the other party did not give him and the Chong family face, so he wanted to investigate the other party's background and wait until the auction was over to take revenge, or even forcibly take back the Jia, Yi and Bing San divine pellet. At that time, he followed the people of the Zhou family's auction into the private room. At that time, there was not only the purple-clad young man in the room, but also a young girl who seemed to be very close to him, and a beautiful woman who was sitting beside her. At first, he did not take the young girl and the beautiful woman seriously. Later, when the 2nd elder of the 1,000 Demon sect, Han Ligang, a high-level divine king, spoke rudely to the young girl and was almost killed by the beautiful woman, a group of people, including him, realized that the beautiful woman was a divine emperor expert, and the young girl beside her was called Miss by her, so her status must be very high too. After the young girl and the beautiful woman left, many people started to look for the purple-clad young man who had won the Jia and Bing San divine pellet. They all wanted to be friends with him, so that they could establish a relationship with the young girl and the beautiful woman. Based on the young girl and the beautiful woman's behavior, they were at least from a top divine emperor force, or even from an emperor force. However, the young girl and the beautiful woman had left a long time ago, so they all wanted to make friends with the young man whose voice they had only heard before. However, they did not find the young man. Other than the person who had gone to the Zhou family's auction to collect money from the young man, he was the only one who knew what the young man looked like. However, he had never thought that he would see the young man again at this time and place. Why is he here? The old man's heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed slightly. He subconsciously looked at the old man beside Duan Lingtian. Now, Duan Lingtian was looking at them calmly. The old man was also looking at them, but his eyes were filled with indifference and disgust. Duan Lingtian. Chong Keki stood behind Xianxia. He looked at Duan Lingtian and coldly smiled. I didn't think you would be so bold. You actually dared to leave the academy. Moreover, you don't even have a teacher by your side. Tell me, if you die here today, will the academy find out that it was me who did it? Chong Keki's sneer deepened, and there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. You want to kill me? Duan Lingtian glanced at Chong Keki. Then he looked at Xianxia and Xianxia standing in front of him. Or, Is it your Chong family that wants to kill me? Chong family? At the same time, Tang Chun, who was sitting beside Duan Lingtian, also had a gloomy expression. The Chong family wanted to kill Duan Lingtian in front of him, an inner sect elder of the Hidden Fog sect. Chapter 3662. You are Duan Lingtian? Chong Er's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian as he nodded. Talent and comprehension are a must, and you are a man of striking appearance. If you were willing to join our Chong family, it would be beneficial to both you and the Chong family. Unfortunately, I heard that you refused our invitation and even slaughtered all of our Chong family's disciples in the Hidden Mist Academy's 10-star trial ground. Do you have anything to say before you die? Chong Er looked at Duan Lingtian indifferently as he spoke unhurriedly. Just now, when he came in, he used his divine sense to scan Duan Lingtian and the old man beside him. He confirmed that Duan Lingtian was an intermediate god and that the old man beside Duan Lingtian was a superior god. Because of this, he no longer had any concerns. Under the obstruction of the Chong family's 2 array discs, not to mention 2 gods, even 2 superior god kings would not be able to send out a message. In other words, today, even if the Chong family killed the person in front of them, as long as they did it cleanly, no one would know what happened here. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly, then his eyes narrowed as he asked bluntly, "Who are you? The head of the Chong family?" Before Chong Er could speak, his son Chong Keki spoke first. "Duan Lingtian, this is my father, the second master of the Chong family, Chong Er. And this one beside my father is my 4th uncle, the 4th master of the Chong family, Chong Er." Chong Er? Chong Er? Duan Lingtian glanced at the 2 middle-aged men in front of him, then his eyes fell on Chong Er as a trace of ridicule appeared at the corner of his mouth. Speaking of which, 4th Master Chong of the Chong family had long interacted with him. Not long after he came to Tianfeng City, even before he entered the Hidden Mist Academy, he had bid for an item at the Zhou family's auction. The Jia, Yi and Bing San divine pill was bought by this Chong Er from the Chong family. At that time, only the 2 of them were left competing. Chong Er? Level 4? Tang Chun, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, sneered, "The Chong family is really impressive." However, Zhong Er and Zhong Er completely ignored Tang Chun's sneer. In their eyes, Tang Chun was merely a useless senior of Duan Lingtian, a mere higher deity. They could easily kill someone like him countless times over. Zhong Er had already stepped into the Divine King realm in his early years. Even Zhong Si had also successfully stepped into the Divine King realm a few days ago, becoming a lower Divine King. 2nd Master Chong? 4th Master Zhong? A hint of mockery could be seen on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth as he looked at the 2 of them mockingly. "I wonder if it's the both of you or the Zhong clan's intention to kill me. I can represent the Zhong family." Zhong Er said indifferently. Although he did not know why Duan Lingtian was still so calm, he believed that he had the situation under control. Therefore, he was not worried at all. The moment Zhong Er finished speaking, Chong Er, who was standing beside him, suddenly trembled. In the next moment, when his eyes fell on Duan Lingtian again, they were filled with shock and fear. His face was pale as if he had seen a ghost. And the reason why he had such a change in the blink of an eye was entirely because the old man behind him had just transmitted a message to him. The Duan Lingtian in front of him was the person who had competed with him for the Jia, Yi and Bing San divine pill at the Zhou family's auction. At that time, when Duan Lingtian had stolen the Jia, Yi and Bing San divine pill, he was furious. He swore to himself that he would not let Duan Lingtian off. However, the beautiful woman who had walked out of the 9th private room had displayed her strength as a godly emperor and had crushed the 2nd elder of the 10,000 demon sect, a godly emperor-level sect. He couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. At the same time, he knew that the person who didn't give him face and took away the 3 divine pellet wasn't someone he could afford to offend. Although he did not know the relationship between that person and the beautiful woman, he did not know. According to the old man behind him, the young lady whom the beautiful woman had addressed as Miss was very intimate with the young man in room 9. It was as if they were siblings. From that moment on, he knew that he could not afford to offend Duan Lingtian. After that, the beautiful woman and the young lady who had the strength of a divine emperor left. Only the young man did not leave. His first thought was not to take revenge on Duan Lingtian, but to befriend him. At that time, there were many people who had the same idea as him. However, they could not find the young man in the end. Xianxia thought that since the people around him had seen the young man, they would have an advantage in finding him and befriending him. Therefore, he asked the old man to look for the young man's whereabouts. However, they did not find anything. Today, when they were facing Duan Lingtian, a prodigy from the Hidden Fog Academy who was a great threat to the Chong family, the old man behind him told him that Duan Lingtian was the purple-clad young man in room 9 of the Zhou family's auction. He had seen him before. Xianxia repeatedly confirmed this with the old man through sound transmission. However, the old man was very certain. Master Xianxia, I can't be wrong. His clothes, his appearance, and his temperament are all the same. Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine. When he looked at the purple-clad young man's playful expression again, his heart trembled. Duan Lingtian, you've asked enough questions. Get ready to go. Xianxia, who was standing behind Xianxia, sneered as he looked at Duan Lingtian with killing intent in his eyes. Duan Lingtian looked at Xianxia deeply, but he did not say anything. At this time, Tang Chun, who was next to Duan Lingtian, stood up at the right time, his eyes flashing with coldness. At the same time, Xianxia also sent a message to Xianxia, telling him that Duan Lingtian was the person in room 9 of the Zhou family's auction. Xianxia was shocked. He never thought that the two people would be the same person. "See, are you sure?" Xianxia asked again. "Second brother, I'm sure it's him." Xianxia responded. "What should we do now? We, and even the Chong family, seem to have become enemies with him." "Pretend you don't know." Xianxia's pupils shrank, and he soon made a decision. He and the people around him are all gods. Even if he dies here, as long as we block the news, no one will know that it was us who did it. Second brother, Xianxia's friends noticed that Xianxia was acting strangely today. Xianxia reminded him. After killing Duan Lingtian and the old man around him, kill all those people to prevent future trouble. Xianxia said decisively. "Okay." Xianxia's eyes also flashed with a hint of firmness and determination. Perhaps the purple-clothed young man's background was indeed not something that their Zhong clan could afford to offend, but now that their Zhong clan had already formed an irreconcilable enmity with him, there was no way that they would let him go. Once he left, he might send a message to a group of powerhouses to destroy the Chong family. But now, the other party was like a trapped beast in a cage. Even if the other party was related to a godly emperor or even a godly emperor, after killing him, the other party wouldn't be able to find out the cause of his death. If they did not kill the purple-clad young man, the Chong family would most likely be destroyed. If they killed the purple-clad young man, the Chong family would most likely be able to survive. It was not difficult to make a choice in such a situation. Just as Xianxia and Xianxia looked at Duan Lingtian again with killing intent in their eyes, a cold snort suddenly exploded in the room like a clap of thunder. It was none other than Tang Chun who had just stood up. "Good, good, good, very good." Tang Chun's eyes were like lightning as he stared at Xianxia. His complexion was extremely ugly. The Chong family is truly amazing. Amazing. A mere God King level family actually dares to try and kill a hidden fog sect inner sect disciple in front of me? You, and even the Chong family, have really eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Tang Chun was truly enraged. For better or worse, he was an inner sect elder of the Hidden Fog sect. The reason he came to Skywind City was to pick up Duan Lingtian, an outstanding Hidden Fog Academy student recommended by Dean Murong Suifeng to participate in the core disciple assessment. Even if he couldn't pass the assessment, Duan Lingtian was still a quasi-inner sect disciple of the Hidden Fog Academy. It was just that the procedures hadn't been completed yet. Hidden Fog Sect Inner Sect Disciple? Hearing Tang Chun's words, Chong Si and the others were stunned. Then, Chong Keki sneered and said, "Old man, are you still dreaming that Duan Lingtian can become an inner sect disciple of the Hidden Fog Sect? How laughable! Today, Duan Lingtian, and even you, will die here. Once you die, no matter how outstanding you are, it is impossible for you to pass the Hidden Fog Academy and enter the Hidden Fog Sect, let alone become an inner sect disciple." Chong Keki sneered. Chong Si and Chong Si also had cold smiles on their faces. As for the old man behind Chong Si, his eyes flashed with uncertainty. Although Chong Si had just told him about his choice with the Chong family's second master, he still wasn't sure. This was because he had seen the beautiful woman with the strength of a divine emperor and the young girl beside Duan Lingtian at the Zhou family's auction. At that time, the beautiful woman had been sitting to the side, as if she were the servant of the young girl and Duan Lingtian. That scene was something that only he, who had seen it with his own eyes, could clearly feel. He always felt that in this situation, it was unwise to try and kill Duan Lingtian. It would be better to bend down and apologize. Even if he had to pay a certain price, even if he couldn't protect Chong Keki, he should be able to protect the Chong family. After Duan Lingtian dies, I should leave the Chong family, the old man thought to himself. He always felt uneasy in his heart. The Chong family really has good upbringing. Even a junior dares to be so presumptuous in front of me. Tang Chun sneered. Even Chong Si himself has to bow respectfully when he sees me. Chapter 3663. As soon as Tang Chun spoke, Chong Keki was stunned. This old man, even his uncle had to bow and greet him respectfully when he saw him? Chong Keki did not even have time to react. Upon hearing Tang Chun's words, before Chong Keki could react, Chong Keki sneered. "Old man, you're just a higher deity. How dare you spout such nonsense in front of us? Aren't you afraid that we'll laugh our heads off?" Chong Keki could not help but laugh. "You're just a higher deity. If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as flipping my hand." As soon as Chong Keki finished speaking, a majestic divine power burst out of his body, exuding a majestic and vast aura that caused the atmosphere in the room to stagnate. The aura of this divine power was completely different from that of a deity. Upon sensing this aura, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Isn't this Chong Keki a higher deity? This divine power aura is not something a higher deity can possess. He broke through and became a god king? Before Duan Lingtian entered the Hidden Fog Academy, he had heard many people at the Zhou clan's auction mention Chong Keki's cultivation. He knew that Chong Keki was a higher deity with extraordinary strength. But now, the faint divine power emanating from Chong Keki's body clearly did not belong to a deity. Oh, Chong Keki has also broken through and become a god king? Tang Chun smirked when he sensed Chong Keki's divine power aura. But I'm curious. Where did you get the confidence to think that you can kill me with a flip of your hand? Chong Keki's mocking smile deepened. Since you know that I've broken through and become a god king, you're just a higher deity, yet you think I can't kill you with a flip of my hand? Chong Keki, who was following behind Chong Keki, also had a mocking expression on his face. Old man, if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, my fourth uncle might be merciful and leave you an intact corpse. Tang Chun didn't pay attention to this junior, Chongkechi. He looked at Zhong Si and smiled. When did a lower divine king become so presumptuous in front of me, Tang Chun? As soon as Tang Chun's voice fell, Zhong Si didn't feel anything, but Zhong Er couldn't help but frown slightly. This was because he felt that the name, Tang Chun, was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. However, even though he had an impression of it, he couldn't recall it at all. Just as Zhong Er was frowning slightly, an even more powerful divine aura swept out from Tang Chun's body. In fact, the moment it appeared, it suppressed Zhong Er's divine aura in one fell swoop. Even Xianxi's expression changed drastically when he sensed the aura of this divine power. Even his big brother, the head of the Zhong family, didn't have such a powerful aura when he activated his godly power. One had to know that his big brother was a medium god king. High divine king. When Zhong Er looked at Tang Chun again, his expression was extremely unsightly. He did not expect the burly old man in front of him to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. He wasn't a higher deity at all. Instead, he was a higher deity king. Only a higher divine king's divine power aura could be so powerful. In the realms of gods, there was no lack of treasures that could conceal one's cultivation base. However, such treasures rarely appeared in Tianfeng City or the surrounding areas. Even if there were, very few people would use them. In this world where the strong were respected, it was too late to show off one's strength. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would intentionally conceal their cultivation base. However, today he just so happened to meet such a person. A higher divine king who had concealed his cultivation base. At this moment, not only did Zhong Er's expression turn unsightly, but even Zhong Xi's expression changed drastically. Although he had just broken through to become a god king, he knew what his big brother's divine power aura was like. The person in front of him had completely surpassed his big brother's divine power aura. The other party was a higher divine king. Zhong Xi's expression turned extremely unsightly when he recalled how he had threatened the other party earlier. He did not expect the person he had provoked to be a higher divine king instead of a higher divine king. At this moment, Zhong Xi despaired. "My lord," Zhong Xi looked at Tang Chun, his voice trembling violently from fear. "I was just joking earlier. Please don't take it to heart." "Joking?" Tang Chun sneered. "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" When Zhong Xi heard this, his body trembled again. His face was ashen and his eyes were filled with despair. At the same time, he instinctively looked at Zhong Er beside him and hurriedly transmitted his voice to him. "Second brother, save me." He did not think that even his second brother would be able to save him. After all, based on the background of the young lady and the beautiful woman who had been with Duan Lingtian earlier, Duan Lingtian was at least from a divine emperor force. The higher divine king by Duan Lingtian's side was definitely an expert from that divine emperor force. He had already given up all hope. He felt that there was an 80% to 90% chance that he would die. However, in the face of death, he still subconsciously reached out his hand and grabbed Zhong Er as if he was grasping at a straw. At this moment, Chongqi, who was standing behind Zhong Er, was also pale with fright. After his body trembled for a while, he slumped to the ground, and the smell of urine rose from his body. Higher divine king. The person he had just mocked was actually a higher divine king? Because he was close to his father, Zhong Er, he had clearly heard Zhong Er's trembling voice. It was because of this that he knew that the other party was a higher divine king. Zhong Er's face was also ashen. However, when he thought of the name that the other party had just said, a light flashed in his mind. He subconsciously looked at Tang Chun and cupped his hands in respect. "Senior, are you the Hidden Fog Sect's elder Tang Chun?" He remembered. Last time, an elder of his Zhong family who was in the Hidden Fog sect had returned to the family and mentioned the name Tang Chun. It seemed that this elder didn't have a good relationship with Tang Chun, but they were both inner sect elders of the Hidden Fog sect. Moreover, they were both from the Hidden Fog sect's Skywind City. They didn't like each other, but they couldn't do anything to each other. Without any hesitation as he asked Tang Chun, Zhong Er hurriedly used the soul bead in his storage ring to send a message to his big brother, the Zhong family patriarch, Zhong Er. He informed Zhong Er of everything that had happened here. At this moment, not only did Zhong Er remove the formation disc he had brought with him, but he also had his fourth brother remove the formation disc. He had sent someone to the Chong family to retrieve the formation disc he had set up. With the two array disbanded, the transmission of messages was no longer restricted. After sending a message to his big brother, Zhong Er hurriedly reminded him, "Big brother, hurry up and contact the patriarch, Have the patriarch send a message to Elder Tang Chun. Tell him to spare me, fourth brother, and this time, only the patriarch can save us. The Zhong family's patriarch was Zhong Heir and Zhong Heir's grandfather's father. He had a very high status in the Zhong family, and he was also the one with the best status in the Hidden Fog sect. Zhong Heir never thought that his second brother, fourth brother, and nephew would provoke a character like Tang Chun. He didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly sent out a message through a soul bead. In the entire Zhong family, only the patriarch had the Zhong family's patriarch's soul bead. Only Zhong Heir could contact the Zhong family's patriarch. In a restaurant belonging to the Zhong family. Inside a private room, under the leadership of Zhong Heir, Zhong Si, Zhong Keki, and even the old man behind Zhong Si were kneeling on the ground, their bodies shivering. Elder Tang Chun, we didn't recognize you and offended you. This is our fault. We hope that you can take into account our ignorance and spare our lives for the sake of our patriarch. Zhong Heir knelt on the ground, his tone sincere as he spoke. What? You won't kill me now? Tang Chun looked at Zhong Si and sneered. Elder Tang Chun, please spare my life. Zhong Si's kneeling body violently trembled. Then he began to beg for mercy. What were you doing earlier? Tang Chun sneered. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The aura of God force around his body began to shake. A terrifying strength began to stir in this small private room. Tang Chun was a higher God King. But today, someone wanted to kill him. Moreover, it was only a small lower God King. How could he endure this? If his strength was inferior to this person's today, wouldn't he have been killed? Elder Tang Chun, please spare my life. After Zhong Si sensed Tang Chun's killing intent, he hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. He didn't even realize that he was bleeding. Duan Ling Tian remained seated in front of the table as he watched the scene in front of him. In his opinion, the Zhong clan only had themselves to blame for ending up in such a state. They actually dared to threaten to kill him in front of Tang Chun, an inner sect elder of the Hidden Fog sect. Moreover, they even threatened to kill Tang Chun. They were simply seeking their own deaths. However, I fear that today, Elder Tang Chun will at most kill those who offended him. As for the Zhong family, even if Elder Tang Chun can testify that the Zhong family wants to kill me, it is impossible for the Hidden Fog sect to do anything to the Zhong family just because I am an inner sect disciple. In fact, even if I am a core disciple, as long as the Zhong family doesn't leave behind any evidence, the Hidden Fog sect won't be able to do anything to the Zhong family. After all, the Zhong family has several inner sect elders and no less than 20 outer sect elders in the Hidden Fog sect. When he was at Hidden Fog Academy, Duan Ling Tian had learned about the Zhong family from Ding Yan and Ho Qingning. He knew that the Zhong family had a deep background. Even within the Hidden Fog sect, they had many complicated, hard relationships. Thus, Duan Ling Tian knew that the Zhong family wouldn't be so easy to bring down. If he wanted to bring down the Zhong family, he would have to rely on himself. However, as he thought about how he would be able to watch the 3 people from the Zhong family die today, he couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. He didn't feel any pity at all. After all, these people wanted to kill him. Chapter 3664. Duan Ling Tian would not show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Therefore, he looked at everything in front of him indifferently. Boom! Rumble! Tang Chun's divine power swept out, fused with ultimates, and his momentum was vast as if it could pierce through the void. His aura was completely locked onto Zhong Si. In Tang Chun's eyes, there was a murderous intent. Even Duan Ling Tian, who was sitting to the side, could feel the murderous intent from Tang Chun. It was because of this that he felt that the 3 from the Zhong family were unlucky. However, just as Tang Chun's divine power vibrated and was about to make a move, his divine power aura suddenly stagnated and was forcibly held back. To be more precise, he held back a lot. Bang! Accompanied by a soft sound, Tang Chun withdrew most of his divine power and withdrew his ultimates, and hit Xi's body, sending him flying and crashing into the wall on the side of the box. Xi's body fell, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but there was a relieved smile on his face. "Thank you, Elder Tang Chun, for not killing me." Seeing this, Chong Er's eyes lit up. Just as Heavy Two's eyes lit up, Tang Chun's divine power once again extended and hit Heavy Two's body, causing Heavy Two to fly out and hit the wall and fall to the ground. Chong Kuchi's cultivation was much weaker than Chong Si's. Even if Tang Chun controlled his divine power well, he was still seriously injured, and he kept spitting out mouthfuls of dazzling blood. "Unfilial son, why don't you thank Elder Tang Chun for not killing you?" Chong Er looked at Chong Kuchi and shouted sternly. Chong Kuchi came back to his senses and hurriedly thanked Tang Chun. "Thank you, Elder Tang Chun, for not killing me." At the same time, Chong Er glanced at Duan Lingtian from the corner of his eyes, and the joy of surviving a disaster in his heart disappeared. When Tang Chun stopped the assassin in time and only injured his fourth brother, he knew that the old master of the Chong family must have contacted Tang Chun and persuaded him to spare his fourth brother, and even him and his son. Otherwise, with Tang Chun's killing intent just now, not to mention him and his son Chong Kuchi, his fourth brother Chong Si would definitely die. However, although their lives were saved, the joy that had just risen in his heart was completely extinguished the moment he saw Duan Lingtian. Even if they did not die today, Duan Lingtian would not let them go. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel his scalp go numb. Bang! With another loud bang, Zhong Er's body also flew off the ground and smashed into the wall. He was injured, but he didn't care about this injury. After thanking Tang Chun for not killing him, he hurriedly sent a message to his elder brother, the head of the Zhong family. "Big brother, even if we survive now, I'm afraid this Duan Lington will be our end." At this point, Chong Er recounted everything that Chong Si had told him to his big brother Chong Er. "What?" When Big Brother learned that Duan Lingtian was the young man suspected to be from a God Emperor or God Emperor level force, his expression changed instantly. How could this be? He couldn't figure it out at all. Wasn't the other party just a student of the Hidden Fog Academy? Why did he suddenly have such an identity? Is there a mistake? If he has such a background, why did he enter the Hidden Fog Academy and the Hidden Fog sect? Big Brother questioned. "I don't know. Big Brother, what should we do now? I have already opened the array that seals the communication. Maybe he has already sent a message to the God Emperor level or God Emperor level force behind him about what happened here. Why don't we take a risk and let the old master send a message to Elder Tang Chun and ask Elder Tang Chun to let us kill him to prevent future trouble? If he hasn't sent a message, we have won the bet," Chong Er said. That's enough time for him to slowly send a message to the others. However, Big Brother rejected Chong Er's idea. "Next, you should try your best to seek his forgiveness. For such a person, it's better not to make enemies if possible. If he is willing to resolve the grudges, our Chong family is willing to pay the price. Even if he asks for an exorbitant price, as long as our Chong family has the ability, we are willing to satisfy him." Big Brother's tone revealed a deep helplessness. From now on, our Chong family can no longer be enemies with him. He didn't know which God Emperor or God Emperor level force Duan Lingtian belonged to. However, he did have a close relationship with a girl that his fourth brother's confidant saw with his own eyes. His fourth brother's confidant was an old man in the Chong family, so it was impossible for him to lie. There was also no need for him to lie. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that the girl who was close to Duan Lingtian and looked like Duan Lingtian's brother had been respectfully addressed as Young Miss by a God Emperor expert. It was obvious that she was his follower. Only the princesses of the top God Emperor level forces or the children of the upper echelons of God Emperor level forces would be able to have a God Emperor as their follower. Such a person only needed to say a word to topple the Chong family and erase their name from the profound Handle land. I originally thought that Elder Tang Chun would kill them. At the very least, he would kill a level 4. I didn't expect that he didn't even kill a single one of them. Duan Ling Tian sat at the side and watched everything before him with an indifferent gaze. Tang Chun didn't kill the 3 people in front of him. However, he had clearly seen Tang Chun stop in time. It wasn't hard to guess that Tang Chun had received a message and didn't kill the 3 people from the Chong family for some reason. This time, I won't kill all of you because of Chong Tianqing. However, if you dare to disrespect me again, I won't show any mercy even if Chong Tianqing pleads for mercy on your behalf. Tang Chun said in a low voice after injuring the 3 people from the Chong family. He sat back down and stared coldly at the 3 people from the Chong family. The 3 people from the Chong family hurriedly replied that there wouldn't be a next time. Also, you wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian just now? Tang Chun glanced at the 3 people and said, if I'm not mistaken, you want to kill Duan Ling Tian on behalf of the Chong family? Elder Tang Chun, you heard wrong. How could we kill Duan Ling Tian? When Chong Si and Chong Keki were stunned, Chong Er hurriedly waved his hand and shook his head. Our Chong family respects young Master Duan Ling Tian as an honored guest. If that's the case, why don't you apologize to Duan Ling Tian? Tang Chun said in a low voice. When Duan Ling Tian heard Tang Chun's words, he knew that the Chong family's attempt to kill him today was destined to go unresolved. If he wanted to get back at them today, he could only rely on himself in the future. It was impossible for him to rely on Tang Chun. Of course, he didn't resent Tang Chun because of this. After all, he didn't have a close relationship with Tang Chun. Tang Chun had already done his utmost for the Chong family to apologize to him. Tang Chun had no obligation to help him further. However, when Chong Si and Chong Kechi were about to apologize to Duan Ling Tian, Chong Er beat them to it. He cupped his hands together and said respectfully, Young Master Duan, my elder brother, the clan leader of the Chong clan, asked me to tell you that no matter what misunderstandings there are between you and the Chong clan wishes to write off all misunderstandings between you and the Chong clan. For this, our Chong family is willing to pay any price we can. Chong Er said. Chong Keki couldn't understand Chong Er's words and couldn't help but frown. Even Tang Chun was now stunned. He just asked the other party to apologize to Duan Ling Tian, but he didn't expect the other party to make such a statement. Didn't they understand his words? He said that they only needed to apologize. Did the Chong family have too many treasures? However, at this moment, even Duan Ling Tian himself did not expect number 2 to express such a stance. Moreover, number 4 and the old man behind him were not surprised when they saw the expressions of the other 3 people beside number 2. Only Chong Er's son, Chong Keki, was surprised. Obviously, Chong Si and the old man behind him agreed with Chong Er's words and didn't have any objections. This was thought-provoking. That's right. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's eyes swept over the old man behind Chong Si and a thought flashed in his mind. The old man's appearance overlapped with a face in his memory. He remembered. In the past, before he entered the Hidden Fog Academy, he and Duan Xiaoyu had sat together in Box 9 of the Zhou family's auction house. After bidding for the first, second, and third divine pills, someone from the Zhou family had sent the pills over. Normally, it would be enough for the other party to send the pills over alone. However, the other party wasn't alone. There was another person behind him, and it was an old man. At that time, he found it strange, but he didn't think much of it. He just thought it was a strange rule of the Zhou family's auction house. But now, he remembered. The old man he saw in Box 9 of the Zhou family's auction house and the old man standing behind Chong Si were the same person. It seems that his appearance in Box 9 wasn't a coincidence. Chong Si must have asked him to come over and see who I am. After all, I snatched the divine pill that Chong Si wanted in front of everyone and embarrassed him. He remembered that when he snatched the first, second, and third divine pills from Chong Si was furious. At that time, many people said that Chong Si was vengeful and that he was unlucky. However, he also knew in his heart that Chong Si would be vengeful. Later, when the beautiful woman next to the mysterious girl, Duan Xiaoyu, walked out of Box 9 and displayed her strength as a god emperor, Chong Si would definitely not dare to take revenge on him. No wonder he noticed that the old man behind Chong Si looked at him strangely. Apparently, the old man recognized him. With all these reasons, he wasn't surprised that the second master of the Chong family was acting so humble. The Chong family obviously wanted to make peace with him and didn't dare to provoke him. As for the reason, it was because of the mysterious girl, Duan Xiaoyu. Back then, when the old man behind Chong Si saw him in box 9 of the Zhou family's auction house, Duan Xiaoyu was sitting next to him and holding his hand intimately. She even called him brother. War Sovereign Ling Tian. Chapter 3665. If the old man behind Chong Si did not feel anything when he first saw Duan Xiaoyu sitting next to him and affectionately calling him big brother, however, after Yu Qiushuan, the beautiful woman who addressed Duan Xiaoyu as young miss, made a move, the old man must have felt that both Duan Xiaoyu and him were not ordinary people. If you want to read the entire edition for free, please go to Baidu search. What a joke! How could an ordinary person have the protection of a godly emperor? How could an ordinary person have the protection of a godly emperor address them as big brother? However, this old man must have discovered my identity before this. Previously, he had already recognized my identity, so he must have told Chong Si and Chong Er. Soon, Duan Lingtian thought of something very important. At that time, Chong Si and Chong Si still chose to kill me. It's obvious that they want to kill me here. As for why they're not afraid of me sending a message, it must be because they've set up a formation. No wonder I felt strange movements in the surrounding space 4 times in a row. So it's because of the formation's activation. Duan Lingtian was skilled in the law of space. Coupled with his mastery of the Tao of control of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth, his control of space had reached an extremely profound level. Even if he could not sense it, he could still detect the minute changes in the surrounding space. That formation must be a formation that restricts communication. In other words, when they found out about my identity, they already planned to kill me because I was trapped at that time and could not send a message at all. However, they would never have dreamed that Elder Tang Chun was a godly king expert, and a higher godly king at that. Not long after arriving at this restaurant, Duan Lingtian had inadvertently extended his divine consciousness. When it came into contact with Tang Chun, he discovered that Tang Chun's cultivation base was only at the godly spirit level and not the godly king level. Although he was only at the intermediate godly spirit level, his divine consciousness could still vaguely detect the cultivation base of a higher godly spirit. It was also at that time that he asked Tang Chun this question. Tang Chun told him that when he went out, he would habitually use a secret technique to conceal his cultivation to avoid being disturbed by god kings. Unless one's actual cultivation was on par with his or stronger than him, no one would be able to see through his disguise, even if they used their divine sense to probe. Normally, such people would not disturb him because in their eyes, in this world where the strong were respected, they were on the same level. Clearly, I'm not the only one who is unable to see through Elder Tang Chun's concealment of his cultivation. Even those from the Zhong clan are unable to see through his cultivation. It didn't take long for Duan Lingtian to sort out what had happened based on his guesses. Now that Chong Er was begging for peace, it couldn't be because of Tang Chun. After all, even though 4th Zhong had offended Tang Chun didn't kill him. It was clear that Tang Chun dreaded the power behind the Zhong family. Perhaps some great figure of the Zhong family in the Hidden Fog sect had sent a message to Tang Chun. Or perhaps as long as Tang Chun showed mercy, he could obtain decent compensation. This could be faintly seen from the fact that Tang Chun only asked the Zhong family to apologize to him. Are you sure your Zhong family can withstand any price? As long as it is within your power? Tang Chun was stunned. Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Chong Er and asked. Yes. Chong Er nodded. Good. Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Chong Er and faintly smiled. Since that's the case, then I ask Master Chong Er to first show some sincerity. I don't need any other sincerity. Speaking of this, Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on Chong Keki behind Chong Air. Master Chong Air, the grudges between me and the Zhong family are all because of your son Chong Keki. I only have 2 requests for the Zhong family. The first request is that Chong Keki cannot live. Duan Lingtian said. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, Chong Air and Chong Keki's expressions changed drastically. Even Chong Air's face became ugly. He couldn't help but ask, "Young Master Duan, can't you leave some leeway?" Duan Lingtian glanced at Chong Air indifferently. "When your Zhong family wanted to kill me, did you ever think of leaving some leeway?" Without waiting for Chong Air's response, Duan Lingtian looked at Chong Air and said with a mocking expression, "Master Chong Air, if the Zhong family can't even fulfill the first request, I don't think there's a need for me to make a second request." At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Chun beside him. "Elder Tang Chun, I can't eat this meal. How about I go back to the Hidden Fog Academy and wait for you? At that time, you don't have to run to the Hidden Fog Academy. You just need to send me a message." Before leaving the Hidden Fog Academy, Duan Lingtian and Tang Chun exchanged soul beads so they could communicate with each other. "No, I'm not eating either." Tang Chun shook his head. "Let's go back to the sect." Although Tang Chun didn't know what was going on, he knew this wasn't the time to ask Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he didn't think the Zhong family would agree to Duan Lingtian's first request. Who was Chong Keki? Although Chong Keki didn't have much of a presence in Tang Chun's eyes, he had heard of him a long time ago. He knew that Chong Keki was a crown prince of the Zhong family and was the first candidate to succeed the Zhong family. Moreover, he was the son of Chong Air. Now that Duan Lingtian said he wanted Chong Keki's life in front of Chong Air, it was already good enough that Chong Air didn't flip out. How could he agree to Duan Lingtian's conditions? Today, even if Murong Suifeng, the vice sect master of the Hidden Fog Academy, was here, Chong Air wouldn't agree. However, just as Duan Lingtian stood up and was about to leave with Tang Chun, a scene that shocked Tang Chun appeared. "My unfilial son has offended young Master Duan many times. He deserves to die." A roar that seemed to come from the depths of his throat rang out. In the next moment, accompanied by a bang sound, blood splattered out in the private room. A body that was originally alive completely fell to the ground, turning into a corpse. It was the Zhong family's second master, Chong Air. In front of everyone, he slapped his son Chong Keki's head and sent him away. Duan Lingtian was indifferent to the scene in front of him, because he had already guessed that this would be the outcome. And this outcome further confirmed his conjecture in his heart. Lingtian, War Reverend. Chapter 3666. In the Hidden Fog sect, core elders were also considered inner sect elders. However, ordinary inner sect elders didn't have a ranking. They were only called inner sect elders. Only the core elders of the inner sect had a ranking, such as the Great Elder, Second Elder, Third Elder, and so on. In the past, the person who came to Hidden Fog Academy to look for Duan Lingtian and ask him to become his disciple was the disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's Second Elder. The Hidden Fog sect's inner sect Second Elder was a core elder with a relatively high status within the Hidden Fog sect. Of course, this didn't mean that the Second Elder was the strongest core elder. In the Hidden Fog sect, there were many core elders of the older generation who weren't listed in the elder ranking. But they weren't elders. Instead, they were respected as grand elders. I understand. Listening to Tang Chun's explanation, Duan Lingtian nodded. He smiled and said, "Elder Tang Chun, the truth is that you don't need to explain so much. I can understand. After all, in the eyes of the sect, compared to the Zhong family, I'm nothing." As he finished speaking, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth seemed to curl into a wisp of self-ridicule. "Duan Lingtian, don't joke around." Tang Chun shook his head and said, "Just now, that Zhong family member's attitude towards you changed. I am well aware that it wasn't because of me. There is someone behind you, right? As Tang Chun spoke, he looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and asked with deep meaning. In order to extinguish Duan Lingtian's anger, the Zhong family's second master Zhong heir didn't hesitate to kill his own son. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. To be able to force someone to kill his own son, it could be seen how determined that person was, and that person was the Zhong family's second master Zhong heir. This also meant that in Zhong heir's eyes, Duan Lingtian was someone that he and the Zhong family couldn't afford to offend. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done such a thing. And Duan Lingtian's own strength definitely wasn't enough to make the Zhong family fear him. Thus, it wasn't difficult for Tang Chun to guess. There was someone behind Duan Lingtian, someone who could make the Zhong family bow and lower their heads. In response to Tang Chun's question, Duan Lingtian only smiled. However, this smile appeared to be unfathomable in Tang Chun's eyes, further confirming his guess. But, just now they really did want to kill you. Knowing that you have an extraordinary identity, they wanted to kill you. Tang Chun did not care much about Duan Lingtian before this. Now, he dared not neglect Duan Lingtian, because he already knew that Duan Lingtian had a powerful trump card behind him. It was a trump card that could force the Chong family to lower their heads and force the second son of the Chong family to kill his own son. Furthermore, he also knew that his actions earlier had chilled Duan Lingtian's heart. Although Duan Lingtian was still polite to him on the surface, he could sense that there was a sense of unfamiliarity between them. They were no longer as close as before. For this reason, he was trying to salvage his relationship with Duan Lingtian. Regardless of the trump card behind Duan Lingtian, since it could force the Chong family to compromise, it meant it was worth it for him to take the initiative to befriend Duan Lingtian. They've set up a spirit formation outside the room. If I'm not mistaken, that spirit formation is used to block communication. At that time, they discovered I was only a higher deity, so they wanted to kill both of us in one fell swoop. That way, no matter how powerful the person behind you is, as long as they can't trace it back to them, they'll be fine. However, they didn't expect the person beside you to be me, Tang Chun. After I revealed my strength and cultivation base, they recognized me and opened the formation to ask for help. After all, the formation would prevent them from communicating with the outside world. Then the old master of the Chong family, Chong Tianqing, sent me a message asking me to show mercy. He even promised me some benefits. I'll give you half of the benefits when I get my hands on them. After all, to a certain extent, I owe half of the benefits to you. Tang Chun's words conveyed two meanings. It was because of him that Duan Lingtian was able to survive. Otherwise, no matter how powerful his background was, he would have been assassinated by the Chong family. Apart from that, he was willing to share half of the benefits with Duan Lingtian even though he could obtain some benefits from Chong Tianqing. It could be said that Tang Chun's actions were very sincere. You're right, Elder Tang Chun. How could Duan Lingtian not understand Tang Chun's words? Duan Lingtian will remember Elder Tang Chun's kindness for saving my life this time. I'll definitely repay you in the future. As for the benefits Chong Tianqing gave me, you can keep it for yourself. There's no need to give it to you, Elder Tang Chun. I believe that the great gift the Chong family will give me won't be inferior to what Chong Tianqing gave you. Duan Lingtian smiled. Tang Chun wanted to persuade him some more, but he was rejected by Duan Lingtian. In the end, he didn't insist. After all, he also felt the pain of giving away those things. Although he didn't feel that things had returned to how they were before, Duan Lingtian personally said that he remembered his kindness for saving his life and would repay him in the future. This allowed him to relax. At the very least, Duan Lingtian didn't resent him. In the future, when we reach the sect, I'll repair my relationship with him. Haste makes waste. If I continue now, I'll only go too far. Thinking of this, Tang Chun wasn't in a hurry to repair his relationship with Duan Lingtian for the rest of the journey. And as Duan Lingtian followed Tang Chun out of Skywind City and headed towards the Hidden Fog sect, the mansion of the Zhong clan was not calm either. Inside the Zhong family's ancestral hall, Zhong Kuchi's body was lying on a white bed, and 4 people were standing in front of the bed. They were none other than the Zhong family's second master, Zhong Heir, fourth master, Zhong Si, Zhong San, and the Zhong family's patriarch, Zhong Zhong. You died for the clan. The clan won't forget you. I'll arrange for your name to be inscribed in the clan's genealogical records. I'll mention that your death played a part in the clan's extermination, and that your death ensured the survival of the clan. Looking at Chong Kuchi's body lying on the white cloth bed, Chong Kuchi said word by word. His voice echoed in the completely sealed ancestral hall. Second brother, my condolences. Chong San put his arm around Chong Heir's shoulder and comforted him with a serious expression. Don't worry, third brother. I can handle it. But if he doesn't, then no matter how much he eats from our Chong clan, the patriarch will make him spit it out. Chong Heir said to Chong Heir. Chong Heir's eyes flashed with a cold light. He coldly said, if he doesn't have such a background, I will kill him with my own hands. I will tear him to pieces and grind his bones to dust. Chapter 3667. On the way to the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Lingtian confirmed with Tang Chun that the Hidden Fog sect's next core disciple assessment would be held in half a year. If you enter the sect now, you will be an inner sect disciple. After becoming an inner sect disciple, you will enjoy all the treatment an inner sect disciple can enjoy. Tang Chun said to Duan Lingtian, normally, even if you have the vice sect master's recommendation, you will have to wait until the core disciple assessment begins before you can enter the sect. But this time, the vice sect master has recommended you twice in a row. The first time was to recommend you to become a core disciple of the sect. The second time was to recommend you to enter the sect ahead of time and become an inner sect disciple. After all, according to the sect's rules, after a student of the Hidden Fog Academy becomes a 10-star student, they will need to stay for a certain period of time before they can enter the sect. This is the first time the vice sect master has recommended someone to enter the sect ahead of time since he became the dean of Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy. And because it was the first time, the sect quickly agreed. If it was the second time, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. After listening to Tang Chun, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think of the dean of Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, Murong Suifeng. He never imagined that Murong Suifeng had done so much for him in secret. He didn't doubt Tang Chun's words. After all, he would be able to find out for himself when he arrived at the Hidden Fog sect. There was no need for Tang Chun to lie. The sect's encampment is up ahead. Under Tang Chun's guidance, Duan Lingtian arrived at a mountainous forest. The deeper he went, the thicker the fog became and the more it blocked his line of sight. In the past, it was not like Duan Lingtian had never been to a sect or clan's estate that was covered by a formation. However, those sects and clans' estate only had a few layers of fog at most. But now, under Tang Chun's guidance, Duan Lingtian passed through dozens of layers of fog. Moreover, the fog became thicker and thicker. His visibility was less than 100 meters and his divine sense was restricted as soon as he extended it. It was clear that this fog was condensed by an array formation. We're here. It wasn't until he passed through the 99th level of fog that Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up with light. Tang Chun's voice also sounded out, telling Duan Lingtian that they had arrived at the Hidden Fog sect station. Duan Lingtian looked over, and what entered his eyes was no longer lofty mountains and precipitous ridges, but a vast grassland instead. Moreover, on the grassland, there was an extremely enormous floating island that floated in the horizon, and it was like the gathering of celestial beings. The area of the floating island was very large. At first glance, Duan Lingtian felt that it was at least as large as 1,000 Skywind cities. There were buildings, natural mountain ridges, and barren hills on the island. It was clear that this was the Hidden Fog sect station. And outside the Hidden Fog sect station, the floating island was surrounded by a layer of fog. The scenery within flashed in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes, faintly discernible. The 99 layers of fog I brought you through just now is the sect's protective array formation. If you aren't someone from the sect, it would be impossible to pass through those array formations so smoothly. Tang Chun said to Duan Lingtian, I have an inner sect elder status token on me, so I can bring people in and out, but I can only bring 3 people in at most. And this is because I am an inner sect elder. If you are an outer sect elder or an inner sect disciple, you can only bring 1 person in. As for outer sect disciples, they don't have the qualifications to bring anyone in. They can only come in alone. Of course, core disciples have the same treatment as inner sect elders. They can bring 3 people in. If there are too many people, you can only notify the others in the sect and have them come out to help you. If you force your way in, you will trigger the attack of the sect's protective array formation. Anyone below the Divine Emperor realm will undoubtedly die. Even an ordinary Divine Emperor will be severely wounded. As Tang Chun spoke, Duan Lingtian realized just how terrifying the 99 layers of fog they passed through were. To be more accurate, it was how terrifying the hidden fog sect's protective array formation was. Besides the sect's protective array formation outside, there is another sect's protective array formation within the sect. Look at the thin layer of fog around the sect station. It seems ordinary, but the truth is that it is the embodiment of the sect's protective array formation. Those who don't have an identity token can't enter this place. Although I can bring you through the outer sect's protective array formation, I cannot bring you through this array formation. If you want to pass through this array formation, you must obtain the permission of the sect's sect protection hall. Speaking of this, Tang Chun earnestly explained, the so-called sect protection hall is a hall that protects the sect, and that hall's duty is to protect the sect. The people in the sect protection hall are all die-hard loyalists of the sect, or perhaps, they are death warriors. As Tang Chun finished speaking, he vigilantly glanced around. Then, he finished speaking with a sound transmission to Duan Lingtian. They are all people who have made heart demon blood oaths to pledge their loyalty to the sect. If they dare to betray the sect, only death awaits them. If outsiders wish to enter the sect, they must be personally led in by a high-level core elder or above. As for everyone else, they must obtain their permission before they can bring others in. As Tang Chun spoke to hear, Duan Lingtian gained a certain understanding of the Hidden Fog Sect's sect protection hall. The Hidden Fog Sect controls entry and exit very strictly. Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Chun. He smiled and said, it can even be said that they are overly cautious. Did the Hidden Fog Sect suffer losses in the past because of this? It is said to be so, but as for the truth of the matter, I am not sure. Tang Chun nodded and then shook his head. But the sect's measures are indeed stricter than those of other Divine Emperor-level influences. In fact, those Divine Emperor-level influences are not as strict as our sect in this aspect. Hearing Tang Chun say this, Duan Lingtian knew that the Hidden Fog Sect must have suffered losses in the past. However, Tang Chun actually didn't know the ins and outs of this matter. It seemed that the high-level figures of the Hidden Fog Sect weren't willing to mention this matter, so even an inner sect elder like Tang Chun didn't know. Duan Lingnan, I have already contacted the people in the sect protection hall. Wait a moment, someone will come out to lead us in. Tang Chun said to Duan Lingtian, once you enter the sect and go through the procedures to become an inner sect disciple, you will be able to bring your identity token and freely enter the sect. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then the two of them waited here. After several dozen breaths of time, a figure flashed out from behind the mist on the floating island in front of them. After several transformations, the figure appeared like a ghost in front of Duan Lingtian and Tang Chun. This was a middle-aged man wearing a black robe. His face was grave and stern. His eyes were indifferent as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Elder Duan Lingnan, is this the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star student you brought back? Yes. Tang Chun nodded. At the same time, he introduced the newcomer to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingnan, this is the Sect Protection Hall's 3rd Hall Master. At the same time, he told Duan Lingtian that there were a total of 10 Hall Masters in the Sect Protection Hall, and each hall master had 100 death-sworn subordinates. Of the 10 hall masters of the sect protection hall, 2 were divine emperor powerhouses and the other 8 were outstanding upper god kings. As for the group of death-sworn in the sect protection hall, the weakest was a lower god king. There are 1,000 god king level death-sworn in the sect protection hall? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian was startled. After all, these were death-sworn and not ordinary hidden fog sect disciples. Third Hall Master. Duan Lingtian greeted the newcomer in a timely manner. But the newcomer didn't respond. He said indifferently, "Take out your Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star student identity token." Duan Lingtian withdrew his identity token when he heard this and passed it over to the other party. After the newcomer confirmed it, he nodded and stretched out his hand. An invisible force swept out and covered Duan Lingtian's body. Don't resist. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. As the indifferent voice sounded, Duan Lingtian relaxed his body. In the next moment, he found himself being led through the Hidden Fog Sect's inner sect protection array and officially entered the Hidden Fog Sect's encampment. Tang Chun followed behind them. "Thank you, Third Hall Master." Tang Chun looked at the third palace master of the sect protection palace and thanked him. However, the third palace master did not even look at Tang Chun as he turned around and left. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared before Duan Lingtian and Tang Chun's eyes. The people of the sect protection hall are indifferent by nature. You'll be fine once you get used to it. Tang Chun smiled at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. "Let's go. I'll take you to handle the inner sect disciple entrance procedures." Tang Chun called out to Duan Lingtian and led Duan Lingtian to handle the Hidden Fog Sect's inner sect disciple entrance procedures. And with Tang Chun, an inner sect elder personally leading the way, the procedures were very efficient. In less than an hour, everything was done. "Duan Lingtian, I still have some matters to attend to. I'll call someone over to take you to the inner sect disciples' cultivation area." After handling the procedures, Tang Chun said to Duan Lingtian. Not long after he spoke, a figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. To be precise, it was a beautiful figure. This was a woman wearing a long red dress. She had a beautiful face. Although she couldn't compare to Duan Lingtian's 2 wives or Huan, she was still a rare beauty among ordinary women. Wien greets granduncle. After the woman appeared, she respectfully bowed to Tang Chun. But from the corner of her eyes, she glanced at Duan Lingtian. There was a trace of surprise in the depths of her eyes. "Ah, Wien, Grandmaster has other matters to attend to." "I'll leave Duan Lingtian to you." Tang Chun smiled at the woman, his grandniece, Tang Wen. "Duan Lingtian just arrived. Show him the way." Tang Wen was a junior of the family behind Tang Chun. She was also the most outstanding junior after Tang Chun and the only one to enter the Hidden Fog Sect's inner sect. As for the other juniors, even if they were men, the one who did the best was only an outer sect elder of the Hidden Fog Sect. After speaking to Tang Wen, Tang Chun looked at Duan Lingtian. He smiled and said, "Duan Ling, this is my grandniece, Tang Wen. She is also an inner sect disciple. If you have any questions, you can ask her. Next, she will take you to the inner sect disciples' cultivation area." Chapter 3668. Wen, take good care of Duan Lingtian. If you neglect Duan Lingtian, I won't forgive you. After Tang Chun said this, he left. At the same time, when he left, the corners of his mouth lifted into a meaningful smile. He had asked his grandniece, Tang Wen, to come over on purpose. Did he really have something to do? Of course not. He just wanted to create an opportunity for his grandniece. When he left the Hidden Fog Academy and went to the Zhong family's restaurant to eat, he wanted to introduce his grandniece to Duan Lingtian. He was optimistic about Duan Lingtian's future and felt that Duan Lingtian would lead their Tang family to greater heights and further heights in the future. However, Duan Lingtian said that he already had a wife and children. Moreover, he clearly wasn't interested, so he didn't say anything. Later, when he saw the Zhong family's people humble themselves in front of Duan Lingtian, the Zhong family's second master, Zhong heir, killed his own son in order to curry favor with Duan Lingtian. At that moment, he knew that his understanding of Duan Lingtian was like a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning. Because of this, when he brought Duan Lingtian back to the Hidden Fog sect, he planned to matchmake Duan Lingtian and his grandniece, Tang Wen. He was very confident in his grandniece, Tang Wen. In the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect, the number of female disciples was less than the number of male disciples, let alone outstanding female disciples. As for his grandniece, Tang Wen, she was ranked in the top 3 among the younger generation of female disciples. Most importantly, his grandniece was very beautiful. She was publicly acknowledged as the #1 beauty in the inner sect, and many male inner sect disciples were jealous of her. There were even some core male disciples who came to his door, wanting to marry his grandniece. He naturally wanted his grandniece to marry a core disciple. This was because any core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, as long as they didn't die prematurely, would have an excellent future. They would definitely be much better than him. But the problem was that his grandniece, Tang Wen, didn't like them. His grandniece, Tang Wen, was a strong and unyielding woman. At least, he couldn't decide her life. Unless there was a man she liked, no one could force her to do anything. If she really had to be forced, she would rather die. Because of this, although Tang Chun wanted to find a good home for her and make the family behind her better, he also knew that he couldn't force this grandniece of his. It could be said that it had been a long time since he had arranged a blind date for his grandniece. This time, if not for the fact that Duan Lingtian was really outstanding, he would not have thought of introducing his grandniece to Duan Lingtian and matchmaking them. Smokeless, there's one thing that granduncle wants to make clear to you. Duan Lingtian told me himself that he has a wife and children. If you mind this, then just be friends with him. There's no need to try to get close to him. When Tang Chun left, he did not forget to remind Tang Wen. When Tang Wen heard Tang Chun's voice transmission, she didn't say anything. Tang Wen didn't like any man. Although the purple-clad young man in front of her was good-looking and had a good temperament, in this world where the strong were respected, this was not the most important thing. Tang Wen liked men who could conquer her in all aspects. If a man could make her fall in love, she wouldn't let him go even if he had many wives and children. In her eyes, it was normal for a powerful man to have many wives and concubines. As for whether she would be neglected after she got together with that man in the future, she was confident in herself. She was confident in her appearance and her strength. She, Tang Wen, was not a vase. She believed that no matter how many women the man she liked had, she would be the one that her man couldn't live without. The other women were destined to be green leaves, complementing the fresh flower that was her. Come with me. Tang Wen glanced at the man in front of her indifferently and greeted him indifferently. Then she led the way. Duan Lingtian didn't react to this. He followed behind her calmly and didn't say a word along the way. However, he thought more highly of Tang Wen in his heart. He didn't even need to guess to know that Tang Wen's appearance here was Tang Chun's doing. Tang Chun had mentioned his grandniece when he wanted to introduce her to him. It must be this woman in front of him. If Tang Wen had approached him passionately, he would have looked down on her. Now, seeing that she was ignoring him, Duan Lingtian was secretly relieved. At the same time, he thought more highly of her. He really wasn't in the mood to deal with women who were throwing themselves at him. If there's anything you want to ask, you can ask me. Although Tang Wen wasn't so enthusiastic towards Duan Lingtian, she wasn't silent either. After walking for a while, she introduced the surrounding buildings to Duan Lingtian. These buildings were either a hall in the Hidden Fog sect that was in charge of a certain aspect or the residence of a core elder or inner sect elder. In the Hidden Fog sect station, the residence of the Hidden Fog sect's higher-ups wasn't gathered together. This was because the heaven and earth spirit energy in the entire Hidden Fog sect was the same no matter where they were. Therefore, the cultivation resources they could enjoy were the same no matter where they lived. This also led to the residences of the Hidden Fog sect's higher-ups being distributed in every corner of the Hidden Fog sect station. That's the second elder's residence. When Tang Wen brought Duan Lingtian over a spacious building that resembled a small palace, she introduced it to Duan Lingtian. Of course, this isn't just the second elder's residence. It is also where he cultivates. In fact, most of his disciples cultivate here. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then his heart stirred. He remembered that when he was still at Hidden Fog Academy, there was a person who claimed to be the disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. This person wanted him to become a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, but Duan Lingtian refused. Then, that person flew into a rage out of humiliation. He wanted to attack Duan Lingtian, but the person behind him stopped him in time. How many second elders are there in the Hidden Fog sect? Duan Lingtian subconsciously asked. Just one. Tang Wen said, within the Hidden Fog sect, there have always been a total of 19 core elders. The second elder is one of them. Of course, this doesn't mean that there are only 19 core elders. Apart from the 19 ranked core elders, there are some other core elders. Chapter 3669. Fourth Junior Brother, what's the matter? A figure stepped into the air from the building in front of Meng Xinghan and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. If Duan Lingtian was still here, he would definitely recognize this person at a glance. It was Tu Feng, the one who had gone to the Hidden Fog Academy to recruit him as a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder but was rejected by him. At that time, after he rejected him, Tu Feng showed a very unfriendly attitude. It was as if he couldn't wait for him to die before he entered the Hidden Fog sect. Eldest senior brother, do you remember that 10-star student from the Hidden Fog Academy, Duan Lingtian? He's Duan Lingtian, the person who became the strongest 10-star student in the Hidden Mist Academy as soon as he entered the academy. He even accumulated more than 120,000 points during the 10-star test. Not only did he break the Hidden Mist Academy's record, but he even surpassed the previous record by 3 times. Meng Xinghan asked. Although he and his senior brother, Tu Feng, had gone to the Hidden Fog Academy in Skywin City to look for Duan Lingtian before the 10-star student trial began, they were still shocked when they heard about Duan Lingtian's performance in the 10-star student trial in Skywin City. Moreover, according to their idea, that was the best opportunity for the God King level family to kill Duan Lingtian. But in the end, Duan Lingtian was still alive and well. Of course I remember. Tu Feng's eyes flashed. I heard from Master that Vice Sect Master Murong recommended him to enter the sect in advance and become an inner sect disciple. At the same time, he recommended him to participate in the core disciple assessment. I just didn't expect him to come so quickly. Although Tu Feng's tone was calm, the depths of his eyes flashed with a cold light, like a sword. Eldest senior brother. Meng Xinghan said with a dignified expression, that Duan Lingtian is now an inner sect disciple of our Hidden Fog Academy. Even if you are dissatisfied with his previous response, it's best not to act against him. You also know the rules of the sect. Meng Xinghan knew that this eldest senior brother of his was famous for having a violent temper, and he was deeply afraid that his eldest senior brother would come looking for Duan Lingtian to vent his anger once he was displeased. I know. Tu Feng replied impatiently, did you come to me just to remind me? Yes. Meng Xinghan smiled bitterly. He had come to look for his eldest senior brother not only to tell him that something unexpected had happened to Duan Lingtian, but also to remind him not to make a move against Duan Lingtian without permission. Once things got out of hand, perhaps even their master would not be able to save him. I'm not that stupid. Tu Feng disdainfully said, since that Duan Lingtian has come to the Hidden Fog sect, I, Tu Feng, have plenty of methods to deal with him. There is no need for me to personally act. Moreover, he isn't worthy of me personally acting. Although Tu Feng wasn't a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, he was still a relatively famous existence amongst the inner sect disciples. A part of the reason he was famous was because his master was the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. But a greater part of the reason was because of his strength. He was a god-king powerhouse amongst the inner sect disciples. A lower divine king who was less than 10,000 years old was rare even among the inner sect disciples. That's good. Meng Xinghen relaxed as he heard this. Alright, if there's nothing else, you should cultivate diligently and try to break through to the god-king realm as soon as possible, otherwise, that Duan Lingtian will catch up to you soon. Tu Feng waved his hand at Meng Xinghen and then left by himself. He didn't return to his residence but instead went far away. Meng Xinghen looked at Tu Feng's departing back, a helpless look in his eyes. He knew that this eldest senior brother of his was definitely looking for someone to deal with Duan Lingtian. He understood his eldest senior brother's personality better than anyone else. He was the type that couldn't suffer any losses. Last time, he had lost face because of Duan Lingtian, so he held a grudge against Duan Lingtian. He had always been unwilling to accept this. Before Duan Lingtian came to the Hidden Fog sect, things weren't so bad. It was difficult for him to deal with Duan Lingtian. But now that he was here, he naturally wouldn't miss any chance to deal with Duan Lingtian. I hope eldest senior brother won't make things worse. That vice sect Master Murong rarely places so much importance on a person. For him to recommend Duan Lingtian twice in a row shows just how much he values him. Meng Xinghen sighed and returned to his residence. He and Tu Feng were both disciples of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. Their residence was in their honored master's residence. Duan Lingtian followed behind Tang Huiyan, following her all the way to the inner sect disciples' cultivation area. Along the way, Tang Huiyan patiently introduced and explained to Duan Lingtian. That is fourth elder's residence. Most of fourth elder's disciples also live in that place. The upper echelons of the sect basically let their family or disciples live under the same roof. This is more convenient for communication and also more convenient for teaching. The inner sect disciples that live in the inner sect disciples' cultivation area are basically all inner sect disciples that haven't joined any of the upper echelons of the sect. There are some inner sect disciples that the upper echelons want to accept as disciples. But they either think they already have an honored master and aren't willing to join anyone else. Or, they are arrogant and think that the person who wants to accept them as a disciple isn't qualified to be their honored master. Of course, there are even more inner sect disciples that don't have high status in the upper echelons because of their ordinary performance. As for the upper echelons of the sect, they are self-aware and know that the inner sect disciples might not take them seriously. Thus, they don't go and ask for humiliation. Speaking of this, Tang Huiyan glanced at Duan Lingtian and sighed. Your Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy's dean, who is also our Hidden Fog sect's vice sect Master Murong. I don't think he mentioned accepting you as a disciple? Duan Lingtian nodded. Indeed, Dean Murong Suifeng didn't mention accepting him as a disciple. Do you know why? Tang Huiyan looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and asked. Then, without waiting for Duan Lingtian to speak, she continued, with your talent and comprehension, not to mention vice sect Master Murong, even many grand elders and guardians who have the same status in the sect as vice sect Master Murong, or even higher guardians, want to accept you as a disciple after your results in the 10-star trial at Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy came out. But Duan Lingtian asked. In fact, this was also what he was puzzled about. When he first met Murong Suifeng, he was already prepared for the possibility that Murong Suifeng wanted to accept him as a disciple. He also thought about how to refuse. But, in the end, Murong Suifeng didn't say a word. At that time, he was thinking, could it be that Murong Suifeng found out about his response when Tu Feng came to find him? However, based on what Tang Huiyan had just said, it didn't seem to be that simple. Vice sect leader Murong used to have a disciple whom he doted on very much. However, that disciple died prematurely in the end. After his disciple died, he swore that he wouldn't accept another disciple. Of course, he didn't swear a blood oath. Tang Huiyan continued, even if he didn't swear a blood oath, according to my granduncle, he wouldn't go back on his words. My granduncle knows vice sect Master Murong very well about this. Speaking of this, Tang Huiyan's eyes glinted with respect for Murong Suifeng. Then, Tang Huiyan looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingyan, when the news of your arrival in the sect spreads out, I'm afraid many guardians and grand elders will want to accept you as a disciple. When the time comes, you have to think carefully about which guardian or grand elder you want to become a disciple of. However, my advice to you is, try your best to become a disciple of Wind City. That way, you'll be better taken care of. After all, you're from Wind City. Tang Huiyan was Tang Chun's grandniece. Although she was not born in Wind City, Tang Chun had taken Wind City's side in the sect. Therefore, when she entered the sect, she was labeled as a member of the Wind City faction. If you join another sect, you'll naturally be taken care of. However, they might doubt your loyalty. After all, you're from Wind City. Of course, what I've given you is just a suggestion. It's up to you to make the final decision. In the end, Tang Huiyan added, I hope my words won't affect you. No matter what you choose, it's your freedom. The Wind City branch won't target you just because you joined another branch. After all, you're from the same sect. After hearing Tang Huiyan's words, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Thank you for the reminder. After crossing the mountains in front, we'll reach the inner sect disciples' cultivation grounds. Tang Huiyan led Duan Lingtian through a building and arrived in front of a mountain range. She looked at the towering mountains in front of them and spoke to Duan Lingtian. In the sect, there are thousands of inner sect disciples. Among them, only 10 to 20% are disciples of the upper echelons. Most of the inner sect disciples usually stay at the inner sect disciples' cultivation grounds. There are also some who go out to gain experience and haven't returned. There are also some older ones who are helping the sect manage some businesses outside. Usually, there are only 1,000 or so people who stay at the inner sect disciples' cultivation grounds. After Tang Huiyan finished speaking, she led Duan Lingtian over the mountains and arrived at a vast hilly area. In front of them was a hilly area. It was uneven and complicated. And in every corner of this hilly area, there were stone and wooden houses. Moreover, these stone and wooden houses were all different. They didn't look like they were built by the Hidden Fog sect specifically for inner sect disciples. The residences here are all built by the inner sect disciples themselves. The cobwebbed areas are unoccupied. You can clean them up and live there. You can also build your own house. Tang Huiyan said, as for the other things that inner sect disciples need to pay attention to, you can look through the memory jade slip that inner sect disciples receive when they go through the sect entrance procedures. You'll be able to understand it clearly. If there's anything you don't understand, you can also ask me. As Tang Huiyan spoke, she took out a soul bead and handed it to Duan Lingtian. Thank you. When Duan Lingtian received the soul bead, he also handed over his own soul bead. I'll have to trouble you today. If there's anything I can help you with, you can also look for me. Chapter 3670. Along the way, Tang Huiyan patiently introduced Duan Lingtian to him. Furthermore, other than the introductions, she did not talk about anything else with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could feel that Tang Huiyan was not interested in him. It was probably because of Elder Tang Chun's instructions. He heaved a sigh of relief and accepted Tang Huiyan's guidance. It's just a small matter. You don't have to take it to heart. Tang Huiyan smiled faintly but did not reach out to take Duan Lingtian's soul orb. It was as if she had no intention of contacting Duan Lingtian again. You never know when you will come to me for help. Duan Lingtian smiled. He did not like to owe people favors. Although this journey was a piece of cake for Tang Huiyan, Duan Lingtian knew that most people would not trouble Tang Huiyan to personally lead the way. Along the way, he could clearly feel the pride in Tang Huiyan's bones. She was one of the most prideful women he had ever met in his 2 lifetimes. Of course, he knew that Tang Huiyan was leading the way mostly because Elder Tang Chun wanted to matchmake them. However, he was not the only one who did not cooperate. Even Tang Huiyan, Tang Chun's grandniece, did not cooperate. All right. In the end, Tang Wuyan accepted Duan Lingtian's protection. However, it seemed that she had no choice but to do so. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile bitterly to himself. It was rare for him to personally give away his soul orb, but he was almost rejected? Then I'll leave first. Before Tang Wuyan left, she said to Duan Lingtian, quickly look through the memory jade slip that contains the inner sect disciples handbook that you obtained at the place where you went through the formalities earlier. That will help you avoid unnecessary mistakes. Duan Lingtian nodded in response before he watched Tang Wuyan leave. Only then did he turn around and descend to the hill where the inner sect disciples cultivated. After that, he found a stone house that was filled with cobwebs and chose it as his place to cultivate. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtian casually waved his hand, and with the help of his divine power, a gust of wind raged. Immediately, the stone house that was originally covered in cobwebs was swept clean. Even the most stubborn of dust could not stop the wind caused by his divine power. After sweeping the stone house, he entered the stone house. At the same time, he took out a square disc array that he had just received from the place where he had gone through the formalities. This disc array was something that every inner sect disciple could receive. It was used to place in one's own training area. Not only could it prevent others from disturbing one's training, it could also protect oneself. The array formation set up by this array disc could only be broken by existences above the God King level. Even if it was broken, it would alert the inner sect elders who were in charge of the inner sect disciples' cultivation grounds. Once the inner sect elders were alerted, they would immediately rush to the location where the array disc was broken. Inner Sect Disciples Handbook. After sitting down on the stone bed, Duan Lingtian took out the memory jade slip that he had just received. He extended his divine sense and fused it with the jade slip. Immediately, a large amount of information flooded his mind. As for him, he carefully and earnestly read through it. This Inner Sect Disciples Handbook mainly introduced some very basic things. For instance, the rules of the Hidden Fog sect as well as some rules of the Inner Sect. Once one violated these rules, they would be punished. These were like the laws of Duan Lingtian's previous world. However, these laws only applied to the land of a country. As for the Hidden Fog sect's rules, they only applied to the Hidden Fog sect disciples and elders. There were many things recorded in the Inner Sect Disciples Handbook. Duan Lingtian spent several hours reading through it. At the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of the Hidden Fog sect. The Hidden Fog sect is only a divine emperor-level sect, yet they are so rich and overbearing an inner sect disciple can receive 10 divine stones every month, and there is no threshold. In addition, those who don't receive it this month can accumulate it until next month. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. Although he had more than 100,000 divine stones in his hands and didn't care about 10 divine stones a month, when he thought of the number of inner sect disciples in the Hidden Fog Academy, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. In a month, the Hidden Fog Academy gave out tens of thousands of divine stones to the inner sect disciples. Just 1 month. Moreover, this didn't include the core disciples, outer sect disciples, inner sect elders, protectors, grand elders, and so on. However, the cultivation environment here is indeed better than the Hidden Fog Academies. In addition, every half a year, the inner sect disciples have a celestial stairway struggle. It is targeted at God Spirit level inner sect disciples and God King level inner sect disciples. Those who rank at the top will receive generous rewards. Moreover, the rewards are very practical for the participants. They can choose from many things, or ask for something of equal value. After carefully reading through the Hidden Fog sect's semi-annual, celestial stairway struggle for the inner sect disciples, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. Now, there is still half a year before the Hidden Fog Academy's core disciple assessment. Before that, I should still be able to participate in the celestial stairway struggle. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian impatiently left the stone house and walked out. Then, he saw a figure flying out of a wooden house in the distance. He immediately went up and blocked the other party's path. "What's the matter?" His eyes flashed with a wisp of vigilance as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian knew it was wrong to block the other party's path, so he was a little embarrassed. I just wanted to ask you, when is the next Celestial Stairway struggle? Celestial Stairway struggle? Now, the person who was blocked by Duan Ling Tian was a young man with a medium build. When he heard what Duan Ling Tian said, he frowned. You're a new inner sect disciple that just entered the inner sect? In his opinion, even if he didn't know the inner sect disciples, he would at least have an impression of them. However, he didn't have any impression of the person in front of him. Of course, he couldn't be sure that the other party was a new inner sect disciple just based on this. He only thought so because Duan Ling Tian asked about the time of the Celestial Stairway struggle. Duan Ling Tian nodded. The next Celestial Stairway struggle will be in 4 months. The young man frowned impatiently. Now, I've told you what you wanted to know. Can you move aside and stop blocking my path? Sorry. After all, he was in the wrong. Facing the other party's impatience, Duan Ling Tian repeatedly apologized and moved aside. However, his mind had already completely shifted to the Celestial Stairway struggle in 4 months. There are still 4 months. In these 4 months, I have to strive to become a higher god. If I can become a higher god, even if I snatch first place in the Celestial Stairway struggle, I won't attract too much attention. Although Duan Ling Tian was confident that he could seize first place in the Celestial Stairway struggle with his middle god cultivation, he still felt that it would be too high profile. At that time, even the Hidden Fog Sect's sect master might be alarmed by him. In contrast, he would also attract jealousy and suspicion, leading to some unnecessary troubles. There might even be people who would try to kill him. After all, although a sect like the Hidden Fog Sect was rich in cultivation resources, there was still a limit. If he took a share of the spoils, there would definitely be people who wouldn't be happy about it. He wasn't afraid of other inner sect disciples. But what if it was the elders behind them? On the surface, the elders behind them wouldn't dare to do anything to him, but what about behind their backs? If it's possible, it seems that I have to find a backer in the Hidden Fog Sect. It's impossible to take them as my master. After all, I already have a master. It's impossible for me to take a second master. Thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but have a headache. Forget it. I'll take it one step at a time. Duan Ling Tian returned to the stone house and began to cultivate. He cultivated until someone disturbed him. Although this person didn't forcefully attack the array disc, it still woke him up from his cultivation. For a time, Duan Ling Tian also awoke from his cultivation and walked out of the stone house. Outside the stone house, 2 figures stood side by side. One was a middle-aged man and the other was a young man. The middle-aged man wore a blue robe and had a handsome face. But there was a dark haze between his eyebrows, giving off a gloomy feeling. The young man wore a blue robe and had an ordinary appearance. At first glance, he even seemed a bit dull. But his eyes were bright and spirited, like a torch. Are you looking for me? Duan Ling Tian looked at the 2 complete strangers in front of him and asked with a frown. Are you new here? The middle-aged man looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked. Is there something you need? Duan Ling Tian asked back. This stone house is where my big brother cultivates. After a while, he will return. Since you don't know anything, I won't bicker with you. You can move out. The middle-aged man lightly said. Your big brother's cultivation place? If he had just arrived and hadn't flipped through the inner sect disciple handbook, Duan Ling Tian might have felt apologetic and moved out of the stone house. But now, he didn't plan on leaving. This was because the inner sect disciple handbook clearly stated one point. Within the inner sect disciple's cultivation place, as long as it is covered with cobwebs, anyone can use it. There is no such thing as seizing another's place. That's right. The middle-aged man nodded. Then he impatiently said, This stone house was built by my big brother himself. You're new here, so you should hurry up and move out. Why should I? Duan Ling Tian looked deeply at the middle-aged man and asked again. Since the other party was an inner sect disciple of the Hidden Fog Sect, It was impossible for him to not know the rules of the Hidden Fog sect. But now, he actually disregarded the rules and acted recklessly. Moreover, he hadn't been here for long and the other party had already come looking for trouble. He had a feeling that things weren't as simple as they seemed. What? You don't want to move? The middle-aged man's expression turned cold and a cold light flashed in his eyes. You are just a puny intermediate god. Do you want to compete with a higher god like me? At this time, the seemingly dull youth beside the middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian with a mocking expression. The corners of his mouth curled up in a mocking smile. Compete! Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man without a change in expression. He asked again, Are you sure? Chapter 3671. Facing Duan Lingtian's strength and unyielding attitude, coupled with the confidence in Duan Lingtian's eyes, the middle-aged man's heart trembled. Although he was an inner sect disciple and a higher deity at that, in truth, his strength could only be considered as the weakest among the higher deity-level inner sect disciples. Even some of the more powerful intermediate deity-level inner sect disciples could fight him to a draw. He wasn't a fool. Would someone who could become an inner sect disciple of the Hidden Fog sect be so stupid as to seek a beating? How could an intermediate deity-level inner sect disciple be so confident in facing a higher deity-level inner sect disciple like him? Who are you? At this moment, not only did the middle-aged man have a little more fear in his eyes, but even the seemingly dull young man beside him also had a look of bewilderment in his eyes. At the same time, he asked in a timely manner, You don't know who I am and you dare to disturb my cultivation? Duan Lingtian sneered, The person who sent you to cause trouble for me didn't tell you who I am? Now, even if he used his butt to think, Duan Lingtian could already guess who sent these two people to make things difficult for him. It had to be the disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, Tu Feng, who he had rejected in the past. Or, did Tu Feng not tell you who I am? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at the two. In the next moment he saw their expressions change. They looked at Duan Lingtian as if they had seen a ghost. Although they hadn't been sent by Tu Feng, they had indeed come because of him. Tu Feng had been chatting with one of their senior brothers who usually acted as a follower. He had mentioned that he wanted to deal with an inner sect disciple who had just entered the sect and had asked their senior brother for help. They had privately discussed and decided to act first and report later. They would deal with that inner sect disciple first and then go to their senior brother and senior brother Tu Feng to ask for credit. At that time, their senior brother and senior brother Tu Feng wouldn't be stingy. It was just that they had thought this matter was in the bag. They hadn't expected that the other party would be so calm when facing them, as if he didn't fear them at all. This made them feel uneasy. My name is Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at the two and grinned, a brilliant smile on his face. Duan Lingtian. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, the two people's expressions changed again. You are Duan Lingtian? You're that 10-star student, Duan Lingtian from the Hidden Mist Academy in Skywin City? It was apparent both of them had heard of Duan Lingtian before. When they heard Duan Lingtian's self-introduction, horror dawned on both of their faces. Their eyes and expressions were filled with panic. Duan Lingtian, the monster from Skywin City's Hidden Fog Academy. Duan Lingtian's results in the 10-star student trial at Wine City's Hidden Mist Academy had long spread throughout the Hidden Mist sect. Even they had heard of it. At the same time, they also knew that the Hidden Mist Academy had a new student. He was less than 3,000 years old, but his cultivation was at the intermediate god level. Moreover, he had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, the fusion of 3 profound meanings of the space law. It had to be known that even they had only comprehended 2 or 3 types of dual profound meanings of the law they were proficient in. Moreover, they were much older than Duan Lingtian. They knew that although they were all higher god level, if they really fought, they might not be Duan Lingtian's match. Even if they joined forces, they might only be able to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw at most. However, such an existence would definitely go further than them in the future. Now they had offended him. Even if they joined forces, they could deal with him, but what about in the future? As long as he didn't die prematurely, they would be crushed sooner or later. When that time came, it would be their unlucky days. Moreover, as long as they stayed in the Hidden Mist sect, the gap between them and Duan Lingtian would only grow bigger and bigger. We were too naive. Thinking about it, how could a person who could make Senior Brother Tu Feng personally find trouble with Senior Brother Qi is an ordinary inner sect disciple? We can only blame ourselves for not hearing Senior Brother Tu Feng say Duan Lingtian's name. The two looked at each other and saw regret in each other's eyes. They really regretted taking the lead and finding trouble with Duan Lingtian. If they had known it was Duan Lingtian, they wouldn't have come even if they had 10 times the courage. I am indeed from Wind City's Hidden Mist Academy. Duan Lingtian nodded and then looked at the middle-aged man. You just said that I wanted to compete with you? Now I will answer you this. I want to compete with you. When Duan Lingtian's lips curved up in a faint smile, the middle-aged man hurriedly waved his hand. At the same time, his face turned bitter and he helplessly said, Junior Brother Duan, I was just joking with you. Please don't take it seriously, please don't take it seriously. In the inner sect disciples' cultivation area, as long as there are spider webs everywhere, anyone can live in it. The stone house you live in, no matter who it used to be, is now empty. If you live in it, no one will be able to snatch it from you. The middle-aged man said. Is that so? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was so anxious that he was about to cry. At the same time, he hurriedly looked at the young man beside him. Hurry up and testify for me. Junior Brother Duan, that is indeed the case. We were just joking with you. At this moment, the young man, who had originally looked dull, was no longer dull at all. He hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. I don't think you're joking. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned even deeper. Tell me the truth. If you tell me the truth, I won't hold it against you. This time, both of them looked at each other before they looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. They transmitted their voices to Duan Lingtian and explained everything that had happened. Junior Brother Duan, I was foolish. I shouldn't have looked for trouble with you. Junior Brother Duan, you have to be careful of Senior Brother Qiyu. Among the inner sect disciples at the Divine Spirit Realm, his strength can be ranked in the top 10. He has comprehended the fusion of 3 profundities from the Law of Wind. Under Duan Lingtian's enticement, both of them revealed everything. They said what they should and should not say. Qiyu? He has comprehended the fusion of 3 profundities from the Law of Wind? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. He was puzzled earlier. Even if Tu Feng wanted to look for trouble with him, he wouldn't look for cowards like these two. As it turned out, these 2 cowards had taken the initiative to look for trouble with him in order to curry favor with Qiyu and Tu Feng. Junior Brother Duan, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first. Sorry for disturbing you earlier. When Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes, the 2 of them bade farewell to each other before they fled without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw this. Am I that scary? Duan Lingtian shook his head and returned to the stone house to continue cultivating. His goal was to break through and become a higher deity as soon as possible. That way, even if he performed better in the Heavenly Stairway battle, it wouldn't be too shocking. At the same time, he wouldn't attract too much attention. There are still several months before the Heavenly Stairway battle begins. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to make a breakthrough. After all, I haven't completely absorbed the medicinal efficacy of the Dragon Mark Divine Grass yet. This time, Duan Lingtian was completely immersed in cultivation. He even activated all the array formations on the square array disk he received. Even if there was a commotion outside, as long as it wasn't too big, it wouldn't be enough to wake him up. And if there was a big commotion, it would be attacking the array disk. He didn't think that anyone would dare attack his square array disk. The consequences of attacking the array disk were something that even God King level inner sect disciples like Tu Feng wouldn't be able to bear, let alone those God Spirit level inner sect disciples. In the Hidden Fog sect, it was a great crime to disturb a fellow disciple who was in seclusion. After all, in such a situation, it was very likely that the fellow disciple would suffer from cultivation deviation. If light, they would be seriously injured, and if heavy, they would die. Because of this, Duan Lingtian didn't wake up for the next few months. However, although he didn't wake up, he still arranged a small array formation to wake him up at a specific time. It was similar to the alarm clock on Earth in his previous life. And this small array formation was something he learned after coming to the Hidden Fog Academy. In the last month of his stay at the Hidden Fog Academy, besides cultivating, he also read many memory jade slips in the Hidden Fog Academy's library. Among them, there were some practical small array formation jade slips. It was easy to arrange a small array formation. As long as one was willing to put in some effort, they could learn how to arrange it. Hua. Duan Lingtian, who was wholeheartedly immersed in cultivation, completely forgot about the time. He wholeheartedly digested the medicinal efficacy of the dragon mark divine grass in his body and tried to break through to the higher god level. Only when he was awakened by the sound did he stop cultivating. It's time? Duan Lingtian was woken up by the little formation that resembled an alarm clock that he had set up. The time he had set up was the morning of the heavenly stairway battle among the inner sect disciples. He did not set an earlier time. In other words, he didn't have time to continue cultivating. I'm just one step away. Thinking of his cultivation progress before he was awakened, Duan Lingtian felt helpless. If he hadn't been awakened with his cultivation progress, it would have taken him a few days at most to break through the final bottleneck and become a higher god. But now, he was interrupted. Even if he continued cultivating, he probably wouldn't have the chance in a short period of time. After all, many things required a spurt of energy. Duan Lingtian put away the array formation disc and flashed out of the stone house. He could see many people walking out of their residences and heading in the same direction. However, some of the people who saw him coming out looked at him with strange gazes. Sensing these people's gazes, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a message came at the right time. Duan Lingen, you're finally out. This message came from Tang Win, the grandniece of inner sect elder Tang Chun. During this period of time, Duan Lingtian was in seclusion. All the arrays in the array formation disk that he activated included an isolation array formation for communication. Therefore, no matter what messages were sent from the outside, Duan Lingtian couldn't receive them. Chapter 3672. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Duan Lingtian was not surprised that Tang Wian knew he had come out. After all, many inner sect disciples had seen him come out. Among them, there must be some who knew Tang Win. He only needed to send a message to Tang Wian, and Tang Wian would know he had come out. Book/web, 3 months ago, Chiyu, who's ranked in the top 10 among the godly spirit stage inner sect disciples, challenged you, but you didn't respond. 2 months ago, he challenged you again, but you still didn't respond. A month ago, he challenged you again, but you still didn't respond, Tang Wian said. Many people think you don't have the guts to accept the challenge. Of course, there are also some people who think you're in closed-door cultivation. That's why you didn't respond. After all, if you're in closed-door cultivation, you won't be able to receive messages. However, it seems like someone's deliberately trying to make people think you're afraid of Chiyu and don't dare to accept the challenge, Duan Lingtian, Tang Wian said. Tang Wian advised, Duan Lingtian, no matter what those people think, you don't have to care. Don't be affected by them. Just be yourself. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian could tell Tang Wian was worried he would be affected by this matter. He could not help but feel speechless. Duan Lingtian had walked step by step from the mundane realm to the Devata realm, and then to the realms of gods. How could he be affected by such a small matter? All right. Although Duan Lingtian's reply was simple, Tang Wuyan could hear the indifference in his tone. She knew Duan Lingtian was not bothered by the rumors. The Heavenly Stairway battle will begin in a month from today onward. Are you interested in going to watch the show? Or do you want to give it a try? Tang Wuyan asked. I'm going to give it a try. Duan Lingtian replied. I hope you can do well, Tang Wuyan said. Tang Wuyan wished him well. After Duan Lingtian thanked her, she fell silent. She didn't say whether she would go or not. However, it didn't matter to Duan Lingtian whether Tang Wuyan would go or not. He didn't even think about it. He glanced at where the group of inner sect disciples were heading and followed them. Needless to say, they were definitely going to the Stairway to Heaven competition. This was because the Celestial Stairway competition was a grand occasion for the inner sect disciples. Many of them hoped to get a good result in the Celestial Stairway competition. Fighting for the rewards was secondary. Showing off was the most important. On the way, Duan Lingtian's mind was filled with information. In the Inner Sect Disciples Handbook, there was a detailed record of the Stairway to Heaven competition. The Celestial Stairway battle sounded like one had to climb up the Celestial Stairway. However, in reality, it wasn't that simple. The Stairway to Heaven competition was a test left behind by the hidden fog sect's ancestors. When it first appeared, it was to train the sect disciples. But later on, it gradually became a place for the inner sect disciples to compete with each other. And this sort of competition was something that the hidden fog sect was happy to see happen. In fact, they even actively promoted it. They prepared extraordinary rewards for every Celestial Stairway competition. In particular, the first place of every Celestial Stairway competition would receive a reward that made others green with envy. This time, it was the same. In this Stairway to Heaven competition, it is said that the first place of the Divine Spirit realm will be rewarded with a nature pill. As for the first place of the Divine King realm, it is said that the first place will be rewarded with a royal calamity fruit. Along the way, Duan Lingtian could hear the voices of the inner sect disciples who were also traveling nearby. Of course, they were talking to their companions and not to Duan Lingtian. But with Duan Lingtian's hearing, he heard everything clearly. Nature pill. Hearing this inner sect disciple's words, Duan Lingtian was startled. He never imagined that the hidden fog sect would give out a nature pill to the first place of the Stairway to Heaven competition. The nature pill was a divine pill used by gods. It had no effect on those above the Divine King realm. One could become a Divine King after 9 nature pills. This was also the introduction of the nature pill in the plane of gods. No matter how lousy a higher deity's innate talent was, after taking 9 origins pills, they would still be able to become a god king with a 100% chance of becoming one. As for those with good innate talent, the origins pill was also a great help in becoming a god king. It was said that there were heaven-defying talents that could take 9 nature pills on the day they broke through to the higher divine spirit realm, becoming a lower divine king on the same day. 2 realms in one day. And this sort of case wasn't rare in the plane of gods. Not to mention that God Venerable level influences raised their juniors in this way, even God Emperor level influences would raise the proud sons of heaven with monstrous talent and perception. It was just that very few people received such treatment. For this reason, one could easily imagine the value of a nature pill to a god. The first place in the Heavenly Stairway contest will be rewarded with a nature pill, while the first place in the Divine King realm will be rewarded with a tribulation immunity fruit. Duan Lingtian knew about the nature pill. He had also heard of the tribulation immunity fruit. Unlike the nature pill that was refined by a divine alchemist using various rare medicinal herbs, the tribulation immunity fruit was a divine fruit that was naturally nourished by heaven and earth. After consuming it, it had no effect on one's cultivation base. However, it could help a divine king withstand the heavenly tribulation. Whether it was in the realms of gods, the Devata realms, or even the mundane realms, those above the Divine King realm would have to face the heavenly tribulation. Once one entered the Divine King realm, one would have to face a heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation would become stronger and stronger. If one's strength could not keep up with the heavenly tribulation, there was only one outcome for one. One would be killed by the heavenly tribulation and die. It was also precisely because existences above the God King level had to face heavenly tribulations that kept getting stronger and stronger that many higher deities both yearned for and feared the God King level. It was to the extent that some people who had set their sights on becoming a God King would develop inner demons and be unable to break through for a very long time. If one didn't break through to the Divine King realm and remained at the higher deity realm, one could still live as long as the heavens and earth. It was just that one's strength would be weaker. But once one broke through to the Divine King realm, they would embark on a path of no return. One would either have to face a heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years or die in a heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years, completely vanishing from this world. And the tribulation immunity fruit was a divine fruit that could help a divine king resist a heavenly tribulation. After eating it, one could fuse with their divine power and form a barrier around them. It had a certain effect on resisting the heavenly tribulation. Of course, this was only a certain effect. It couldn't completely help a person resist the heavenly tribulation. Even so, it could still increase the chances of successfully crossing the heavenly tribulation. If one originally only had a 50% chance of crossing the heavenly tribulation, after eating the tribulation immunity fruit, their chances would rise to 80%. The Hidden Fog sect is truly generous. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh at the Hidden Fog sect's generosity. Was this the background of a divine emperor-level influence? Young Master Duan. Suddenly, a voice sounded out from behind Duan Lingtian. At first, because the voice was unfamiliar, Duan Lingtian didn't think it was him. It wasn't until the owner of the voice sped up and arrived in front of him that he came to a stop. You are. Duan Lingtian looked at the person in front of him. This person was a middle-aged man. He was tall and his face was firm and firm. His eyebrows were sharp, but as he looked at Duan Lingtian, there was a faint trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. Young Master Duan, my name is Chong Tian. I am a junior of the Chong family. The middle-aged man introduced himself. In truth, Chong Tianu was not only a junior of the Chong family, but he was also the adopted son of the Chong family's patriarch. The bloodline of the Chong family didn't flow through his veins. He was a foster son that Patriarch Chong had adopted outside. He had been brainwashed by the Chong family since he was a child and was loyal to them. And most importantly, when Chong Tianu was a teenager, he had been induced by Patriarch Chong to make a heart demon blood oath to be loyal to the Chong family. He would never betray the Chong family and would never harm the interests of the Chong family. Because of this, although Chong Tianu was only the adopted son of the Chong family's Patriarch Chong, he was highly valued by him. Because of this, Duan Lingtian had asked Chong Tianu to give the second thing that he wanted to the second master of the Chong family. Patriarch Chong Tianu had asked him to give it to Duan Lingtian. However, in recent months, Duan Lingtian had been in seclusion. Therefore, Chong Tianu couldn't give it to Duan Lingtian even if he wanted to. Today was the day that the Stairway to Heaven contest would begin. He guessed that Duan Lingtian would join in the fun. Sure enough, when he went out today, he found that Duan Lingtian had left his residence. He hurriedly chased after him and planned to give the thing to Duan Lingtian. Young Master Duan, I'm looking for you to give you the thing that my adoptive father gave you. Adoptive father? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He didn't know the relationship between Chong Tianu and the patriarch of the Chong family. My adoptive father is the patriarch of the Chong family. Patriarch Chong, Chong Tianu said. At the same time, he took out a spatial ring from his spatial ring and passed it to Duan Lingtian. Young Master Duan, the thing that my adoptive father gave you is in this spatial ring. Patriarch Chong was the patriarch of the Chong family. Duan Lingtian knew about this. Therefore, he calmly took the spatial ring that Chong Tianyu passed to him and dripped his blood on it in front of Chong Tianyu. With just a thought, the space in the spatial ring appeared before his eyes. The things that were stored in the spatial ring caused his breathing to stagnate. Although he was mentally prepared, everything in front of him still made his heart skip a beat. What entered his eyes was a mountain of divine stones. Apart from that, there were various rare materials that Duan Lingtian had only heard of but had never seen before. There were also divine fruits, divine herbs, and some elixir bottles. Every elixir bottle was engraved with words that explained what kind of elixir was inside. Revival elixir? Soon, Duan Lingtian saw the words Revival elixir on one of the elixir bottles. This caused his breathing to stagnate. The Revival elixir was the Hidden Fog sect's reward for first place in this Stairway to Heaven competition. However, the Hidden Fog sect's reward was a Revival elixir. How many are there? Holding his breath, Duan Lingtian opened the pill bottle that contained the creation pills with just a thought. At the same time, his divine consciousness swept into the bottle and shrouded the pills stored inside. 1, 2, 3. Lingtian, War Sovereign. Chapter 3673. Revival Good Fortune Pill. 9 Good Fortune Pills to Become a King. When Duan Lingtian learned that the Hidden Fog sect was giving out a Revival Good Fortune Pill as a reward for the first-place disciple in the Celestial Stairway competition, he was tempted. In fact, he was already weighing the pros and cons. After all, the current him was only a middle god. Although he was confident he could compete for first place in the Celestial Stairway competition, if he won first place with a middle god cultivation, it would undoubtedly be too high profile. In a god-emperor level force like the Hidden Fog sect, there were many god spirit realm inner sect disciples who had comprehended 3 profound meanings of some law. Moreover, their cultivation was at the upper god spirit realm. If he suppressed these people with a middle god spirit realm cultivation, what would others think of him? And now, the Zhong family had given him a pile of things according to his second request. In addition to a large number of god stones and other things, there was also a Revival Good Fortune Pill. Moreover, it wasn't worth 5. A total of 5 Revival Good Fortune Pills lay quietly in the pill bottle. This caused Duan Lingtian to be excited for a while before he gradually calmed down. At the same time, he was no longer so obsessed with first place in this Celestial Stairway competition. It was just 1 Revival Good Fortune Pill. Now, he had a total of 5 Revival Good Fortune Pills in his hands. I never thought the Zhong family would have such a background that they could take out 5 Revival Good Fortune Pills. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. At the same time, he also felt the Zhong family's sincerity. In addition to these 5 Revival Good Fortune Pills, there were other divine pills as well as a large pile of god stones. Although Duan Lingtian didn't count the pile of god stones, he could see at a glance that there were at least 1,000,000 god stones. A god-king level family like the Zhong family, the number of god stones they have is at most 1 or 2 million god stones. I'm afraid this is almost half of the Zhong family's god stones. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. There are also Revival Good Fortune Pills. The Zhong family took out 5. Why not 1? 2? They are probably worried that I will find out in the future that they have so many Revival Good Fortune Pills but only gave me 1. That would anger me again? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh at the great courage of the Zhong family's patriarch. Although they had never met before, he really admired that person. Young Master Duan. At this moment, Chong Tianyu asked respectfully, "My foster father said that after you've seen the things in the spatial ring, he wanted me to ask you, are you satisfied with our Chong clan's sincerity?" "I'm satisfied." Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, a shrewd light flashed across his eyes. He thought to himself, I was going to exterminate the Zhong family. But since the head of the Zhong family is so sincere, I will only kill those who tried to kill me in the past. Let go of the Zhong family completely? Duan Lingtian had never thought of such a thing. After all, some people from the Chong family wanted to kill him. Although the instigator, Chong Keki, was dead, the others who participated in or planned to kill him were still alive and well. Those people, when he had enough strength in the future, he would not let any of them off. Many thanks, young Master Duan. Hearing Duan Lingtian's reply, Chong Tianyu heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he automatically stepped aside and no longer blocked Duan Lingtian's path. When Chong Tianyu sent a message to his foster father, the Zhong family's patriarch, Duan Lingtian continued to walk towards the stairway to heaven under the gazes of many inner sect disciples. Who is he? A newcomer? I've never seen him before. To be able to make Chong Tianyu so respectful, I'm afraid this person's background is not simple. Many people looked at Duan Lingtian's back as they discussed. You don't know him? At this moment, someone who knew Duan Lingtian's identity stepped forward. Don't tell me you haven't heard that senior brother Qiyu has been challenging a new disciple every other month? Qiyu was one of the top 10 inner sect disciples in the spirit god realm. In the Hidden Fog Academy's inner sect, or even the entire Hidden Fog Academy, he was an influential figure. He is that Duan Lingtian from Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy? As soon as someone mentioned Qiyu's challenge, some people immediately reacted and exclaimed in surprise. Duan Lingtian? The one who Vice Sect Master Murong recommended to enter the sect early? It is said that his strength and talent are both amazing. He is less than 3,000 years old and is already a medium god. Moreover, he has comprehended the fusion of 3 profound meanings of the law that he is proficient in. In the Hidden Fog sect, many people had heard of Duan Lingtian. Moreover, it is said that the law that he is proficient in is one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of space. If I remember correctly, there has never been a disciple under 4,000 years old who has comprehended the fusion of 3 profound meanings of any of the 4 supreme laws. This Duan Lingtian is indeed a monster. It is said that he will participate in the core disciple assessment soon. Vice Sect Master Murong has personally recommended him to become a core disciple. Even for us Hidden Fog Sect inner sect disciples, not everyone has the qualifications to participate in the core disciple assessment. I never imagined that Vice Sect Master Murong would give him such an opportunity. It has to be known that Vice Sect Master Murong only has a limited number of recommendations for inner sect disciples to participate in the core disciple assessment. As for the discussions that followed, although Duan Lingtian was far away, he could still hear them clearly. Even the dean only has a limited number of recommendations for inner sect disciples to participate in the core disciple assessment. This was something that Duan Lingtian had just learned. He originally thought that in the Hidden Fog sect, any inner sect disciple could participate in the core disciple assessment as they wished. He never imagined that they would need a recommendation. We're here? Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian discovered that the person in front of him had stopped. At the same time, he also saw a somewhat illusory staircase floating in the air not too far away. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw someone standing in front of the illusory staircase. After receiving a token from an expressionless old man, that person flew up the staircase. And in the next moment, that person was submerged in the staircase. The first step of the staircase flashed, turning into a small dot of light. Then, Duan Lingtian saw that on the 3rd step of the staircase, a small dot of light disappeared into thin air. Then, a figure appeared in front of everyone, as if that person had come from the staircase. Ah, Hu-jun, you still couldn't pass the 3rd step and step onto the 4th step. You lost. Not too far away from Duan Lingtian, a youth laughed as he saw the person who came out. As for the latter, after passing the token to the old man, he arrived in front of the youth. With a gloomy expression, he took out a pile of divine stones and tossed them to the youth. Don't be too proud of yourself. If you can't reach the 4th step, you will still have to return these divine stones to me. Ah, I will definitely reach the 4th step. The former smiled and took a token from the old man. Then, he jumped into the illusory staircase and disappeared. Instead, he was replaced by a small dot of light on the first step. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also saw that a small dot of light on the first step had jumped up to the second step. Then, another small dot of light on the first step had jumped up to the second step. Are they going to enter the formation? Seeing this, Duan Lingtian secretly guessed. At the same time, he could not help but extend his divine consciousness. However, he found that it was blocked by a force and could not penetrate it at all. Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian was puzzled, a beautiful figure quietly appeared beside Duan Lingtian and called out to him. Before Duan Lingtian could react, there was a burst of low voices around him. It's Tang Huiyan. In terms of strength, Tang Huiyan could only be ranked in the top 3 among the female inner sect disciples. However, in terms of appearance, she was recognized as the #1 beauty in the Hidden Fog sect. She was also an influential figure in the Hidden Fog sect. Her momentum was even fiercer than Duan Lingtian's, who frequently challenged Duan Lingtian when he was in seclusion. Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Huiyan and nodded with a smile. The Inner Sect Disciples Handbook only mentioned the Stairway to Heaven competition and briefly introduced it. You don't even know how the Stairway to Heaven competition was formed, right? The current Tang Huiyan seemed to know what Duan Lingtian was thinking. In fact, as soon as she arrived, she saw Duan Lingtian staring at the Heavenly Stairway competition with a puzzled expression on his face. She had the same expression on her face when she first came here. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for her to guess Duan Lingtian's thoughts. As Duan Lingtian nodded, Tang Huiyan also began to explain. On the surface, the Stairway to Heaven competition looks like an illusory array. In fact, it is indeed an array, but it isn't completely an illusory array. An illusory array is just an illusion. Inside, there are many different small planes that are separated. Every small plane is independent, and there are corresponding people who are guarding it, and these people are all inner sect disciples who have committed serious crimes and are imprisoned. Some inner sect disciples have even been imprisoned inside for hundreds of thousands of years. You have to know that it has only been less than 200,000 years since our Hidden Fog sect was established. Once you enter the Stairway to Heaven, you'll first appear in one of the small realms on the first level. The gatekeepers on the small realms on the first level have similar strength. Only by defeating them will you be able to leave the small realms on the first level and be teleported to one of the small realms on the second level. From Tang Huiyan's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood what the Stairway to Heaven competition was. It turned out that every Stairway to Heaven was an active plane prison. Inside, the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect disciples who had committed a grave mistake were imprisoned. Once they were imprisoned, they would be isolated from the world's spiritual energy. They wouldn't be able to cultivate and they wouldn't be able to improve their comprehension of the laws. This was because there was an array formation that interfered with the comprehension of the laws. It could be said that the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect disciples who were imprisoned inside were living a life worse than death. The only fun they had was the Stairway to Heaven competition. Moreover, not every Hidden Fog sect's inner sect disciple who was imprisoned inside could be selected to fight with the other inner sect disciples who were participating in the Stairway to Heaven competition. It all depended on luck. Chapter 3674. Being locked up in there is a fate worse than death. As Duan Lingtian sighed at the methods of the Hidden Fog sect, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine when he thought of the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect disciples who were locked up in the small planes of the Stairway to Heaven. Perhaps many of the people locked up in there couldn't bear the shock and went crazy. Of course, many of the inner sect disciples locked up in there couldn't bear the boredom and chose to commit suicide. Tang Huiyan continued. If the inner sect disciples who challenged the Stairway to Heaven can't defeat the inner sect disciples locked up in there, wouldn't they be killed? Duan Lingtian asked. This kind of thing almost never happens unless the inner sect disciples are careless. You should have noticed that everyone who participates in the stairway to heaven will receive a token before they enter. Tang Huiyan said, and that token is the stairway to heaven. If you can't defeat your opponent in there, you can activate the stairway to heaven and be immediately teleported out. Unless you can't activate the stairway to heaven in time, but this is almost impossible. After all, the stairway to heaven is climbed one level at a time. If you can pass the first level, the inner sect disciples locked up in the next level won't be able to kill you before you activate the stairway to heaven. After listening to Tang Huiyan's explanation, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the heavenly stairway contest. The key to the stairway to heaven was the stairway to heaven. For example, what level you reached, what level you were eliminated on, and how long you lasted on the level you were eliminated on, all of these could be reported to the Hidden Fog Sect's inner sect elder who was guarding the stairway to heaven. In addition, the stairway to heaven was also a life-saving talisman. If you couldn't defeat the inner sect disciples locked up in there during the stairway to heaven, you could use the stairway to heaven to admit defeat and leave. While Tang Huiyan was explaining to Duan Lingtian, he saw the inner sect disciple who made a bet with the other inner sect disciple reach the third level. At the same time, the inner sect disciple who lost the divine stones stared at the little dot of light representing the inner sect disciple who made a bet with him. However, at that moment, most people's gazes were on Duan Lingtian. Among those gazes, there was envy, but even more jealousy. Tang Huiyan was the inner sect's #1 beauty. She was the dream lover of many male disciples in the Hidden Fog sect. She was usually cold and aloof and rarely walked so close to others, much less a male inner sect disciple. Generally speaking, what's the highest level an inner sect disciple in the divine spirit realm can reach? Duan Lingtian asked Tang Huiyan. The stairway to heaven had a total of 19 levels. Now, below the 12th level of the stairway to heaven, there were some small dots of light flickering. However, above the 12th floor, there were no specks of light. On the 11th floor, there was only a small dot of light flickering. During the last Stairway to Heaven competition, there were 3 Divine Spirit Realm inner sect disciples who managed to ascend to the 8th level. One of them is Chi Yu, the one who challenged you time and time again in the past 3 months. Tang Huiyan said, those 3 people all retreated from the 8th floor in the end. Whoever stays on the 8th floor the longest will be considered the first. Last time, although Chi Yu's result was not bad, he wasn't first. He was only third. Tang Huiyan's words gave Duan Lingtian a certain understanding of the Stairway to Heaven competition. The Stairway to Heaven competition was not only targeted at the Divine Spirit Realm inner sect disciples, it was also targeted at the Divine King Realm inner sect disciples. Those little light dots on the 9th floor and above obviously corresponded to the Divine King Realm inner sect disciples. After all, the person who obtained first place in the last Stairway to Heaven competition had only managed to ascend to the 8th floor. That person basically represented the strength of the first echelon of Divine Spirit Realm inner sect disciples. After the Stairway to Heaven competition ends, the rankings will be released. At that time, the sect will give rewards to the top 10 people in the Stairway to Heaven competition. 4 people will be rewarded to Divine Spirit Realm inner sect disciples and 4 people will be rewarded to Divine King Realm inner sect disciples. After listening to Tang Huiyan's introduction, Duan Lingtian was eager to give it a try. Suddenly, a speck of light disappeared from the 3rd floor. Then, the young man who won a divine stone from another inner sect disciple returned his bet with an unlucky expression. I was so close to rushing to the 4th floor. Damn it, I didn't think that guy would choose to risk his life in the end. So what if he won against me? In that state, in that environment, it won't be long before he dies. This young man was obviously scolding the opponent he encountered in the Stairway to Heaven competition, a Hidden Fog sect inner sect disciple who was imprisoned in a small plane. Ha, if you didn't ascend, then you didn't ascend. What's with all this nonsense? There is only one chance in the Stairway to Heaven competition. Once you fail, you will have to wait for the next opportunity to step onto the Stairway to Heaven again. The inner sect disciple who took back his divine stone swept away his gloomy mood and a smile bloomed on his face. The quarrel between the two was just a small farce before the Stairway to Heaven competition. Senior apprentice Brother Qiyu reached the 8th floor again. Just as Duan Lingtian's attention returned to the Stairway to Heaven competition, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He followed the gazes of many inner sect disciples and saw that there was another speck of light on the 8th floor. This speck of light was originally on the 7th floor. This time, senior apprentice Brother Qiyu spent even less time on the 7th floor. It looks like his strength has improved by quite a bit. An inner sect disciple sighed. Qiyu? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a mocking smile. Although he had never seen that inner sect disciple called Qiyu, he already knew that he was someone Tu Feng had sent to find trouble with him. He wasn't surprised that this person had challenged him again and again. This was because he already knew that this person had his eyes on him because of Tu Feng. The 8th floor? Duan Lingtian glanced at the speck of light that corresponded to Qiyu. He then leaped forward and arrived in front of the old man standing in front of the Stairway to Heaven. Elder, I'm an inner sect disciple, Duan Lingtian. I'm an intermediate god, and I wish to participate in the Stairway to Heaven competition. Just now, every person who came before the old man would say the same thing. They would announce their name and their cultivation base. When the old man heard Duan Lingtian's words, he didn't treat him indifferently like the other inner sect disciples. He looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. You're Duan Lingtian? From Tianfeng City's Hidden Fog Academy? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I've long heard of your name, but this is the first time I've met you. I hope you can achieve good results. A rare smile appeared on the old man's cold face. Then, he took out a token and handed it to Duan Lingtian. This is the Stairway token. You can activate it by injecting your divine energy into it. If you want to come out, just inject your divine consciousness into it and it will bring you out. Thank you, Elder. After thanking the old man, Duan Lingtian took the Stairway token and flew up to the 1st floor of the Stairway to Heaven. The special treatment that Duan Lingtian received attracted a lot of attention. He's Duan Lingtian? The monster from Tianfeng City's Hidden Fog Academy? I was wondering who he is to be favored by Tang Wen. Goddess Tang Wen favors him? Don't talk nonsense. That's right. Goddess Tang Wen has always kept a distance from him. In my opinion, they are just ordinary friends. Duan Lingtian, who had entered the 1st floor of the Stairway to Heaven, didn't hear these people's discussions. However, Tang Wen heard them clearly, but she didn't care. Her beautiful eyes revealed a curious light as they fell on Duan Lingtian. She didn't have a good impression of this inner sect disciple from Tianfeng City's Hidden Fog Academy at first. However, after interacting with him that day, her competitive spirit was aroused. She, Tang Wen, was the #1 beauty of the Hidden Fog sect. When had she ever been ignored by a man like this? She still remembered that day when she led the way for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian didn't even look at her. It was as if he didn't care about her beauty. Although she didn't want to be a vase, her beauty had always been one of the sources of her confidence. However, in front of this Duan Lingtian, her confidence was shattered into pieces. Sometimes women were just so strange. She didn't care about the men who circled around her. However, the men who ignored her only aroused her curiosity. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what Tang Wen was thinking. Now, after he obtained the Stairway to Heaven token and entered the Stairway to Heaven, he arrived in an independent space. It was very similar to the space inside a storage ring. There were no lights, only darkness. Obviously, this was one of the independent small planes that imprisoned the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect disciples who had committed great mistakes. Wah! Almost at the same moment Duan Lingtian appeared, a flame suddenly lit up in this dark space. Then, not only did the surrounding environment appear in front of Duan Lingtian, but there was also a sloppy figure. This was a small deserted valley. Outside the valley, there was only darkness. Even light couldn't illuminate the darkness. Obviously, This place was isolated by a space barrier and no light could pass through. Has the sect's Stairway to Heaven competitions started again? Under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the sloppy young man who was originally sitting cross-legged in the corner of the valley slowly stood up. Flames wrapped around his body. His divine power fused with the mysteries of the law of fire, emitting a scorching aura. Duan Lingtian responded faintly. Make your move. The sloppy young man said. You're not my match. Duan Lingtian said. When the sloppy young man appeared in front of him, he extended his divine consciousness and discovered that the other party was only an intermediate deity. Moreover, the mysteries of the law of fire that were fused with his divine power were not all at the great mastery level. You're also an intermediate deity. How would you know if you don't try? The sloppy young man asked in a hoarse voice. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then his divine power flashed out. All the mysteries of the law of space that were at the great mastery level appeared, causing the air in the small valley to stagnate. At the same time, the small valley fell into a dead silence. After a while, the sloppy young man slowly said, Admit defeat. Chapter 3675. Then, the sloppy young man raised his hand and pointed in the air. A beam of crimson energy hit the void and hit a certain part of the space barrier. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt a suction force sweeping in from all parts of the space barrier and enveloping him. Then, in a flash of darkness and light, he found himself in another place. It was no longer a dark space where he could not even see his own fingers. A gigantic luminous pearl hung high in the sky, illuminating the entire small realm. Duan Lingtian stood in a vast stone forest with strange rocks of varying sizes. However, he did not see anyone at all in this place. It seems that this is one of the small dimensions on the second level of the celestial stairway. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As for why there was no one, Duan Lingtian guessed that the other party must be hiding. Without hesitation, Duan Lingtian scanned with his divine consciousness and soon found a figure hiding behind a huge rock not far away. After the other party sensed his divine consciousness, he showed himself at the right time. It was a young man in a long blue robe. His face was cold and his body was smooth and clean. He did not look like someone who had been imprisoned here for many years. This person was the polar opposite of the sloppy young man Duan Lingtian met on the first level of the celestial stairway. Whoosh! Whoosh! The smooth and cold young man looked at Duan Lingtian indifferently. He did not greet Duan Lingtian and directly attacked without saying a word. Divine power swept out and integrated with the water precept. Now, Duan Lingtian also knew why the other party could remain smooth and clean even though he was imprisoned here. It was because he was good at the water precept. The water precept, integrated with divine power, could easily turn into water. In addition, when the young man attacked, Duan Lingtian found that his strength was much stronger than the young man at the first level of the celestial stairway. He had comprehended all the profound meanings of the water precept. However, he had not comprehended the integrated profound meaning. In addition, he was only a middle deity. Bang! In the face of this ferocious opponent, Duan Lingtian merely raised his eyelids and casually waved his hand. A devastating spatial storm swept out to shatter his opponent's attack in the blink of an eye before heavily injuring his opponent and sending him flying. As he spat out a mouthful of blood, he looked at Duan Lingtian in horror. Then, as if afraid that Duan Lingtian would attack again, he hurriedly activated the teleportation array to send Duan Lingtian away. Just like that, Duan Lingtian reached the third level. It was still a crushing defeat. The inner sect disciple imprisoned on the third step of the celestial stairway was an intermediate deity. In addition, all of his metal elemental law profundity had reached greater mastery, and he had also begun to comprehend fusion profundity. However, this little bit of strength was still not worth mentioning in front of Duan Lingtian. He was defeated by Duan Lingtian in one move. The fourth level was the same. The fifth level was the same. On the sixth level, Duan Lingtian defeated his opponent after some effort. Of course, this was under the condition that he had concealed his strength. If Duan Lingtian had gone all out, he could have easily defeated his opponent as well. On the seventh level, Duan Lingtian faced an imprisoned inner sect disciple. Not only was he a higher deity, but he had also comprehended multiple dual profundity fusion profundity and was extremely powerful. To Duan Lingtian, who had concealed his strength, he posed a certain amount of pressure. Duan Lingtian was in the midst of a fierce battle with his opponent. All of a sudden, the power of divinity in his body surged. Then, in a bizarre manner, he actually broke through the final bottleneck at this very moment. For a moment, Duan Lingtian successfully stepped into the level of a higher deity in the midst of the fierce battle. A last-minute breakthrough? Upon seeing Duan Lingtian's last-minute breakthrough, not only did his opponent, the inner sect disciple imprisoned on the seventh level of the celestial stairway, show no fear, but instead pounced on him even more ferociously. This was because during a last-minute breakthrough, one would need to spend time to stabilize the transformed power of divinity. Now, this inner sect disciple was trying to seize the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Duan Lingtian. Once the sneak attack succeeded, he would most likely win. However, Duan Lingtian seemed to have guessed that he would strike at this moment. In a flash, his figure disappeared from the spot like a ghost. With a flash, he appeared at another location. Then, the inner sect disciple continued his sneak attack. After Duan Lingtian had slightly calmed down his transformed power of divinity, it was already too late for him to use another teleport. Instantly, his gaze turned cold as he glared at the inner sect disciple who had launched another sneak attack. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." When the inner sect disciple approached, Duan Lingtian immediately used the Tao of Control, one of the four Taos of heaven and earth. The terrifying power of space raged and exploded around him, killing the inner sect disciple on the spot. This was also the first person that Duan Lingtian had killed in the process of challenging the celestial stairway. Along the way, he had not deliberately killed anyone. After all, there was no enmity between them. He felt that there was no need to do so. After killing the inner sect disciple, Duan Lingtian sat down cross-legged on the seventh level of the celestial stairway to cultivate, calming down his newly transformed divine power. At the same time, outside the celestial stairway, many inner sect disciples, including Tang Huiyan, were looking at the little dot of light that Duan Lingtian had turned into. This was because this dot of light was climbing the celestial stairway at an extremely fast speed. From the first level to the sixth level, it had maintained an extremely fast speed. From the sixth level to the seventh level, it was slightly slower. However, at the seventh level, it suddenly became quiet. After a long while, it did not reach the eighth level, but it did not disappear either. Looks like that Duan Lingtian is going to stop at the seventh level. An inner sect disciple sighed. To be able to reach the seventh level as a medium deity is already very impressive. As expected of the monster from Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy. He really lives up to his name. That's right. Even the 10 most powerful inner sect disciples wouldn't be able to make it to the 7th floor when they were still intermediate gods. Even if Duan Lingtian is eliminated on the 7th level, he should be proud of himself. Tang Huiyan's eyes were filled with anticipation as she looked at the little dot of light that represented Duan Lingtian. Even she did not know why, but when she heard the voices of those who did not have high hopes for Duan Lingtian, she actually hoped that Duan Lingtian could create a miracle. However, she felt that this miracle would not be easy to create. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of everyone. It was the little dot of light on the 8th level that had disappeared. Then, a person appeared in front of the celestial stairway. At this moment, a young man in a brownish-green robe appeared. He was tall and had a handsome face. As soon as he appeared, he attracted the sparkling eyes of many inner sect female disciples present. It was as if they could not wait to pounce on him. It's senior brother Qiyu. Senior brother Qiyu is out. Although he did not pass the 8th level, he stayed on the 8th level for a long time this time. It was obvious that he lasted for a long time. It seems that senior brother Qiyu is going to be the champion in this celestial stairway contest. Senior brother Qiyu is really amazing. A group of inner sect disciples stared at Qiyu with sparkling eyes. They were not stingy with their praises and words of praise. It was a stark contrast to the way they looked at Duan Lingtian just now. Junior sister Wien? After Qiyu came out, he basked in the respect of the group of inner sect disciples. He looked arrogant until he saw Tang Win. His eyes lit up, and his expression softened. Then, Qiyu handed his celestial stairway token to the elder. After greeting the elder, he came to Tang Win and asked with a smile, "Junior sister Win, did you just come here, or did you come out from the celestial stairway?" Senior brother Qiyu. Tang Wuyen greeted Qiyu and said, "I haven't entered the celestial stairway yet." "You haven't entered?" Qiyu asked with a smile, "Are you going to enter now?" "I remember that although junior sister Wuyen didn't reach the 8th floor last time, you still stayed on the 7th floor for a long time. You almost squeezed into the top 10 in the last celestial stairway contest. This time, I think junior sister Win has a high chance of squeezing into the top 10. Qiyu said, "It seems that I am fated to witness junior sister Win's outstanding performance today." In front of Tang Win, Qiyu was very enthusiastic. But Qiyu liked Tang Win. This was not a secret in the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect, or even the entire Hidden Fog sect. Because of this, although many inner sect male disciples had feelings for Tang Win, they didn't dare to show it. This was because they were all afraid of Qiyu. "I don't plan on going in for the time being. Let's wait for my friend to come out first." As for Qiyu, Tang Wuyen didn't ignore him, but she didn't want to talk to him. Although Qiyu was outstanding, his reputation wasn't good. As far as she knew, there were no less than 5 inner sect female disciples who had an ambiguous relationship with him. However, those inner sect female disciples didn't think Qiyu was a playboy or irresponsible. As an outsider, she naturally couldn't say anything. However, she didn't have a good impression of Qiyu. "Your friend? Do I know him?" Qiyu asked with a smile. "You should know him." Tang Wian looked deeply at Qiyu. "After all, senior brother Qiyu, in the past 3 months, you have challenged him 3 times in a row while he was in closed-door cultivation." Qiyu's pupils shrank. He asked in disbelief, "Junior sister Win, the friend you are talking about is that Duan Lingyan?" Tang Wuyen nodded. Then her gaze fell on the small light that represented Duan Lingtian again. She no longer looked at Qiyu. When Qiyu saw how focused Tang Wuyen was, his face became even more ghastly. He clenched his fists tightly. Following Tang Wuyen's gaze, he looked at one of the small light spots on the 7th floor with a cold glint in his eyes. Previously, he had targeted Duan Lingtian only because of Tu Feng. However, from this moment on, even he wanted to target Duan Lingtian. This was the first time he saw Tang Wuyen so focused on caring for a man. This was something that he, Qiyu, had never experienced. What right did that Duan Lingtian have to do this? Duan Lingtian didn't know that Qiyu had left the 8th floor of the stairway to heaven. He also didn't know that Qiyu hated him very much because of Tang Wuyen. "I can go to the 8th floor now." After stabilizing his divine power and breaking through to the high-level deity level, Duan Lingtian stabilized his cultivation and then went to the 8th floor of the stairway to heaven. Chapter 3676. After dealing with the inner sect disciple who was imprisoned on the 7th level of the celestial stairway, Duan Lingtian felt a suction force trying to take him away. It was obviously the teleportation power from the 8th level. However, when he realized that he could ignore this suction force, he began to cultivate on the 7th level. When Duan Ling Tian was done cultivating, he calmed his divine energy that had transformed after breaking through to the higher rank deity stage and slightly stabilized his cultivation base as a higher rank deity. Then, he stopped cultivating and allowed the suction force to take him away. In the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian appeared in the air above a sea of blood. It was called a sea of blood because he was now above a blood-red sea. He could smell the pungent stench of blood, but there was no one around him. However, when his divine perception swept out and probed the approximate range of the spatial barrier, Duan Ling Tian already had an idea. With a teleportation, Duan Ling Tian disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky, looking down at the sea of blood. The power of bloodline can actually extend to such an illusion and prevent my divine perception from detecting your presence. It's indeed impressive. However, do you think you can sneak up on me by hiding like this? Duan Ling Tian asked calmly as he stood in the air with his hands behind his back and looked down at the sea of blood beneath his feet. Almost as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the sea of blood beneath his feet boiled and rolled. Then, it completely vanished and transformed into a middle-aged man in a long dark red robe. The middle-aged man was tall and had a determined face. His brows were cold and his eyes were like lightning. You have good eyesight. You can actually tell that it's the power of my bloodline. Now, as the middle-aged man withdrew the sea of blood, what appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes was a barren plain without a trace of life. Since I've been teleported here, it's naturally impossible that there's no one here. My divine perception can't detect your presence, so how can I not guess? Duan Ling Tian asked in return. You're pretty smart. In the past, many inner sect disciples were killed by me before they could even react. They didn't even have the chance to leave with the heavenly stairway badge. The middle-aged man grinned. The days here are too boring. What I'm looking forward to the most is for you inner sect disciples who are challenging the stairway to heaven to come in and give me some fun. Seeing that you're smart, even if I have the chance to kill you today, I won't. From the middle-aged man's words, it was clear that he was very confident in himself. Kill me? Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. Then I'll thank you for not killing me. Brat, it seems like you don't care about my words. The blood-robed middle-aged man laughed coldly. However, you will soon know what despair is. I, Xianxia, am the second strongest among all the inner sect disciples who are imprisoned on the 8th level of the stairway to heaven if I claim to be first. As soon as the crimson-robed man finished speaking, he moved. Divine power bloomed from his body. Then, it fused with an inexplicable law that caused one's heart to palpitate. Then, as he pointed his finger, the space around him froze. Moreover, this freezing continued to spread. In the blink of an eye, the space around Duan Ling Tian was shrouded in this space. This familiar aura caused Duan Ling Tian's heart to stir. The law of time. He saw through it. This higher deity named Xianxia was an inner sect disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. He comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of time. This law of time was also the strangest law of the 4 supreme laws. After all, this law of time could be used to control time, making it impossible to guard against. However, the moment Xianxia attacked, Duan Ling Tian sensed that he comprehended the law of time. Moreover, he was extremely proficient in the law of time. He even comprehended the fusion of 3 profundities of the law of time. You comprehended the fusion of 3 profundities of the law of time. Although it's only one, it's enough for you to stand out among the inner sect disciples imprisoned on the 8th step of the celestial stairway. Duan Ling Tian spoke again. Divine power swept out from his body. He fused the space law's fundamental profundities, the space element, and then fused the 3 profundities. Moreover, he fused more than one of the 3 profundities. 2 types of 3 profundities fused and resonated. A mighty spatial storm swept out. In the blink of an eye, it blocked Xianxia's law of time, causing his law of time to be unable to advance any further. This way, it wouldn't affect Duan Ling Tian. As one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of space wasn't as strange as the law of time, but it still couldn't be underestimated. Once the two types of three profundities of the law of space fused together, the surrounding space was immediately sealed. Because the space was sealed, Shui Haishan's law of time couldn't spread towards Duan Lingtian. It couldn't affect Duan Lingtian. Shui Haishan's originally arrogant expression changed drastically at this moment. He completely collapsed. You actually comprehended two types of three profundities of the law of space fused together. Why did Shui Haishan think that none of the inner sect disciples imprisoned on the 8th step of the celestial stairway were his match? Basically, all of the inner sect disciples imprisoned on the 8th step of the celestial stairway were higher deities. Moreover, they had all comprehended one type of three profundities of the law of space fused together. Although Shui Haishan was the same, he had comprehended the law of time. The law of time was one of the four supreme laws. It was also the leader of the four supreme laws. He had the confidence to say that he was the strongest among the inner sect disciples imprisoned on the 8th step of the celestial stairway. However, the opponent he was facing now didn't just comprehend one of the four supreme laws, the law of space, but also two types of three profundities of the law of space fused together. This instantly made him feel hopeless. He wasn't a match for such an existence. Do you still want to continue? Duan Lingtian thought. The space windstorm continued to move forward. In the blink of an eye, it gradually invaded the space affected by Shui Haishan's law of time. During this process, Shui Haishan's power couldn't stop the space windstorm at all. Humph! Shui Haishan snorted coldly. His face turned cold. Then, a small flag appeared in his hand. The flag was square in shape and embroidered with extremely complicated patterns and patterns. Once it appeared, Shui Haishan injected his divine power into it. Then, Shui Haishan's attack soared. For a moment, not only was he able to match Duan Lingtian's attack, but he was even showing signs of suppressing it. Do you think you're the only one who has a medium divine weapon? Although Duan Lingtian didn't expect Shui Haishan to be able to take out a medium divine weapon, even if it was just a medium divine weapon without a weapon soul, he wasn't afraid at all. With a raise of his hand, a medium divine sword appeared in his hand. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian injected his divine power into the sword and swung it. In the next moment, the originally suppressed spatial energy was completely guided, turning into a ray of sword light completely condensed from a spatial storm. It streaked through the air and destroyed Shui Haishan's attack as easily as crushing dry weeds. Then, it continued to rush forward, only gradually dissipating when it arrived in front of Shui Haishan. At this moment, Shui Haishan's robes fluttered, his face pale and his eyes filled with despair. There were even many pieces of cloth on his robes that were torn apart, and there were many hideous bloody wounds on his body. Although Duan Lingtian stopped in time, because the ray of sword light condensed from the spatial storm was too close to Shui Haishan still suffered some superficial wounds. A gust of wind blew past, and Shui Haishan could feel a chill coming from his wounds. However, he was wild with joy. He originally thought that he would definitely die, but he didn't expect to have a chance to live. Brother, thank you for showing mercy. Shui Haishan bowed to Duan Lingtian and thanked him. Brother, I, Shui Haishan, will remember this kindness in my heart. I wonder how I should address you, brother? Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied. The reason he didn't kill Shui Haishan was because Shui Haishan had said earlier that he wouldn't kill him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to stop earlier. Duan Lingtian, I'll remember this. Shui Haishan nodded. If I get out in the future, I'll definitely return this favor, brother. Duan Lingtian didn't take Shui Haishan's words to heart. In his opinion, the inner sect disciples who were imprisoned in the small realm in the stairway to heaven had all committed grave mistakes. Even if they could get out, it would be a long time later. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's strength was far inferior to his. Even now, it would be difficult for him to return the favor, let alone in the future. Brother, now that you've reached the 9th level of the stairway to heaven, don't hesitate if you encounter any danger. Just use the stairway heaven token to get out. Since you're able to ascend to the 9th level, You're basically the first among the inner sect disciples in the divine spirit stage in this stairway to heaven battle. Shui Haishan reminded Duan Lingtian before he sent him off. Those on the 9th level of the stairway to heaven, are all God Kings? Duan Lingtian asked. More than 90% of them are God Kings. Shui Haishan nodded. Only a small number of them are higher deities who have comprehended the fusion of 2 types of 3 profundities of a certain law. If you're lucky enough to encounter such people, brother, you'll still have a chance to pass the 9th level. If you encounter a God King, even if the other party's comprehension of the law profundities is ordinary, brother, it'll still be difficult for you to be a match for him. When you reach the 9th level, try your best to hold on for a while. If the situation doesn't seem right, just leave. Shui Haishan said. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. I'll go out and find you for a drink, brother. Shui Haishan bade farewell to Duan Lingtian before he activated the formation and sent Duan Lingtian out of the 8th level to the 9th level. After Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared before his eyes, Shui Haishan could not help but sigh. I really didn't expect another higher deity to appear in the sect who has comprehended the fusion of 2 types of 3 profundities of a certain law. Moreover, what he comprehended was the space law. Even in the era before Shui Haishan was imprisoned, such a person was as rare as a phoenix feather or a qilin horn in the Hidden Fog sect. In his generation, only his younger brother, Shui Haichuan, had managed to reach this stage. I wonder how that boy Haichuan is doing after 10,000 years. With his talent and perception, even if he isn't a divine emperor, he should be a higher deity king by now, right? Shui Haishan muttered to himself. At the same time, outside the stairway to heaven, there was an uproar. Heavens! Duan Lingtian actually ascended to the 9th level. Am I seeing things? Chapter 3677. When Duan Lingtian came to the Hidden Fog sect, he already had a great reputation. In the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect, apart from those who were particularly ill-informed or in seclusion, everyone knew of him. In addition, in the last 3 months, Qiyu, one of the Hidden Fog sect's top 10 inner sect disciples, had challenged Duan Lingtian time and time again. This caused them to involuntarily pay more attention to Duan Lingtian. They were even looking forward to the battle between Duan Lingtian and Qiyu. Of course, most people favored Qiyu. Although it was said that Duan Lingtian had comprehended the fusion of 3 profundities of the space law, Qiyu had also comprehended the fusion of 3 profundities of the wind law. Moreover, Qiyu was a higher deity while Duan Lingtian was only an intermediate deity. They had comprehended similar profundities of the laws, even if they had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws. For Duan Lingtian to jump a cultivation level and defeat Qiyu was tantamount to a fantasy. Today, Duan Lingtian appeared at the Celestial Stairway competition. First, he appeared to be familiar with Tang Wen, further attracting attention. Then, he entered the Celestial Stairway and participated in the Celestial Stairway competition. This immediately attracted the attention of the vast majority of inner sect disciples outside the Celestial Stairway. When Duan Lingtian ascended to the 8th step, the group of people outside the Celestial Stairway were shocked. They never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be able to ascend to the 8th step. If Duan Lingtian had a higher deity cultivation, they wouldn't be surprised if he ascended to the 8th step. But the problem was that Duan Lingtian wasn't a higher deity but an intermediate deity. An intermediate deity ascending to the 8th step? How was this possible? It was precisely because of this that when Qiyu came out and saw Duan Lingtian ascend to the 8th step, he was also shocked. This Duan Lingtian can last for a moment on the 8th step. That's already pretty good. He stayed on the 7th step for so long. It must have been very difficult for him to ascend. This was what Qiyu thought when he saw Duan Lingtian ascend to the 8th step. However, what happened next left him dumbfounded. After Duan Lingtian ascended to the 8th level of the heavenly stairway, It did not take long before he ascended to the 9th level of the heavenly stairway. One had to know that unless one defeated or killed an inner sect disciple who was imprisoned on the 8th level of the celestial stairway, or if the other party admitted defeat, it was impossible to ascend to the 9th level of the celestial stairway. The 8th step of the celestial stairway was more difficult than the 7th step. Duan Lingtian actually reached the 9th level of the stairway to heaven. Oh my God! He has passed the 8th level of the celestial stairway. Many people cried out in alarm. Even Tang Wuyan's pretty face was filled with astonishment. He passed the 8th floor? Although Tang Wuyan had never climbed to the 8th level of the stairway, she had climbed to the 7th level. She knew what kind of existence the 7th level of the stairway was. At the very least, she was no match for the inner sect disciples imprisoned there. Otherwise, she would have reached the 8th level of the celestial stairway like Qiyu. And now, not only had Duan Lingtian reached the 8th level, but he had also reached the 9th level. This also meant that he had successfully passed the 8th level. Could it be that the gatekeeper of the 8th level went easy on him? An inner sect disciple couldn't help but guess. After all, Duan Lingtian stayed on the 7th level for such a long time. It's obvious that he barely passed the 7th level. Under such circumstances, it's almost impossible for him to pass the 8th level. The gatekeeper of the 8th level went easy on him? That's impossible, right? It has to be known that those gatekeepers are inner sect disciples of our hidden fog sect who committed a grave mistake and were locked up. Once they succeed, they can reduce the number of years they can be imprisoned. To them, this is a good thing. In this situation, how could they possibly go easy on us? That being said, in the history of our hidden fog sect, there have been cases of people going easy on him. There are all kinds of reasons. More often than not, it's because the gatekeeper gave up on himself and knew the challenger. As the saying went, 3 people became a tiger. As some inner sect disciples took the lead to voice their doubts, more and more people began to think that Duan Lingtian could pass the 8th level because the gatekeeper had gone easy on him. So what if he obtained first place in this celestial stairway struggle? No one will believe him. Qiyu sneered. Senior apprentice brother Qiyu. Although Tang Wuyan also felt that the possibility of the gatekeeper of the 8th level going easy on Duan Lingtian was very high, she didn't know why, but when she heard Qiyu's words, she still didn't like it. Are you sure? Can't he pass the 8th level with his own strength? Junior apprentice Sister Wuyan. Qiyu said with a smile, a person who wasted so much time on the 7th level. Do you think that after he ascends to the 8th level, he will be able to pass so easily with his own strength? Hearing this, Tang Wuyan frowned. Maybe he started cultivating on the 7th floor and only went to the 8th floor after he became a higher deity? Breakthrough? How can there be such a coincidence? Qiyu was stunned for a moment and then shook his head. He felt that this possibility was very low. Of course, he couldn't help but be wary. That Duan Lingtian was only an intermediate god now. He could still suppress him, but when he broke through to the higher god realm in the future, he probably wouldn't be able to suppress him anymore. Duan Lingtian didn't know what was happening outside. Now, after meeting Shui Haishan on the 8th level of the celestial stairway, Duan Lingtian had successfully arrived at one of the small dimensions on the 9th level of the celestial stairway. The small dimension had picturesque scenery with mountains and rivers. A figure in a white robe stood on the peak of the mountain with his hands behind his back. He had an elegant temperament. After Duan Lingtian appeared, his eyes fell on this person. This was a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar. Although his face was ordinary, the invisible aura he exuded made it impossible for others to ignore him. Even in a crowd, he would definitely be the most conspicuous one. You're quite strong to be able to make it here with your cultivation level as a higher god. When Duan Lingtian felt a divine consciousness enveloping him, he heard the middle-aged scholar's voice suddenly speak again. His voice was calm and incomparably confident. Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. A higher god? Through the middle-aged scholar's divine consciousness, Duan Lingtian immediately confirmed the other party's cultivation level. Just like him, they were both higher gods. Recalling what Shui Haishan said on the 8th level of the celestial stairway, Duan Lingtian knew that he was lucky to have come to the small dimension where the inner sect disciples at the 9th level of the celestial stairway who were at the higher god realm were imprisoned. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. That Shui Haishan said before, the inner sect disciples imprisoned on the 9th level of the celestial stairway are basically all god kings. There are only a few higher gods, and those higher gods, without exception, have comprehended at least 2 types of fusion of the 3 profound meanings. It seems that the middle-aged man in front of me is that kind of person. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Are you surprised that I'm a higher god? The middle-aged scholar saw Duan Lingtian shudder, but the smile on his face was as calm as ever. However, I'm different from the higher gods you've encountered before. Presumably, on the 8th level of the celestial stairway, you've also encountered a higher god who comprehended some kind of law or fusion of the 3 profound meanings, right? I can crush, defeat, or even kill a higher deity like that in a single exchange. The middle-aged scholar's tone was full of pride. I believe that. Duan Lingtian nodded and said in all seriousness, since you can be one of the gatekeepers of the 9th level of the celestial stairway, it means that your strength is far stronger than the gatekeepers on the 8th level of the celestial stairway. However, I'm very curious. Duan Lingtian already faintly understood the middle-aged scholar's background, so he didn't doubt the middle-aged scholar's words. The Hidden Fog sect is actually willing to imprison someone like you here? With a higher god cultivation, to comprehend any kind of law or to fuse 2 or more types of 3 profound meanings together, even if placed in the history of the Hidden Fog sect, I'm afraid you are an extremely rare existence. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he looked at the middle-aged scholar, waiting for the other party's response. It seems that a little fellow like you knows a lot. The middle-aged scholar looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and said, if it were an ordinary mistake, no matter how great it was, with my talent and perception, the Hidden Fog sect wouldn't imprison me here. But do you know what mistake I made? The middle-aged scholar asked in reply. What mistake? Duan Lingtian was startled. I killed my honorable master, the Hidden Fog sect's sect master at the time. The middle-aged scholar grinned, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. But as his words entered Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian's heart couldn't help but tremble. He killed the Hidden Fog sect's sect master? Moreover, the Hidden Fog sect's sect master was this person's honorable master? Duan Lingtian's gaze when he looked at the middle-aged scholar was filled with contempt. What? Are you looking down on me? The middle-aged scholar curled his lips, as if he could see through Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Do you know why I killed him? Because he wanted me to stay in the Hidden Fog sect and take over his position, he personally gave the order to exterminate my entire family. My entire family, over 1,000 lives, all of them died because of a single order from him. As the middle-aged scholar spoke to this point, he was practically gnashing his teeth. And from his body, bursts of swift and fierce aura swept out in a timely manner. A frightening cyan astral wind revolved around his body as if it had transformed into a cyan wind dragon. The wind howled. As for the middle-aged scholar's voice, it reverberated through this small world, deafening to the ears. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Duan Lingtian frowned. He found it hard to imagine that the former Hidden Fog sect master would exterminate his entire family because of this. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding? I can't be wrong. The middle-aged scholar said in a low voice. At that time, when the person he sent reported to him, I just happened to hear it. I heard it with my own ears, so how could I be wrong? In the past, I told him that I had no intention of becoming the next sect master of the Hidden Fog sect. I wanted to return to my family and lead them to become a God King level family clan, or even a God Emperor level family clan. He wasn't willing for me to leave the Hidden Fog sect like this, so he wanted to kill my entire family. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.